As Yi Xingqian traversed to the realm of martial heroes, he acquired the reward and punishment system. This system harbors many notorious criminals, bestowing rewards upon the virtuous while meting out punishments to the wicked. Gradually, he began to unlock the malevolent beings within the system for his own purposes. In a cave nestled within the back mountain of the Qingyun sword sect in the state of Yu, Yi Xingqian shook his throbbing head, finally grasping the gravity of his situation after a few moments. He realized he was no longer upon the azure planet he once inhabited, but instead found himself in the realm of martial heroes, specifically in the Qingyun sword sect. Indeed, he had transmigrated into the body of a menial disciple who bore his same name. As Yi Xingqian beheld the stunning beauty lying beneath him, he felt a pang of discomfort in his mind. This enchanting maiden was named Yan Shi, a true disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. Pursued by the elders of the 10,000 Demons sect, Yan Shi had sustained severe internal injuries while fleeing to the back mountain of the Qingyun sword sect, rendering her movements exceedingly cumbersome. Ultimately, Yan Shi collapsed from exhaustion at the Black Dragon Pool, where Yi Xingqian happened upon her. He carried her into the cave, harboring nefarious intentions. However, just as he was about to succeed in his scheme, Yan Shi regained consciousness. After her attempts at persuasion and intimidation proved futile, she sacrificed a precious artifact to obliterate Yi Xingqian's soul. This act granted the original Yi Xingqian from the Azure Planet the opportunity to traverse into this alternate realm. Gazing at the exquisite woman lying on the ground, Yi Xingqian felt an unnameable desire stir within him. Yet, as someone educated in the esteemed traditions of the Huaxiao Empire, his conscience compelled him to abandon his intentions. The tragic fate of his predecessor served as a stark reminder that this woman was not to be trifled with. Yi Xingqian gently repositioned the unconscious beauty to a more comfortable spot. After completing this act of kindness, he slowly seated himself upon a nearby boulder. Ding! The reward and punishment system has been activated. Ding! The system is selecting a host it has chosen Yi Xingqian. Ding! The binding of the system is in progress, binding successful. Just as Yi Xingqian settled down, a series of system notifications echoed within his consciousness. Rather than feeling astonished by the notifications, he regarded them as an ordinary occurrence. After all, he was well acquainted with the tropes of novels, where every transmigrator was invariably endowed with a golden finger. The reward and punishment system was evidently his golden finger. Contemplating how to communicate with the system, the notifications sounded again in his mind. The host can converse with the system through their consciousness. Yi Xingqian inquired through his thoughts, "System, can you read my thoughts? In other words, will you know my inner feelings if I engage in inappropriate actions?" The system's mechanical voice replied, "Host, you are overthinking it. The system remains dormant unless the host expresses a desire to communicate." Yi Xingqian responded, "That's a relief. Now, could you enlighten me about your functions?" The system's mechanical voice continued, "The reward and punishment system is akin to a grand prison, housing many malevolent individuals. The system generates tasks of reward and punishment upon completing a task. The host can unlock a prison cell. Once a cell is unlocked, the notorious individual within will become wholly loyal to the host, who may then extract one of their abilities." Yi Xingqian queried, "How many notorious criminals are confined within your system?" The system replied, "This inquiry exceeds your current access privileges. You may gain access after unlocking 10 prison cells." Yi Xingqian then asked, "What is the first task of the system?" The system's mechanical voice responded, "The first task is now being generated. The first task is to reward a virtuous individual." Task explanation: Yan Shi, a true disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, fought valiantly against the 7th elder of the 10,000 Demons sect to save the lives of the villagers in Shanlin village. Severely injured, she fled to the back mountain of the Qingyun sword sect. The system will reward Yan Shi with a mystical life-saving pill. The host must personally deliver this pill to Yan Shi, watching her restore her health to complete the task. Task item: the item has been stored in the system space. The host need only mentally summon it to retrieve it. Task reward: unlock the first prison cell of the system. The host will gain the loyalty of Ouyang Mu, a practitioner of innate first-stage cultivation. Additionally, the host may extract one ability from Ouyang Mu: the yellow-tier upper-grade Changchun Gong, the Xianier lower-grade Flame Slash, or the yellow-tier upper-grade 5 Poison Hand. Yi Xingqian thought to himself, "System, are you certain you are not toying with me? If Yan Shi were capable of movement right now, she would have killed me 100 times over. Asking me to deliver a life-saving pill to her is tantamount to seeking my own demise. Oh dear system, my dear brother, could you possibly alter this task?" The system responded, "Once a task is generated, it cannot be changed. The host has no choice but to complete the task unless you wish to forfeit the rewards and cease unlocking subsequent prison cells. If the host decides not to utilize the system, no coercive measures will be taken, and the life-saving pill is at the host's discretion. Though Yi Xingchen was confident in his ability to thrive in this new world even without a golden finger, possessing one would undoubtedly ease his journey significantly. Thus, he ultimately resolved to exert every effort to fulfill the first task assigned by the system. Yi Xingchen declared, "System, I choose to complete the first task issued by you." The system's mechanical voice encouraged, "Host, do your best. You are the greatest, you can do it." Hearing the mechanical voice offer encouragement felt somewhat peculiar to Yi Xingchen. However, there was no turning back. Now he needed to find a way to earn Yin Zai's forgiveness. Once he secured her forgiveness, completing the system's first task would become vastly easier. After bolstering his resolve, Yi Xingchen walked slowly towards Yin Zai's location. Thankfully, he had not yet crossed any lines with her, leaving room for redemption. As Yin Shi watched Yi Xingchen approach step by step, her anxiety reached a breaking point. She had already exhausted her final means of defense, and even that had merely subdued him for a brief moment. If Yi Xingchen were to act against her now, she would be utterly defenseless. Chapter 2: A serious deception. As Yi Xingchen slowly approached Yin Shi, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to shout, "If you dare to harm me, my father will undoubtedly not let you go." Yin Shi was already enveloped in despair, for just before she resorted to her final means, she had warned Yi Xingchen countless times. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Yi Xingchen still took action against her. If Yin Shi had possessed the strength to end her own life, she would have chosen that path rather than face humiliation, but now she lacked even the power to do so. From Yin Shi's desperate expression, Yi Xingchen discerned that she had exhausted all her options. He contemplated whether to fulfill the system's task first or engage in an activity with this unparalleled beauty before him. Ultimately, Yi Xingchen made his choice. To first resolve this awkward situation and then complete the system's task. He was uncertain whether he could win over such an extraordinary woman merely through an activity. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Xingchen's eyes remained clear and composed. As the king of special forces in the Huaxia Empire on the Azure Planet, mastering one's emotions and maintaining an impassive demeanor was an esteemed skill. He spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "Miss Yin Shi, you need not be so agitated. I will not do anything to you." Upon hearing these words, Yin Shi looked at Yi Xingchen with disbelief. Just a few minutes prior, no matter how she pleaded or threatened, he remained unmoved, even undressing without a word. Now, for Yi Xingchen to utter such a statement left her incredulous. Yet, regardless of her disbelief, she was powerless to act. Nevertheless, the fact that Yi Xingchen no longer intended to lay a hand on her allowed Yin Shi to breathe a sigh of relief. Why? Yi Xingchen continued, "Miss Yin Shi, you must not be overly distressed. It is essential that you remain calm, as this will aid in your recovery." Yin Shi had been in a state of heightened tension, lacking the opportunity to channel her internal energy to suppress her injuries. She took a moment to steady her emotions and attempted to circulate her internal energy to alleviate her wounds. However, she did not retrieve any healing elixirs, as her storage pouch had been lost amidst the fierce battle. Seizing the moment while Yin Shi remained injured, Yi Xingchen explained, "Miss Yin Shi, everything I did earlier was not of my own volition. I was ensnared by a potent illusion, which prevented me from maintaining my composure, leading me to act against the goddess I hold in such high regard. None of this was within my conscious control, and it was only when you stimulated my spirit moments ago that I was able to break free from the illusion. Now that I am clear-headed, I deeply regret my earlier actions. If you insist on taking my life yet are willing to forgive me, I would gladly surrender my life to you, my goddess." Yi Xingchen's words were delivered with utmost sincerity, devoid of any trace of insincerity or pretense. The reason why Yi Xingchen uttered such words was twofold. Firstly, it served as an exceptionally convenient excuse. Secondly, the system could infuse remnants of illusion into the 9-transformation golden elixir. After approximately 5 minutes, Yin Shi finally regained her ability to speak normally. She suppressed her injuries by channeling her internal energy. She spoke with an impassive expression. "Do you possess any evidence that would compel me to trust your words?" At that moment, Yin Shi did not dare to display even a semblance of anger, for her strength had not yet recovered in the slightest. Should Yi Xingchen suddenly change his mind, she would have no capacity to resist. Yi Xingchen retrieved it from his bosom and presented it before Yin Shi. With a remorseful countenance, he explained, "This elixir was procured from a storage box I discovered in the black market of the Qingyun sword sect. When I found you collapsed by the black water pool, I brought you to this cave. My sole intention was to save you, preparing to administer this elixir. However, you were in a state of unconsciousness, and I could not give it to you. Thus, I intended to have you consume it orally. Yet, after I swallowed it myself, I fell victim to a powerful illusion, and you subsequently regained consciousness. You are aware of what transpired afterward. Yin Shi, being a master of the innate realm, possessed keen insight and immediately discerned the soul-enthralling fragrance emanating from the Yin Yi Xingqian's hand. It was at this moment that she began to believe his words. After all, Yi Xingqian was merely a novice martial artist of the acquired first stage. If this elixir had not been procured from the black market, she could not fathom how he could have obtained such a high tier, for even within the treasury of the Qingyun sword sect, such items were non-existent. Yin Shi spoke coolly, "Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. I am now healed, and you may leave this place." Although the Yin Yi Xingqian's possession could restore all of Yin Shi's injuries, she refrained from accepting it. She did not wish to owe him a favor. Otherwise, once her strength was restored, she would find it difficult to reprimand him. Yi Xingqian had seen her in a state of vulnerability solely out of a desire to save her. Therefore, she resolved that once her injuries had fully healed, she would not kill him. However, she would seek to gouge out his eyes, as he had witnessed what he ought not to have seen. Once she returned to the Qingyun sword sect, she would seize the opportunity to exact this revenge. As her injuries had only just begun to stabilize, she lacked the strength to subdue Yi Xingqian. Thus, she could not afford to reveal any sign of her discomfort. Yi Xingqian, with unwavering conviction, asserted, "No, I cannot abandon you while your injuries remain incomplete. I must stay here to protect you." Yin Shi retorted, "With your meager strength as an acquired first-stage martial artist, how do you expect to protect me? You should return and focus on elevating your cultivation before anything else." Yin Shi found herself at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, she should have been outraged that Yi Xingqian had seen her in such a state, and it would not have been excessive to dismember him for it. Yet, inexplicably, she could not summon any anger towards him. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his intentions had been rooted in a desire to save her. It is also possible that she was moved by the sincerity of Yi Xingqian. Had it been anyone else in such circumstances, they would undoubtedly have lost their composure, perhaps even defiling her before delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 3. Successfully concluded. Yi Xingqian spoke with a sense of inferiority, saying, "I possess weak talents and lack any prestigious background. Without resources to support me, reaching the first level of postnatal cultivation has already required tremendous effort on my part. Miss Yin Shi, I will strive even harder in my cultivation in the future, and I am determined to elevate my abilities." Observing the self-doubt in Yi Xingqian, Yin Shi felt a sudden pang of compassion. Since childhood, she had been a paragon of excellence, with her father ensuring that all necessary cultivation resources were at her disposal. Yet, she was acutely aware of the hardships faced by those at the lower echelons of martial cultivation, the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, the 6th stage of innate cultivation, and the 3 realms of true martial arts. To rapidly advance one's cultivation, one requires not only innate talent, but also the corresponding resources to facilitate that growth. Yin Shi slowly began, "I apologize, that was not my intention." Upon hearing Yin Shi's apology, Yi Xingqian felt an overwhelming joy within. Though he refrained from expressing it outwardly, Yin Shi's act of contrition signified that her resentment towards him was minimal, and he found himself slightly admiring his own performance. Yi Xingqian continued, "Miss Yin Shi, there is no need for you to apologize to me. I am deeply ashamed for failing to assist you and for my actions. My only wish is for you to recover swiftly. Once you regain your strength, I will willingly accept any punishment you deem appropriate." Yi Xingqian's sincere admission of fault, emphasizing that his actions were unintentional and aimed at saving Yin Shi, served to further elicit her forgiveness. Yin Shi, with her eyes closed, spoke softly, "You must never mention this matter again. Consider it as if it never happened. Should you dare to disclose this to anyone, I will personally take your life." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian's heart soared with delight, as it seemed he had truly won Yin Shi's forgiveness. He harbored no fears of her reneging on her word, for she was a person of integrity, certified by the system, and would never engage in such duplicity. Yi Xingqian immediately reassured her, "Miss Yin Shi, rest assured, I will keep this matter to myself. Should I reveal it to anyone in the future, let me be struck down by divine retribution, pierced by 1,000 arrows, and meet an untimely end. However, I must ask, is there any way I can assist you? If it is within my power, I shall do everything I can to help you. Do you truly wish to help me?" Yin Shi inquired. With a grave expression, Yi Xingqian affirmed, "I genuinely wish to assist you." Yin Shi responded, "Then let me inform you. The pill you hold is a top-tier life-saving elixir of the Xian class. Previously, the former owner had coated it with a soul-binding fragrance, which is why your actions after consuming that pill transpired as they did. Now, The soul-incensing fragrance atop the elixir has nearly dissipated. If you allow me to consume this precious pill, I shall be able to recover from my injuries in a remarkably short span of time, and perhaps even elevate my cultivation to new heights. Would you be willing to grant me this elixir to aid in my restoration? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xingchen replied, I am willing. After uttering these words, he promptly handed the elixir to Yin Shi, without any contemplation or delay. Yin Shi, in disbelief, exclaimed, Are you not aware of the immense value of this elixir? You are giving it to me so easily. If you were to auction this pill, the resources you would acquire could elevate you to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Are you truly willing to part with it for me? Yi Xingchen asserted, I am willing. Miss Yin Shi, you are the goddess of my heart. For you, I would sacrifice anything. Do not speak of merely a humble top-tier elixir, for I would offer you the entire world. Although Yi Xingchen professed such sentiments outwardly, inwardly he thought, if it were not for the completion of the system's task, I would never part with this elixir, unless you were to be my woman. At that moment, Yin Shi was touched by Yi Xingchen's words. Initially, he was unaware of the elixir's worth and sought to use it to save her, which seemed entirely reasonable. However, now that he understood its value yet still wished to give it to her for her recovery, it rendered the gesture even more precious. Yin Shi stated, You do not regret this? Yi Xingchen replied, I shall never regret the decisions I make. Yin Shi said, We are not related. I cannot accept your elixir. You should quickly take it back. Yin Shi was a person of strong principles. She had never accepted gifts from anyone other than her parents. Thus she resolutely declined the elixir offered by Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen countered, If you refuse this elixir, I shall discard it. If you truly cannot accept something without a return, you may compensate me with resources after your injuries are healed. After saying this, he pretended to throw the elixir away. Yin Shi took the elixir from his hand and slowly responded, I shall accept this elixir. Upon returning to the Qingyun sword sect, I will surely compensate you with an equivalent amount of resources. The allure of this elixir was beyond what Yi Xingchen could fathom. Although Yin Shi could recover her injuries upon returning to the Qingyun sword sect, such recovery would not only diminish her cultivation but also her martial talent. Should she consume the top-tier life-saving elixir in Yi Xingchen's possession, it would not only enhance her cultivation but also mend some of the hidden injuries she had sustained from past training. Thus, in the end, Yin Shi resolved to accept Yi Xingchen's gift, but she was determined to ensure that she would provide him with equal resources once she was healed. She would not allow herself to owe a debt of gratitude to someone like Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, however, was unconcerned with Yin Shi's reasons for accepting the elixir. He simply wished for her to consume it promptly to heal her injuries and fulfill his system task in a solemn manner. Yi Xingchen addressed Miss Yin Shi, Please consume this elixir promptly, and I shall guard the entrance for you. If a more formidable adversary were to arrive, it is likely that both of us would meet our end here. Yin Shi was acutely aware of how her beauty could attract countless gazes and covetous intentions. Previously, with her innate third-tier cultivation, no one dared to act against her. However, her current predicament rendered her vulnerable, even to someone of postnatal cultivation, akin to Yi Xingchen himself. Thus, Yin Shi nodded and replied, Thank you. No need for thanks, Yi Xingchen responded. Upon uttering these words, he proceeded to the entrance of the cave, diligently taking up his post. Chapter 4. Extraction of task rewards. Time flew by, the years slipping away like a swift current. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. During this interval, no one approached the cave. Yi Xingchen had often been bullied by the miscellaneous disciples. Unable to contend with them, he sought refuge in a secluded spot on the back mountain of the Qingyun sword sect. Whenever he was mistreated or injured by the other disciples, he would retreat to this hidden cave to tend to his wounds. This time, having been humiliated by the miscellaneous disciples, he encountered Yin Shi on his way to the secluded cave. Yi Xingchen's heart had long been twisted by the torment inflicted by those disciples. It was this distortion that granted him the audacity to dare to impose on the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect. He had approached this act with a sense of fatalism, hoping to indulge in a fleeting desire before his demise, only to have his spirit obliterated by Yin Shi's precious treasure. As Yi Xingchen spiraled into his thoughts, a mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task 1 rewarding goodness. The system is now distributing rewards. The first prison cell has been unlocked, allowing the host to summon Ouyangmu for service at any time. The extraction of special items has been unlocked and awaits the host selection. The system task 1 rewarding goodness has been completed, and the system task 2 punishing evil is now being generated. Task 2 has been finalized. Punishing evil involves detaining and penalizing a great villain. Task explanation. Within the city of Qingyun County, there exists a notorious flower thief named Zhou Hongli, who has harmed 96 innocent maidens. The host is required to incapacitate Zhou Hongli's cultivation and imprison him within the rewarding goodness and punishing evil system to complete the task. Task items. None. Task rewards. Unlock the second prison cell of the system. The host shall receive the loyalty of Lu Bin, a being of innate third-tier cultivation. Additionally, the host may extract one of the following: the inferior fire technique of the mysterious tier, the superior wind palm of the yellow tier, or the superior floating fist of the yellow tier. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xingqian did not hastily claim his rewards. Instead, he quietly awaited Yinshi at the cave entrance, reasoning that since the system task had been accomplished, her injuries should have healed completely. As expected, merely a minute later, Yinshi emerged from the cave, walking slowly. Her piercing gaze fixed intently upon Yi Xingqian, yet she remained silent, unable to find the words to express herself. She was uncertain whether to express her gratitude towards the man before her, or to seek vengeance against the man from her past, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Yi Xingqian took the initiative to speak. "Miss Yin Shi, has your injury healed?" Yin Shi, her expression as cold as ice, replied, "My wounds have fully healed, and my cultivation has slightly advanced. What is your name? And what status do you hold in the Qingyun sword sect?" Yi Xingqian hurriedly responded, "My name is Yi Xingqian. Yi means night, and Xingqian refers to the stars in the sky. Currently, I am a miscellaneous disciple in the Dingzi courtyard of the Qingyun sword sect." Just as Yi Xingqian was about to elaborate further, he was interrupted by Yin Shi. She tossed him a token, her demeanor still frosty, and said, "Your name is of little importance. This is my identity token. Take it. From now on the first day of each month, come to the number 1 villa of the True Inheritance Disciples at Tianjian Peak to find me. I shall provide you with a batch of cultivation resources each month, until the value of the resources equals that of a life-saving golden pill. After that, we shall have no further entanglements." With 3 days remaining until the next first of the month, she instructed him to arrive punctually. After finishing her words, Yin Shi vanished into the forest with a few swift movements, leaving no opportunity for Yi Xingqian to respond. Yi Xingqian held no objections to Yin Shi's attitude. After all, he had seen her in her entirety. He felt quite content to receive some reward while fulfilling his task. Shortly after Yin Shi departed, Yi Xingqian summoned Ouyang Mu from the system. Ouyang Mu, a burly man with a thick beard, appeared and respectfully addressed Yi Xingqian. "I, Ouyang Mu, have come to see my master." Yi Xingqian replied flatly, "Do not call me master. Simply refer to me as young master." Yi Xingqian preferred Ouyang Mu to call him young master to keep his identity ambiguous when others learned of their relationship. Ouyang Mu respectfully acknowledged, "Understood, young master." Yi Xingqian instructed, "You go guard the cave entrance. I have matters to attend to within." "Yes." Ouyang Mu responded before leaving the cave to stand guard. Once Ouyang Mu was gone, Yi Xingqian focused his mind and said, "System, I wish to proceed with the system task 1 reward extraction." The system's mechanical voice replied, "The system is extracting rewards. Please wait a moment." Upon completion of the reward extraction, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the upper-grade Huangjie Changchun Gong." A friendly reminder followed. "Please sit cross-legged on the ground. The system will bestow enlightenment upon you in 1 minute, after which you will directly master the perfected level of Changchun Gong." Cultivation techniques and martial skills are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each grade further divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. In the Qingyun sword sect, miscellaneous disciples may cultivate lower-grade Huangjie techniques, outer disciples may cultivate middle-grade Huangjie techniques, and inner disciples may cultivate upper-grade Huangjie techniques. As for mysterious grade techniques, they can only be cultivated by true inheritance disciples. This means that after Yi Xingqian undergoes enlightenment, the techniques he cultivates will be on par with those of inner disciples. Most significantly, he will be able to master the perfected level of upper-grade Huangjie internal cultivation methods, which is beyond the reach of those inner disciples. Each step of martial arts cultivation is categorized into initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. Within the Qingyun sword sect, Yi Xingqian had never heard of any inner disciples achieving perfection in a yellow-grade superior technique. Having practiced a yellow-grade inferior technique for nearly 3 years, Yi Xingqian had yet to reach the minor success stage. One can only imagine the magnitude of what the perfected state entails. It is likely that no more than 10 individuals within the entire Qingyun sword sect have attained perfection in a single technique. After the system's notification concluded, Yi Xingqian immediately seated himself in a meditative posture, awaiting the system's enlightening guidance. As a minute elapsed, Yi Xingqian suddenly felt a heavy sensation throughout his body, as a powerful energy infused the perfected Changchun technique into his consciousness. The entire enlightening process was brief, lasting merely 3 minutes, and was not accompanied by any severe pain. only a slight heaviness in his body. Chapter 5, Return. Yi Xingqian began to cultivate the yellow-grade superior inner technique, which instantly brought him delight. During the practice of this technique, he felt not a hint of discomfort, perhaps a testament to the system's immense power. His rate of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now at least 10 times faster than before. The vast spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, nourishing them as if they were parched land receiving much-needed rain. At this moment, Yi Xingqian's cultivation level had reached the peak of the first stage of the acquired realm, and he prepared to leverage the momentum from his initial practice of the Changchun technique to break through his current limits. A tranquil half-hour passed. With a soft pop, the second meridian within Yi Xingqian's body was unblocked, successfully advancing him to the second stage of the acquired realm. The human body possesses 36 meridians. 9 must be opened in the acquired realm, 12 in the innate realm, and 15 in the true martial realm. What Yi Xingqian had failed to accomplish in 3 years was achieved by the current Yi Xingqian in just half an hour. He then spent an additional 3 hours solidifying his status as a second-stage acquired martial artist. His strength had increased at least 5-fold. However, this was not solely due to the breakthrough, but also attributed to the practice of the yellow-grade superior technique. Yi Xingqian now felt confident that he could contend even with martial artists at the third stage of the acquired realm. After all, prior to reaching the third stage, one could not effectively wield martial skills, as their strength was insufficient to support such techniques. The measure of an individual's power is based on their own strength. With his cultivation speed increased tenfold, Yi Xingqian believed that given ample resources and a month's time, he would undoubtedly break through to the third stage of the acquired realm. He contemplated the necessity of visiting Yanxi in 3 days to acquire some resources, for sufficient provisions were essential for rapid advancement in his cultivation. As for the notion of seeking resources through women, such thoughts never crossed Yi Xingqian's mind. Concluding his training, Yi Xingqian strolled to the entrance of the cave. Upon seeing Yi Xingqian emerge, Ouyangmu respectfully greeted him, saying, "I have the honor to meet the young master." Yi Xingqian nodded and spoke slowly, "I have a task to assign to you in a month. An organization named the Evil Extermination Alliance is to be established in Qingyun County. The alliance will comprise a leader, a deputy leader, elders, stewards, and members categorized into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. You are to be the first member of the Xian tier in the Evil Extermination Alliance. I am unable to provide you with any assistance. However, I expect you to elevate the Evil Extermination Alliance to the status of a third-rate power within this month. Do you believe you can accomplish this task?" Night Star is about to return to the Qingyun Sword Sect, and Ouyangmu, not being a member of the sect, naturally cannot enter. Should Ouyangmu stealthily infiltrate the Qingyun Sword Sect, the sect's masters need not intervene, for the protective mountain array could easily eliminate him. Ouyangmu respectfully stated, "I assure you that I will complete the task. I will strive to establish a third-rate power in the shortest time possible." In the realm of martial arts, powers are classified into 5 tiers. A third-rate power possesses innate realm experts. A second-rate power has 1 peak innate realm expert and 10 innate realm experts. A first-rate power boasts 1 true martial realm expert. A top-tier power is characterized by 1 peak true martial realm expert and 10 true martial realm experts, with the Qingyun Sword Sect being such a power. A superpower possesses 1 expert who transcends the true martial realm, akin to the Daiyue Kingdom. Sacred lands have 1 peak combatant and more than 10 experts who surpass the true martial realm. There are only 5 sacred lands across the continent, namely the 3 great empires and 2 sacred lands of Tao and Buddhism. An innate realm expert. Ouyangmu can establish a third-rate power as long as he recruits sufficient subordinates. The task assigned to him by Night Star is not particularly arduous. Night Star continued, "While you are establishing your power there, you must also thoroughly investigate a person named Zhou Hongli. I require detailed information regarding him 1 month from now." Ouyangmu replied, "I shall do my utmost to fulfill this order." Night Star calmly stated, "You may proceed now. I hope all goes well for you there. A month from now, I shall visit Qingyun County to assess your achievements and assign you the next phase of your task." Ouyangmu respectfully responded, "Young master, allow me to escort you to the Qingyun Sword Sect before I proceed to Qingyun County." Night Star replied, "There is no need. It is merely an hour's journey to the mountain gate, and it is unlikely anyone would target me, a mere servant disciple. Moreover, the entire back mountain belongs to our Qingyun Sword Sect, so I am not in any danger." Ouyangmu said, "Then I shall depart for Qingyun County." After speaking, Ouyangmu set off in a determined direction, leaving Night Star alone at the cave entrance. Night Star adjusted his attire, recognized his direction, and hastened on his way. On the path through the back mountain, Night Star encountered many outer disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect. However, these disciples paid no heed to Night Star, the servant disciple, and hurried back to the mountain gate. Within the Qingyun Sword Sect, servant disciples are tasked with various menial duties. and their responsibilities seldom extend beyond the mountain gate. Naturally, while they may leave the gate without facing punishment, the sect would not seek vengeance should they meet their demise. The menial disciples exist almost as if they were slaves, their sole purpose being to serve the other disciples within the sect. Outer disciples are entrusted with simpler tasks, usually confined within a 100-mile radius of the Qingyun sword sect. Inner disciples, on the other hand, undertake more challenging assignments, which are distributed throughout the entire territory of the Yu Kingdom. True disciples stand as the visage of the Qingyun sword sect, and their formidable strength allows them to accept tasks without limitations. After another half-hour had passed, Yi Xingchen finally returned to his designated area for menial disciples. He entered room 99 of the T-shaped courtyard, finding it unoccupied. He surmised that Wang Peiji, his roommate, had gone off to work. Typically, menial disciples share rooms, and they are assigned identical tasks. Only one of them is required to work each day, allowing for a rotation of duties. However, Wang Peiji often bullied Yi Xingchen, assigning all the labor to him while he utilized the time to diligently cultivate. This moment, Yi Xingchen had reached the pinnacle of the second level of acquired cultivation, making him a minor sovereign among the nearby rooms. Chapter 6. A lesson for Wang Peiji during Yi Xingchen's 2-day absence. Wang Peiji was compelled to undertake the work himself, which is why Yi Xingchen had not encountered him upon his return. Once in his room, Yi Xingchen sat cross-legged on his bed and began to concentrate on his cultivation. Although he currently possessed a system, he understood that without sufficient effort, his achievements would be limited. Even with a golden finger at his disposal in his previous life on the Azure Planet, Yi Xingchen had become the most formidable special forces soldier of the Huaxia Empire due to his exceptional talent and an unparalleled work ethic that surpassed even the most diligent individuals. It was through this relentless dedication that he attained feats beyond the reach of ordinary people. Time passed swiftly, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Yi Xingchen had cultivated for 5 hours. After this period, he decided to pause his practice and have dinner before resuming. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Wang Peiji returning from the opposite direction. Upon sighting Yi Xingchen, Wang Peiji was instantly consumed by rage. Having endured 2 consecutive days of menial labor due to Yi Xingchen's absence, an unforgivable transgression in his eyes. Coldly, he addressed Yi Xingchen, "Little Yi, you've grown quite bold, leaving the sect for 2 days and making me do your menial work. Clearly, my lessons have not been effective. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, so you may understand the severe repercussions of your actions. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might be lenient when I break your bones later." Although Yi Xingchen had previously left the sect, he always returned by morning to resume his duties. With an expression as frigid as ice, he retorted, "Get lost. I'm heading to dinner and have no time for you. Furthermore, from now on, all menial work in our room will be yours, and I shall retain the rights to this room. You will only be permitted to sleep at the entrance." What Yi Xingchen has done is merely to return to Wang Peiji the very same things he previously instructed Yi Xingchen to perform. Wang Peiji, with a fierce countenance, remarked, "Little Yi, it appears that after being away for just 2 days, your audacity has indeed grown. You dare to speak to me in such a manner. Even if I were to toil for 10 days or half a month in menial tasks, I would ensure that you remain bedridden for a fortnight." Initially, Wang Peiji had no intention of inflicting serious injury upon Yi Xingchen, for the latter was still needed to assist him with the duties of a lowly disciple. However, upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Wang Peiji felt a surge of genuine anger. Even if he had to engage in menial work for an extended period, he was determined to incapacitate Yi Xingchen for at least half a month. Having uttered his threat, Wang Peiji did not continue with idle words, but instead launched a fist towards Yi Xingchen's face. In his heart, he vowed that today he would strike Yi Xingchen so hard that even his mother would fail to recognize him. Facing Wang Peiji's blow, Yi Xingchen exhibited no fear. With a slight lean to the left, he deftly evaded the attack. Bending his knees to gather strength, he swiftly swung his right hand, using the power of his arm to bring Wang Peiji crashing to the ground. As Wang Peiji rose, disbelief etched across his face, he slowly articulated, "I never anticipated that you have also reached the second level of the acquired realm. Furthermore, your strength seems to rival that of a peak practitioner at this level. You must have encountered some fortuitous event in these past few days." The application of similar strength varies among individuals, and Wang Peiji believed that defeating Yi Xingchen would still be a trivial task. "Now, if you were to share your fortuitous encounter with me, I might be in a good mood and choose not to hold you accountable today." Wang Peiji found it hard to believe that Yi Xingchen could achieve a breakthrough in such a brief span, and he speculated that Yi Xingchen must have stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity during his recent excursions, which had facilitated his remarkable progress. If such an opportunity could elevate Yi Xingchen, a perceived waste. To this level, Surely it could assist Wang Peiji in effortlessly ascending to the third level of the acquired realm. Perhaps it could even propel him to the fourth level, granting him access to the outer sect, where the privileges of disciples far surpass those of menial workers. Wang Peiji had long harbored dreams of becoming an outer sect disciple, and with this opportunity at hand, he was eager to seize it. Regarding Yi Xingqian's humiliation of him as a trivial matter. Once Yi Xingqian divulged his secret, Wang Peiji would have his way with him at will. You are quite right. The same strength indeed exhibits differences in efficacy among various individuals. However, you are still unworthy to be my opponent when it comes to wielding that same power. After voicing his retort, Yi Xingqian swiftly closed the distance to Wang Peiji. Employing the close combat techniques from his past life, he effortlessly rendered Wang Peiji's attempts at defense utterly futile. Practitioners below the fourth level of the acquired realm, lacking training in martial arts techniques, typically relied on hand-to-hand combat. Yi Xingqian, having been a king of special forces in his previous life, excelled in close-quarter fighting, which was among his most formidable skills. Eliminating Wang Peiji, who is utterly ignorant of the art of close combat, poses no challenge. After delivering a thorough beating to Wang Peiji, Yi Xingqian slowly spoke. Are you willing to take on the responsibilities of a menial disciple in this room? Gritting his teeth, Wang Peiji replied, I accept. I shall take on all of it. Upon hearing Wang Peiji's tone, Yi Xingqian delivered another kick to the already rising Wang Peiji. Yi Xingqian remarked, your attitude is far from sincere. Enduring the pain, Wang Peiji respectfully responded, Master Xingqian, I am utterly submissive. From now on, I shall follow your lead. As the adage goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It was evident that Wang Peiji was no match for Yi Xingqian, though maintain his pride would only lead to his own detriment. Thus, Wang Peiji chose to submit. Though his heart burned with thoughts of revenge, he felt no qualms about flattering those in power, having ingratiated himself with every martial artist who had reached the third level of the acquired realm in the Dingxi courtyard. After expressing his submission, Wang Peiji attempted to rise once more, only to be sent sprawling by another kick from Yi Xingqian. Confused, Wang Peiji protested, I have already submitted, completely. Yi Xingqian replied, apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. The thrill of kicking you is simply too delightful. Wang Peiji wore a smile on his face, yet internally, he was seething with curses. Attempting to stand again, Wang Peiji was once more knocked down by Yi Xingqian's foot. Yi Xingqian, smiling, said, I truly apologize, I just couldn't help myself. The sensation of kicking you is too exhilarating. After being kicked down 4 or 5 times, Wang Peiji finally chose to remain on the ground. No longer willing to rise, Yi Xingqian, having had his fun, ceased his assault. Once Yi Xingqian departed, Wang Peiji dared not step outside. His face had been rendered a grotesque sight, akin to that of a pig's head, leaving him too embarrassed to show himself. Chapter 7. Seeking support after finishing his meal at the menial disciples' dining hall, Yi Xingqian began to wander through the menial area. Due to the lowly status of his former self and the incessant torment from the menial disciples, Yi Xingqian spent most of his time outside his room, except when he was working. The reason for lingering outside was that Wang Peiji forbade him from entering the room. Many powerful menial disciples, in their desire to monopolize a room, would expel their fellow disciples from their quarters. Within the Qingyun sword sect, conflicts among peers were not only overlooked but actively encouraged, as long as they did not result in death or significant lasting consequences. It was believed that such rivalries would enhance the disciple strength. After all, the disciples cultivated by the Qingyun sword sect were destined to traverse the world, and delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse were ill-suited for the treacherous wilderness. While the Qingyun sword sect did not oppose such conflicts, it strictly prohibited higher-ranked disciples from laying hands on those of lower rank. It is stipulated that true disciples must not take action against those beneath their level, and inner disciples are likewise prohibited from engaging with those of lesser standing. This regulation is instituted to safeguard those talented individuals whose potential has yet to be fully realized. After all, no matter how extraordinary one's innate gifts may be, it is implausible for someone at the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation to triumph over an opponent at the 6th stage or higher. Yi Xingqian does not wander aimlessly but rather with purpose, selectively exploring the area designated for the miscellaneous disciples. After half an hour, he arrived at the very heart of this domain. His objective was none other than the position held by Shun Zhengluan, the overseer of the miscellaneous disciples. Yi Xingqian did not come to trouble Shun Zhengluan, nor did he possess the standing to confront a formidable individual of the innate realm. His singular aim was to seek a protector within the miscellaneous disciple ranks. Yi Xingqian is confident in his ability to defeat those at the 2nd and 3rd stages of postnatal cultivation. However, should he encounter someone at the 4th stage, he would find himself at a disadvantage, unless he were to advance to the 3rd stage himself. Although the Qingyun sword sect prohibits disciples of outer sect status and above from attacking miscellaneous disciples, there are instances of violations. If no significant harm befalls a key disciple, the sect tends to downplay such incidents. Yi Xingchen is always one to prepare for contingencies. He stepped into the hall where miscellaneous disciples are promoted to outer sect status, and there he beheld an elderly man, over 50 years of age, slumped over a table in slumber. Yi Xingchen recognized him as Shan Zhengluan, the overseer of the miscellaneous disciples. The arrival of Yi Xingchen did not disturb the elder, who continued to sleep soundly. Yi Xingchen refrained from interrupting the elder's repose, choosing instead to stand quietly by for 3 full hours. After this period, the elder slowly awakened, first rubbing the sleep from his eyes, then yawning and stretching. Finally, his gaze fell upon Yi Xingchen. After a moment of appraisal, the elder spoke. "Young man, you possess remarkable patience, standing here for 3 hours awaiting an old man." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingchen understood that the elder had sensed his presence from the moment he arrived. With respect, Yi Xingchen replied, "The importance of sleep cannot be overstated. How could a disciple dare to disturb such a necessity without cause? Furthermore, respecting elders and cherishing the young is a virtue of the Qingyun sword sect. So waiting a while is only fitting." The elder responded, "You are indeed a polite child. However, it seems your cultivation has not yet reached the 4th stage of postnatal development. Thus, you are not here to seek promotion to outer sect status. Speak. What brings you to me? Given your wait of 3 hours, I am inclined to grant your request, provided it is not too burdensome." The elder had not merely been feigning sleep. He was cultivating a technique known as the dream mastery. Typically, those seeking promotion would disrupt his practice, and while this did not greatly affect him, it nonetheless left him feeling somewhat irked. Yi Xingchen is the only one over the years who has not interrupted his cultivation, which is why he regards Yi Xingchen with kindness and benevolence. With an air of confidence, Yi Xingchen declared, "Master Shun, I have not come here today to seek a favor from you, but rather to propose a transaction." Shan Zhengluan scrutinized Yi Xingchen once more, attempting to discern the audacity of this postnatal second-level martial artist to engage in a deal with him. However, after his careful examination, he could only perceive Yi Xingchen's extraordinary confidence without any other distinguishing features. Shan Zhengluan replied flatly, "What kind of transaction do you wish to propose? Please, enlighten me." Had it been a young innate realm expert, they would undoubtedly regard Yi Xingchen's proposition as the ravings of a madman and would have dismissed him outright. Yet, as Shan Zhengluan had surpassed 50 years of age, he possessed the patience to converse with Yi Xingchen. With unwavering confidence, Yi Xingchen stated, "Master Shun, I desire for you to become my pillar of support. If any incident were to befall me in the area of the servant disciples, I hope you would shield me." Shan Zhengluan responded nonchalantly, "This matter you speak of is trivial to me. In the realm of servant disciples, no one dares to defy my will. However, I must ask, why should I become your support? What could a mere postnatal second-level martial artist possibly offer in exchange?" Yi Xingchen replied calmly, "If I dare to make such a statement, it is only natural that I possess something of value to trade with you, Master Shan." After speaking, Yi Xingchen produced a token from his person and placed it upon the table before Shan Zhengluan. After scrutinizing the token, Shan Zhengluan slowly remarked, "This is the personal waste token of Yin Jinchuan. Possessing this token allows one to receive unconditional assistance from him once. You intend to exchange the right to use this token for my protection in the area of servant disciples, do you not?" Yi Xingchen responded, "That is not the case. The significance of this identity token is something I believe you understand better than I do. Here is my proposal. Master Shun, if you provide me with protection within the Qingyun sword sect for 3 years, I will assist you in attaining the position of the outer sect chief steward after that period. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, I shall surrender the identity token of Yin Jinchuan to you." The distinction between the chief steward of servant disciples and that of outer sect disciples is immense, with the resources available differing by nearly tenfold annually. Shan Zhengluan had long aspired to become an outer sect steward, as this would elevate his status within the Qingyun sword sect and double the resources he currently received. However, due to his advanced age and the consequent loss of potential, he had been relegated to the position of chief steward of servant disciples. The mention of the outer sect chief steward's position naturally stirred Shan Zhengluan's interest. Although he harbored doubts about Yi Xingchen's capability to help him achieve this position, he firmly believed in the assistance of Yin Jinchuan. Regardless of whether it pertains to the profound teachings of Yin Shizhen or the formidable power they encompass, aiding Shan Zhengluan in becoming the chief steward of the outer sect is not merely a matter of words. No matter how Shan Zhengluan contemplates this matter, it remains a surefire venture. With an air of calmness, Shan Zhengluan declared, "I acquiesce to this request. For the next 3 years, I shall devote myself entirely to your care in the area designated for the miscellaneous disciples. Once these 3 years have elapsed, should you fail to fulfill your promise to me, you shall surrender the identity token of Yin Shizhen's lineage before the very presence of Yin Shizhen. The personal waist tokens of true disciples are specially crafted weapons, allowing them to effortlessly track the location of their tokens. If the waist token in Yi Xingchen's possession had been acquired through theft, misappropriation, or even murder, it is likely that the true disciples of Yin Shizhen within the Qingyun sword sect would have long since sought it out. The fact that Yin Shizhen has yet to inquire about it indicates that this waist token was indeed bestowed upon Yi Xingchen by Yin Shizhen. Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Steward Shun, I shall certainly accomplish what I have promised." Shen Jingluan continued, "Young brother Yi, I will ensure your safety within the miscellaneous disciple area. As long as you refrain from provoking those whom I cannot contend with, you may navigate this space freely. Furthermore, do you require that I favor you with additional resources during distribution?" As the chief steward of the miscellaneous area, Shen Zhengluan wields complete control over the allocation of resources to the miscellaneous disciples. While he cannot unduly withhold these resources, he is certainly able to tilt the distribution in favor of certain individuals, but of course, there is a limit to this preferential treatment. Should it become excessive, Shen Zhengluan's own circumstances would become quite precarious. Yi Xingchen smiled lightly and responded, "I appreciate your kind offer, Steward Shun, but that will not be necessary. To be frank, Yi Xingchen harbored no ambition for the meager resources allocated to the miscellaneous disciples. Even if Shen Zhengluan were to extend preferential treatment, it would merely result in Yi Xingchen receiving slightly better sustenance, a trivial matter indeed. The miscellaneous disciples hardly receive the resources required for cultivation. At most, they receive a few coins each month to improve their meals. Yi Xingchen was unwilling to owe such a significant favor to Shen Zhengluan merely for a modest enhancement in his diet, especially since he was soon to receive resources from Yin Shizhen. Naturally, Yi Xingchen regarded the paltry sum allotted to the miscellaneous disciples with indifference. Shen Zhengluan, unperturbed by Yi Xingchen's dismissal of the resource allocation, recognized that Yi Xingchen's connection to the true disciple Yin Shizhen was indicative of his exceptional nature. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Xingchen to disregard a mere few taels of silver. After exchanging a few casual words, Yi Xingchen departed. Leaving the central hall for miscellaneous disciples, he made his way back to his quarters. With Shen Zhengluan as his formidable ally, he felt no trepidation in the face of potential trouble from outer or inner sect disciples. Although even true disciples like Shen Zhengluan might not be able to shield him completely, the realm of true disciples was not one that Yi Xingchen was expected to engage with. Furthermore, it was unlikely that any true disciple would take it upon themselves to seek out Yi Xingchen for conflict. After Yi Xingchen returned to his dwelling, Wang Peiji, displaying a keen sense of awareness, discreetly vacated the room and took up his position outside the door where Yi Xingchen had previously lingered. Such prudence from Wang Peiji prompted Yi Xingchen to refrain from further troubling him. After all, Yi Xingchen still required Wang Peiji's assistance with the menial tasks assigned to the servant disciples. Should Wang Peiji suffer grave injuries rendering him unable to work, Yi Xingchen would have no choice but to undertake those duties himself. Rather than chastising Wang Peiji, Yi Xingchen preferred to devote his time to cultivation. The likes of Wang Peiji were no longer a concern for Yi Xingchen. Nonetheless, should Wang Peiji persist in his reckless behavior, Yi Xingchen would not hesitate to facilitate his departure from this realm. Upon entering his chamber, Yi Xingchen noticed Wang Peiji casting a venomous glare within the room, as if he wished to devour Yi Xingchen whole. Wang Peiji harbored no intentions of divulging Yi Xingchen's fortuitous encounters to others. After all, should someone stronger than himself become aware of these happenings, Yi Xingchen's serendipity would no longer bear any significance to him. Wang Peiji planned to gradually ingratiate himself with Yi Xingchen, quietly extracting the secrets of his fortune. Not long after Yi Xingchen entered his quarters, Wang Peiji arrived with a basin of water. He approached Yi Xingchen, placing the water down beside him, and spoke in an excessively obsequious tone. "Esteemed Lord Xingchen, you have toiled relentlessly throughout the day. Please use this water to wash your feet and alleviate your fatigue. I shall rely entirely on your benevolence henceforth. Should you have any commands, do not hesitate to express them. I shall endeavor to fulfill your every request." Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Your thoughtfulness is noted. However, I am unaccustomed to being attended to. Please step outside and return to take the water away once I have finished washing." Wang Peiji bowed respectfully and exited the room. Yi Xingchen watched his retreating figure, a cold smile creeping across his face. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Yi Xingchen effortlessly discerned Wang Peiji's ulterior motives. Yet, he chose not to expose him, for his awareness of Wang Peiji's intentions allowed him to remain vigilant, rendering him unperturbed by the latter's schemes. Should Wang Peiji feel cornered, he might resort to revealing Yi Xingqian's fortuitous circumstances to those at the third level of postnatal martial prowess, which would undoubtedly invite a cascade of troubles upon Yi Xingqian. Although he held no fear of those at the third level, Yi Xingqian preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, it is better to have fewer troubles than more. Naturally, Yi Xingqian would not readily place his trust in an adversary, which is why he chose not to partake of the water brought by Wang Peiji. Should Wang Peiji have introduced any sort of drug into the water, it would be exceedingly unfortunate for Yi Xingqian to find himself in a compromising situation. After approximately 15 minutes, Yi Xingqian summoned Wang Peiji to remove the water. Chapter 9. Diminished time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Wang Peiji devoted himself to various acts of flattery towards Yi Xingqian. Each morning, he prepared water for Yi Xingqian to wash his face, and each evening, he provided water for him to wash his feet. Furthermore, during the afternoons, he diligently attended to all the menial tasks required of them both. Each night, he slept outside the room, entering only to bring the necessary water for washing, otherwise remaining outside. Night Star's attitude towards him gradually improved, yet he remained unaware that all of this was merely a fade crafted by Night Star himself. Wang Peiji continued his relentless efforts to please Night Star, virtually venerating him as if he were a revered ancestor. The 3-day period had come to an end, and Night Star prepared to visit Yanxi to obtain some cultivation resources. Although Night Star had perfected a high-grade technique, his cultivation speed remained excruciatingly slow, akin to an ant's crawl, at his current pace. It was estimated that reaching the third level of postnatal cultivation would take him at least 3 more months. Such sluggish progress was intolerable for Night Star. On a fresh morning, Night Star departed from his chamber, making his way towards the area designated for true disciples. Within the Qingyun sword sect, the outer disciples resided on the outermost layer, followed by the inner disciples on the second layer, and the true disciples along with the elders on the fourth layer. The innermost layer, a forbidden zone within the Qingyun sword sect, was off-limits to all except the sect's master. The hierarchy within the Qingyun sword sect was strictly enforced. Outer disciples were prohibited from entering the second layer without cause, and inner disciples were equally restricted from venturing into the third layer. However, armed with the token of the true disciple Yin Shi, Night Star effortlessly traversed the second and third layers, arriving at the fourth layer. The fourth layer was significantly smaller than the preceding ones, occupying merely over 20 acres. Here, 16 elders and 9 true disciples resided, resulting in a total of 25 villas. With each new elder or true disciple, a villa would be added. Naturally, when a true disciple or elder passed away, their villa would remain for the next occupant. Yin Shi's villa was the 19th, as she ranked third among the true disciples. Upon reaching the entrance of the 19th villa, Night Star was intercepted by 2 elegantly featured inner female disciples. Each true disciple had several inner disciples as followers, and these 2 guardians were undoubtedly Yin Shi's attendants. The slimmer of the 2 inner female disciples coldly addressed Night Star. This is the residence of true disciple Yin. No idle individuals are permitted to intrude. Dressed in a gray robe, the unmistakable garb of a servant disciple, Night Star was deemed unworthy of associating with true disciple Yin. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I have an appointment with true disciple Yin today and my name is Night Star. I kindly request that you inform her." The slightly plumper female disciple chuckled mockingly. "You, a mere servant disciple, dare to claim an appointment with true disciple Yin? Do you even know what shame is? I have yet to witness any true disciple being summoned by Yin Shi, let alone a lowly servant like yourself. I care not how you manage to reach the fourth layer. It would be wise for you to leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous." Night Star, maintaining his calm demeanor, reiterated, "I stand by my words. I have an appointment with true disciple Yin. I kindly ask that you relay my message." At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind Night Star. "What is happening here? How did a servant disciple manage to appear in this area?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Xingqian turned to see a tall and imposing figure before him. A slightly plump woman and a somewhat slender woman both bowed deeply to this formidable man. The slightly plump woman ingratiatingly remarked, "Wu Zhenchuan. Nothing of significance has occurred. It is merely that this insolent brat dares to claim he has an appointment with our esteemed Yin Zhenchuan. He insists we notify him. We were just about to expel him." This imposing figure was none other than Wu Tianin, the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sword sect and the only one among the true disciples to have achieved the 4th level of the innate realm. Wu Tianin replied indifferently, "Then you should hasten to remove him. This place is no sanctuary for someone of his ilk." The slightly plump woman retorted, "Did you hear that, you surname ye brat? Quickly vacate the 4th level area, or I shall be forced to take drastic measures." Yi Xingqian contemplated for but a brief moment before deciding to leave this place temporarily. Wu Tian'an, a true disciple, could extinguish Yi Xingqian's life as easily as one might squish an ant. Should Yi Xingqian choose to confront Wu Tian'an defiantly, even if Wu Tian'an were to slay him right here, the Qingyun sword sect would not impose significant repercussions on Wu Tian'an. While one should not abandon their pride, it is essential to discern the gravity of the situation. When faced with a choice between life and pride, Yi Xingqian would undoubtedly choose life without hesitation, just as he prepared to depart. A resplendent figure emerged from the villa. None other than Yan Shi. Yan Shi calmly inquired of the slightly plump woman, "What is the commotion at the entrance?" The slightly plump woman promptly relayed the events that had transpired, though she did not tell the entire truth, instead portraying Yi Xingqian as a troublemaker. She belittled Yi Xingqian, simultaneously flattering Wu Tian'an. Yan Shi turned to Yi Xingqian and asked, "Did you not show them my identity token?" Yi Xingqian replied, "I had not the chance to present it." The two women, upon realizing the situation, were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that this mere servant disciple was indeed acquainted with the esteemed Yan Shi. They now pondered how to explain this predicament. The slightly slender woman maintained a somewhat better composure, having not scolded Yi Xingqian too harshly or engaged with him extensively. In stark contrast, the slightly plump woman's face flushed with embarrassment, as her previous remarks had been directed squarely at Yi Xingqian. Should he report her to Yan Shi, her predicament would undoubtedly become dire. Yan Shi calmly instructed Yi Xingqian, "Please stand behind me. I will handle this matter, and then take you inside." Yi Xingqian uttered not a word and simply positioned himself behind Yan Shi. Chapter 10. Beware of Wu Tian'an, witnessing this scene, began to appraise Yi Xingqian with a newfound seriousness. He understood that Yan Shi was an exceptionally proud individual, one who possessed no genuine friends within the entire Qingyun sword sect. Only a handful of individuals, no more than 5, have the privilege to enter Yan Shi's villa within the entire Qingyun sword sect. Among them, 3 are his relatives, while the other 2 are women. Wu Tian'an himself has never set foot in Yan Shi's villa. The fact that Yi Xingqian, a person of dubious origin, could gain entry into Yan Shi's villa naturally incited jealousy within Wu Tian'an. However, upon scrutinizing Yi Xingqian, he discerned no indication of extraordinary capabilities. His cultivation merely reflected an ordinary postnatal second level. Though strikingly handsome, he was not of the sort to evoke awe or admiration. Wu Tian'an had already deemed Yan Shi as his own, and with Yi Xingqian growing close to her, it was only natural for Wu Tian'an to harbor animosity towards him. Yi Xingqian, a former special forces commander seasoned by the trials of battle, possessed a keen sense for impending danger. The moment Wu Tian'an's gaze hinted at murderous intent, he was quick to perceive it in his heart. Yi Xingqian mused that women were indeed the source of trouble. Merely seeking some resources had inadvertently led him to forge such a formidable enemy. Yet, Yi Xingqian felt no fear, having already condemned Wu Tian'an to death in his mind. Yi Xingqian's eyes. Anyone daring to harbor murderous thoughts against him was as good as dead. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he would deal with Wu Tian'an. Unbeknownst to Yan Shi, there was anything amiss with Wu Tian'an. She addressed him coolly, "Wu Zhenchuan. I wonder what brings you here today." Wu Tian'an replied smoothly, "Oh, nothing much. I merely heard that junior sister Yan has broken through to the 4th level of the innate realm and came to extend my congratulations. Additionally, I have prepared a low-grade Shintir spirit-enhancing pill for you, hoping it may help consolidate your cultivation." The deep voice of such a robust man uttering these words felt rather incongruous. Yan Shi responded with indifference, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Wu Zhenchuan, but I prefer to earn my keep without favors. I have already solidified my realm and do not require the spirit-enhancing pill." This pill was a remarkable aid for those in the innate realm. Even highly skilled practitioners at the 6th level greatly coveted it. Even the true disciples of the Qingyun sword sect needed 3 months of cultivation resources to exchange for a single spirit-enhancing pill. Yan Shi simply wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude, hence her refusal. Wu Tian'an implored, "Junior sister Yan, why must you distance yourself so? You must be aware of my feelings for you." Yan Shi's expression turned frosty as she declared, "Wu Zhenchuan, let me be perfectly clear. I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. Thus, do not squander your efforts on me. There are many junior sisters you could pursue. You may easily select one among them. Wu Zhenchuan. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger in idle conversation." With that, Yan Shi turned to Yi Xingqian and commanded, "Come with me." As she uttered those words, she led Yi Xingqian into the villa, leaving Wu Tian'an standing at the entrance with a face full of frustration. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Yan Shi, you wretched woman, there will come a day when you will regret your actions today." Yan Shi not only possesses stunning beauty, but also boasts an exceptionally profound background within the Qingyun sword sect. It is for this reason that Wu Tian'an ardently pursues Yan Shi, relentlessly suppressing her other suitors. After lingering outside Yin Shi's villa for a while, Wu Tianin departed directly, leaving Yi Xingchen behind. Inside the reception area of Yin Shi's villa, she gazed at Yi Xingchen and remarked, "You have arrived quite punctually." Why? Yi Xingchen responded, "How could I be late for an appointment with such beauty?" Yin Shi then retrieved 3 vials of elixirs from her storage pouch and presented them to Yi Xingchen. With a measured tone, Yin Shi explained, "One vial contains recovery pills, which can swiftly restore internal energy for those at the postnatal stage, totaling 10 pills. Another vial holds hemostatic pills, which, when taken after an injury, can quickly stop bleeding, also totaling 10. The last vial comprises qi refinement pills, which can enhance the cultivation speed for individuals at the postnatal stage, with 30 pills in total. All of these are low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, perfectly suited for someone of your level. The overall value amounts to the equivalent of 3 low-grade profound-tier elixirs. I will consider your single elixir as equivalent to 30 low-grade profound-tier elixirs. And moving forward, I shall provide you with such resources every month, exchanging them for the cultivation materials most pertinent to your current stage. After 10 months, our paths shall diverge entirely." Yi Xingchen accepted the elixirs without hesitation. Responding, "I shall adhere to your words, Miss Yin Shi." Yin Shi then coolly inquired, "Do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, I kindly ask you to take your leave. You are not particularly welcome here." "Very well, Miss Yin Shi, I shall take my leave," Yi Xingchen replied, turning to depart. As he walked away, Yin Shi cautioned him, "Be wary of Wu Tianin. He is not one to be trifled with, and he may harbor today's events in his mind. While you may not yet warrant his personal attention, his mere words could bring you endless trouble." Without turning, Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "I do not regard Wu Tianin with any concern. If he chooses not to trouble me, that is well and good. Should he dare to pursue me, I shall ensure he understands the consequences of crossing someone like me." With that, Yi Xingchen exited Yin Shi's villa. Observing his retreating figure, Yin Shi murmured to herself, "Why should I care about him? He can handle Wu Tianin on his own. Shouldn't I be pleased? Perhaps my lingering concern stems from my unresolved debts to him. However, I have already warned him. If he falls victim to Wu Tianin, it would merely be a matter of fate." Casting aside her thoughts, Yin Shi resolved not to dwell on them any longer. After leaving Yin Shi's residence, Yi Xingchen did not linger in the 4th level area but swiftly returned to the disciple quarters, arriving back at his own dwelling. The 4th level area was not a place where someone of his humble status as a mere errand disciple could remain for long. Even with the esteemed token of Yin Shi's true transmission in his possession. Chapter 11. The initial taste of elixirs. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Xingchen swiftly locked the door behind him. At this moment, an overwhelming eagerness surged within him to experience the sensation of consuming an elixir for cultivation. After several days of instruction, Wang Peiji refrained from recklessly intruding upon Yi Xingchen's sanctum, especially now that the door was securely fastened. Thus, Yi Xingchen's intention to ingest the elixir to aid his cultivation was devoid of any complications. Settling onto his bed in a meditative posture, Yi Xingchen meticulously adjusted his state to its utmost peak, harmonizing his spirit, energy, and essence to their highest potential. He retrieved a qi-refining pill that Yin Shi had bestowed upon him. Its round form gleamed with a lustrous sheen. This marked the first occasion in Yi Xingchen's dual existence that he encountered an elixir. The azure planet he hailed from possessed no such items, and the former being of this body had scarcely glimpsed even a few coins. The most privileged of servant disciples would find that a decade of savings yielded insufficient funds to procure even the most basic yellow-tier elixir. A single yellow-tier lower-grade elixir would demand a hefty price of 10 taels of silver, far beyond the means of ordinary disciples. Even among outer disciples, those fortunate enough to utilize a yellow-tier lower-grade auxiliary elixir for cultivation every 6 months were considered extraordinarily affluent. With a determined resolve, Yi Xingchen placed the elixir in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantaneously, transforming into a refreshing stream that flowed into his being. The sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. The elixir invigorated him, revitalizing his spirit. Although the spiritual energy contained within the elixir was modest, equating to what Yi Xingchen would typically garner from an hour of practice, the medicinal potency radiated throughout his body, amplifying the ambient spiritual energy in the surroundings. Yi Xingchen swiftly engaged in the practice of a perfected yellow-tier upper-grade technique, his absorption rate of spiritual energy soaring to more than 3 times his usual pace without the elixir. He mused inwardly about the stark contrast between cultivating with and without the aid of elixirs. Yet, he remained uncertain as to how long the effects of a single qi-refining pill would sustain such an accelerated cultivation rate. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, 3 full hours had elapsed in his earnest practice. The efficacy of the elixir had diminished significantly, reducing his cultivation speed to merely double that of his normal rate. It wasn't until the conclusion of the 4th hour that the effects of the elixir entirely waned. After a meal at the servant disciples' dining hall, Yi Xingchen hurriedly returned to his quarters. Once again securing the door, he prepared to consume another elixir to continue his cultivation. He resolved to ingest 2 elixirs daily, dedicating 8 hours to practice while reserving the remaining 4 for restorative sleep. In the days that followed, Yi Xingchen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the consumption of elixirs in support of his cultivation. Aside from eating and sleeping, every moment was devoted to his training. Remarkably, within just 6 days, Yi Xingchen ascended to the pinnacle of the postnatal 2nd level, on the verge of breaking into the 3rd level. His journey from the initial stage of the postnatal 2nd level to its zenith took a mere 10 days. Should he share this achievement, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the Qingyun sword sect. Among this generation of disciples, the fastest to attain a new realm was Yan Shi. However, she took a full half-month to reach her current level, which remains at the 1st layer of the postnatal realm. The reason for Yi Xingchen's rapid cultivation speed is not attributed to an exceptional innate talent, but rather to his continuous consumption of medicinal pills to aid his practice, coupled with the mastery of a perfected yellow-tier technique, which has facilitated such swift progress. As the saying goes, medicine can be both a remedy and a poison. Thus, the use of pills often leads to the presence of pill toxicity. For warriors below the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm, consuming inferior yellow-tier pills requires at least a month to purge the toxins from a single pill. Therefore, those below the 4th layer of the postnatal realm may only take 1 inferior yellow-tier pill per month to assist their cultivation. Likewise, warriors below the 7th layer of the postnatal realm can consume a maximum of 2 inferior yellow-tier pills within a month. This explains why Yi Xingchen was able to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the postnatal realm. Excessive consumption of medicinal pills can lead to intense discomfort, yet Yi Xingchen seemed unperturbed. This was naturally due to his possession of a system that rewards virtue and punishes vice, which can eliminate harmful substances within the pills, leaving only the beneficial elements for the host's cultivation. However, Yi Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of these mechanisms. Fully engrossed in his training in the absence of restrictions, he managed to touch the threshold of the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm in just 3 days. Nonetheless, the barrier at the 3rd layer proved to be significantly more challenging than that of the 2nd layer. Even with the aid of pills, Yi Xingchen found it difficult to effortlessly breach this threshold. Ultimately, Yi Xingchen made a daring decision to simultaneously consume 2 qi cultivation pills to increase his chances of breaking through to the 3rd layer. Should the other members of the Qingyun sword sect learn of his audacious plan, they would undoubtedly be astounded beyond measure. The act of consuming medicinal pills is inherently painful, as one must endure the agony of the toxins within. The pain of digesting a single inferior yellow-tier pill is sufficient to incapacitate a warrior at the 3rd layer for half a month. Thus, the torment from 2 such pills could easily render even a seasoned warrior utterly crippled. Yet, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yi Xingchen not only contemplated this course of action but also committed to it. Remarkably, upon consuming 2 pills simultaneously, he felt no discomfort, merely a heightened flow of energy within his body and an intensified presence of spiritual energy in the air. Beyond that, he felt little else. Had the other disciples of the Qingyun sword sect been aware of this, they might have been driven to the brink of violence against Yi Xingchen. He practiced the perfected yellow-tier technique. Although his cultivation speed did not reach 6 times that of an ordinary pace, it nevertheless achieved 4-fold acceleration. The barrier of the 3rd layer was effortlessly shattered by Yi Xingchen. Upon reaching the 3rd layer of the postnatal realm, his strength doubled once more. Now, even in combat against a peak warrior of the 3rd layer, Yi Xingchen could confidently assure his victory. Rather than resting on his laurels, Yi Xingchen continued to cultivate diligently to solidify his newfound level. During this session, he refrained from consuming any pills, opting instead for a sincere and diligent practice of his techniques. Certainly, it is not that Yi Xingchen has run out of elixirs, but rather that the effects of the 2 elixirs within his body have yet to be fully realized. Chapter 12. The first of the servant disciples. Yi Xingchen, you arrogant little wretch. How dare you bully those who associate with me? You've made him undertake all the menial tasks in a single room. Hurry up and come out. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. While Yi Xingchen was immersed in his cultivation within the confines of his room, he was suddenly roused by the thunderous shouts and curses emanating from outside. Directed explicitly at him with his fiery temper, he could scarcely contain himself. He halted his practice and stepped outside his door. There he beheld Wang Peiji accompanied by a throng of servant disciples, with the foremost among them being Yan Chengji, the preeminent servant disciple in the entire servant disciple community. It was nearly impossible to find anyone unfamiliar with Yan Chengji. His ascension to the rank of the foremost servant disciple was not due to exceptional talent, but rather because he had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm for many years and had mastered a fragmented, inferior martial technique from the Huangjie category. This was the reason he had maintained his dominance in the servant-disciple community for so long. Moreover, Yin Qingji had managed to retain his position without being challenged due to his astute social skills. He never bullied those with superior talents, instead offering assistance to them. When these talented disciples entered the outer sect, they would remember the favor he had shown them. It was rumored that his network of connections even reached into the inner courtyard. Upon observing that his challengers were merely outer sect disciples, and that they dared to act arrogantly at his doorstep, Yi Xingqian felt no inclination to indulge them. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Which stray dog is making such a ruckus in front of my door so early in the morning?" His words infuriated Yin Chengji, for in the entire servant-disciple community, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Even ordinary outer sect disciples would not presume to approach him with such arrogance. They would instead engage him as an equal. Yin Chengji replied icily, "You little brat. Everyone must be accountable for their words. Not only have you struck one of my subordinates, but you also have the audacity to call me a dog. Today, I will beat you so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you, and I shall continue to do so every single day thereafter." Yin Chengji sought trouble with Yi Xingqian not because of Wang Peiji's incident, of which he was previously unaware, but rather because a disciple from the inner sect had approached him, informing him that Yi Xingqian had offended the foremost true disciple. Such opportunities to ingratiate oneself with higher-ups were not to be easily overlooked. He turned to a fellow servant disciple, who had also reached the acquired realm, and commanded, "Wanhua, go, beat him into a pulp. If you fail to turn him into a pig's head, I shall do the same to you." After all, Yin Chengji was the foremost figure in the servant-disciple community. If he had to handle every matter personally, where would his dignity lie? Bai Wanhua is the sole disciple of Yin Chengji who has attained the postnatal third realm. Yet, while Yi Xingqian possesses the capability to defeat Wang Peiji, who is at the pinnacle of the postnatal second realm, a warrior of the postnatal third realm is not to be underestimated. Thus, Yin Chengji commanded Bai Wanhua to engage. Bai Wanhua respectfully replied, "Rest assured, elder brother, I have never disappointed you in my endeavors. Today, I shall transform Yi Xingqian into a spectacle, making him acutely aware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth." Turning to Yi Xingqian, Bai Wanhua declared, "Yi Xingqian, do you dare to step out of your chamber and face me in battle?" At that moment, Yi Xingqian remained within the confines of the room. A sacred zone within the Qingyun sword sect is strictly forbidden for anyone to intrude into another's chamber, let alone to engage in combat therein. To trespass into another's room incurs the immediate forfeiture of one's martial prowess and expulsion from the sect. Engaging in combat within the premises of another's room can lead to execution by the Qingyun sword sect's Hall of Punishment. There was once an instance when a servant disciple offended a true disciple, who, in a fit of rage, entered the servant's room and inflicted injury. The Hall of Punishment swiftly executed the true disciple, and thereafter, no one dared to defy this rule. Observing Yi Xingqian's silence, Bai Wanhua remarked nonchalantly, "Yi Xingqian, do not harbor the illusion that remaining in your room will spare you from my wrath. To speak candidly, I shall remain here today, and I do not believe you can forego sustenance for long. If you emerge now and allow me to strike you lightly, I may show you some leniency. Otherwise, should you squander my time, you shall soon learn why the flowers bloom so vividly." Wai Xingqian remained unresponsive, gradually stepping out of the room to stand before Bai Wanhua. A considerable gathering of servant disciples had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. The commotion stirred by Yin Chengji was impossible for them to ignore. Such opportunities for amusement were not to be missed. They were eager to discover who had dared to provoke the most formidable servant disciple, Yin Chengji. Upon seeing Yi Xingqian, disappointment flickered across their faces, for he was known to be a coward, having been bullied by many among them. Bai Wanhua addressed Yi Xingqian coolly, "Well done, lad, for recognizing your position. In light of your timely emergence, I shall refrain from delivering a crushing blow. However, I shall not go easy on you either, considering," before Bai Wanhua could finish his sentence, a fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtled towards him, delivered by none other than Yi Xingqian. The force of the blow left Bai Wanhua momentarily dazed upon the ground. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he rose slowly and declared, "Young man, it appears you are courting death. To ambush me before I was ready is one thing. But now that I am prepared, let us see how you will attempt another surprise attack. If I do not beat the very life out of you today, I shall not bear the surname Bai." Still silent, Yi Xingqian pivoted and executed a swift side kick, sending Bai Wanhua crashing to the ground once more. Why Yi Xingchen held firmly to the belief that when action is possible, one should act without uttering another word. Why waste excessive breath on matters that can be resolved with a fist? Yi Xingchen delivered a fierce kick to Bai Wanhua, transforming his face into that of a pig. Once could be attributed to luck, but twice can hardly be described as such. Why Yi Xingchen's ability to defeat a martial artist at the third level of the acquired realm indicates that his own strength has reached that level as well. Chapter 13. Defeating the first person. Most of the onlooking servant disciples grew anxious, as many of them had previously bullied Yi Xingchen. Now that he had grown formidable, they feared his retribution. Some of the disciples who had grievances against Yi Xingchen quietly departed, while others remained to watch the spectacle. They believed that even if Yi Xingchen had attained the third level of the acquired realm, having offended Yin Chengji meant he was essentially finished, and they had no need to worry. Why Yi Xingchen's gaze fixed on Yin Chengji as he spoke slowly. Your lackey has already been turned into a pig's head by me. Now it's your turn, dog owner. Although Yi Xingchen's voice was not loud, it sent a tremor through the surrounding servant disciples. Yin Chengji replied nonchalantly, Yi Xingchen, I admit I have indeed underestimated you. Your strength can now rival that of an ordinary pinnacle martial artist at the third level of the acquired realm. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent. I am not just any ordinary pinnacle martial artist but one who has mastered martial arts techniques. I have defeated more than 10 pinnacle martial artists at the third level of the acquired realm. Why Yi Xingchen scoffed disdainfully. To say you have mastered a broken, inferior martial technique is quite audacious. Do you not know what shame is, or have you grown accustomed to being shameless? Having held the title of the top servant disciple for so many years, Yin Chengji had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. He stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Yi Xingchen, and said coolly, whether I am shameless or not, you will soon find out. With that, Yin Chengji assumed a mantis stance and shouted, Mantis Fist. He then launched an attack towards Yi Xingchen. Observing Yin Chengji's advance, Yi Xingchen felt no tension. He slightly bent his knees and executed the initial movement of Tai Chi, effortlessly defending against Yin Chengji's Mantis Fist. After a series of probing defenses, Yi Xingchen had a good grasp of Yin Chengji's strength. Indeed, Yin Chengji had been at the pinnacle of the third level of the acquired realm for several years, and his power was nearly that of a martial artist at the fourth level. It was no wonder he had dominated the servant-disciple area for 3 years. The highest cultivation level permitted in that area was the third level of the acquired realm. Once one reached the fourth level, they would be transferred to the outer sect. Based on Yi Xingchen's assessment, his strength was approximately 350 pounds, while Yin Chengji's had reached 390 pounds. Yin Chengji looked at Yi Xingchen and remarked, I didn't expect you to have mastered a flawed martial technique as well, and no wonder you dare to act so arrogantly before me. However, even if you have mastered the incomplete martial arts, your own strength pales in comparison to my formidable power, and ultimately, it will be you who faces defeat. Yin Chengji regarded Yi Xingchen's Tai Chi as merely a fragmentary technique of the Huang-level martial arts. Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, who loses and who wins will only be revealed once the battle is fought by. In truth, Yi Xingchen held unwavering confidence in his victory. He had learned Tai Chi during his time as a special forces soldier. This was the first occasion he employed Tai Chi in this foreign realm. Why Yi Xingchen soon discovered the peculiarities of Tai Chi. In this world, all martial arts and techniques necessitated the propulsion of internal energy. Even Yin Chengji's flawed Huang-level techniques required internal energy for execution. Although the meager internal energy needed for the incomplete Huang-level techniques was minimal, Yin Chengji himself lacked the reserves to sustain its use for long. In contrast, Yi Xingchen's Tai Chi did not require internal energy for its application, allowing him to wield it perpetually. This was the foundation of his assured victory. As the two engaged in combat, Yin Chengji launched assaults while Yi Xingchen defended, exchanging blows for several rounds. At this juncture, Yin Chengji found himself unable to utilize his praying mantis fist, whereas Yi Xingchen continued to execute his Tai Chi with ease. What began as an evenly matched contest swiftly tilted in Yi Xingchen's favor. Capitalizing on a flaw in Yin Chengji's defense, Yi Xingchen unleashed a single Tai Chi move, sending him sprawling to the ground. Unfazed by Yin Chengji's status as the foremost among the outer disciples, Yi Xingchen unleashed a flurry of kicks upon his fallen adversary. Witnessing their leader being subjected to such humiliation, Yin Chengji's subordinates could no longer contain themselves and rushed to his aid. Yet, before they could intervene, a simple gesture from Yi Xingchen halted them in their tracks. With an icy tone, Yi Xingchen declared, in the outer disciple area, exchanges among disciples are permitted. However, any instance of multiple individuals besieging a single person is absolutely intolerable. Should you choose to act, when the enforcer hall arrives, it will be your demise. This pronouncement effectively stifled the courage of Yin Chengji's followers, rendering them incapable of offering assistance. Yi Xingchen resumed his relentless assault on Yin Chengji. inflicting damage greater than that suffered by Wanhua. Nevertheless, the injuries sustained by both Yin Chengji and by Wanhua were superficial, none reaching the severity of lasting harm. At most, they would require a few days of recuperation in bed, without any irreparable consequences. Given Yi Xingqian's temperament, anyone daring to provoke him deserved to meet their end. However, he was not yet powerful enough. He still relied on his identity as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sword sect as a protective veil, thus refraining from violating its regulations. Had Yi Xingqian already attained the might and influence of the world's greatest power, he would have had no qualms about eliminating anyone who dared to trouble him. At this moment, a fervent desire for strength and authority ignited within Yi Xingqian. He aspired to become the preeminent figure of the heroic continent and to forge the continent's most formidable power. Confident in his ability to become the continent's foremost champion, bolstered by the benevolent and punitive system he possessed, Yi Xingqian was resolute in his capability to establish a dominant force. Once he had vented his frustrations, Yin Chengji lay unconscious upon the ground, utterly defeated. It was not the actions of Yi Xingqian that rendered him unconscious, but rather the unbearable humiliation he suffered at the hands of Yi Xingqian that led him to faint in a fit of rage. Yi Xingqian addressed Yin Chengji's subordinates, commanding them, "Quickly carry your pig-headed leader away from my presence. Do not sully the courtyard at the entrance to my room. When he regains consciousness, inform him that wherever I choose to go, he must take a detour. Should I lay eyes on him again, I shall strike him once more." After delivering his remarks, Yi Xingqian paid no heed to them and departed with an air of nonchalance. However, he did not return to his quarters, but instead made his way to the dining hall for a meal. Chapter 14. A system function comparable to a unique physique. Ever since Yi Xingqian triumphed over the foremost of the servant disciples, none dared to disturb him at his door ever again. With this victory over Yin Chengji, Yi Xingqian ascended to the pinnacle among the servant disciples. As the foremost servant disciple, he was entitled to a private room and exempt from all menial labor. Following Yi Xingqian's elevation, Shen Zhengluan, the chief overseer of the servant disciples, openly arranged for him to have a private chamber, relieving him of all menial duties and bestowing upon him the finest privileges accorded to servant disciples. Shen Zhengluan's sycophantic behavior was, of course, an attempt to cultivate a closer relationship with Yi Xingqian. Word of Yi Xingqian entering the inner sanctum of the true disciples and successfully gaining access to Yin Shi's villa had reached Shen Zhengluan. From this, Shen Zhengluan surmised that Yi Xingqian's relationship with Yin Shi was far from ordinary. At the very least, Yi Xingqian was in a position to converse with Yin Xi in the only private room within the servant-disciple area. Yi Xingqian sat across from Shen Zhengluan. The latter remarked casually, "I must admit, I misjudged you. To have ascended from the first layer of acquired realm to the third layer in such a short span is no small feat. This must be attributed to the tutelage of Yin Shi. I am most curious to learn the nature of your relationship with him." As Shen Zhengluan sought to negotiate with Yi Xingqian, he was intent on uncovering his background. Thus, on the day Yi Xingqian departed, Shen Zhengluan dispatched individuals to investigate him. The findings were startling. Merely a month prior, Yi Xingqian was but a novice at the first layer of acquired realm, languishing at the bottom among the servant disciples and frequently bullied by others. Yet, within just a month, he had advanced to the third layer of acquired realm and mastered a mysterious, fragmented martial technique that enabled him to defeat the former top servant disciple. Such feats were beyond the capability of an ordinary servant disciple, and coupled with his connection to Yin Shi, Shen Zhengluan speculated that all these accomplishments were indeed the fruits of Yin Shi's influence. Yi Xingqian replied with an expression of calm, "Your conjecture is indeed astute, Chief Overseer Shen. Yin Shi and I share a deep friendship. A month ago, I saved his life, and it is through his guidance that I have managed to elevate my cultivation from the first to the third layer of acquired realm in such a brief period. He provided me with medicinal pills essential for my training, which facilitated my rapid breakthrough." The words spoken by Yi Xingqian are a blend of truth and deception. He only revealed the part where he saved Yin Shi's life, omitting the fact that he nearly tarnished Yin Shi's reputation. His intention was to secure a more substantial protection from Shen Zhengluan in the servant area, believing that the better his relationship with Yin Shi, the more fervently Shen Zhengluan would safeguard him, thus ensuring his safety among the servant disciples. However, Shen Zhengluan fully believed in Yi Xingqian's words. Shen Zhengluan remarked, "Young brother Yi, while consuming elixirs to assist in cultivation can be beneficial, it is imperative not to overindulge. At your current level, one yellow-grade low-tier elixir per month suffices. Excessive consumption can inflict significant harm on your body and may even complicate your future breakthroughs." Yi Xingqian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chief Steward Shen, are there such substantial restrictions on the consumption of elixirs for cultivation?" Shen Zhengluan replied, "Indeed. As the saying goes, every medicine has its toxicity. Each elixir contains a certain amount of toxic essence, and one must purge this toxicity from the body before continuing to consume elixirs. Upon hearing Shen Zhengluan's words, Yi Xingchen was utterly bewildered. He had not merely consumed one elixir a month, but had been taking 2 yellow-grade low-tier elixirs daily. Yi Xingchen pressed on, Chief Steward Shen. What happens if one consumes too many elixirs? Shen Zhengluan explained, with your current cultivation level, consuming 2 elixirs in a month will lead to some discomfort, and your innate talent for cultivation will suffer. If you were to take 3, your body would experience considerable distress, and without a healing elixir, further advancement in your cultivation would be nearly impossible. Should you consume 4 elixirs, the pain would be unbearable, and even with a healing elixir, you would find it impossible to break through to the 4th layer of the acquired realm. You haven't consumed 2 elixirs in a month, have you? Yi Xingchen, feeling no significant discomfort, led Shen Zhengluan to believe that he had only taken 2 elixirs within the month. With a nonchalant smile, Yi Xingchen replied, How could that be? Just look at me. I seem perfectly fine, don't I? However, beneath his words lay an indescribable shock. In just a few days, he had consumed nearly a dozen elixirs, yet his body showed no signs of distress. Was he endowed with some extraordinary constitution? Yi Xingchen pondered inwardly, addressing the system. System, do I possess some unique physique that exempts me from these restrictions on elixir consumption? The system's mechanical voice resonated in Yi Xingchen's mind. Host, you are overthinking. There indeed exist several constitutions in this world that allow for unrestricted elixir consumption. Those who possess such physiques are sought after by even the most prestigious forces, for as long as they do not fall, they are destined to surpass the true martial realm. However, these special physiques are not among your endowments. The host, having consumed the elixir, felt no discomfort. This was due to the system having entirely eliminated the harmful substances within the potion, subsequently allowing the beneficial elements to flow freely. Otherwise, given the host's reckless consumption of the elixir, it is likely that he would have long since bid farewell to this world. In his heart, Yi Xingchen mused, the system is surprisingly multifunctional. Its capabilities have instantaneously granted me a unique constitution, has it not? Are there any other functionalities that could further elevate my abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals, thereby hastening my cultivation? The system's mechanical voice responded. Indeed, the system possesses numerous hidden functionalities, yet these require the user to discover them independently. The system will not proactively disclose these features to the host. Should the host fail to uncover them, they shall remain sealed indefinitely. Yi Xingchen recognized that continuing to inquire would yield no fruitful outcome. Thus he chose to refrain from further questions. He inwardly remarked upon the system's stinginess before withdrawing his consciousness from it. Yi Xingchen had conversed with the system for approximately 3 minutes, yet in the external world, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Chapter 15. The Spirit Gathering Array. Shen Zhengluan continued. Brother Yi, you have now ascended to the position of the foremost outer sect disciple. If you can maintain this standing for 10 days, you will gain the opportunity to enter the Spirit Gathering Array for 3 days of cultivation. 4. After 3 days, the Spirit Gathering Array of the Qingyun Sword Sect will be activated, and the top-ranked servant disciple will be eligible to enter for 3 days of training. Yi Xingchen inquired nonchalantly. What is the Spirit Gathering Array? What advantages does one gain from cultivating within it? Shen Zhengluan, wearing a look of disbelief, replied. You truly do not know what the Spirit Gathering Array is. How have you managed to navigate through these years in the Qingyun Sword Sect? However, upon reflection, Shen Zhengluan found understanding. Yi Xingchen had indeed faced considerable struggles during his earlier years in the Qingyun Sword Sect, and it was not surprising that he was unfamiliar with the Spirit Gathering Array. Shen Zhengluan explained in detail. The Spirit Gathering Array is a construct of the Qingyun Sword Sect, established through the consumption of vast amounts of rare treasures. 1 day of cultivation within the Spirit Gathering Array is equivalent to 10 days of training in the outside world. Thus, 3 days within the array equates to 30 days of external cultivation. However, the consumption of resources for the Spirit Gathering Array is substantial. Even for the prosperous Qingyun Sword Sect, it can only be activated once a year. Each activation lasts for 3 days, accommodating 30 individuals for cultivation. Nevertheless, for those who have surpassed the innate realm, the benefits of entering are minimal. Hence, it is predominantly the disciples of the postnatal realm who participate. The allocation consists of 20 inner sect disciples, 9 outer sect disciples, and 1 servant disciple. Yi Xingchen asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Director Shen, as the overseer of the servant disciples, what do you believe are my chances of retaining this title of the foremost servant disciple? In the vast expanse of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Yi Xingchen was unconvinced that there existed solely Yan Chengji, a peak postnatal third realm warrior. Other peak postnatal warriors might not necessarily be weaker than Yan Chengji. It was plausible that these individuals, mindful of Yan Chengji's connections, refrained from antagonizing him in the pursuit of the title of foremost servant disciple. It is also possible that some individuals are disinclined to vie for fame and fortune, preferring instead to diligently cultivate their skills and swiftly transcend the threshold of the fourth layer of acquired realm to enter the inner court. Shan Zhengluan believed that after Yi Xingchen's defeat of Yan Chengji, he would become arrogant, dismissing all the outer disciples. However, to his surprise, Yi Xingchen proved to be quite different from his expectations, prompting Shan Zhengluan to regard him with renewed respect. With an indifferent tone, Shan Zhengluan remarked, "Among the outer disciples, you indeed have a few worthy opponents. Wei Yingjun, a peak practitioner of the third layer of acquired realm. Lei Hu, also a peak practitioner of the third layer of acquired realm. Fang Yun, yet another peak practitioner of the third layer of acquired realm. Zhong Liya, similarly a peak practitioner of the third layer of acquired realm. All four hail from prestigious families, their strength far surpassing that of Yan Chengji. They have consumed foundational elixirs, and at the pinnacle of the third layer of acquired realm, they have already mastered a complete low-grade yellow-tier martial technique. Moreover, these individuals have reached the zenith of the third layer, poised to break through to the fourth layer at any moment. Had it not been for their desire to enter the gathering spirit array, they would have undoubtedly already transcended to the fourth layer and entered the inner court. Until now, there had been no conflicts of interest, thus no one dared to offend Yan Chengji, whose connections are indeed extensive. However, the situation has changed. With the gathering spirit array about to commence, even if Yan Chengji remains the foremost among the outer disciples, they will undoubtedly challenge him. Therefore, in pursuit of the gathering spirit array, these four will certainly confront you. Should you be defeated by them, you shall find yourself bereft of any chance to enter the array." Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly replied, "I hope these four truly possess the strength that Shan Zhongguan speaks of. If I can easily vanquish them, it would indeed render the experience rather dull." On that day when he dealt with Yan Chengji, Yi Xingchen had not utilized his full strength, merely employing a defensive strategy that ultimately wore Yan Chengji down. That encounter did not genuinely test Yi Xingchen's true combat capabilities, leaving him somewhat uncertain of his own strength. Now, facing opponents of comparable skill would not only allow him to ascertain the limits of his own abilities, but also offer an opportunity to enhance his cultivation through battle, which was something Yi Xingchen eagerly desired. Shan Zhengluan said, "Young brother Yi, as long as you are confident, that is sufficient. I hope you can maintain your position as the foremost among the outer disciples. Once you enter the gathering spirit array, you may very well emerge as a practitioner of the fourth layer of acquired realm." With a calm smile, Yi Xingchen responded, "Then I shall take your good wishes to heart." The two engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before Shan Zhengluan departed from Yi Xingchen's quarters. Yi Xingchen did not leave his room for any other pursuits. Instead, he seized the opportunity to diligently cultivate, hoping to swiftly elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the third layer of acquired realm. In doing so, he would secure a 100 chance of victory against the four young masters of the other families. He would also be able to leverage the effects of the gathering spirit array to successfully break through to the fourth layer of acquired realm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. During this period, the four individuals mentioned by Shan Zhengluan had yet to challenge Yi Xingchen. They all seemed to be waiting for someone else to challenge Yi Xingchen first, hoping to reap the benefits in the hearts of the four of them. Yi Xingchen is hardly considered a worthy opponent. Their true adversaries are the other three, whom they must remain vigilant against. Thus, undisturbed, Yi Xingchen devoted 8 days to his cultivation, consuming 2 pills daily throughout this period. At this moment, his cultivation level is already perilously close to the pinnacle of the postnatal triple realm. With just 2 more days, he is certain to break through to that apex. However, his remaining supply of pills is dwindling. He has only 6 qi refining pills left, which amounts to a mere 3 days' worth. Yi Xingchen does not intend to use them before entering the giant spirit array. Rather, he plans to consume these pills after entering the gathering spirit array to maximize their efficacy. Compared to 8 days prior, Yi Xingchen's strength has increased by at least 50%. While he harbored some trepidation towards the four mentioned by Shan Zhengluan 8 days ago, that apprehension has completely evaporated, and he no longer regards them as a concern. It is essential to be resolute in life. To stagnate merely for the title of the top miscellaneous disciple, while fearing challenges and other competitors, reflects a profound lack of confidence. If Yi Xingchen were to still harbor any fear towards such individuals, he would truly have no place in this realm. Chapter 16. The bet 2 days have swiftly passed, and today marks the final day. If no one challenges Yi Xingchen today, he will secure the qualification to enter the gathering spirit array. The 4 foremost experts among the miscellaneous disciples have all arrived at Yi Xingchen's door today. Previously, their mutual apprehension had prevented them from confronting him, but with today being the last day, They can no longer afford to hesitate. After much deliberation, they have agreed to first determine a champion among themselves before challenging Yi Xingqian to claim the title of the foremost miscellaneous disciple. As for Yi Xingqian, they dismiss him entirely, considering him nothing more than an inconsequential figure. This contest for the title of the foremost miscellaneous disciple, along with the qualifications for entry into the Gathering Spirit Array, is intrinsically linked to Yi Xingqian. High-ranking officials from the miscellaneous disciple sector, including Shan Zhengluan, have long since arrived at the scene. The chamber designated for the foremost miscellaneous disciple features a martial arts arena, specifically designed for challenges against the title holder, symbolizing their esteemed position. Standing atop the arena, Shan Zhengluan addressed the 4 challengers and Yi Xingqian below, saying, Wei Yingjun, Lei Hu, Fang Yun, Zhong Liya, have you 4 decided to compete amongst yourselves first? With the victor then challenging the foremost miscellaneous disciple, Yi Xingqian, Wei Yingjun replied, I confirm. Lei Hu stated, I also confirm. Fang Yun asserted, I confirm. Zhong Liya declared, confirmed. Shen Zhengluan continued, since that is the case, which of you 2 will step up first to engage in combat? Wei Yingjun and Lei Hu spoke simultaneously, we will. Shen Zhengluan replied, very well. You 2 shall ascend the arena to compete first. Once your match concludes, the other 2 may take their turn, and ultimately, the victorious pair will face each other. The one who claims the first place shall have the opportunity to duel with Yi Xingqian. Why Yi Xingqian interjected, Manager Shun, there is truly no need for such elaborate arrangements. I have no time to waste with this group of insignificant and lowly disciples. Since they are so eager to challenge me for the title of first place, let them come at me all at once. If they can manage to defeat me as a quartet, I would have no qualms about relinquishing the first place to them. Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Zhong Liya, Wei Yingjun, Lei Hu, and Fang Yun were instantly filled with indignation. Why Yi Xingqian's words were a blatant dismissal of their capabilities. Shen Zhengluan gazed at Yi Xingqian and said coolly, Yi Xingqian, are you certain of what you just declared? You must understand that once this matter is settled, there is no turning back. The Gathering Spirit Array is highly advantageous to practitioners of your realm. Are you truly determined to accept their challenges all at once? Shen Zhengluan and Yi Xingqian shared a cooperative relationship. The stronger Yi Xingqian became, the more beneficial it was for Shan Zhengluan. Thus, Shen Zhengluan felt compelled to caution Yi Xingqian against such reckless behavior. Were it anyone else, he would not have spoken so earnestly. Why Yi Xingqian smiled serenely and replied, rest assured, Manager Shun, that my word is my bond. Moreover, these few inconsequential disciples lack even the resolve to press forward. What right do they have to challenge me individually? In a one-on-one scenario, their defeat is inevitable. Even in a 4-on-1 situation, they stand no chance of victory. Observing Yi Xingqian's single-mindedness and his disdain for the assembled challengers, Shan Zhengluan found himself at a loss for how to further dissuade him. In his heart, Shan Zhengluan believed that Yi Xingqian, having received the profound teachings from Yin Shizhen, had begun to look down upon others. He did not believe that Yi Xingqian could defeat the strongest 4 among the lowly disciples alone. In a one-on-one match, Yi Xingqian might still have a fighting chance, but in a 4-on-1 scenario, he had none. Shen Zhengluan turned to the other 4 and asked, do you all consent to Yi Xingqian's proposal? Zhong Liya and the others nodded in agreement. They were determined to impart a profound lesson to Yi Xingqian, making him aware that there are always greater powers beyond one's OWN. Why Yi Xingqian strode directly onto the combat stage and called down to the 4 challengers, hurry up, do not waste any more of my time. My time is exceedingly precious, and spending it on you is truly unworthy. Had this been 8 days prior, Yi Xingqian might not have been entirely confident in defeating all 4 simultaneously. However, since the enhancement of his strength, he regarded the 4 challengers with little concern. Zhong Liya and the others stepped onto the combat stage. Zhong Liya addressed Yi Xingqian, saying, Yi Xingqian, do you truly believe that defeating Yin Chengji makes you invincible? Let me be frank with you. In our presence, Yin Chengji is merely a minor character. You dare to challenge us 4 simultaneously. Rest assured, we shall ensure you pay the corresponding price. Why Yi Xingqian replied with a serene smile. And what sort of price do you wish for me to pay? Zhong Liya stated, naturally, we shall beat you into a pig's head. Why Yi Xingqian countered. What is the point of that? I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Zhong Liya inquired. What kind of wager do you propose? Speak, and let us listen. Yi Xingqian elaborated, let us each present 26 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs for a wager, with Shan Zhengluan serving as our witness. If you 4 prevail, my elixirs shall belong to you. Should I emerge victorious, your elixirs will rightfully be mine. Consider whether this wager is fair, and whether you dare to accept, and of course, if your elixirs are insufficient, you may wager fewer. Why Yi Xingqian's intention to confront all 4 opponents simultaneously was not merely for the sake of expedience. Rather, he sought to procure sufficient elixirs to sustain his cultivation for the month. As his current stock was dwindling, Zhonglie and the others, being scions of a prominent family, could certainly produce a few elixirs. Observing Yi Xingqian's earnest demeanor, Zhonglie hesitantly asked, "Do you truly possess 26 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs?" As a member of a distinguished family, Zhonglie typically carried no more than 3 low-grade elixirs. Recently, due to the competition for the title of chief among the miscellaneous disciples, his family had graciously awarded him an additional 3, bringing his total to 6. Thus, the claim of Yi Xingqian possessing 26 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs was difficult for Zhonglie to fathom. Chapter 17. The beginning of battle. Yi Xingqian was aware that his undisclosed relationship with Yin Shi rendered his words nearly unbelievable. He produced all remaining elixirs from his possession and presented them to Shan Zhengluan. "Master Shen, you are the witness for this wager. I entrust these elixirs to you. Please inform them of the veracity of my claim regarding the quantity of elixirs I possess." Shan Zhengluan accepted the elixirs from Yi Xingqian, scrutinizing them closely before slowly declaring, "Indeed, there are 26 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs here. 10 blood-staunching pills, 10 chi-replenishing pills, and 6 chi-refining pills." The sight of such a substantial number of elixirs astonished Shan Zhengluan, as their combined value constituted a significant portion of his total assets. Yi Xingqian, exuding an air of confidence, addressed Zhonglie and the others, "It has now been established that I possess sufficient assets. The question that remains is whether you have an equal measure of wealth, or if you dare to wager against me. That, of course, should you lack the courage to engage in this wager. It matters not. I shall still accept your challenge." Zhonglie coldly responded, "What is there to fear? I shall wager with you today. If someone wishes to gift me some elixirs, how could I possibly refuse? I possess 6 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, 3 of which are meant to assist in cultivation, while the remaining 3 serve to heal injuries." Zhonglie turned to the other 3 and inquired, "What do you think? Are you willing to wager?" Fang Yun replied, "If you dare to gamble, why should I hesitate? I have 7 elixirs, 6 of which are for cultivation assistance, and 1 is a hemostatic elixir." Lei Hu interjected, "Do not count on me. Since you all are willing to bet, what do I have to fear? I have 5 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, 2 for aiding cultivation and the other 3 for healing." Wei Yingjun remarked, "I do not possess any low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, but I do have 3 medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs for cultivation assistance. Surely, this should equate to 8 low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, yes?" Due to Wei Yingjuan's father being a medium-grade yellow-tier alchemist, he was fortunate enough to have 3 medium-grade elixirs. These medium-grade elixirs can be consumed by martial artists below the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, but only one may be taken every 2 months. Wei Yingjun had saved these 3 elixirs with great frugality, intending to swiftly break through to the 5th stage of the acquired realm following his advancement to the 4th stage. Those at the 4th stage are often bullied among the outer disciples, and Wei Yingjun had spent nearly a year as a minor tyrant among the servant disciples. He had no desire to be oppressed upon entering the outer sect. His status among the servant disciples held some weight. Yet it would avail him nothing in the outer sect, where the strongest member of his family was merely a perfected innate practitioner, while the outer disciples were the true initiated disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. Zhonglie and the other 3 swiftly handed the elixirs to Shan Zhengluan. After verifying the authenticity of all the elixirs, Shan Zhengluan slowly spoke, "Since you all consent to this wager, the contract is now officially in effect, and I shall be the witness. Should any of you attempt to renege on your debts, I shall not afford you the opportunity to escape. Now, I ask once more, are both parties certain about proceeding with this wager?" Yi Xingqian confidently declared, "I am certain. I do not regard these 4 servant disciples as a threat." With unwavering assurance of victory, Yi Xingqian had no intention of retracting his challenge. His derogatory remarks about the other 4 were intended to provoke them into remaining steadfast in the wager. In truth, Yi Xingqian was quite pleased with the 4 financial benefactors before him. Originally, he had intended to go nearly half a month without elixirs for cultivation, but the sudden arrival of 4 benefactors delivering the elixirs he required brought him immense joy. Zhonglie calmly stated, "We too are resolute in this wager." He did not believe that Yi Xingqian possessed the ability to single-handedly defeat all 4 of them, for each of them had mastered a low-grade yellow-tier martial skill. United, they could pose a challenge even to someone newly entering the 4th stage of the acquired realm. The outcome was uncertain. Let alone Yi Xingqian, who was merely a practitioner at the 3rd stage of the acquired realm. Shan Zhengluan remarked that his previous statement was intended to aid Yi Xingqian. However, given Yi Xingqian's utter lack of discernment, Shan Zhengluan found himself at a loss for words. He declared, "Since both parties have consented to this contest, I shall refrain from further commentary. Nevertheless, bear in mind that you are all mere auxiliary disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. You may engage in combat, yet you must not strike lethally, nor leave your opponent with lasting injuries. I shall oversee this duel, and should I deem it necessary, I will intervene to halt the proceedings. The first individual to be completely knocked off the stage shall be declared the loser. Do you all comprehend my words? Yi Xingchen was the first to respond. Understood. The other four, including Zhong Liye, echoed, understood. Yi Xingchen then gestured towards Zhong Liye and the others on the fighting platform, calmly stating, I allow you to make the first move. It would not reflect well on me if others were to claim I was bullying you. With the battle now permitted to commence, Zhong Liye, unable to contain himself, unleashed his most potent punch at Yi Xingchen. Although he refrained from employing any martial techniques, it was nonetheless his strongest strike. Wei Yingjun and the other three did not intervene. Rather, they observed Zhong Liye's assault, hoping to gauge Yi Xingchen's true strength and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Yi Xingchen, undeterred by the three onlookers, employed a technique from Tai Chi known as cloud hands, effortlessly neutralizing Zhong Liye's mightiest attack. With a deft use of borrowed force, he propelled Zhong Liye directly off the stage. Before Zhong Liye could even showcase his martial skills, he found himself disqualified from the contest after just one exchange. Wei Yingjun and the others were taken aback. They had merely aimed to assess Yi Xingchen's capabilities, yet one among them was swiftly dealt with before they could ascertain anything. Although Yi Xingchen's maneuver relied on the rules of the platform and Zhong Liye's oversight, they had no grounds for protest. Witnessing Yi Xingchen's ability to effortlessly counter Zhong Liye's strongest unarmed blow and push him off the stage, the remaining three adopted a serious demeanor. They formed a triangular formation, denying Yi Xingchen the opportunity to engage any one of them in isolation. Regardless of whom Yi Xingchen targeted, the other two would readily come to the aid of their comrade. Yi Xingchen mused to himself. The elite among the auxiliary disciples are certainly not foolish. Their swift formulation of a strategy to counter him prompted Yi Xingchen to take the situation more seriously. Tai Chi, by its nature, is predicated on responding to change with constancy. Thus, Yi Xingchen refrained from initiating an attack, instead waiting for the trio to make their move. The three adversaries, wary of acting against Yi Xingchen, found themselves locked in a stalemate. Zhong Liye, standing beneath the platform, was filled with anxious frustration, having already been eliminated and forfeited his chance to compete further. Thus, he fervently praised that Wei Yingjun and his two companions can triumph over Yi Xingchen. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss. The 6 elixirs he has procured constitute nearly all of his cultivation resources for the forthcoming year. Should this battle end in defeat, he would find himself bereft of any elixirs to aid his cultivation for the entire year ahead. Without the assistance of elixirs, his cultivation speed would inevitably lag behind that of his peers within the clan. The Zhang family, to which Zhong Liye belongs, is notably vast, and he has countless siblings. Some have joined other sects, while others remain within the family to continue their cultivation. If he falls behind his contemporaries, he risks securing a poor rank at the annual family martial competition, which would naturally lead to a reduction in cultivation resources. Should this vicious cycle persist, Zhong Liye may find it exceedingly difficult to maintain his current status within the family. Standing beside the arena, Shen Zhongluan remained silent, surprised as Yi Xingchen effortlessly eliminated an opponent, contrary to his expectations. His previous assessment of Yi Xingchen began to shift. Whereas he initially deemed Yi Xingchen devoid of any chance of victory, he now considered that Yi Xingchen possessed at least a 50% likelihood of success. Shen Zhongluan murmured to himself, it appears I have underestimated Yi Xingchen. His actions seem aimed at securing some resources. I had thought he relied solely on Yin Shizhen's guidance, believing himself invincible, yet it seems he possesses genuine skill. It was evident that future investments in Yi Xingchen would need to be significantly increased. For both Yi Xingchen's inherent potential and the influence represented by Yin Shizhen warranted his utmost efforts. Shen Zhongluan refrained from urging the combatants to engage, instead observing the unfolding duel intently. Wei Yingjun and his companions, witnessing Yi Xingchen's prolonged stillness, exchanged glances before launching a coordinated assault. Wei Yingjun targeted Yi Xingchen's head, Lei Hu aimed for his waist, and Fang Yun struck towards his shoulder. Their combined efforts cornered Yi Xingchen, leaving him no opportunity to evade. He was left with no choice but to confront their onslaught head-on. Shen Zhongluan focused intently on the contest, poised to intervene at the slightest sign of mishap. He felt little concern for Wei Yingjun and his companions. As the head overseer of the miscellaneous disciples, he was confident that their families would refrain from confronting him should an incident occur during a standard match. However, the situation with Yi Xingchen was markedly different. Not only did Yi Xingchen's fate pertain to Shen Zhongluan's own advancement, but any trouble befalling Yi Xingchen could also provoke Yin Shizhen's intervention. Given Yin Shizhen's current standing within the Qingyun sword sect, any indication of displeasure from him could result in Shen Zhongluan being expelled from the sect. In the face of the trio's full-force assault, Yi Xingchen exhibited no signs of panic. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, effortlessly evading Wei Yingjuan's powerful strike. However, at that moment, it was no longer possible for Yi Xingqian to evade the attacks from Fang Yun and Lei Hu. As Yi Xingqian clasped his hands together, he formed a hand seal that effectively thwarted Fang Yun's assault. Swiftly, he employed the cross-hand technique from Tai Chi to redirect Fang Yun's strength towards Lei Hu's attack. Thus, the confrontation transitioned from a simultaneous offense against Yi Xingqian to a fierce clash between Lei Hu and Fang Yun. Neither Fang Yun nor Lei Hu reigned in their power, resulting in both sustaining minor injuries and depleting a significant amount of their internal energy. Although Lei Hu did exhaust some of his internal strength due to the misstrike, his expenditure was the least among the three. Naturally, Yi Xingqian, who executed Tai Chi without consuming internal energy, emerged as the one with the smallest depletion among the four. Engaging in full-force attacks, even without utilizing martial techniques, would still incur some internal energy consumption, albeit far less than that required for executing a martial skill. Yi Xingqian would need to engage in over 50 exchanges of blows to equate to the energy expended in a single martial technique. While the Tai Chi he practiced excelled in the principle of stillness overcoming motion, it also encompassed the concept of motion overcoming stillness. In this scenario, Yi Xingqian decisively opted for the latter. At the moment of collision between Lei Hu and Fang Yun, Yi Xingqian suddenly erupted into action, employing the through-the-ears technique from Tai Chi, delivering a series of punches that sent both adversaries tumbling off the competition stage. He then turned his gaze to Wei Yingjun, the last man standing on the arena. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Yi Xingqian remarked, "With those three eliminated, will you descend the stage voluntarily, or shall I assist you in your departure?" Wei Yingjun, maintaining an air of calm, replied, "Yi Xingqian, do not rejoice prematurely. The outcome remains uncertain. Your ability to send those three off the stage was merely a stroke of luck. In a true clash of strength, it is doubtful any of us would fall to you. Allow me to turn the tide. Should I defeat you, the title of the premier disciple among the auxiliary students will undoubtedly be mine, as will my entry into the spirit-gathering array." Despite the bravado in his words, Wei Yingjuan's tone belied a certain hesitance, hinting that he was merely a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Regardless of whether Yi Xingqian's victory was due to cunning or not, the fact remained that he had successfully dispatched three opponents from the arena. With a serene smile, Yi Xingqian retorted, "Though your strength may be lacking, your bravado is quite grand. Your three companions have already departed. It is time for you to join them." Without further ado, Yi Xingqian sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Wei Yingjun. Before Wei could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Xingqian unleashed a flurry of over 10 punches. Despite Wei Yingjuan's utmost efforts to defend himself, he found himself overpowered by Yi Xingqian's strength. After the barrage, he was propelled off the stage. The reason for Wei Yingjuan's defeat lay in his sudden inability to adapt to Yi Xingqian's rapid shift from slow to fast punches. Initially, Yi Xingqian had employed Tai Chi, which epitomizes the principle of stillness overcoming motion and slowness overcoming speed. Thus, his initial strikes were deliberately slow. While they may have appeared leisurely to onlookers, the essence of his Tai Chi was far from sluggish. The Tai Chi practiced by Yi Xingqian is executed with such precision that it only slightly lags behind the opponent's attacks, allowing him to effortlessly counter their moves. Thus, adversaries perceive Yi Xingqian's Tai Chi as exceedingly slow. However, regardless of their attempts, they are unable to breach its defenses. When faced with a solitary opponent, Yi Xingqian refrained from continuing his Tai Chi and instead unleashed his full strength through close combat techniques, forcefully propelling his adversary off the stage. Consequently, the enemy felt as though Yi Xingqian's speed had significantly increased. Upon being cast off the stage, Wei Yingjuan's countenance darkened. Just moments ago, he had been boasting atop the platform, and now, merely half a minute later, he found himself unceremoniously defeated. An unmistakable slap in the face. Fortunately, the other three had already been vanquished by Yi Xingqian, which somewhat salvaged his dignity. Yi Xingqian addressed the astonished Shan Zhengluan, stating, "Chief Shun, the battle has concluded. Might we now declare the ultimate victor and settle the stakes of our wager?" Defeating Zhong Liye and the other three proved to be considerably less challenging than eliminating them entirely. Had this confrontation been a true battle to the death, while Yi Xingqian could indeed have slain all four, he would not have emerged unscathed himself. Such an endeavor would have left him with substantial injuries. Regaining his composure, Shan Zhengluan slowly pronounced, "Yi Xingqian is the victor of this wager. The title of foremost disciple among the miscellaneous ranks belongs to Yi Xingqian. The qualification for tomorrow's gathering of the spirit array for cultivation also belongs to him, along with all the assets from this wager. Do any of you four harbor objections to my declaration?" Having lost, Zhong Liye and his companions were already bereft of face, and with Shan Zhengluan acting as the impartial arbiter, Their chances of reclaiming their wagered possessions were utterly extinguished. Rather than remaining in this humiliating situation, they preferred to depart promptly. Zhong Liye was the first to declare, "I have no objections," and he swiftly exited the training arena outside Yi Xingchen's quarters. The remaining three, witnessing Zhong Liye's departure, felt similarly compelled to leave, each murmuring, "I have no objections," before following suit. In the end, only Yi Xingchen and Shen Zhengluan remained in the arena. Shen Zhengluan promptly handed over all the wagered items to Yi Xingchen. Although the elixirs were undeniably tantalizing, even Shen Zhengluan felt their allure. Yet upon reflecting on Yi Xingchen's esteemed background, he relinquished his desires and transferred the items entirely to him. Shen Zhengluan remarked, "I previously underestimated you. Your current prowess, even as an ordinary practitioner at the 4th stage of the acquired realm, allows you to contend effectively. Within the Qingyun sword sect, those capable of battling beyond their level are exceedingly rare, fewer than 100 in total. Moreover, there exists a fundamental distinction between the 3rd and 4th stages of the acquired realm. Among this generation of disciples, no more than 10 have triumphed over 4th stage opponents while at the 3rd stage. Should you dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation, your future is boundless." Yi Xingchen responded with a serene smile, "I too believe my future is limitless. As for diligent cultivation, that is certainly within my intentions. I yearn to stand atop the highest peak of the heroic continent and behold the most exquisite scenery." Yi Xingchen initially intended to present some elixirs to Shen Zhengluan. However, after contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this notion. After all, Shen Zhengluan is a formidable being of the innate realm, and he is unlikely to lack for low-grade Huang-tier elixirs. Unless Yi Xingchen were to offer him all his elixirs, it would scarcely suffice to satisfy Shen Zhengluan's needs. Rather than provide a meager amount that would leave Shen Zhengluan feeling somewhat dissatisfied, it would be better not to initiate this gesture at all, thus offering him nothing. In any case, he and Shen Zhengluan have a gentleman's agreement. It would suffice to assist Shen Zhengluan more once he has grown stronger in the future. Shen Zhengluan remarked, "I have faith in your words. When Brother Yi rises to prominence, do not forget the guide who led you here." Yi Xingchen responded with a serene smile, "Rest assured, Steward Shen, I am not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Once I achieve great heights, I will undoubtedly remember your support, Steward Shen." Shen Zhengluan then inquired, "Would you care to come into my room for a moment? I could prepare a cup of tea for you." Shen Zhengluan replied, "Perhaps another time. The competition for the top position among the servant disciples has concluded, and the qualifications for the Gathering Spirit Array have been determined. I must promptly submit your name. If I delay, and your opportunity is seized by other external disciples, it may lead to complications." Yi Xingchen stated, "Even if I do not obtain this opportunity, I will not seek to cause trouble for Steward Shen. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your constant consideration on my behalf." Shen Zhengluan responded, "There is no need for thanks. I hope, brother, you will speak well of me in front of Yin Shizhen. If I can ascend within the Qingyun sword sect, my elevated status will enable me to better provide protection for you." Yi Xingchen reassured, "Steward Shen, rest easy that we are, in essence, a mutually beneficial entity. Regardless of who gains an advantage, the other shall also benefit. Therefore, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you whenever possible. You need not worry. I will keep these matters close to my heart." Shen Zhengluan expressed his gratitude and then took his leave from Yi Xingchen's residence. At this moment, only Yi Xingchen remained at the quarters of the top servant disciple, and shortly thereafter, he returned to his own chamber. Chapter 20. The Gathering Spirit Array. Time flowed gently. A day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The following morning, Shen Zhengluan arrived at Yi Xingchen's lodgings. He guided Yi Xingchen towards the core area of the Qingyun sword sect. Along the way, Yi Xingchen inquired of Shen Zhengluan, "Steward Shen, is the Gathering Spirit Array located within the core area?" Shen Zhengluan nodded and replied, "The Gathering Spirit Array is one of our Qingyun sword sect's invaluable assets and serves as a significant secret weapon for nurturing our junior disciples. There is but one Gathering Spirit Array within the entire Qingyun sword sect, and it was constructed with substantial resources in order to prevent sabotage by adversaries. The Spirit Gathering Array must naturally be established at the very heart of the Qingyun sword sect. Within this core area, even a pinnacle expert of the true martial realm would find it impossible to disrupt our Spirit Gathering Array." Amidst their conversation, Shen Zhengluan had already escorted Yi Xingchen to the edge of the Spirit Gathering Array in the core region. The array resembled a circular bagua diagram, yet it was inscribed with numerous intricate runes, of which Yi Xingchen had never laid eyes upon before at that moment. Only Yi Xingchen and Shen Zhengluan were present by the array's side. No outer or inner disciples had yet arrived. Observing Yi Xingchen's perplexed expression, Shen Zhengluan began to elucidate. "There remains half an hour until the Spirit Gathering Array is activated. Both inner and outer disciples will make their way here within this time frame. As lowly servant disciples, we naturally must arrive first at this location. Any delay on the part of the inner and outer disciples could potentially postpone the array's activation. However, should the servant disciples be delayed, the spirit gathering array will commence on schedule, regardless of you. Oh, you now comprehend why I brought you here ahead of time. Yi Xingchen nodded in understanding. The principle of the survival of the fittest prevailed universally, and it was even more pronounced in this world where strength reigned supreme. A lowly status, coupled with a lack of power, naturally afforded no privileges. Conversely, those of high standing and considerable strength enjoyed such privileges. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the outer sect's chief steward arrived, accompanied by 9 individuals of the acquired realm. Upon sighting Yi Xingchen, each of the 9 elevated their brows disdainfully, as if refusing to meet him at eye level. The chief steward addressed Shen Zhengluan, saying, "Old Shun, is this the only person you servant disciples have brought? I suggest you refrain from coming in the future, as you are merely wasting a slot for cultivation resources in the spirit gathering array. If you were to relinquish this slot to us outer disciples, we would undoubtedly gain another inner disciple." Shen Zhengluan replied, his expression unperturbed. "Chief Steward Wu, the allocation of slots for the spirit gathering array was determined by our sect master. Should you have any objections, feel free to approach the sect master directly. If you lack the courage to confront the sect master, do not embarrass yourself here." Upon hearing Shen Zhengluan's words, the outer chief steward ceased his further remarks. It was indeed true that the allocation of slots was decreed by the current sect master, and should the outer chief steward persist in this line of questioning, the news might reach the sect master's ears, jeopardizing his position. The outer chief steward conceded, "Naturally, we cannot contravene or alter the sect master's directives." However, before he could finish his thought, the inner sect's chief steward had already led the inner disciples to the vicinity of the spirit gathering array. The inner disciples regarded their outer and servant counterparts with equal disdain, displaying a haughty demeanor. The outer disciples, witnessing this attitude from the inner disciples, lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet their gaze. The inner disciples who are able to be present here are the most qualified and the most likely candidates to be promoted to true disciples. Should one offend such beings, even if they are distinguished among the outer disciples, they will ultimately pay a heavy price. Yi Xingchen maintains a consistent demeanor towards both outer and inner disciples. He neither seeks to provoke nor lowers his proud head, instead regarding them with a level gaze. The chief steward of the inner sect is a formidable figure at the true martial realm. The strongest entity aside from the elders, the leader of all stewards within the Qingyun sword sect. The arrival of the chief steward of the inner sect silenced the chief steward of the outer sect. Upon his arrival, the inner chief steward wasted no time on trivialities and stated directly, "Now that everyone is gathered, let us promptly activate the spirit gathering array and allow all to enter." As soon as the words left the inner chief steward's lips, the 6 innate realm experts responsible for overseeing the spirit gathering array immediately set it into motion. Once activated, a luminous shield gradually ascended above the 8 trigrams formation, with the spiritual energy within it increasing exponentially. The rising concentration of spiritual energy within the array was evident even to the naked eye, illustrating the terrifying capacity of the spirit gathering array to accumulate the essence of heaven and earth. All of you may remain within the spirit gathering array for 3 days. How much spiritual energy you can absorb in that time will depend on your own fortune. The sect will expend a considerable amount of resources to sustain the rich spiritual energy for 3 days. After this period, the resources will be cut off, and the array shall revert to its normal state. It is imperative that you all make the most of these 3 days. Upon hearing the inner chief steward's command to enter, all outer and inner disciples, including Yi Xingchen, promptly proceeded into the spirit gathering array. The moment Yi Xingchen stepped into the array, he was enveloped by a powerful surge of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. He casually selected a spot, settled into a cross-legged position, and commenced his cultivation. Within the spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy was relatively uniform across all locations, with no significant disparity between the central area and the edges. Hence, Yi Xingchen chose a spot without hesitation. Given his current cultivation level, competing for a central position could likely result in being expelled by the inner disciples. At this stage, Yi Xingchen stood no chance against even the outer disciples within the array, let alone the inner ones. As all disciples swiftly found their places and began their cultivation, there was an absence of discord within the array. This was partly due to the watchful presence of the inner chief steward outside, and also because any contention would prove fruitless. Even those with enmity chose not to engage in conflict, as every second spent in the spirit gathering array was precious. Chapter 21. The stewards bet. Once all the disciples had commenced their training, the chief steward of the outer sect turned to Shen Zhengluan and said, "Old Shen, are you daring enough to take a bet with me?" Shen Zhengluan replied nonchalantly, "What kind of bet?" The outer sect's chief steward proclaimed. Let us wager on which of our individuals can achieve more breakthroughs in minor realms within. I am referring to a one-on-one bet, not a collective wager involving all the outer sect disciples, but rather a singular bet involving one of your miscellaneous disciples. Furthermore, I may specify in advance which outer sect disciple will participate. Naturally, the lower the innate level of the ninth layer, the more advantageous the breakthrough will be. Therefore, Old Shin, you still possess a significant chance of victory. The question remains, however, whether you dare to accept this wager. Shin Zhengluan inquired, "What is the stake?" The outer sect's chief steward replied, "You possess a piece of Lieli Z iron, while I hold a piece of Xin Yuan Z iron. Alone, neither of these materials holds any value. Yet, when combined, they can forge a weapon of the lower tier of the mysterious grade. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you the Xin Yuan Z iron as a gesture of goodwill. Conversely, if I prevail, you must surrender the Lieli Z iron to me, thus fulfilling my own desire." Shin Zhengluan chuckled heartily. "So it appears that Steward Wu has set his sights on my Lieli Z iron. But do you truly believe you will succeed?" The outer sect's chief steward responded, "Old Shun, if you are unwilling, then so be it. You may not necessarily lose this wager, for you possess numerous advantages. I merely believe that the two treasures we possess are worthless alone, yet together they form a valuable asset. Engaging in this contest to benefit one another aligns perfectly with our interests. In truth, Shin Zhengluan was quite eager to engage in this bet with the outer sect's chief steward, as he too coveted the latter's material. However, the very fact that the chief steward was bold enough to propose such a wager indicated his considerable confidence. Although Shin Zhengluan had great respect for Yi Xingqian's combat prowess, he remained entirely unaware of how many levels Yi Xingqian could ascend within the spirit-gathering array. After a period of contemplation, Shin Zhengluan slowly articulated, "Very well. I shall accept your wager. The loser must relinquish their respective material." Shin Zhengluan believed that Yi Xingqian could swiftly progress from the first to the third layer of the postnatal stage, and within the spirit-gathering array, he should at least be able to break through 2 levels. Within the entire Qingyun sword sect, those capable of achieving 2 levels of advancement in the spirit-gathering array were exceedingly rare. Thus, Shin Zhengluan resolved to gamble with the outer sect's chief steward. After all, the material remained worthless in his possession, but acquiring the steward's item could potentially enhance his strength by at least 50% when combined with the other material and forged by the sect's blacksmith. The outer sect's chief steward respectfully addressed the inner sect's chief steward, stating, "My lord, you must have heard of the wager between Shin Zhengluan and myself. I hope you can serve as a witness to our agreement." The inner sect's chief steward replied nonchalantly, "Approved," and then fell silent, offering no further commentary. The words of a strong practitioner of the true martial realm carry significant weight within the Qingyun sword sect. Upon the utterance of the words by the inner sect's chief steward, both Shin Zhengluan and the outer sect's chief steward felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were no longer preoccupied with the possibility of one party failing to uphold their end of the bargain. In the depths of his mind, Shin Zhengluan silently mused, "Yi Xingqian, oh Yi Xingqian, I have staked a considerable fortune on you this time. Should you let me down, upon my return to the servant-disciple quarters, I shall see if I grant you a taste of retribution." The piece of glazed iron in Shin Zhengluan's hand was, in reality, nothing more than a worthless hunk of metal. However, many had previously sought to acquire this glazed iron at a high price. Yet he had never chosen to part with it. Had he decided to sell it, he could have obtained at least 3 low-grade elixirs. This meant he had essentially wagered 3 low-grade elixirs this time, a sum considerably greater than his last gamble with Yi Xingqian. Seated cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, Yi Xingqian initially refrained from consuming any elixirs, instead focusing on acclimatizing himself to the density of spiritual energy present within the array. Only after he had adapted to the concentration of spiritual energy could he fully engage in his cultivation. Yi Xingqian possessed remarkable adaptability. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had already adjusted to the energy density of the spirit-gathering array. With all his might, he channeled his internal cultivation techniques, feeling his cultivation speed increase at least tenfold compared to the outside world. In such a highly concentrated environment, the difficulty of breaking through to a higher realm was significantly reduced, which explained why many inner sect disciples achieved their innate breakthroughs within the spirit-gathering array, ultimately attaining the status of true disciples. Once Yi Xingqian had acclimated to the spiritual energy, he proceeded to consume elixirs for his cultivation. Initially, he ingested only low-grade Huang-tier qi refining pills, which instantly formed a vortex of spiritual energy around him. Positioned at the center of this vortex, his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated. Based on his estimations, he would reach the pinnacle of the postnatal third layer within just a quarter of an hour. The others within the spirit-gathering array were wholly engrossed in their own cultivation. Entirely oblivious to the unusual phenomena occurring around Yixingchen, in such a conducive environment, no one would squander time observing others. Instead, they devoted themselves entirely to their practice. Given that the spirit-gathering array required the confinement of surrounding spiritual energy, once activated, it became a completely sealed space. The energy within the array could not escape, nor could those outside perceive what transpired within. Shan Zhengluan and the outer sect's chief steward kept a vigilant watch over the spirit-gathering array, their hearts tinged with anxiety. The outer sect's chief steward, bold enough to propose such a wager, undoubtedly harbored great confidence in his chances of victory. However, witnessing Shan Zhengluan's ease in accepting the challenge without stipulating any additional conditions filled him with a sense of unease. As a quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed, Yixingchen had already elevated his cultivation to the peak of the postnatal third layer, poised to break through to the postnatal fourth layer at any moment. Meanwhile, the effects of the elixirs within him had yet to be fully absorbed, and Yixingchen prepared to leverage the residual potency of the elixirs to achieve his breakthrough. Chapter 22. The joyful outer sect steward Yixingchen's absorption of spiritual energy grew increasingly profound, with the essence within his meridians becoming ever more concentrated. This spiritual energy continuously flowed into Yixingchen's meridians, undergoing relentless compression. This method of absorption persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Yixingchen, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, opened them, revealing a glimmer of icy light within his gaze. With a crackle, Yixingchen successfully ascended to the fourth level of the postnatal realm. Just as the effects of the qi refining pill he had consumed were completely realized, he flexed his hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence welling up within him. His strength had at least doubled. Should he encounter Zhong Liye and the other three outer disciples again, he could effortlessly defeat them without even employing any martial techniques. The moment of Yixingchen's breakthrough, the luminous barrier surrounding the spirit-gathering array trembled slightly. The chief steward of the inner sect, observing from outside the array, let out a soft exclamation. The tremor of the barrier signified that someone within was experiencing a breakthrough. Although achieving a breakthrough within the spirit-gathering array was not particularly challenging, accomplishing it within the span of 3 hours was another matter entirely. Since the establishment of the array, those who managed to break through within this time frame, provided they did not fall midway, invariably ascended to become prominent figures within the Qingyun sword sect. Each of these individuals had advanced to the third level of the true martial realm, with one having even attained the pinnacle of the true martial realm, standing merely a step away from the threshold of mastery. This individual was none other than the current leader of the Qingyun sword sect, whose presence had solidified the sect's status as one of the 5 major sects in the Kingdom of Yu. The chief steward of the inner sect was aware of this development, and naturally, the chief steward of the outer sect and the steward of the outer disciples also took note. The chief steward of the outer sect smiled lightly and remarked, "Old Shin, do analyze the situation. Based on the recent fluctuations of the barrier, can you discern whether it was an inner sect disciple, an outer sect disciple, or perhaps a servant disciple who advanced?" Judging from the fluctuations of the barrier, the chief steward of the outer sect surmised that there was a 90% chance that the individual breaking through was an outer sect disciple. The breakthroughs of servant disciples did not generate such significant waves of spiritual energy, while inner sect disciples would create even more substantial disturbances. Thus, the chief steward felt a surge of joy, as he sensed that Lilizi Tai was beckoning to him. In contrast, Shan Zhengluan, the chief steward of the servant disciples, wore a gloomy expression, as he too suspected that the one who had advanced was an outer sect disciple. Moreover, if someone could achieve a breakthrough in such a short span, the prospect of advancing 3 levels within 3 days was conceivable. Although Shan Zhengluan held a favorable view of Yixingchen, he believed that Yixingchen could at most achieve a 2-level breakthrough within the array. Another day passed, with sporadic waves of breakthrough energy emanating from within the spirit-gathering array. However, there were only 4 such instances, and these fluctuations bore a striking resemblance to the initial breakthrough, leading those outside to conclude that they were also the work of outer sect disciples. Not a single inner sect disciple had managed to advance, for it was not the case that every activation of the spirit-gathering array allowed inner sect disciples to break through and become true disciples. Within the spirit-gathering array, it is quite commendable for an inner disciple to break through to the status of a true disciple every 2 years. On this particular day, the one who smiled the most was undoubtedly the chief steward of the outer sect, while the chief steward of the miscellaneous disciples wore a countenance marked by worry and discontent. Given the fluctuations of energy emanating from the protective barrier, it was apparent that nearly all those who had achieved breakthroughs were outer disciples. The momentum of the miscellaneous disciples' breakthroughs was rather insignificant, leading him to believe that Yixingchen had not made any progress at all. The chief steward of the inner sect, aside from expressing a moment of reflection when the first breakthrough occurred, spent the rest of his time seated in meditative stillness, seemingly unaffected by the events transpiring around him. Those who have reached the true martial realm are essentially significant figures within their domain, seldom swayed from their equanimity. Unbeknownst to the happenings outside, he continued his diligent cultivation within the spirit-gathering array, i.e. in the outside world. Absorbing the potency of a medicinal pill typically requires a substantial portion of the day. However, within the spirit-gathering array, the effectiveness of a single pill can be realized in a time frame that is reduced by more than threefold. This is because the medicinal pills contain only a fraction of spiritual energy. Their primary function lies in enhancing one's ability to absorb and transform the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. The abundance of spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering array significantly amplifies the consumption of these pills. Over the course of a day, Yi Xingchen successfully refined 6 qi refining pills, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th level of postnatal realm. He was now poised to launch an assault toward the 5th level of postnatal realm. Although such rapid advancements could impact the foundation of his cultivation, the environment of the spirit-gathering array mitigated this effect considerably. Should he consolidate his cultivation for a period after leaving the array, any repercussions from this accelerated breakthrough would be entirely negated. Yi Xingchen consumed merely 1 pill and, with all his might, endeavored to break through to the 5th level of postnatal realm, achieving success with even greater ease than during his transitions from the 3rd to the 4th level. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level represents a minor bottleneck, while the leap from the 4th to the 5th is akin to breaching a thin membrane. Within the spirit-gathering array, even without the aid of medicinal pills, Yi Xingchen could confidently assure a breakthrough within a single day's time. However, due to the preciousness of time within the array, he opted to consume a pill for a swift advancement. As another day swiftly passed, the closure of the spirit-gathering array drew ever nearer. Yi Xingchen was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level of postnatal realm. At this juncture, he resolved to utilize a mid-level yellow-grade medicinal pill to assist in his cultivation. This decision was not born from a lack of lower-grade yellow pills, but rather a recognition that his time within the spirit-gathering array was limited. Previously, he had refrained from using mid-level yellow pills due to their scarcity and the necessity of a higher cultivation level to fully harness their effects. With less than a day remaining before departing the array, these 3 pills should suffice to sustain him through the final stretch of time. Thus, Yi Xingchen took out the intermediate yellow-grade elixir and began to consume it. Had Yi Xingchen possessed a sufficient quantity of intermediate yellow-grade elixirs, he would undoubtedly have commenced their use from the very first day. Regrettably, he only possessed 3, which he had acquired through gambling battles. Chapter 23. The closure of the gathering spirit array. Upon ingesting the intermediate yellow-grade cultivation elixir, Shuiyue Dan, Yi Xingchen felt a refreshing current surging through his body. He exerted himself to operate the perfected internal martial arts technique of the superior yellow grade, which momentarily incited a tumult of spiritual energy within him. However, this was swiftly subdued by Yi Xingchen. The reason for the upheaval of spiritual energy within him was due to his accustomed use of inferior yellow-grade elixirs for cultivation. The sudden transition to an intermediate yellow-grade elixir for his practice proved somewhat overwhelming, as its potency was considerably stronger and facilitated a greater absorption of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, leaving Yi Xingchen feeling slightly unaccustomed. As the spiritual energy coursed through Yi Xingchen's meridian smoothly, he realized that cultivating with the intermediate yellow-grade elixir was over twice as efficient compared to using the inferior yellow-grade elixirs. Yi Xingchen sighed inwardly. Indeed, elixirs of a higher grade exhibit significantly superior effects. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a little over half a day had elapsed when Yi Xingchen finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from a single intermediate yellow-grade elixir. Not only was the efficacy of the intermediate yellow-grade elixir stronger than that of the inferior yellow-grade, but it also contained a greater reservoir of energy. While consuming an inferior yellow-grade elixir typically required just over 2 hours, depleting the full potency of an intermediate yellow-grade elixir necessitated 5 hours. However, during this brief half-day, Yi Xingchen not only absorbed all the effects of the intermediate yellow-grade elixir, but also elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the postnatal 5th realm. After slightly adjusting his state, he prepared to pursue another breakthrough. This time, Yi Xingchen chose not to consume an intermediate yellow-grade elixir but instead ingested 2 inferior yellow-grade elixirs in succession. The boundary between the postnatal 5th and 6th realms was but a thin veil, making the use of an intermediate yellow-grade elixir unnecessarily extravagant. As soon as the 2 inferior yellow-grade elixirs entered his mouth, Yi Xingchen effortlessly broke through to the postnatal 6th realm. His innate talent for martial arts could only be deemed mediocre, hardly even qualifying as ordinary. The reasons for his rapid breakthroughs were threefold. First, he possessed a system that neutralized the toxins within the elixirs, granting him a formidable and unique constitution. Second, he had an ample supply of elixirs to assist in his ascension. And third, the gathering spirit array magnified these advantages countless times. Upon reaching the postnatal sixth realm, Yi Xingqian did not abandon the thought of further cultivation. Rather, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to his practice. Although he understood that even with the assistance of elixirs, it was improbable he would achieve the postnatal seventh realm before the closure of the gathering spirit array, he recognized that the opportunity to cultivate within the array was a rare and precious gift. Once this session of cultivation concluded, it was likely that he would not have another chance to enter the gathering spirit array. As the ethereal formation of spirit gathering prepared to unveil its secrets once more, Yi Xingqian exuded confidence, anticipating that he would elevate his cultivation to the innate realm. At that juncture, he would find himself scarcely in need of the formation, and even should he choose to employ it, its effects would be negligible. Having consumed 2 mid-level yellow-tier elixirs, Yi Xingqian noted that the spirit gathering formation was nearing its closure. Meanwhile, the outer sect's chief steward was already elated beyond measure. For no fluctuation indicative of a breakthrough from a martial artist at the third layer of the acquired realm had manifested. The energy surges emanating from within were predominantly those of breakthroughs from the seventh layer of the acquired realm. In stark contrast, Qin Zhengluan had succumbed to utter despair, as he realized that only if Yi Xingqian achieved a breakthrough at that moment could he hope to secure a draw. Otherwise, he was destined to lose the wager. Although the outer sect's chief steward was confident of his victory, he refrained from displaying overt joy, for the absence of any fluctuations from the inner sect disciples indicated that none of the individuals he had brought along had managed to break through. Should he exhibit excessive glee, it could easily provoke the ire of the inner sect's chief steward. Thus, he stifled his elation, maintaining a composed demeanor. As 3 days elapsed, the spirit gathering formation finally closed. The inner sect's chief steward bore an expression of profound disappointment. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the leap from the ninth layer of the acquired realm to the innate realm. However, it was simply inconceivable that not a single one of the 29th layer practitioners had achieved a breakthrough, which only deepened his disillusionment. At this moment, the outer sect's chief steward felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even if his cohort had merely managed to advance a single layer, victory in this contest was assured. Moreover, the individual he had meticulously guided was likely to break through by 2 layers, which elucidated his audacity in challenging Shen Zhengluan. Regrettably, the individuals brought by Shen Zhengluan had proven to be utterly inept, failing to achieve even a breakthrough of the same realm. Once the spirit gathering formation was sealed, Yi Xingqian had successfully cultivated 2/3 of the way through the 6th layer of the acquired realm. Had the formation granted him an additional half-day and an ample supply of elixirs, he was certain he could ascend to the 7th layer. Even after departing from the formation and lacking mid-level yellow-tier elixirs, he remained confident in his ability to reach the 7th layer within a fortnight. With the luminous barrier of the formation dissipated, all disciples of the Qingyun sword sect sat cross-legged upon a myriad of runes. None paused their cultivation. Even those who had not achieved a breakthrough had reaped substantial benefits during their time within the formation, and all were diligently consolidating their gains. After a quarter of an hour, everyone rose to their feet, having digested their newly acquired insights. The inner sect's chief steward addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. All individuals shall proceed, in order, to the outer sect's chief steward to register the number of layers they have broken through. The sect will bestow corresponding rewards based on your advancements. Those who have not achieved even a single breakthrough will receive no rewards and will forfeit their eligibility to enter the spirit gathering formation for the following year. Upon hearing of the rewards, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of excitement within him. Having progressed through 3 layers, he anticipated that the rewards would be substantial. Just as the elixir in his possession was on the verge of running out, it would be splendid if he could be rewarded with some additional pills. After the inner sect steward concluded his remarks, the outer sect steward stepped aside, retrieving a ledger to document the breakthroughs of the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. Naturally, the first to step forward were the inner sect disciples. However, there was little of significance to record, for none of them achieved a breakthrough during this gathering in the spirit gathering array. Consequently, once the records for the inner sect disciples were completed, the outer sect steward had yet to inscribe a single word in the ledger. After the inner sect disciples had finished their entries, it was, of course, the turn of the outer sect disciples to be recorded. There were 9 outer sect disciples in total. 1 had broken through 2 levels, 4 had advanced by 1 level, and 4 had failed to make any progress. The individual who achieved a 2-level breakthrough was the grandson of the 9th elder of the Qingyun sword sect. His ability to leap forward by 2 levels at once was due to both his exceptional talent and the fact that the Ninth Elder had bestowed upon him a mid-level mystic elixir. Moreover, it was of a relatively mild potency. Otherwise, a disciple at the acquired stage attempting to absorb a mid-level mystic elixir would be courting disaster. It was precisely because of Yin Chunnin's status as a secret weapon that the Outer Sect Steward felt emboldened to propose such a wager. Upon completing the examination of all Outer Sect disciples' breakthroughs, the Outer Sect Steward inwardly lamented, for the Spirit Gathering Array's barrier had flickered a total of 9 times over the course of 3 days, indicating 9 breakthroughs in total. With no Inner Sect disciples having achieved any breakthroughs, the Outer Sect disciples collectively accounted for 6. This left 3 breakthroughs unaccounted for, which was all too evident. The Outer Sect Steward cast a glance at Yi Xingqian, and indeed, Yi Xingqian's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the acquired stage. Earlier, amidst the throng of disciples, the Outer Sect Steward, confident of his victory in the wager, had neglected to ascertain the extent of Yi Xingqian's advancement, instead focusing solely on the progress of Yin Chunnan, as he could not afford to offend such a formidable figure. Failing to adequately attend to Yin Chunnan could invite grave trouble from the powerful individuals backing him. Noticing the Outer Sect Steward's hesitation, Shen Zhengluan also scrutinized Yi Xingqian's cultivation with keen interest. As the saying goes, one can be astonished upon closer inspection. Discovering that Yi Xingqian had indeed reached the 6th level of the acquired stage meant he had broken through 3 levels within the Spirit Gathering Array. Achieving 3 consecutive breakthroughs in the array was a feat only accomplished by the current sect master 30 years ago. Shen Zhengluan speculated, could it be that Yi Xingqian possessed talents surpassing those of the current sect master, only previously overlooked until recently when he was discovered by Yin Shizhen or perhaps by Yin Shizhen's father, the Elder? With some assistance thereafter, Yi Xingqian had become unstoppable. Approaching the Outer Sect Steward, Shen Zhengluan spoke coolly, Chief Steward Wu, shouldn't we promptly record the number of breakthroughs achieved by my disciple Yi Xingqian from the miscellaneous area? And let us not forget the stakes you promised in our wager. Surely, Chief Steward Wu would not renege on his word. The Outer Sect Steward replied frostily, Old Shun, you need not say another word. I, Wu Sandiao, have always been a man of my word. How could I possibly default on my obligations? Once I have completed your record, I shall promptly bestow upon you the Xinyan truth. The Outer Gate's Chief Steward is quite inclined to evade his debts, yet he dares not do so in the presence of the Inner Gate's Chief Steward. Given the wager that has been established, after meticulously documenting the information pertaining to Yi Xingqian, the Outer Gate's Chief Steward directly handed over the Xinyuan Zidi to Shen Zhengluan. Receiving the Xinyuan Zidi, Shen Zhengluan smiled calmly and expressed his gratitude to the Outer Gate's Chief Steward. Thank you, Chief Steward Wu, for this opportunity. I am on the verge of acquiring a truly deserving Xin-tier weapon. The Outer Gate's Chief Steward gritted his teeth and retorted, it is only natural for fellow disciples to assist one another. Following this remark, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xingqian. Throughout the exchange between the Outer Gate's Chief Steward and Shen Zhengluan, Yi Xingqian had already discerned the nature of their wager, and thus understood the reason for the glance cast in his direction. Once everyone had completed their records, the Inner Gate's Chief Steward stepped forward and stated matter-of-factly, I shall now announce the rewards for this breakthrough in the Gathering Spirit Array cultivation. Those who have not achieved even a single breakthrough shall receive no rewards and will be barred from competing for the use of the Gathering Spirit Array next year. Those who have broken through 1 realm shall receive 10 low-grade Huang-tier pills and retain eligibility to contend for the use of the Gathering Spirit Array next year. Those who have broken through 2 realms shall receive 10 mid-grade Huang-tier pills and the same eligibility. Those who have broken through 3 realms shall receive 10 superior-grade Huang-tier pills and shall directly obtain the right to use the Gathering Spirit Array next year. Do you all comprehend the rewards to be attained? In unison, the disciples replied, Understood. The Inner Gate's Chief Steward then stated blandly, Since you understand, come forth in order to claim your rewards. It turned out that Yi Xingqian was the last to receive his reward. Once all others had collected theirs, he approached the Inner Gate's Chief Steward. The Chief Steward regarded Yi Xingqian and remarked, You have done well. Provided you dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation, you may well surpass the true martial realm in the future. Yi Xingqian replied with a calm demeanor, The true martial realm is not my ultimate aspiration. My sights are set on the vast ocean of stars, and my goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The Inner Gate's Chief Steward was momentarily taken aback, then said, It is commendable for the youth to have dreams. However, the path of martial arts is endless. Truly reaching the summit is exceedingly challenging. To some, the true martial realm is merely the first step into the realm of martial arts. I hope you can remain steadfast in your original intent and forge ahead without hesitation. Yi Xingqian affirmed, I shall accomplish this. However, I would like to inquire about something from the Inner Gate's Chief Steward. The chief steward replied calmly, "Ask away. As long as it is within my capacity to answer, I shall do so." The inner sect's chief steward harbored great expectations for Yi Xingqian, recognizing not only his vigor but also his remarkable talent. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for him to break through the third realm within the spirit-gathering array. With a solemn expression, Yi Xingqian inquired, "Chief steward of the inner sect, may I ask if the qualifications for cultivating within the spirit-gathering array can be exchanged for other training resources?" Caught off guard by Yi Xingqian's unexpected question, the chief steward had anticipated inquiries regarding martial arts rather than such a surprising proposition about the exchangeability of the spirit-gathering array qualifications. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself at a loss for words since this type of question had never arisen before. Opportunities for inner sect disciples to break through the third realm were exceedingly rare. Since the founding of the Qingyun sword sect, there had been none. The only outer sect disciple to achieve such a feat was the current sect leader, who had never posed a question of this nature. As for the miscellaneous disciples, they had previously lacked any opportunity to enter the spirit-gathering array, a privilege only granted to them after the current sect leader ascended to power. After pondering for a moment, the chief steward responded, "The qualification for the spirit-gathering array is a valuable asset. You cannot exchange this qualification for training resources within the sect. However, if you insist on an exchange, I can offer you 10 low-grade Xiantir pills in return for this qualification. But you must consider this carefully. The chance to enter the spirit-gathering array is rare and cannot be sought after. Once you trade this qualification to me, it will be impossible for you to reclaim it by this time next year. Furthermore, since you have received a free qualification this time, you will not be eligible to contest for another entry into the spirit-gathering array next year." Although Yi Xingqian was unaware of the chief steward's intentions behind acquiring his qualification, he recognized that the proposed price was already quite generous. To raise the price further would be unwise and could lead to offending the chief steward, making his path in the Qingyun sword sect exceedingly difficult even with Yan Shi's support. Rather than haggling, it would be wiser to finalize the deal, thereby fostering a good rapport with the chief steward. With a calm demeanor, Yi Xingqian replied, "I am willing to exchange with the chief steward of the inner sect. I am confident that I will reach the innate realm within a year, and thus I will not seek to reclaim the qualification." Observing Yi Xingqian's self-awareness, the chief steward had no intention of raising the price. He promptly handed over the 10 low-grade Xiantir pills to Yi Xingqian, and then departed with the inner sect disciples. The outer sect's chief steward also led his group away, and eventually, Shen Zhengluan escorted Yi Xingqian out of the core area, returning to the miscellaneous disciples section. As they walked back, Shen Zhengluan remarked, "Brother Yi, I never expected you to be one who conceals your true abilities while appearing otherwise." Previously, Shen Zhengluan had regarded Yi Xingqian with the demeanor of an elder towards a junior, influenced by the esteemed reputation of Yanxidt present. Shen Zhengluan harbors a certain reverence towards Yi Xingqian, not merely out of respect for Yan Shijian's mentorship, but rather due to Yi Xingqian's evident talent, which promises a boundless future. Why Yi Xingqian replied modestly, "Director Shen, you flatter me. I have simply had my potential unveiled by Yan Shijian. There is no need for such formality. I will always remember the assistance you have extended to me. Even as I ascend to great heights, I shall not forget your kindness." This statement, of course, served as a pretext for his rise, subtly indicating that he is not one to forget his benefactors. Shen Zhengluan remarked, "Brother Yi, now that you have transcended into the 6th layer of acquired realm, you are fully qualified to enter the outer sect. When do you intend to make this transition? I can facilitate the necessary procedures for you. Once you join the outer sect, a plethora of cultivation resources will be at your disposal, and with your aptitude, you will undoubtedly ascend to the inner sect in no time." Yi Xingqian replied calmly, "I do not plan to enter the outer sect just yet. I need to resolve some matters outside the sect shortly, and entering the outer sect would greatly constrain my activities. The responsibilities of a disciple in the miscellaneous division are minimal, allowing me greater freedom to attend to my affairs." Shen Zhengluan inquired, "Brother Yi, what matters require your attention? Do you need my assistance? If so, do not hesitate to ask. I would never refuse to." Yi Xingqian responded lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, Director Shen. The matters I must attend to are private and pose no threat, so I will not require your aid this time. Should I need your assistance in the future, I will certainly inform you." Shen Zhengluan then asked, "When do you expect to depart? How long do you anticipate being away?" Yi Xingqian replied, "I shall leave tonight. Having acquired so many cultivation resources, I am bound to attract envy. While I am safe within the sect, once I step outside, I may not be secure, hence the sooner I leave, the better. As for the duration of my absence, I cannot say for certain, but I will return swiftly once I have resolved my affairs." Shen Zhengluan smiled calmly, "You share this information with me? Yet do you not fear that I might harbor ill intentions? You must understand that wealth can stir the heart. The assets you possess far exceed my entire fortune. Yi Xingchen responded nonchalantly. Director Shin certainly has a sense of humor. If you were inclined to act against me, you would not utter such words. Moreover, you are aware of my connection to Yin Shizhen, which would deter you from taking any action against me. Most importantly, you understand that refraining from hostility towards me will yield far greater rewards in the future. Shin Zhengluan, being seasoned and astute, easily grasped the underlying implications of Yi Xingchen's words. This was a subtle reminder that any aggression would carry significant consequences. After escorting Yi Xingchen back to the area for miscellaneous disciples, Shen Zhengluan bid him farewell and returned to his own quarters. In truth, the wealth possessed by Yi Xingchen truly tempted him. The vast wealth he possessed was sufficient for him to elevate his cultivation to the next level. However, Shen Zhengluan ultimately restrained the stirring of his heart. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, Yi Xingchen did not even venture to his own room, but instead made his way directly to the mountain gate. The month he had agreed upon with Ouyang Mu had already surpassed 3 days, prompting Yi Xingchen to hasten to Qingyun County. Exiting the mountain gate, he set his course for the small town of Qingyun, not with the intention of spending the night there, but rather to acquire a swift steed, enabling him to reach Qingyun County with expediency. Although Yi Xingchen was merely a lowly servant disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of an outer disciple, and he would likely not be at a disadvantage even against an inner disciple of the 7th level of the acquired realm. Upon arriving in Qingyun town, Yi Xingchen procured a Qingfeng jury horse and promptly set off towards Qingyun County. Lacking silver, he nonetheless possessed low-grade yellow-tier elixirs. After exchanging a hemostatic pill, not only did he acquire a Qingfeng jury horse, but he also received 20 taels of silver in return. The Qingyun sword sect was approximately 200 li away from Qingyun County, and with a fast horse, he could reach it in just over half a day's time. By 8 o'clock the following morning, Yi Xingchen arrived at the county town of Qingyun. The city gates were wide open, and the entrance was already teeming with people. Yi Xingchen sighed inwardly. The county town is indeed bustling. He then proceeded to enter the city of Qingyun County. Chapter 26. The forces of Qingyun County City. While Yi Xingchen had arrived at Qingyun County City, the Qingyun sword sect had initiated a fervent investigation into him. The outer sect's chief steward was particularly zealous in his inquiries, driven perhaps by the loss of his treasures due to Yi Xingchen, or by the considerable number of mysterious tier elixirs Yi Xingchen possessed. However, their investigation yielded little information. They only discovered that Yi Xingchen had risen to prominence within the last month. The inner sect's chief steward also conducted a probe into Yi Xingchen, but his investigation was rather superficial. Yin Chunan was also involved in the inquiries regarding Yi Xingchen, motivated by his admiration for Yi Xingchen's talents, wishing to recruit him for his own purposes. Upon arriving in Qingyun County City, Yi Xingchen first sought lodging at an inn. Unbeknownst to him, the individuals within the Qingyun sword sect were scrutinizing his every move. After settling into his room, Yi Xingchen summoned the innkeeper. The innkeeper respectfully inquired, "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Bring me some fine wine and exquisite dishes, at once," responded the innkeeper, promptly exiting the room. Approximately 20 minutes later, the innkeeper returned with numerous delectable dishes and a jug of fine wine. Just as he was about to leave after setting down the food, Yi Xingchen called out to him. The innkeeper, with utmost respect, asked, "Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest?" Yi Xingchen inquired casually, "Are you familiar with the organization known as the Punishment Alliance in Qingyun County City?" The innkeeper replied respectfully, "The Punishment Alliance is a newly emerged force within Qingyun County City, and it is backed by innate realm experts, having already established itself as a third-rate power. Although my status is humble and my knowledge of the punishment of evil alliance is rather limited, if you were to inquire about other details, I would truly be at a loss." Yi Xingchen smiled faintly, retrieving a silver ingot weighing approximately 5 taels from his person and placing it directly upon the table. He inquired, "Do you desire this silver?" The innkeeper nodded vigorously, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "I desire it. I desire it." Yi Xingchen responded, "I shall pose some questions to you, and if you satisfy me, this ingot of silver shall be yours. I will not delve into intricate details. I simply wish to know if you are aware of the location of the Punishment of Evil Alliance's headquarters." The innkeeper respectfully replied, "The Punishment of Evil Alliance has been quite the topic of discussion lately. Thus I am indeed aware of their residence. Should you wish, I can escort you there, and please feel free to issue any commands." The prospect of earning silver significantly altered the innkeeper's demeanor. Previously hesitant in his responses, he now eagerly offered to guide Yi Xingchen to his destination. Yi Xingchen produced an envelope from his bosom and calmly stated, "Deliver this letter to the Punishment of Evil Alliance's headquarters, and this silver ingot shall be yours." The innkeeper swiftly stowed away the silver and the envelope, obsequiously assuring, I shall certainly deliver the letter to the punishment of Evil Alliance's headquarters. Rest assured. Esteemed guest. Yi Xingchen nodded, saying, "You may go." The innkeeper exited the room, promptly making his way to deliver the letter. That night, Ouyang Mu arrived at the inn where Yi Xingchen resided. Kneeling on one knee, Ouyang Mu respectfully proclaimed, "I welcome the young master to Qingyun County. I wish the young master blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains." Yi Xingchen replied indifferently, "Rise, there is no need for such formality or constraint. Speak to me about the situation in Qingyun County and the current status of the punishment of Evil Alliance's formation." Ouyang Mu stood and, positioning himself to the side, reported, "Esteemed young master, Qingyun County is home to 2 first-rate powers, 6 second-rate powers, and 18 third-rate powers. With the addition of our punishment of Evil Alliance, we can barely be counted as 19 third-rate powers. The 2 first-rate powers are represented by the City Lord's Mansion, which is affiliated with the Yu Kingdom's court and boasts formidable warriors of true martial realm. The other is the Qingyun Sword Pavilion, representing the Qingyun Sword Sect, also fortified by true martial realm experts. The 6 second-rate powers consist of prominent families, while the third-rate powers exist solely in the form of factions, as a single innate realm warrior cannot establish a family but can only create small gangs or sects. The punishment of Evil Alliance adheres to your directives, recruiting only those of the postnatal 9th level. Currently, we have 27 members. Although we have not yet reached the pinnacle of third-rate powers in Qingyun County, we have achieved a level of mediocrity. I have fallen short in my duties, and I beseech the young master to impose any punishment." Yi Xingchen responded in a calm tone, "You have performed admirably. Had I entrusted this task to others, they might not have even managed to form a third-rate power. How has your investigation into Zhou Hongli progressed?" Ouyang Mu is indeed a person of considerable cunning, having transformed the punishment alliance from naught to its current formidable state in merely a month. Yi Xingchen is exceedingly pleased with Ouyang Mu's achievements in Qingyun County. With utmost respect, Ouyang Mu stated, "I report to you, young master, that Zhou Hongli's background has been thoroughly investigated by my subordinates. Zhou Hongli is the deputy leader of the Longhu Gang, the largest third-rate force in Qingyun County, possessing innate strength of the second tier. The Longhu Gang comprises 1 leader and 3 deputy leaders. The leader wields innate strength of the third tier, while the other 2 deputies, aside from Zhou Hongli, possess innate strength of the first tier. Furthermore, my subordinates have meticulously tracked Zhou Hongli's daily routine, and we have placed one of our own by his side, who has achieved the 9th level of postnatal cultivation." Yi Xingchen inquired further, "Is the individual we place beside Zhou Hongli trustworthy? If we are to take action against Zhou Hongli, what can he accomplish?" Ouyang Mu respectfully replied, "I assure you, young master, the individual we have positioned alongside Zhou Hongli is absolutely reliable. Even if commanded to face death, he would offer no resistance." Intrigued and perplexed, Yi Xingchen asked, "How can you be so certain?" "In just 1 month, placing a spy next to Zhou Hongli seems a daunting task. Even for someone as capable as I. Even if it were accomplished, how can we ensure the spy's loyalty? One must understand that the most difficult thing to control in this world is the human heart." Ouyang Mu respectfully responded, "I report to you, young master, that I possess a heart-controlling goo, which can sway the hearts of any and, as long as their cultivation is inferior to mine, I can command the hearts of those ensnared by the goo." After consulting the system, Yi Xingchen came to understand the origins of the heart-controlling goo in Ouyang Mu's possession. It is a sacred artifact of the Miaojiang Holy Sect, which put his mind at ease. Chapter 27. Qingyun Workshop. Yi Xingchen continued, "Please recount Zhou Hongli's daily activities. Although Zhou Hongli secretly indulges in debauchery, he publicly masquerades as the deputy leader of the Longhu Gang and 01 in Qingyun County, is aware of his true identity as a notorious libertine. Otherwise, both the authorities and the Qingyun Sword Sect would not tolerate his presence. Were it not for Yi Xingchen's system and the mission it provided regarding Zhou Hongli, he would remain oblivious to Zhou Hongli being the most prominent libertine in Qingyun County." Ouyang Mu respectfully stated, "Zhou Hongli retreats to cultivate within the gang from Monday to Friday and does not leave its confines. Given our current strength, it is nearly impossible to act during this period. On Saturdays, Zhou Hongli frequents the Pinhua building to indulge in tea, while on Sundays, he attends to various matters concerning the Longhu list." Yi Xingchen silently scoffed. It was evident that Zhou Hongli could not possibly be cultivating in the gang from Monday to Friday. It was clear that he used this time to prey upon the beautiful women of Qingyun County. To evade the notice of the authorities, Zhou Hongli crafted the fade of being in seclusion from Monday to Friday. No wonder the authorities have been pursuing the flower thief for nearly a year without any leads. Yi Xingchen stated blandly, "What do you propose we do to capture this individual?" Ouyang Mu respectfully replied, "Reporting to the young master, I believe we should take action on Saturday. If we put in sufficient effort at the Pinhu Lu, capturing Zhou Hongli, who is at the second tier of the innate realm, should pose no challenge. I am aware that this approach may seem rather unscrupulous, but given our current capabilities, it is the best strategy one can conceive. No. 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 Yi Xingchen replied in a calm demeanor. Any means, regardless of its nobility or baseness, is acceptable as long as it achieves the desired outcome. Methods that fail to reach their goal are undoubtedly inferior. I have always valued results over processes. I do not concern myself with whether one employs deceit, poison, or skill. What matters is the attainment of the objective. Ouyang Mu acknowledged, understood. I shall exert my utmost efforts to deal with Zhou Hongli. However, after we resolve this matter, it is highly probable that our punishment alliance will confront the Dragon and Tiger Gang directly. Therefore, I request that the young master depart from Qingyun County City after handling Zhou Hongli, allowing me to eliminate the Dragon and Tiger Gang before you're returned. Yi Xingchen replied calmly. Once Zhou Hongli is dealt with, the punishment alliance will bring in 2 formidable innate realm experts. At that point, the issue with the Dragon and Tiger Gang will be manageable. Ouyang Mu understood. I will swiftly devise a concrete and feasible plan. After capturing Zhou Hongli, Yi Xingchen's assurance that the Dragon and Tiger Gang would not be a problem led Ouyang Mu to believe that they indeed posed no threat. He was acutely aware that he had been released from his cell by Yi Xingchen, and that many formidable individuals remained imprisoned within. He was merely the weakest among them. With Yi Xingchen mentioning the arrival of others, it was clear that Zhou Hongli was aware of the reopening of the prison. Ouyang Mu was quite familiar with the individual in the adjacent cell. His mere presence would suffice to neutralize the entire Dragon and Tiger Gang, let alone the arrival of 2 individuals. After reporting all matters, Yi Xingchen instructed Ouyang Mu to leave. Yi Xingchen had no intention of residing in the camp of the Punishment Alliance. Firstly, due to the necessity of concealing his identity, staying in the Punishment Alliance could potentially expose him. Secondly, as the Punishment Alliance had only recently been established, various factions were undoubtedly scrutinizing it. Once Ouyang Mu departed, Yi Xingchen also left the inn he was staying at and made his way to the Qingyun Workshop. The Qingyun Workshop served as the trading hub of Qingyun County City, offering martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, weaponry, and an array of spiritual herbs. It was a veritable melting pot, and it was this very amalgamation that facilitated the circulation of goods throughout Qingyun County City. The Qingyun Workshop was under the control of the city lord's manor, and anyone daring enough to cause trouble there never left alive. It was precisely due to the security of the Qingyun Workshop that it became the largest trading venue in Qingyun County City. Whether it be wandering martial artists or those affiliated with noble families, all are inclined to trade treasures in this place. Yi Xingchen, now possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the post-heaven realm, has resolved to visit the Qingyun Workshop in search of a suitable weapon. With an appropriate weapon in hand, Yi Xingchen's prowess is destined to ascend once more to As. For why this task was not entrusted to Ouyang Mu. It is because Ouyang Mu has more pressing matters to attend to, and Yi Xingchen himself wishes to familiarize with the Qingyun Workshop and the entirety of Qingyun County. With his current cultivation level and as a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, as long as he does not provoke those of the innate realm, Yi Xingchen has little to fear in Qingyun County. The Qingyun Workshop is conveniently located not far from the inn where Yi Xingchen resides, a mere 2 streets away. After a brief stroll of over 20 minutes, Yi Xingchen arrives at the entrance of the Qingyun Workshop. The guards at the entrance consist of 2 individuals at the 9th level of the post-heaven realm and 1 at the 1st level of the innate realm. The lion statues flanking the entrance are adorned with gold and jade, signifying the formidable strength of the city lord's authority. The opulent lion statues also reflect the immense wealth of the city lord's estate. Regardless of one's status, as long as one refrains from causing a disturbance within the Qingyun Workshop, the establishment is open to all. Should anyone dare to create trouble within the premises, the formidable guardians of the Qingyun Workshop will impose penalties, the most severe being the immediate execution of the troublemaker. Yi Xingchen easily enters the Qingyun Workshop. The workshop is divided into 5 distinct areas: the martial arts techniques area, the weaponry area, the elixir area, the materials area, and the stall area. As the name suggests, the martial arts techniques area is dedicated to the sale of martial arts manuals and weapons. The weaponry area is, naturally, focused on weapon sales. The elixir area specializes in the trade of elixirs. The materials area caters to those seeking materials for refining weapons and concocting elixirs. As for the stall area, also known as the bargain area, anyone may set up a stall to sell their goods here, provided they pay a management fee of 5 taels of silver. In this area, many items may appear to be useless trinkets, yet there are also genuine treasures to be unearthed, contingent upon one's discerning eye. Chapter 28. The bargain area. There have been instances where someone, with merely 1 tael of silver, stumbled upon a top-tier weapon in the stall area. At that moment, A master at the peak of the innate realm witnessed this and attempted to coerce the individual into selling the top-tier weapon. However, since the fortunate finder was merely a small martial artist at the third level of the post-heaven realm, the master at the peak of the innate realm easily acquired the coveted weapon. Yet, this individual violated the regulations established by the city lord's estate, leading to the direct intervention of the city lord of Qingyun, who personally dispatched the troublemaker, resulting in his demise. Initially, the city lord intended to return the top-tier weapon to the small martial artist, but the latter ultimately sold the coveted weapon to the city lord's estate at a remarkably low price. Certainly, an exceedingly low price constitutes a substantial fortune for that third-tier martial artist. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion has sheltered this young warrior for 3 years, yet the current whereabouts of this third-tier martial artist remain unknown to all. Whether the martial artist was aware that a common man is innocent while possessing a treasure, or if he was coerced by the city lord's mansion, is a mystery that no one dares to speculate upon. Yi Xingqian's objective is unequivocal. He has come solely to acquire a fine weapon, with no other considerations in mind. Thus, upon entering the Qingyun workshop, he made a beeline for the weaponry section. The weaponry area is vast, and as soon as Yi Xingqian entered, a clerk approached him. The clerk respectfully stated, "Esteemed guest, I am a humble attendant in the weaponry section. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you in swiftly locating your desired treasure. May I inquire what type of weapon you wish to select?" Yi Xingqian replied with a calm demeanor. "I seek to choose a sword as my weapon. Do you have any commendable recommendations?" The clerk responded with utmost respect. "The swords you wish to select reside in the sword section. Allow me to escort you there." Before long, Yi Xingqian found himself in a room filled with long swords. The clerk respectfully announced, "All the weapons here are swords, ranging from low grade to high grade within the yellow tier, and both long and short varieties are available. Please feel free to peruse at your leisure. Each sword is priced accordingly, and of course, should you express sincere intent to purchase, we can offer you a discount." Yi Xingqian nodded slightly and replied, "Understood." He then began to meticulously examine the long swords. Although he currently lacks martial skills, he is proficient in Taiji Quan and Taiji Jian, which is why he intends to select a long sword. He dismissed the low-grade yellow-tier swords, for such inferior blades are unworthy of his status. However, upon seeing the price of the first medium-grade yellow-tier sword, he could not help but question his existence. The Changhong sword, a medium-grade yellow-tier blade, is priced at 3,000 taels of silver. This amount could easily purchase 2 Shin-tier elixirs. While Yi Xingqian possesses a fair number of elixirs, he cannot afford to squander them so recklessly. Moreover, he does not intend to settle for a medium-grade sword. Rather, he aims for a superior-grade yellow-tier sword, which would accompany him to the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Upon encountering the superior-grade yellow-tier swords, Yi Xingqian felt disheartened, as each one exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. Although he could procure such funds by selling some Shin-tier elixirs, it would seem rather unwise. Yi Xingqian decided to first explore the bargain section. If he could find a weapon that meets his desires at a fraction of the cost, he would forego the purchase of these exorbitant long swords. Should he find nothing in the bargain section, he would return here to acquire a superior-grade yellow-tier sword. Otherwise, as a martial artist, it is indeed somewhat laughable to be without one's own weapon. When Yi Xingqian departed, the attendant still bid him farewell with a smile. However, once Yi Xingqian had left, the attendant's expression suddenly changed, and he muttered to himself, "What a miser! He can't even afford a low-grade yellow weapon. How shameless to waste my time here." Unbeknownst to Yi Xingqian, the attendant's disparaging remarks continued behind his back, and even if he were aware, there would be nothing he could do. Upon entering the bargain area, he found it devoid of any attendants or guides. Within this zone, the only individuals present were vendors and those who, like Yi Xingqian, shared the same intention of seeking hidden treasures. There were several hundred vendors, each with their stalls displaying a hodgepodge of items. These assorted objects included vases, calligraphy, and black clay pellets. Essentially, anything one could conceive was represented here. Most of these items had been artificially aged, while a small portion were genuine antiques, and there were even some that Yi Xingqian could not discern. After wandering for 3 hours, Yi Xingqian still had not settled on a single item. The antiques he could verify were either exorbitantly priced with little utility or utterly worthless. As for the items he could not identify, he refrained from purchasing them, primarily due to their ambiguity and his limited finances. Recognizing that continuing to roam would merely squander his time, Yi Xingqian resolved to exit the bargain area and purchase a decent yellow-grade weapon instead. As he approached the edge of the bargain area, he was captivated by a massive sign erected by a venerable vendor, well past his 60s. The sign boldly proclaimed, "Hidden pearls await. The true fated one will discover the gem." It recounted a tale of a previous patron who had unearthed a top-tier weapon in this very stall. Come, come, perhaps you shall be the next to uncover a weapon. Upon inspecting the old man's stall, Yi Xingchen was not disappointed. It was indeed filled with a myriad of weapons, be they swords, spears, halberds, or axes. Most of these weapons exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust, clearly having been stained by combat. This stall had previously been known for its sale of a top-tier long sword, which had once drawn throngs of eager customers. Even as the prices of miscellaneous items soared to 100 taels of silver, buyers continued to partake, only to find that the items they brought home were ultimately worthless. After a month had passed, the price per item plummeted to 50 taels of silver. Another month elapsed, and still no treasures emerged, leading the prices to revert to the meager few taels they once were. However, due to the fact that this stall has once showcased treasures of the Xian rank, the proprietor has steadfastly remained in this location, never relocating. The sign he erected serves to bolster his business in the eyes of Yi Xingchen. The prolonged absence of any remarkable items from this stall indicated a dearth of treasures. Initially, Yi Xingchen had no intention of joining the fray, yet as he passed by the stall, he was captivated by an intriguing, antiquated longsword. The hilt of this ancient sword bore a symbol of the yin-yang fish, a motif exclusive to the Azure planet. In this realm, only the Bagua diagram existed without the yin-yang symbol. Thus, Yi Xingchen's gaze was instantly drawn to the antiquated longsword. He ambled nonchalantly to the elder's stall. Purchasing items requires a certain finesse. Despite Yi Xingchen's profound interest in the sword, he could not allow his enthusiasm to surface, lest the stall owner seize the opportunity to inflate the price. With a casual demeanor, Yi Xingchen inquired of the stall owner, "Old man, is this stall indeed known for offering weapons of the Xian rank?" The proprietor, stroking his beard and adopting an air of a sage, replied, "Youngster, do you understand the importance of respecting your elders? I am not merely peddling goods here. I am awaiting a fated individual. Among my collection lies an exceptionally formidable weapon, one that even surpasses the Xian rank. Should you be fortunate enough to acquire this weapon, your future would be boundless." Yi Xingchen replied with a calm smile, "Elder, is what you say true?" The stall owner continued his charade. How could there be any deceit in this? Just the other day, a young martial artist of the third layer of the acquired realm came by. Sensing his potential, I sold him a weapon of the Xian rank for merely 1 tael of silver. Today, among my arsenal, there exists a sword that transcends the Xian rank. Each weapon is priced at 10 taels of silver, and if fate smiles upon you, that transcendent weapon could be yours, Yi Xingchen retorted. If I were to purchase all your weapons, would that mean I could obtain the transcendent weapon regardless of fate? The old stall owner exclaimed, "Indeed, you are quite perceptive. If you were to buy every weapon, you would undoubtedly be the sole fated individual." Yi Xingchen scoffed, "Nonsense, esteemed elder. The essence of being a fated individual lies solely in the concept of fate. With your demeanor, you dare to pose as a sage? I see you as merely a petty opportunist." At that moment, a burly man nearby burst into laughter. "The young man speaks wisely. Countless young martial artists have fallen victim to that old fraud. You must not buy from him. Come to my stall instead, where every weapon is but 1 tael of silver." The old stall owner, hearing this, became furious and retorted, "You brutish man. Did we not agree to refrain from undermining each other? Why do you dismantle my business today?" The robust man nonchalantly remarked, "When have I ever sabotaged anything? That lad has already discerned your little tricks, and the likelihood of closing a deal is virtually non-existent. It would be wiser to let me handle this young brother's business." Night Star, upon glancing at the weapons displayed by the robust man, nearly burst into laughter. The weapons were all mere products of an ordinary blacksmith, lacking even the semblance of craftsmanship. Although the old man at the stall sold his wares at a steep price, most of his weapons had undergone some forgery, thus incurring at least some cost. However, Night Star did not decline the robust man's invitation. Instead, he proceeded directly to the man's stall. With a calm demeanor, Night Star stated, "I have heard from my elders that thrifting here can be quite entertaining. I am not overly concerned about finding anything of exceptional value. I shall spend a couple of silver coins to purchase a weapon from you. If it turns out to be a treasure, that would be splendid. If not, it matters not." Upon witnessing Night Star's intent to buy from the robust man, the old stall-keeper became anxious. He had not made a sale in over half a month, and if this continued, he would struggle to afford the stall fees. The old man implored, "Young sir, although my prices may be higher, in terms of quality and aura, my weapons far surpass those of that robust man. His arms are evidently crafted by a common blacksmith. Outside, one could easily acquire 10 such weapons for a couple of silver coins. Why waste your money here? Young sir, Every weapon at my stall is 5 silver coins. Regardless of your selection, Night Star replied, you make a valid point. His weapons do appear to be the product of a mere blacksmith. I shall purchase one from you instead. Returning to the old man's stall, Night Star casually picked up a weapon, declaring, this one shall do. I will take it back to show my family's elders to ascertain whether it is indeed a treasure. Having witnessed Night Star's choice, the robust man felt it prudent to remain silent. Further comments might breach the marketplace's unwritten rules. Should he disrupt the market's decorum, he would forfeit his right to sell there in the future. Thus, he chose to keep his counsel at the moment Night Star grasped the weapon. The old stall keeper remarked, young sir, you possess remarkable discernment. This weapon is indeed the finest in my collection. I discovered it within a cave, where it was mingled with a top-tier weapon of the mysterious grade. This weapon may very well be of the same caliber. Though the old man spoke thus, he secretly scorned Night Star's judgment. The weapon had been acquired only the previous night from a blacksmith, and its aged appearance was a result of his artifice. Among the antiquated items he had crafted, this weapon was of the poorest quality, and he had initially intended to discard it. However, considering it was still a source of income, he decided to display it at his stall, never anticipating it would sell today. Chapter 30. The son of the city lord Night Star casually remarked, as the saying goes, good fortune often comes in pairs, a double blessing indeed. Purchasing a single item may not bode well for luck. Thus, I shall part with an additional 5 taels of silver to acquire another. The vendor, an elderly man at the stall, chuckled softly and remarked, you speak wisely, young sir. Indeed, sometimes a dash of fortune is essential. Should you procure 2 items, double happiness shall be wholly within your grasp. Knight Xingqian paid no heed to the vendor's musings, instead tossing another 5 taels of silver to him before retrieving the ancient longsword adorned with the symbol of yin and yang. The vendor, blissfully unaware of any irregularities, cheerfully accepted Knight Xingqian's silver. Knight Xingqian grasped the archaic sword. A notification reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the primordial sword, Knight Xingqian, amidst the rocky sea. Inquired of the system, what is the primordial sword? He felt triumphant, having secured such a valuable treasure for merely 5 taels of silver, despite his ignorance of its true nature. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. The primordial sword is. The primordial sword is. System data missing. System data missing. The missing information will only return upon the host's system upgrade. Goodness. What manner of object is the primordial sword that its essence eludes detection until a system upgrade? Knight Xingqian pondered in disbelief. Just as he prepared to depart, a flamboyantly dressed gentleman appeared before him. This gentleman, only a few years older than Knight Xingqian and possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the acquired realm, smiled and addressed him, my dear friend. I am particularly fond of the long sword you wield. Might you consider selling it to me? I would be willing to offer 10 times its worth. The vendor nearly choked in astonishment. He recognized the flamboyant gentleman as Zhou Renqing, the eldest son of the city lord, a prominent figure among the 4 great talents of Qingyun County. The thought of losing such a treasure for a mere pittance struck the vendor like a blow, yet he had already sold the weapon and, despite his heartache, dared not contravene the workshop's rules, thus settling to continue his trade in silence. However, Zhou Renqing's proposition left Knight Xingqian astounded. Instantly, a thought flashed through his mind. Eliminate the witness. Although Knight Xingqian remained unaware of the primordial sword's true nature, the system's alert had conveyed its immense value. Now, with someone willing to pay a premium for his primordial sword, he feared they might have discerned its extraordinary qualities. As the adage goes, a commoner is innocent, yet possessing a gem is a crime, which led Knight Xingqian to contemplate drastic measures. As Xingqian pondered for a moment, he swiftly realized that he had been overthinking. An artifact such as the Sword of Origin must undoubtedly be of exceptional caliber, and a mere practitioner at the 9th stage of the acquired realm would hardly possess knowledge of such a weapon. Xingqian remarked with an air of indifference, I have never intended to sell what I have purchased, and I certainly do not lack your 50 taels of silver. Zhou Renqing responded, what if I were to offer you 100-fold of your purchase price? Surely, this sum would be agreeable to you. From the murmurs of those around him, Xingqian had discerned Zhou Renqing's true identity. However, he was resolute. The Sword of Origin was not for sale. Xingqian replied coolly, might I inquire why you are so insistent on acquiring this sword of mine? Do you believe it to be an exceptionally rare treasure? Zhou Renqing replied, whether this sword is a treasure, I cannot say, but based on my observations, it appears to be an ordinary item. My interest lies not in the sword itself, but rather in the intricate patterns upon it. I wish to purchase your sword to study these designs. Upon hearing that Zhou Renqing was willing to spend 500 taels merely to examine a pattern, the onlookers exclaimed in admiration at his wealth. Yi Xingqian felt a sense of relief. Had Zhou Renqing been aware of the true nature of this treasure, Yi Xingqian would have been compelled to consider drastic measures. Yi Xingqian stated flatly, "I will not sell it. 500 taels of silver is a trifling sum to me." Zhou Renqing frowned slightly, convinced that Yi Xingqian's refusal stemmed not from a lack of desire to sell, but rather from an intention to inflate the price. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Renqing declared, "I shall offer you 1,000 taels of silver. This is my final offer. Do not mistake me for a fool, or you may end up with nothing at all." The crowd had grown desensitized to Zhou Renqing's subsequent price increase. Yi Xingqian replied with a calm demeanor, "I have already made my position clear. I do not intend to sell this item, as I wish to gift it to a friend." "Are you truly attempting to engage in coercive dealings within the Qingyun workshop?" Zhou Renqing fixed his gaze intently on Yi Xingqian and spoke coolly, "Are you not aware of who I am? No one in the entirety of Qingyun County dares to speak to me in such a manner." Yi Xingqian, undeterred, retorted, "That is because you have not yet encountered me. Now that you have, you will understand that someone dares to speak to you thus." Zhou Renqing replied, "Very well, young man. Tell me the name of the individual to whom you wish to bestow this item, and I shall procure it from them. As the son of the city lord of Qingyun County, I shall, of course, adhere to the customs of the land." Yi Xingqian produced a token from his person. Holding it aloft as he spoke with nonchalance, "I intend to present this item to the owner of this token. If you require it, you may seek out the owner to negotiate a purchase." The token Yi Xingqian displayed was none other than the personal emblem of Yan Shizhen, the direct disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingqian's intention in revealing the token was to invoke a sense of authority, ensuring that Zhou Renqing would think twice before taking any rash action against him. If Zhou Renqing were to send someone to confront me within the city of Qingyun County, I would not possess great confidence in my ability to withstand such an encounter. After all, within this city, the Lord's Manor stands as the most formidable force. Even the Qingyun sword sect holds little power in the face of the Lord's Manor, as it represents the entire court of the Yu Kingdom. Most individuals present are unfamiliar with the personal insignia of the true disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. However, Zhou Renqing, being the eldest son of the Lord's Manor, could not possibly fail to recognize it. Zhou Renqing stated, "You are a true disciple of Yan Shi from the Qingyun sword sect." Night Star, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Indeed, I am a true disciple of Yan Shi from the Qingyun sword sect. I have come to Qingyun County on his orders to attend to some matters, and I wonder if you have any guidance to offer." Zhou Renqing responded, "Guidance would be too generous. I have had the pleasure of meeting Yan Shi on several occasions, and one might say we are acquaintances. Might I borrow the item in your possession for a few days for my study? I would be willing to offer you 1,000 taels of silver, and I assure you, I shall return it afterward." Surely, this is not an unfair proposition. Upon revealing his identity, Night Star noticed that Zhou Renqing's demeanor had softened considerably. The status of being a true disciple of the Qingyun sword sect was indeed formidable. Moreover, Yan Shi was backed by a master of the third realm of true martial arts, while Zhou Renqing's own father was merely a master of the first realm. Remaining composed, Night Star replied, "As I have stated, the item I intend to present to Yan Shi is not for rent, nor for sale. Therefore, I would advise you to reconsider. I am not in need of the 1,000 taels of silver you offer. Even if you were to present me with 10,000 taels, it would not sway my decision." Night Star feigned an air of affluence. He intended to conduct his affairs within Qingyun County without excessively antagonizing Zhou Renqing. Regrettably, the longsword in his possession was of utmost significance, and he could not possibly part with such a treasure, even for the sake of research. Should Zhou Renqing discover any of the longsword's unique characteristics, it was unlikely he would return it to Night Star. Observing Night Star's resolute stance, Zhou Renqing chose not to press further. Firstly, they were in the Qingyun workshop, a property of his family. Any disruption of its order could lead to reprimand from his father. Secondly, Night Star was a true disciple of Yan Shi from the Qingyun sword sect. Should anything happen to him, the sect would undoubtedly intervene, resulting in a situation difficult to manage. Thirdly, Zhou Renqing was unaware of the true value of the origin longsword. His sole intention was to study the intricate yin-yang pattern upon it. Had he comprehended its worth, he might have dared to confront even Qianyuan Jianzhong. Regaining his usual amiable demeanor, Zhou Renqing slowly addressed Night Star. "Since you have articulated your stance so clearly, I shall not attempt to seize what you cherished. As for any concerns regarding coercive transactions, you need not worry. Such practices have no place in the Qingyun County governed by our Lord's Manor. Even in the face of aggressive buying and selling, the power of our city lord's mansion will intervene to put a stop to it. Since you are unwilling to sell or lease to me, I shall take my leave for now." After Zhou Renqing finished speaking, he turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Although Zhou Renqing had left, Yi Xingqian, in that fleeting moment, caught a glimpse of the intense irritation in his eyes. It was evident that Yi Xingchen's actions today had deeply offended him. Such a petty individual would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to trouble Yi Xingchen. After a brief interval following Zhao Renqing's departure, Yi Xingchen promptly took his leave from the Qingyun workshop, carrying the origin sword with him. Once Yi Xingchen had gone, the old man at the stall found himself in a state of disquietude. Clearly, the item he had sold to Yi Xingchen was a treasure, for anything that could incite a rivalry between two prominent figures must surely possess significant value. His sense of loss stemmed from the fact that he had now sold two of his precious treasures in succession. Had he known earlier that the two items he sold were treasures, the money he could have exchanged for them would likely have far surpassed what he earned from his stall. Yet, his excitement was fueled by the prospect of having yet another selling point, which would allow his goods to thrive for a time. After all, having sold two valuable treasures in a row would undoubtedly attract a crowd of eager buyers. By simply raising the price, he was certain to reap a bountiful profit. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Xingchen began to delve into the mysteries of the origin sword. However, no matter how he examined it, he could not discern its purpose. This was not surprising. If the uses of the origin sword were so easily understood, the opportunity for Yi Xingchen to acquire it would never have arisen. Since he could not uncover its utility, Yi Xingchen lost interest in further investigation. He pondered where to store the origin sword, as carrying it on his back was not a viable option. His reluctance to bear the sword stemmed from two reasons. First, its unsightly appearance might provoke laughter from others. Second, being a highly coveted item, should a passing powerful individual recognize it, they might swiftly eliminate him to seize the sword, resulting in a significant loss. Suddenly, a mechanized system prompt echoed. Host, items can be stored within the system space. If the host lacks a storage location, items can be kept in the system space. When the host requires an item, it can be retrieved from the system space, a storage space of such sophistication, Yi Xingchen mused. However, he soon came to terms with it. It was not surprising that a system of such grandeur would possess a storage space. Storage spaces are indeed remarkable, rumored to be unavailable even to the leader of the Qingyun sword sect. Only those of master-level strength are deemed worthy of such an asset. Yanxi's storage pouch was merely an ordinary bag woven from special materials, lacking the ability to expand or contract in space. It could only accommodate simple jars and potions and smaller weapons. Any larger armament would not fit within. As the night enveloped the world, Yi Xingchen casually brandished the sword of origin twice before consigning it to the confines of the system's spatial realm. In his heart, he inquired of the system. System, is it possible for this spatial realm to accommodate living beings? The mechanical voice of the system responded, indeed, the spatial realm can naturally harbor living entities. However, such entities are limited to the targets designated by the system's tasks. No other creatures may enter the spatial realm unless the host elevates the system's level. At that juncture, the host will have the ability to admit any living being into the system's domain. Chapter 32. The action. It was a moonlit night when Ouyang Mu once again arrived at the inn where Yi Xingchen resided. With a calm demeanor, Yi Xingchen inquired, "How prepared is the plan?" Ouyang Mu respectfully replied, reporting to the young master, "The scheme has been meticulously crafted. We shall set the time for our action for tomorrow, ensuring that Zhou Hongli is left with no means of escape. However, once we eliminate Zhou Hongli within the confines of Qingyun County, what stance should we adopt towards the Longhu gang?" Yi Xingchen responded nonchalantly. "What stance could there be? Naturally, we shall also eradicate the Longhu gang in the process. Such a den of filth, if left standing, would be a disgrace to Qingyun County. Our annihilation of the Longhu gang serves to rid the county of its blight. As for the assets of the Longhu gang within Qingyun County, they shall rightfully be our reward for their destruction." Ouyang Mu cautioned, "Young master, the Longhu gang has clandestine dealings with the city lord's manor. Should we destroy the Longhu gang, it would inevitably infringe upon Chen Chufu's interests. After acquiring the Longhu gang's assets, should we consider offering a portion to the city lord's manor? Otherwise, the manor might seek retribution against us, and we may find ourselves unable to withstand their onslaught." Yi Xingchen replied coolly, "Currently, the punishment alliance is weakened. Indeed, it would be prudent to grant some concessions to the city lord's manor." "Understood." Ouyang Mu responded with utmost respect. After a brief exchange, Ouyang Mu took his leave, while Yi Xingchen settled into his room, adopting a meditative posture to cultivate his skills. The following day, Zhou Hongli, as was his custom, arrived at the Pinhua building accompanied by 4 martial artists at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Upon entering, he proceeded directly into the inner courtyard of the establishment. Once inside, Zhou Hongli entered a secret chamber, leaving the 4 9th level practitioners to guard the entrance. Shortly after Zhou Hongli's arrival, all members of the Punishment Alliance congregated outside the Pinhua building, including the innate realm Ouyang Mu. With a commanding voice, Ouyang ordered, and over 29th level practitioners surged into the building. Within a mere quarter of an hour, all of the guards at Pinhua Building were dispatched. The Pinhua Building served as Zhou Hongli's residence, its defenses not particularly formidable, comprising merely a dozen or so practitioners of the acquired realm. Thus, with over 29th level martial artists, bolstered by an innate realm warrior, it was only a matter of time before they effortlessly subdued all the guards within the Pinhua Building, the entrance of the secret chamber. In a situation where both intention and unintentionality coexisted, the members of the Punishment Alliance effortlessly dispatched the Guardian's ninefold celestial defenders, taking full advantage of their numerical superiority, and not a single member of the Punishment Alliance sustained any injuries. Among the 4 Guardians of the ninefold celestial realm, 1 belonged to the Punishment Alliance. Under such circumstances, if the Punishment Alliance had suffered any casualties, it would have been deemed utterly inept. Ouyang turned to Ade and inquired, Ade, is Zhou Hongli currently in the secret chamber? Can the sounds of battle outside be heard within? Ade respectfully replied, Master, Zhou Hongli is indeed in the secret chamber. I have previously traversed the passage, which is exceedingly long, and the sounds of our battle cannot be heard within the hidden path. What should we do now? Ouyang suggested, You should dishevel yourself a bit, then we will pursue you. You can flee into the secret chamber to alert Zhou Hongli. Position yourself behind him to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. This way, we can most efficiently subdue him. Master, I understand, Ade responded. And without hesitation, he slashed his chest with a blade, rendering himself quite disheveled. He then pushed open the great door of the secret chamber and fled inside, with all members of the Punishment Alliance following suit. As expected, the hidden path was as lengthy as Ade described. It took Ouyang and his companions a full 15 minutes to reach the passage's end. Upon reaching the terminus of the hidden path, Ade opened the door and entered a grand hall, followed closely by all members of the Punishment Alliance. Though the hall was not particularly large, it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate over 20 individuals without feeling cramped. The sudden influx of so many people caused Zhou Hongli, who had been in seclusion within the hall, to turn around. Ade successfully approached Zhou Hongli. Zhou Hongli, with a calm demeanor, inquired, Ade, what is the meaning of this? Ade gasped for breath and replied, Deputy Chief, a group of people has unexpectedly invaded our Pinhua Building and commenced a massacre. Now, I am the sole survivor among our ranks. After Ade's brief account, Zhou Hongli grasped the general situation at Pinhua Building. He cast a steady gaze at Ouyang and slowly spoke. Might I ask who you are? I do not recall having wronged you in any way. Why have you intruded upon my Pinhua Building and slain my people? Do you truly believe that our Longhu gang is so easily trifled with? Ouyang replied coolly, Zhou Hongli, you indeed have not offended us. But as a flower thief, you have incurred the wrath of the entire Qingyun County. The Punishment Alliance acts as the sword of justice, and today we shall eradicate you, this vile and treacherous being. As for the Longhu gang, we harbor no fear of your organization, and we shall thoroughly cleanse places like Longhu gang that harbor corruption. Zhou Hongli, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, so you are members of the Punishment Alliance. I, Zhou Hongli, have no quarrel with your organization, nor does my Longhu gang. However, if you members of the Punishment Alliance wish to play the role of the big shots, then I shall have no choice but to send you to hell. Do you truly believe that with your innate first-tier abilities, supplemented by your 20 or so feeble practitioners of the 9th tier, you could possibly contend with me? Allow me to demonstrate, today, the stark disparity in strength and capability. Upon finishing his proclamation, Zhou Hongli revealed his innate 3rd-tier prowess. He continued, Do you now comprehend the folly of seeking trouble with me? With my innate 2nd-tier cultivation, you might have had a chance to defeat me, but my innate 3rd-tier strength is beyond your reach. Since you have come to provoke me, I shall ensure that all of you remain here today. Having uttered these words, Zhou Hongli prepared to strike at the members of the Punishment Alliance. Ever since Ouyang had disclosed his identity as a notorious thief, Zhou Hongli had resolved to eliminate every member of the Punishment Alliance. For allowing those who knew his secret to remain was perilous. Should the Punishment Alliance reveal it, countless formidable opponents would undoubtedly seek his life. Before Zhou Hongli could make his move, a dagger, mere inches long, pierced through his lower back, striking his dantian. The assailant was none other than his trusted confidant. Ade, having followed Zhou Hongli for nearly a decade, Ade had earned Zhou Hongli's utmost trust. Without Ouyang heart-controlling poison, it would have been impossible for them to sway Ade's loyalty. With his dantian destroyed, Zhou Hongli's innate 3rd-tier strength plummeted to the 9th tier of acquired cultivation. The establishment of the dantian marks the acquired realm, and the internal energy stored within signifies the innate. Once Zhou Hongli's dantian was pierced, all his internal energy dissipated, resulting in his immediate descent to the 9th tier. Zhou Hongli gazed at Adia in disbelief and asked, "Why have you betrayed me? I have always regarded you as my trusted aide." Ouyang Mu smiled slightly and replied, "His betrayal stems from your failure to fulfill certain expectations. Had you adequately addressed all aspects, he would not have turned against you." Ouyang Mu naturally could not reveal the secret of the heart-controlling poison to his subordinates. Instead, he feigned having swayed Ada. Otherwise, should his subordinates discover such a secret, they would inevitably harbor distrust towards him. Zhou Hongli's expression turned icy as he demanded, "Ada, why have you truly betrayed me? Even if I perish today, I wish to die with clarity." Betrayed by the one he trusted most, Zhou Hongli was determined to uncover the reasons behind Ada's treachery. Ada responded with calmness, "I betrayed you because Ouyang Mu offered me irresistible benefits." "An irresistible benefit? Indeed," Zhou Hongli retorted. "I have always considered you a confidant, yet you have become my greatest threat." He then turned to Ouyang Mu and stated, "Ouyang Mu, I wish to propose a transaction." Ouyang Mu replied, "You are nothing more than a captive in my grasp. What right do you have to negotiate with me?" Zhou Hongli remarked, "This transaction has the potential to facilitate a swift breakthrough in your cultivation. However, if you are unwilling to engage in this exchange, then so be it." Ouyang Mu replied in a calm manner, "Please, do share your terms." Zhou Hongli stated, "I wish to discuss this matter solely with you." Ouyang Mu summoned all individuals at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation to leave, thus remaining alone in the Grand Hall. Presently, Zhou Hongli had regressed to merely the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, whereas Ouyang Mu's true combat prowess reached the pinnacle of the 2nd stage of innate cultivation, rendering him unperturbed by any cunning schemes Zhou Hongli might employ. Ouyang Mu said coolly, "There is no one else here now. You may speak freely regarding this transaction." Zhou Hongli replied, "The reason I was able to ascend from the 1st to the 3rd stage of innate cultivation in just 2 years is entirely due to my unique cultivation method. If you were to acquire my technique, I believe you too could rapidly elevate your cultivation level, possibly reaching the pinnacle of innate cultivation within 5 years, if you spare me, and also deal with that traitor Ada. I will gladly impart my method to you." Ouyang Mu neither acquiesced nor declined. He inquired casually, "What grade is your cultivation method?" Zhou Hongli responded, "It is a peak-level method of the Xian rank. What do you think? This transaction is exceedingly advantageous for you, is it not?" Ouyang Mu replied nonchalantly, "A top-tier method of the Xian rank is indeed tempting. Even among first-rate factions, such techniques are revered as foundational arts. However, whether or not to spare your life depends entirely on the wishes of my young master, and as for Ada's life, do not harbor any thoughts of that. Those who serve me shall never be treated unjustly, but should you make further demands, do not blame me for turning against you." Zhou Hongli asserted, "Individuals like Ada, who possess a rebellious nature, will only bring trouble upon themselves if you choose to keep him alive. Thus, whether to eliminate Ada is a decision for you to ponder." Approximately 15 minutes later, Yixingchen arrived in the hall. He had been lurking not far from the Pinhua building. And once Ouyang Mu succeeded, he promptly dispatched someone to summon Yixingchen, which explained his swift arrival. Upon his entry, Ouyang Mu conveyed Zhou Hongli's proposed terms to Yixingchen. Why Yixingchen spoke with indifference. "To spare your life is certainly feasible. However, Ada has already become one of us, and it is inconceivable for us to dispose of him. Now, present the cultivation method you mentioned, and I shall refrain from causing you harm." Zhou Hongli insisted, "You must swear a martial oath. If you violate this oath, your cultivation will forever stagnate. Only then will I consider handing over my method. Otherwise, acquiring it will be utterly impossible." Without hesitation, Yixingchen vowed, "I, Yixingchen, hereby swear that if Zhou Hongli grants me the top-tier Xian rank cultivation method, I will ensure that neither I nor my subordinates shall harm his life. Should I breach this oath, may my cultivation forever stagnate." As the night star gazed at Zhou Hongli, he proclaimed, "I have now sworn an oath to the martial arts. Do you not think it is time for you to bestow upon me the supreme technique of the Xian rank? Should I discover that you have deceived me, I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell." Zhou Hongli replied, "Hand me a jade slip, and I shall transcribe the supreme technique of the Xian rank." Upon hearing this, the night star promptly instructed Ouyang Mu to present a jade slip, which was then handed to Zhou Hongli. The night star urged, "Now, proceed with your transcription." At that moment, Zhou Hongli contemplated seizing the night star and using him as leverage to escape. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this reckless notion. The presence of Ouyang Mu, a formidable innate realm expert, rendered the likelihood of success alarmingly low. Failure would surely lead to his demise. Rather than risk such a perilous gamble, it would be wiser to dutifully surrender the technique and leave this place unscathed. The Night Star had already sworn an oath to the martial arts, and Zhou Hongli felt no trepidation regarding the possibility of betrayal. In the realm of chivalry, divine providence dictated that those who violate their oaths would face severe celestial retribution. Such punishment would invariably damage one's martial spirit, making further advancement nearly impossible. For a practitioner of martial arts, stagnation in cultivation is a fate worse than death. Thus, he remained unconcerned that the Night Star and his companions might forsake their oath and eliminate him, for such an act would yield no gain and only serve to harm their own martial spirits. Before long, Zhou Hongli had transcribed the supreme technique, the Uni-Heart Sutra. He refrained from tampering with the technique, as it pertained to his very life. He would not jeopardize his existence for the sake of a mere Xian rank technique. Although his Dantian was currently impaired, he possessed the means to restore it, making it entirely possible to cultivate back to the innate realm. Zhou Hongli presented the transcribed supreme technique to the Night Star. Yet it was Ouyang who accepted it and passed it to the Night Star. Upon glancing at the Uni-Heart Sutra, the Night Star understood why Zhou Hongli had acquired the notorious title of Flower Thief. The Uni-Heart Sutra was a technique that required the collection of numerous women's essence to achieve mastery. Zhou Hongli had gathered the essence of over 90 women, elevating his cultivation to the third level of the innate realm. Once he collected the essence of 100 women and broke through the technique's limitations, he would seamlessly ascend to the fourth level of the innate realm. Should that occur, the Night Star and his companions would find their endeavors considerably more arduous. However, the Night Star had no intention of cultivating such a nefarious technique, nor did he wish for his subordinates to pursue it, as it was fundamentally against the principles of righteousness. After reviewing the technique, the Night Star resolutely destroyed the Uni-Heart Sutra. Zhou Hongli gazed at Yi Xingqian with an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that merely a single glance had granted Yi the comprehension of the martial arts technique. Yet, he was utterly perplexed by Yi Xingqian's reason for destroying the method. Zhou Hongli inquired, "My lord, the technique I transcribed contains not a single error. Moreover, it is indeed a pinnacle-level technique of the Xian tier. Why would my lord choose to obliterate it?" Yi Xingqian replied with a hint of indifference, "In my perspective, martial arts bear no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. Only the dichotomy of good and evil prevails. The method you have presented to me is tainted with heavenly transgressions, and I cannot abide by such a technique. I shall not permit anyone in this world to employ it." Zhou Hongli exclaimed, "You intend to breach our agreement." Yi Xingqian offered a tranquil smile and stated, "I still honor my word. I shall not kill you as I have promised. However, from this moment forth, you shall no longer have the opportunity to cultivate the art of controlling women." Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Zhou Hongli breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his life was spared, whether he continued to use the art of controlling women would be entirely up to him. Yi Xingqian then turned his gaze towards Ouyang and calmly instructed, "Seal Zhou Hongli's cultivation and restrict his movements." Ouyang replied, "Understood." Without delay, Ouyang set to work. Zhou Hongli, with his cultivation restricted to the 9th level of the acquired realm, found himself with no chance to resist. In a brief moment, Zhou Hongli was rendered incapable of both movement and speech. Yi Xingqian stood beside him, placing a hand upon Zhou Hongli's head. Zhou Hongli, utterly bewildered, had no inkling of Yi Xingqian's intentions. Yi Xingqian slowly recited a peculiar incantation, a sequence of words incomprehensible to any listener. In an instant, Zhou Hongli was ensnared within the confines of the system's prison. The system had long since provided Yi Xingqian with the means to capture nefarious individuals. Once a villain entered the system's prison, it would commence a process of transformation. After a week, not only would the villain heed Yi Xingqian's commands, but he would also cease his malevolent ways. Despite Zhou Hongli's cultivation being reduced to the 9th level of the acquired realm, the system's prison could effortlessly restore his powers. The moment Yi Xingqian completed his task, a mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness. "Congratulations, host, on completing the system task 2 Punish Evil. Rewards are being dispensed. The second prison has been unlocked, allowing the host to summon Lu Bin for service at any moment. The extraction of special items has been unlocked and awaits the host selection. System task 2 Punish Evil has been completed, and task 3 Reward Good is being generated." The voice continued, "System task 3 has been finalized. The third task, Reward Good, involves bestowing rewards upon virtuous individuals. Task explanation. Wu Xiao of Qingyun County is a benevolent soul who, having slain the wicked young master of the City Lord's manor, is now being pursued by the City Lord's forces. The host need only protect Wu Xiao for 10 years or eliminate the threat posed by the City Lord's manor to complete the task. Wu Xiao is currently hiding in the refugee district of the northern city of Qingyun County, in room 47 of Tianhua Street. The host is urged to dispatch someone for his rescue promptly." The mission concerning Wu Xiao's demise has concluded automatically, and the system shall assign the host a task of tenfold difficulty, a task of benevolence. Task items, none. Task rewards, unlock the third prison cell of the system. The host shall gain the loyalty of Lu Jilin, an individual of innate fourth-tier cultivation. Furthermore, the host may select one from Lu Jilin's advanced Pure Yang technique or the advanced 9 Netherwar Soul Fist. Knight Xingqian murmured to himself, indeed, the first benevolence task was an effortless gift. Fulfilling it was remarkably simple. However, the second task of benevolence is exponentially more challenging. To complete the task, he must either protect Wu Xiao for a decade or eliminate the threat posed by the City Lord's mansion. Knight Xingqian could either assist Wu Xiao in concealing himself for 10 years, contingent upon Wu Xiao's willingness, or he must possess a force that is unafraid of the City Lord's mansion, allowing Wu Xiao to appear openly before its members. Yet, considering the City Lord's mansion has dominated the entire Qingyun County for many years, even if Knight Xingqian gathered all his current forces, he could scarcely shake a single arm of the mansion's power. On the surface, it is understood that the City Lord's mansion harbors a formidable true martial realm expert along with over 30 innate realm strongmen. However, Knight Xingqian is acutely aware that this is by no means the entirety of their strength. He does not hasten to claim his reward, nor to summon any powerful allies. Turning to Ouyang Mu, he instructed, you are to proceed immediately to the North District, Tianhua Street, Room 47. Bring a youth named Wu Xiao into the Punishment Alliance, ensuring his personal safety at all costs. Ouyang Mu did not question Knight Xingqian's reasoning but respectfully responded, yes, before swiftly departing the hall, heading towards the North District of Qingyun County. Knight Xingqian is confident that Ouyang Mu will adeptly safeguard Wu Xiao, firstly due to Ouyang Mu's prowess in the innate realm and secondly because he is known to be an exceedingly clever and resourceful individual. Now, devoid of powerful allies, for the sake of his own safety, Knight Xingqian resolved to summon Lu Bin for protection. With Lu Bin, an innate third-tier expert at his side, the number of individuals capable of threatening him within Qingyun County would likely not exceed 10. In his heart, Knight Xingqian addressed the system. System, I am about to release the individual from the second prison cell. The system's mechanical voice responded, receiving the host's command, releasing the notorious Lu Bin from the second prison cell immediately. As the system's words concluded, a beam of purple light materialized in the hall. Following the purple glow, a youthful scholar dressed in white appeared before Knight Xingqian. Upon his arrival, Lu Bin knelt on one knee and respectfully addressed Knight Xingqian. Subordinate Lu Bin greets the master. Lu Bin spoke plainly, do not refer to me as master henceforth. Simply call me young master. Knight Xingqian preferred all his subordinates to address him as young master. Firstly because, given his current cultivation, the title of master seemed inappropriate, and secondly to cultivate an impression of possessing a profound and inscrutable background. Lu Bin responded respectfully, understood, young master. How may I serve you upon your summoning? The Night Star, with a gentle tone, remarked, at present, I have no specific instructions for you. For now, remain by my side as my bodyguard. When the need arises, I shall naturally call upon you. Understood, replied Lu Bin, promptly positioning himself behind the Night Star. With Lu Bin's protection, the Night Star felt a considerable sense of reassurance. The Night Star then focused his mind and communicated, System, I wish to initiate the System Task 2 Reward Extraction. The system's mechanical voice responded, the system is extracting rewards. Please wait momentarily. Once the extraction was complete, the system announced, congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-grade Huang-class Piao Piao Fist. The system offered a warm reminder. Please assume a seated position on the ground. In 1 minute, the system will bestow upon you enlightenment, allowing you to master the Piao Piao Fist at its fullest level. The fully realized Piao Piao Fist wields tremendous power, rated at a formidable 10. Yet its consumption is equally substantial. Given the Night Star's current inner strength, he could only employ the fully realized Piao Piao Fist 3 times before exhausting his energy completely. Thus, he intended to reserve it as a trump card. For ordinary confrontations, he deemed the Tai Chi Fist and Tai Chi Sword to be far more suitable, as both techniques do not deplete inner strength. Moreover, the Night Star sensed that with the enhancement of his abilities, neither the Tai Chi Fist nor the Tai Chi Sword exhibited any signs of diminished potency. It appeared as though both forms had evolved alongside his progress, leaving the Night Star somewhat perplexed regarding their true nature as martial arts. Despite his uncertainty about the Tai Chi techniques, he chose not to dwell on it. The fact that the Tai Chi Fist and Tai Chi Sword were advancing was a positive development, and the Night Star opted not to investigate further. After completing the reward extraction, the Night Star calmly addressed Lu Bin. Lu Bin, prepare your defenses. I intend to unleash my strongest attack upon you to gauge the limits of my power. Lu Bin respectfully replied, understood, my lord. You may attack me without hesitation. The Night Star executed a motion to strike, refraining from gathering energy beforehand, for in true life and death battles, few are able to charge their attacks. He unleashed the newly acquired Piao Piao fist, which Lu Bin effortlessly received. However, the impact caused Lu Bin to stagger back 3 steps. Given Lu Bin's strength, he could have easily neutralized the Night Star's power. But recognizing the Night Star's cultivation at the 6th level of postnatal development, he countered with the 9th level of postnatal strength. What he did not anticipate was that the Night Star's power had actually reached the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, which explained why Lu Bin was pushed back 3 meters. The Night Star inquired lightly, "How does my strength measure up? To what level of postnatal cultivation do you believe I have attained?" Lu Bin, with utmost respect, responded, "My lord, your strength appears to have reached the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. Even an ordinary practitioner at this level would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against you, even when employing martial techniques." The Night Star nodded in acknowledgement, feeling no surprise at his strength being comparable to that of an ordinary 8th level practitioner. The martial arts of the upper echelon of the yellow rank are typically only within the grasp of those who have attained the innate realm, let alone the perfected level of such techniques. Yi Xingqian mused that by integrating his Tai Chi boxing and Tai Chi swordplay, he could contend even against those at the 9th level of the acquired realm. He spoke to Lu Bin in a calm manner, "Let us depart. It won't be long before the members of the Longhu gang catch wind of our presence." Thus, Yi Xingqian led Lu Bin back to the inn where he initially resided, arranging for Lu Bin's room to be situated adjacent to his own. Within a humble dwelling in the northern district of Qingyun County, Ouyingmu and Wu Xiu exchanged glances. Wu Xiu coldly remarked, "You must also be a sycophant of the city lord's mansion. I am curious how you managed to find this place. I believed I had concealed myself sufficiently well. Might I inquire if you detected it through your keen sense or by other means?" At this moment, Wu Xiu had discerned that Ouyingmu was a first-tier innate martial artist. Should it come to a direct confrontation, he had no chance of success. Wu Xiu intended to provoke Ouyingmu, seeking an opportunity to escape, a tactic he had previously employed to evade a first-tier innate warrior. Ouyingmu, perceptive of Wu Xiu's ulterior motives, responded with indifference, "To provoke me, I see you lack the capability. With your 9th level of the acquired realm, what chance do you believe you have of escaping in my presence?" Wu Xiu maintained a placid demeanor, asserting, "There is, of course, a 100 chance of escape. However, I do not intend to flee but rather to take your life. I wish to convey to the city lord's mansion that Wu Xiu is not so easily dispatched." Ouyingmu retorted, "Your bravado is commendable, but I wonder if you possess the ability to back it up. Should you lack such prowess, today shall be the day your name is inscribed here." Ouyingmu refrained from revealing his identity, wishing to gauge Wu Xiu's true combat capabilities and assess whether the individual entrusted to him by the young master warranted protection and was worthy of joining the punishment alliance. Ultimately, even if Wu Xiu proved unworthy, Ouyingmu would still adhere to Yi Xingqian's orders and admit him into the alliance, albeit without conferring any significant responsibilities. In a flash, Wu Xiu unveiled all of his 9th level of acquired realm prowess, adopting an appearance that suggested he was prepared for a desperate struggle. Ouyingmu similarly displayed his first-tier innate prowess, observing Wu Xiu with quiet intensity. As Wu Xiu began to harness his internal energy, Ouyingmu did the same. Just when Ouyingmu anticipated a full-on assault from Wu Xiu, the latter suddenly retracted his entire aura and fled through the window. Ouyingmu initially cursed under his breath. What a clever little brat. Then, with a faint smile, he mused, "Even the most cunning fox cannot outsmart the seasoned hunter. Today, this little fox shall not escape." From the moment Ouyingmu entered, he had already stationed over 10 individuals to guard the various exits of the house, rendering any escape attempt by Wu Xiu utterly futile. Ouyingmu stepped out of the room and arrived at the back door, where he observed that Wu Xiu had been captured by 3 of his subordinates. Wu Xiu was merely a novice martial artist, having just entered the 9th level of the postnatal realm. The last time he managed to escape from a martial artist of the innate 1st level, it was due to the latter's oversight, failing to account for Wu Xiu's remarkable speed and audacity, which had granted him his fleeting freedom. The 3 postnatal 9th level martial artists now engaged Wu Xiu, who had only recently attained the same level, in direct combat. Naturally, he stood no chance against their combined prowess and was thus apprehended. Ouyingmu regarded Wu Xiu with a faint smile and remarked, "So, young man, why not continue your escape?" Wu Xiu scoffed in response, "It is merely my misfortune to find myself in your clutches today. Whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely at your discretion. Should I even furrow my brow, it would mean I am no longer a man." Ouyingmu replied nonchalantly, "I didn't expect you to possess some spirit, but I wonder if your resolve is as unyielding as your bones." If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I may treat you with leniency later. Otherwise, I assure you, you will find yourself in a predicament where survival is as elusive as death, Wu Xiu declared. A man of honor knows when to act and when to refrain. To think I would kneel and plead for mercy is but a foolish dream. Ouyang Mu, with a hint of amusement, observed, such a spirit. No wonder you dared to slay the son of the city lord for the sake of a virtuous woman. I respect your bravery. From this day forth, your life shall be safeguarded by the punishment of evil alliance. I am a member of the alliance's Xian rank, and I wonder if you would be interested in joining our cause. Should you choose to ally with us, we shall shield you from the consequences of the city lord's wrath. Wu Xiu locked eyes with Ouyang Mu and retorted, You are not affiliated with the city lord's faction. Ouyang Mu replied, A mere city lord's authority is unworthy of my service. Now, you may reveal your choice. Will you consent to join the punishment of evil alliance? Or will you refuse? If you choose the latter, I shall grant you your freedom at this moment. Wu Xiu inquired, Can you enlighten me as to why the punishment of evil alliance would accept me? Aside from my own merit, I believe I possess nothing of value. Ouyang Mu explained, The principle of the punishment of evil alliance is to reward virtue and punish wickedness. Your actions are justified, and the city lord's pursuit of you is intolerable to our young master, which is why we were sent to rescue you. Rewarding virtue and punishing wickedness. The punishment of evil alliance does seem intriguing. Wu Xiu mused, If you are unafraid of incurring the city lord's ire, I would gladly join your ranks. Although Wu Xiu harbored no fear of death, he was no fool. He chose life as long as he did not have to sell his soul. Ouyang Mu responded, Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our punishment of evil alliance at the Huang rank, provided you refrain from committing heinous acts or betraying our organization. The punishment alliance will forever stand as your pillar of support, providing you with unwavering shelter, Wu Xiudao remarked. I have indeed heard whispers regarding the recent rise of the punishment alliance within the confines of Qingyun County. However, from what I gather, there is only one formidable being of the innate realm among your ranks, and that must surely be you. Do you truly believe that you alone can offer me protection? The city lord's manner is not so easily offended. Ouyang Mu replied with an air of calm, You underestimate the punishment alliance far too much. While it is true that we have only recently established a branch in Qingyun County with merely 3 members of the yellow rank, it will not be long before we dispatch more high-level experts. To enlighten you, members of the yellow rank represent those of the acquired realm, and we only accept those at the 9th level of the acquired stage. The members of the Xian rank are the innate realm experts, while those of the D rank are the true martial realm masters. The members of the Tian rank embody the Grandmaster realm, and our alliance leader and vice leader are Grandmaster level experts themselves. Do you truly believe we would fear a mere city lord's manner? Wu Xiu looked at Ouyang Mu in astonishment and said, How have I never heard of the punishment alliance? Is it not the case that only the 3 great holy lands and the 2 imperial dynasties possess Grandmaster level power? Ouyang Mu replied, Your knowledge is regrettably superficial. The heroic continent is far more complex than it appears. It is not the 3 great holy lands or the 2 imperial dynasties that truly control the fate of the continent, but rather the hidden powers that operate in the shadows. Ouyang Mu was not lying. The true top-tier powers of the heroic continent were indeed those hidden factions with legacies spanning over a millennium. However, ordinary people are deemed unworthy to engage with such concealed forces. Only those at the true martial realm possess the qualifications to venture into the realm of these ancient legacies. Had Ouyang Mu not been imprisoned within the system's confines, he too would lack the privilege to access such truths. It was through these insights that he managed to gather over 20 practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired stage to serve him in a remarkably short time. Wu Xiu inquired, How can you substantiate the veracity of your claims? How can you prove that the Punishment Alliance possesses Grandmaster-level experts? Ouyang Mu replied, Such proof is unnecessary. Do you even have the luxury of choice given your current predicament? Nonetheless, I must assure you that everything I have stated is indeed true. Joining the Punishment Alliance will not restrict your personal freedom. Moreover, once you become a part of our alliance, you will gradually encounter the masters within, and you will no longer doubt my honesty. Do you truly believe I would need to deceive a practitioner of the acquired 9th level? Wu Xiu conceded, Indeed, there is no necessity for such deception. Very well, I shall agree to join the Punishment Alliance. Chapter 37. The Meeting of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. In truth, Ouyang Mu's assertions were not mere bluster. They were grounded in reality. Hidden forces with legacies spanning millennia do exist, and the Punishment Alliance is destined to rise and rival such ancient powers. Ouyang Mu continued, Every nation has its laws, and every family has its rules. Within the Punishment and Evil Alliance, there are indeed regulations. Once you join this organization, you must adhere to its rules. Now, allow me to elucidate the system of rewards and punishments within the Punishment and Evil Alliance. The Alliance issues various tasks, and upon their completion, you will earn contribution points. These points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, and weaponry within the Alliance if your contribution points are substantial enough. You may even enlist the assistance of higher-ranking members to aid you in your endeavors. All of this is contingent upon your possession of contribution points. Without them, such privileges remain out of reach. As for the punitive measures, as long as you do not betray the Alliance, refrain from actions detrimental to its interests, and avoid heinous deeds, you shall face no repercussions. However, should you transgress, the Alliance will not hesitate to purge its ranks. Given that the Punishment and Evil Alliance has only recently established its presence in the Kingdom of Yu and specifically in Qingyun County, its regulations are still somewhat rudimentary. Nevertheless, as the adept members from the headquarters arrive one by one, the rules of the Alliance will undoubtedly become more refined. You grasp the system of rewards and punishments within the Punishment and Evil Alliance. Wu Xiu responded, I comprehend fully. I shall diligently adhere to the regulations of the Punishment and Evil Alliance. Ouyang Mu then discreetly escorted Wu Xiu to the headquarters of the Punishment and Evil Alliance. Presently, Wu Xiu's City Lord's manor is under a city-wide manhunt in Qingyun County, and the Lord's residence does not believe any faction would dare harbor him at this time. Thus, bringing Wu Xiu back to the Alliance's headquarters, while seemingly a risky maneuver, is, in truth, exceedingly secured. The headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. All senior members are convened in the Assembly Hall. The news of Zhou Hongli's assassination at the Flower Appreciation Pavilion has reached the ears of the gang's leader, prompting immediate deliberations among the upper echelons of the Dragon Tiger Gang, as someone has audaciously slain the deputy leader within Qingyun County. The gang's leader occupies the foremost position, while the third and fourth deputy leaders are seated respectively on his right and left. The leftmost seat, previously held by Zhou Hongli, is now vacant in his absence. The gang leader spoke calmly, Third deputy leader, you oversee the intelligence department. Have you uncovered any information? Which faction dares to strike at our deputy leader? Is this not a direct affront to our Dragon Tiger Gang? The third deputy leader respectfully replied, reporting to the gang leader, due to the sudden nature of this incident, our intelligence department has yet to ascertain which faction was responsible. However, we are committed to unveiling the truth with utmost urgency. The fourth deputy leader interjected, Third deputy leader, you must hasten your efforts. If even our second deputy leader, a second-tier innate master, has been eliminated, we, who are merely first-tier innate masters, may also be targets. If we do not swiftly identify our adversaries, our safety may be imperiled. Under normal circumstances, the fourth deputy leader would have taken the opportunity to ridicule the third deputy leader's incompetence and seek personal gain. However, in light of Zhou Hongli's demise, fear has gripped the fourth deputy leader. Thus, the four leaders of the Longhu gang refrained from engaging in gossip or undermining the third leader at this moment. The third leader of the Longhu gang spoke calmly, I am well aware of this matter, and I shall deploy all intelligence personnel of the Longhu gang to swiftly uncover the truth. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the third leader had no time to bicker with the fourth leader. The leader of the Longhu gang remarked nonchalantly, there is no need for undue haste or excessive worry. It is possible that the assassination of our second leader merely stemmed from a grudge with an enemy, rather than an attack directed at our entire Longhu gang. However, regardless of the motives, anyone bold enough to slay our second leader must pay the price. Fourth leader, mobilize all your forces to collaborate with the third leader's intelligence division to clarify this matter as quickly as possible. As for the combat division overseen by the second leader, I shall temporarily take charge. Whoever discovers the identity of the perpetrator behind the second leader's demise first will gain control of the combat division. Do you understand? The Longhu gang boasts an elite division, comprised entirely of adept individuals at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, a force under the direct command of the gang leader. Additionally, there exists a combat division responsible for external engagements, which was previously under the purview of the second leader. The Qinglong gang also possesses an intelligence division, managing all intelligence affairs, overseen by the third leader. Furthermore, there is an assassination division, tasked with handling matters that the Qinglong gang could not address directly, under the control of the fourth leader. Among these four divisions, the elite division stands as the most formidable. Even the combined might of the other three divisions pales in comparison. The intelligence and assassination divisions, commanded by the third and fourth leaders respectively, were initially of similar strength. However, the Longhu gang leader's decision to offer the combat division as an incentive was intended to motivate the third and fourth leaders to act decisively. Otherwise, given their temperaments, they might hesitate to investigate or merely conduct a superficial inquiry. Upon hearing about this reward, the eyes of the third and fourth leaders of the Longhu gang widened in anticipation. Controlling the combat division would undoubtedly allow them to surpass one another and access greater cultivation resources. The third leader of the Longhu gang declared, "Leader, I will ensure the swift identification of the perpetrator who killed the second leader. They shall not escape justice." The fourth leader added, "Rest assured, Leader, I will mobilize all my subordinates to investigate the assassin of the second leader, striving to unearth the culprit in the shortest time possible." The leader of the Longhu gang responded, "I do not require your declarations here. I need to witness your tangible actions. I have made my position clear today. Whoever can command the combat division will be determined by who first identifies the murderer of the second leader. I am not concerned with the process, only the outcome. If you cannot deliver a satisfactory result, I will reclaim some of the power you hold and seek a new leader to fill those roles." Chapter 38. Benefits of joining the alliance. The esteemed fourth leader of the Longhu gang addressed the gang leader with great respect. "Master, given the gravity of the situation, should we not inform the City Lord's mansion? It would be prudent to enlist their assistance in locating the perpetrator, especially since we are obliged to remit 30% of our annual income to the City Lord's mansion." The leader of the Qinglong gang replied nonchalantly, "Under normal circumstances, seeking the City Lord's mansion's help for a minor issue would pose no difficulty. However, with the recent murder of the City Lord's third son, approaching them now would be utterly futile. If we were to incite their displeasure, the Qinglong gang would surely find itself in dire straits. Therefore, let us abandon the thought of soliciting aid from the City Lord's mansion and instead focus all efforts on tracing the whereabouts of the murderer. Additionally, we should mobilize allied forces to aid us in our pursuit of the assassin who killed our second leader." "Understood," replied the third leader of the Longhu gang. "Understood," echoed the fourth leader. The gang leader concluded, "Since you comprehend, then hasten your departure. There is no time to squander here." Once the third and fourth leaders of the Longhu gang had departed, the gang leader promptly redirected half of the elite forces to the Longhu gang headquarters. This action stemmed from a deep-seated concern for their safety. The ability to eliminate a second-tier innate master like Zhou Hongli, along with 4 postnatal 9th-level experts, suggested that the assailant was likely an individual of exceptional prowess. By reallocating half of the elite forces, the gang leader felt a slight sense of reassurance. In truth, the gang leader had contemplated summoning all elite forces to fortify the Qinglong gang headquarters. However, since half of the elite forces had been dispatched by the City Lord's mansion to investigate Wu Xiu, recalling them entirely would clearly signal defiance against the City Lord's mansion, an affront the gang leader dared not provoke. As for the internal arrangements of the Qinglong gang, Yi Xingqian remained blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, with his current strength, he harbored no fear of any schemes from the Qinglong gang, and thus, he did not conceal his involvement in the assault on the Pinhualu. He was confident that within 2 to 3 days, the Longhu gang would uncover that the actions were instigated by the Punishment Alliance. At that juncture, the Longhu gang would undoubtedly retaliate against the Punishment Alliance, prompting Yi Xingqian to prepare for a preemptive strike against the Qinglong gang before they could mount a response. That night, all members of the Punishment Alliance convened at their headquarters. Yi Xingqian, accompanied by Wu Xiu, also made his way to the headquarters. The Punishment Alliance now comprised a total of 31 members, including 2 innate realm experts, while the remaining 29 were postnatal 9th-level masters. The arrival of Yi Xingqian and Lu Bin captured the attention of all present, as they were already aware that personnel had been dispatched from the headquarters, though they were uncertain of the specifics. Ouyang Mu addressed the assembly of Punishment Alliance members. "Esteemed colleagues, allow me to take this opportunity to formally introduce the 2 distinguished individuals sent from headquarters." Ouyang Mu, with one hand pressed down, gestured towards Yi Xingqian and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, this individual is a descendant of a prominent figure from our headquarters, holding a status equivalent to that of a tiered member. He is also the highest-ranking individual within our Punishment Alliance of Qingyun County. His commands must be heeded by all present. You all understand?" The numerous members of the Punishment Alliance responded in unison, "Understood." Ouyang Mu then pointed towards Lu Bin and added, "This gentleman is our newly recruited 3rd-tier Xian-level member. A 3rd-tier Xian-level member corresponds to the innate 3rd stage of cultivation. Let us warmly welcome both of them." All members of the Punishment Alliance in attendance erupted into applause. Yi Xingqian raised his hands to calm the crowd and said gently, "There is no need for such formality. My foremost mission in coming to Qingyun County is to establish a firm foundation for the Punishment Alliance here. Therefore, I intend to initiate the task board for the Punishment Alliance in Qingyun County, after which I will release a series of tasks. To earn contribution points, I encourage everyone to actively engage in completing these tasks. Additionally, I have brought along some items that can be exchanged for contribution points. Currently, the items available for exchange include various cultivation techniques and martial skills, as well as medicinal pills. The exchange rate for low-level yellow-tier items is 1 to 10 contribution points. For intermediate yellow-tier items, it is 11 to 50 contribution points. For advanced yellow tier items, it is 51 to 100 contribution points. Low-level Xian tier items can be exchanged for 100 and 1 to 1,000 contribution points. Given your current modest capabilities, I will only disclose the exchange options for items below the low-level Xian tier, as you are only eligible for these items. As your cultivation improves, and you accumulate more contribution points and attain higher status, you will be able to exchange for superior items. Though you have all recently joined the Punishment Alliance, it shall not neglect you. The Alliance will provide you with an introductory gift package. This includes a low-level Xian tier cultivation technique, along with a yellow tier martial skill weapon. Should you wish to acquire further items or enjoy enhanced benefits in the future, you will need to rely on your own diligence. Do you all comprehend this? The members of the Punishment Alliance echoed in unison, "We comprehend." The reason Yi Xingqian felt confident in permitting the casual exchange of low-level Xian tier cultivation techniques, martial skills, and medicinal pills was that he had instructed his two subordinates to present all available techniques and skills. Moreover, Lu Bin was a mid-level Xian tier alchemist. With the right materials, he could continuously produce mid-level Xian tier and lower medicinal pills. Why would Yi Xingqian hesitate to promise the exchange of weapons? The answer lies in the fact that he currently lacked a weapon craftsman among his subordinates. Yi Xingqian turned to Ouyang and said, "Once I conclude my address, you shall distribute the techniques and skills." Ouyang replied, "Understood, my subordinate." The individuals present had been swayed by Ouyang to join the Punishment Alliance, yet they were still in search of something, not yet fully convinced that the Alliance surpassed the Holy Land in power. Although they had yet to fully embrace the notion of the Punishment Alliance as a force beyond the Holy Land, they now harbored some anticipation. The ability to freely exchange for Xian tier cultivation techniques, martial skills, and medicinal pills was a privilege that, even within the Lord's Manor of Qingyun County, could only be wielded by the direct descendants of the Lord. They have speculated that the Punishment Alliance is a force that surpasses even the City Lord's mansion. All those present secretly rejoiced at their affiliation with such a powerful entity. Previously, their cultivation methods were at best of the intermediate yellow tier. With several individuals practicing only the lower yellow tier techniques, it is precisely because they have joined such a formidable force that they are now entitled to engage with the advanced Xian tier techniques. How could they possibly contain their excitement? In Chapter 39, Side Quest, Yi Xingqian announced, "I hereby issue the first countywide task. Eliminate the members of the Longhu gang. Slaying a martial artist of the postnatal 7th layer will earn you 1 contribution point. Killing a martial artist of the postnatal 8th layer will yield 5 contribution points. For a martial artist of the postnatal 9th layer, you will receive 10 contribution points. Eliminating a martial artist of the innate 1st stage will grant you 100 contribution points, while a martial artist of the innate 2nd stage will reward you with 200 points, and one of the innate 3rd stage will bestow 300 points in addition to the collective task. There exists an individual task. Introducing a martial artist of the postnatal 9th layer to the Punishment Alliance will earn you 10 contribution points. Furthermore, introducing a martial artist of innate 1st to 3rd stages will garner you 100 contribution points. This individual task has been established due to the nascent state of the Punishment Alliance in Qingyun County, which currently lacks sufficient members. Once the alliance is firmly established, this task will inevitably be rescinded. At present, the Punishment Alliance comprises only these 2 tasks, yet additional missions and redeemable rewards will be introduced in due course. Therefore, even if one has no immediate desire for redemption, contribution points can be preserved, as they will never depreciate. Ouyang respectfully stated, "I shall adhere to Lord Ye's command." The members of the Punishment Alliance echoed in unison, "We shall adhere to Lord Ye's command." Yi Xingqian then proclaimed, "Let us all take action, striving to eliminate as many members of the Longhu gang as possible before they become aware of our intentions." The Longhu gang is the most formidable criminal organization in Qingyun County, reigning with an iron fist within the city. However, the Longhu gang is astutely aware of its standing. They offer certain benefits to those more powerful than themselves and refrain from provoking equally strong factions, instead preying upon weaker rogue cultivators and common folk. Consequently, despite their notorious reputation, the Longhu gang has yet to be eradicated. The reason for this is the law of the jungle. In the face of such a malicious force, Yi Xingqian is resolutely prepared to eradicate them. Were it not for the gang's particularly nefarious nature, he would not have escalated matters to the point of initiating a collective task, contenting himself with merely addressing the upper echelons of the Longhu gang. Yi Xingqian casually inquired of Ouyang, "What do you know of the Longhu gang? How formidable is the Longhu leopard, and are you aware of what their members have been occupied with recently?" Ouyang respectfully replied, "I possess some understanding of the Longhu gang. The gang is divided into 4 departments: the Elite Department, the Combat Department, the Intelligence Department, and the Shadow Assassination Department. the Dragon and Tiger Gang boasts a membership exceeding 1,000 individuals, with its elite division comprising approximately 100 members, all of whom are formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm. The combat division consists of around 200 members, predominantly skilled at the 7th and 8th levels of the acquired realm, with over 10 having attained the 9th level. Both the intelligence and shadow assassination divisions are roughly 400 strong, many of whom have not yet reached the 4th level of the acquired realm. Presently, the Dragon and Tiger Gang is led by 3 leaders, the Grand Master, the 3rd Master, and the 4th Master, each of whom is a master at the innate realm. Our primary adversaries are these 3 innate realm masters, along with more than 300 gang members who have achieved at least the 7th level of the acquired realm. As for the remaining members of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, they are merely a disorganized rabble. Once we eliminate the elite forces, this chaotic mob will surely disband without resistance, Yi Xingchen remarked. Over 30 individuals against more than 300, with their levels being relatively comparable. Ouyang Mu, do you possess the confidence to lead the members of the Punishing Evil Alliance to accomplish this task? Ouyang Mu replied with conviction, I am 100% certain of securing victory. I will not bring shame upon the Punishing Evil Alliance. Yi Xingchen responded nonchalantly, I wholeheartedly trust your words. You have the capability to deliver on your promises. I shall also entrust the Master Lu Bin to your command. After some time, I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory report. Ouyang Mu assured, within a month at most, I will certainly give the young master a satisfactory answer. Lu Bin added from the side, Young master, I too shall exert my utmost effort to assist Ouyang Mu in fulfilling your directives. Yi Xingchen patted the shoulders of Ouyang Mu and Lu Bin, saying, You both are my right and left arms. With your collaboration, there is little that can pose a challenge to you, however. The matter of dealing with the Dragon and Tiger Gang is of great significance. I implore you both to treat it with the seriousness it merits. This is a trial we must endure to establish the Punishing Evil Alliance in Qingyun County. After assigning the tasks, a mechanical voice resonated in Yi Xingchen's mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the side mission to eradicate evil forces. Upon the extermination of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the system will automatically unlock 3 prison cells, releasing 3 masters of the innate realm. Feng Mingyuan, a master at the 3rd level of the innate realm, with no secondary profession. Lu Erqi, a master at the 4th level of the innate realm, whose secondary profession is a weaponsmith, having attained a high level of proficiency. And Peng Shaojia, a master at the 6th level of the innate realm, also without any secondary profession. Unlocking the 3 cells will not grant the host any martial arts skills from the prisoners. Only the main mission of rewarding good and punishing evil will yield such techniques. Yi Xingchen mused to himself, the system is indeed more intricate than I initially thought. I did not anticipate the existence of side missions, and the rewards are quite generous. It seems I must explore the system's capabilities more thoroughly. If I can comprehend all of its functions, the time until I stand at the pinnacle of the heroic continent will not be far off. The Night Star, a member of the Hunters League, did not personally command the operation, nor did he oversee the punishment of the members of the Evil Alliance. Ouyang Mu and Lu Bin, both seasoned veterans of the underworld, found it effortless to deceive and eliminate members of the Hunters League. With the 2 of them leading the charge, dealing with a mere faction of the Hunters League posed no challenge. Even if some members of the Evil Alliance were lost, Night Star would not feel remorse. Although Qingyun County lacked many things, it was abundant in people. The number of cultivators at the innate 9th level reached no fewer than 1,800. Once the useless subordinates were eliminated, he could easily recruit more in Qingyun County. Those at the innate level represented the true combat strength. Regardless of the circumstances, innate warriors were highly esteemed in any victory. After assigning the tasks, Night Star did not depart from the headquarters of the Evil Alliance, but instead began to enter a state of seclusion for cultivation. At this moment, Night Star had already reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 6th level, preparing to break through to the postnatal 7th level right within the headquarters of the Evil Alliance. He directly entered the secret chamber, which had been constructed by Ouyang Mu for his own cultivation, characterized by both high security and comfort, to commence his seclusion. Chapter 40. The postnatal 7th level, the spiritual energy in Qingyun County was naturally not as dense as that of the Qingyun Sword sect. However, it still reached 1/3 of the density found there. While the spiritual energy in Qingyun County was insufficiently rich, it did not significantly hinder Night Star's ability to absorb it. In truth, the spiritual energy across the entire heroic continent was sufficiently abundant for those at the postnatal and innate levels, as the quantity absorbed remained relatively constant regardless of location. Only martial artists at the true martial level and above were particularly concerned with the density of spiritual energy in their cultivation environments, as their absorption rate was exceedingly rapid. If the spiritual energy was not dense enough, it would not suffice for their needs. resulting in a slower cultivation process. Thus, larger sects and clans occupied prominent mountains and rivers, seeking the richer spiritual energy found therein. While cultivating at the headquarters of the Evil Alliance, Night Star did not hasten to find a breakthrough. Instead, he focused on adjusting his vitality and spirit. He intended to elevate his mental state to its peak before attempting a breakthrough without the aid of medicinal pills. Previously, Night Star had relied on pills to assist his breakthroughs, but this time he chose to forego them. This decision was not born out of fear of the toxins present in the pills, for they had no adverse effects on him after absorption. Rather, Night Star wished to experience the challenge of a breakthrough without relying on medicinal aids. Should he find the process excessively difficult or time-consuming, he would likely abandon this approach. As half a day passed swiftly, Night Star utilized this time to hone his vitality and spirit to their peak state. He was now prepared to officially launch an assault on the postnatal 7th level. On this night, Yixingchen fervently commenced the cultivation of his esteemed Huangtier inner strength technique. The abundant essence of heaven and earth flowed continuously into his being. After passing through his dantian, this inexhaustible energy transformed into internal power, surging forth towards the threshold of the postnatal 7th level. For an entire hour, Yixingchen persistently channeled the essence of heaven and earth. Yet he had not attained the postnatal 7th realm. Such a situation was anticipated by Yixingchen, for even with the aid of elixirs, a breakthrough within a mere hour was not guaranteed. Let alone without any such assistance, Yixingchen possessed remarkable patience. Akin to the meticulousness of grinding tofu, he toiled for half a day before finally creating a small aperture in the membrane of the postnatal 7th level. Gradually, he expanded this opening, inch by inch, until the barrier was entirely dissolved. With this, Yixingchen successfully ascended to the postnatal 7th level. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th level is a modest hurdle. Yet he accomplished this without the aid of elixirs, indicating that he possessed a degree of innate talent for cultivation, not being entirely bereft of potential. Were he truly devoid of ability, even with the guidance of the innate realm experts Ouyang Mu and Lu Bin, along with the complete mastery of the advanced Huangtier inner strength technique, he would still be incapable of breaching the postnatal 7th level. Following his breakthrough, Yixingchen did not hastily cease his practice. Instead, he continued to devote himself to his training. As this breakthrough had been achieved without the assistance of elixirs, it was somewhat laborious, and lacking the support of medicinal aid to solidify his newfound realm, he remained seated in meditation to reinforce his standing. After 2 more days elapsed, Yixingchen had thoroughly consolidated his postnatal 7th level realm. During this consolidation, he again refrained from using elixirs to aid his cultivation. This time, the reinforcement of his breakthrough relied primarily on his own strength, resulting in a significant enhancement that surpassed previous gains achieved through elixirs. His power had at least doubled, and now, even in direct confrontation, he showed no signs of weakness against adept practitioners of the postnatal 9th level. At this juncture, Yixingchen felt compelled to seek out a postnatal 9th level master for a sparring match to ascertain the true extent of his combat prowess. However, he was not foolish enough to seek a genuine adversary for a life-and-death struggle. Instead, he engaged in combat with a master from the Punishment Alliance, also at the postnatal 9th level. Ultimately, leveraging his extensive combat experience and formidable strength, Yixingchen triumphed over his opponent. Following this encounter, he gained a more precise control over his power. Ordinary postnatal 9th level warriors were no longer his match, though those at the pinnacle of that realm posed a different challenge. Should he face a practitioner on the brink of the innate realm, even with all his might, Yixingchen would find himself at a disadvantage. The martial artist at the half-step innate realm has already begun to preliminarily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish their internal power during combat, significantly surpassing the endurance of those at the postnatal 9th level. Even if Yixingchen can hold his ground against a half-step innate martial artist, ultimately, he will be gradually worn down. Unless Yixingchen's strength progresses further, enabling him to overpower the half-step innate martial artist without affording them the opportunity to recuperate, he stands little chance of victory. Yixingchen is exceedingly pleased with the gains acquired from his recent breakthrough to the postnatal 7th level. Meanwhile, during the 3 days of his secluded cultivation, the Longhu gang has descended into chaos. The third master of the gang, who oversaw the intelligence department, has perished, and over 10 martial artists at the postnatal 9th level have been killed or injured, along with more than 20 at the postnatal 8th level and over 50 at the postnatal 7th level. Most critically, the Longhu gang remains in the dark regarding the identity of their assailant. Just 2 days prior, the third master had uncovered the truth behind the situation, but before he could relay this information to the gang's leader, he was slain within his own division by 2 innate realm powerhouses from the Punishment Alliance. With the continuous deaths of Longhu gang members and the mysterious demise of two innate realm leaders, the morale within the gang has plummeted. Many peripheral members of the Longhu gang have already severed their ties, and some core members are contemplating their departure as well. However, under the intimidation of the gang's higher-ups and due to their intertwined interest with the Longhu gang, they have yet to make a definitive exit. Chapter 41. The strategy at the headquarters of the Longhu gang. All management personnel have gathered in a conference hall. The aftermath of the ambush has been utterly devastating, prompting the Longhu gang to consolidate all its members at the headquarters. The gang's enterprises have been managed by ordinary individuals, with no formidable experts stationed to oversee them. As the ambush targeted the Longhu gang's assets, it has resulted in the elimination of numerous skilled fighters. Now, the elite forces of the Longhu gang are congregated at their headquarters. The gang leader surveyed the 3 hall masters and over a dozen gang leaders before speaking slowly. Are you all utterly useless? Have you allowed the enemy to encroach upon our very doorstep without discerning their identity? You have reduced the entire strength of our faction to this singular location. Do you believe the Longhu gang sustains you merely for idle consumption? With 2 of the 3 innate realm hall masters deceased, the gang leader has appointed 2 half-step innate powerhouses as temporary hall masters. Presently, the headquarters of the Qinglong gang has gathered nearly 200 individuals, including 2 innate realm powerhouses, 2 half-step innate powerhouses, over 50 postnatal 9th level experts, and more than 100 at the postnatal 7th and 8th levels. The second master of the Longhu gang implored, "Leader, please temper your wrath. The individuals who launched a surprise attack on us are undoubtedly organized and premeditated, which is why we have failed to uncover their communications. However, I must point out that their strength is decidedly lacking. At best, they can only rival our Longhu gang. This is precisely why they resort to treacherous schemes, daring not to confront us directly. Thus, although we currently find ourselves at a disadvantage, we do not face an overwhelming threat. Once we unveil the true identities of these assailants, our crisis will be deftly resolved." Following the untimely demise of 2 gang leaders, the Longhu faction has once again reassessed its leadership structure, with the remaining 4 leaders, one of whom possesses a formidable level of prowess, ascending to the position of deputy leader, thereby commanding the power of the war hall. The Longhu gang leader coldly remarked, "Isn't this merely stating the obvious? Do you think I am unaware of these matters? The pressing concern now is how to uncover the true identities of those who have dared to strike against us. Does merely remaining at the headquarters of the Longhu gang grant us any insight into their identities? What I seek are solutions, not analyses." The newly appointed 3rd leader of the Longhu gang respectfully proposed, "Master, I have a strategy, however, I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to share." The leader of the Longhu gang replied nonchalantly, "You are now a leader of the Longhu gang. Speak your mind freely. There is no need for hesitation, lest it tarnish our gang's reputation." The 3rd leader respectfully continued, "I report to you, Master, that this force seems solely directed against us. Thus, gathering intelligence is exceedingly difficult for our Longhu gang. However, if we were to delegate this intelligence-gathering task to another faction, might it yield unexpected results?" The 4th leader interjected, "These individuals are clearly targeting our Longhu gang. Do you think other factions would risk antagonizing them to assist us? They might even relish this conflict." The 2nd leader concurred, "Indeed, I have previously sought the aid of factions with which we share amicable relations, but they have provided us with no assistance whatsoever. They refuse to help us investigate the strength of our adversaries." The 3rd leader stated calmly, "In this world, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. There are only enduring interests, as long as we offer sufficient incentives. I believe these factions will certainly extend us their favor, or at the very least, the assailants will be swayed by the lure of profit." The 2nd leader remarked, "Our Longhu gang has already incurred substantial losses. If we were to offer even more, after this crisis, we would likely find ourselves relegated to the bottom tier of power within Qingyun County." After listening to the discourse among the 3, the leader of the Longhu gang addressed the 2nd leader with a tranquil demeanor, "Short-sighted fool. If our Longhu gang were to be utterly annihilated, do you not see that preserving these interests would merely be preparing a feast for our enemies? As long as our Longhu gang can continue its legacy, even if we were to become the most insignificant existence, there remains a glimmer of hope for resurgence." The leader of the Longhu gang addressed the 3 sub-leaders, stating, "This plan was proposed by you, hence the responsibility of contacting others for this matter falls upon you." The 3rd sub-leader of the Longhu gang stammered, "Is..." The leader interjected, "Is there a difficulty? You may speak candidly about any challenges you faced." At that moment, the 3rd sub-leader found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit that his reluctance stemmed from a fear of leaving the Qinglong gang headquarters. The 3rd sub-leader eventually remarked, Respected leader, seeking external assistance is a duty I cannot shirk. However, my abilities are rather limited, and I fear I may struggle to fulfill such an important task. I believe it would be more prudent for you to dispatch the second sub-leader, as this would not only demonstrate our Longhu gang's sincerity, but also ensure that a formidable innate level expert, who is not embroiled in enmity, could return with ease. As the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of a monk. The third sub-leader of the Qinglong gang was clearly attempting to evade the task, for leaving the Longhu gang now would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Even the third innate level master of the Qinglong gang would not dare to leave their headquarters recklessly. As for him, a mere half-step into the innate realm, venturing out could very well lead to his permanent absence. The leader of the Qinglong gang coldly stated, "The second sub-leader has other pressing duties. This matter is entrusted to you. Should you fail to complete the task, I shall hold you accountable. This time, you will leave the Longhu gang alone. A smaller target may enhance your chances of success. Once the task is accomplished, return swiftly to our headquarters." Currently, the Longhu gang was left with only the second sub-leader and himself, both innate level experts. Should the second sub-leader suffer any further losses, the entire Longhu gang would be beyond salvation. It was conceivable that at that juncture, mysterious forces might come knocking at their door, making it imperative for the leader to retain the second sub-leader within the gang. The third sub-leader of the Qinglong gang responded, "I accept the order. I shall certainly fulfill the task assigned." With the leader of the Longhu gang having designated him as the one to accomplish the mission, any attempts to shirk responsibility were now futile, and thus he reluctantly agreed. Chapter 42. Captured. Collaboration. That night, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the third sub-leader of the Qinglong gang made some preparations and departed from the headquarters. He chose to leave at this early hour, naturally, out of fear of those who were targeting the Longhu gang. With two innate-level deputy leaders already harmed, it was unlikely he could have attained the deputy position with merely a half-step innate cultivation. However, the third sub-leader believed he had left the Longhu gang headquarters unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, the agents of the Punishment Alliance had already set their sights on him. After distancing himself 3 li from the gang, the third sub-leader was unexpectedly intercepted by Lu Bin. Upon seeing Lu Bin's appearance, the third sub-leader silently rejoiced, for this individual was likely among those who opposed their Longhu gang's influence. The third leader of the Longhu gang harbored no thoughts of resistance. His sole focus was on escape, and he fled towards the headquarters of the Longhu gang, which he perceived as his sanctuary. However, his mastery at the half-step innate realm paled in comparison to Lu Bin's swiftness. Lu Bin effortlessly caught up to him and subdued him in a matter of moments, opting not to execute him on the spot, but instead transporting him back to the headquarters of the punishing Evil Alliance. Upon their arrival, Yi Xingchen regarded the third leader of the Longhu gang and remarked coolly, "Do you know where this place is?" Trembling, the third leader replied, "The headquarters of the punishing Evil Alliance. I am unaware of your identity and why I have been brought here. I do not recall any offense committed by the Longhu gang against your esteemed alliance. Why do you target us?" Lu Bin had not blindfolded him during their journey. Thus the third leader was well aware that he was now in the headquarters of the Punishing Evil Alliance. At this moment, his capture indicated that the Punishing Evil Alliance was indeed directing its focus against the Longhu gang. Yi Xingchen continued, "The Punishing Evil Alliance acts as the will of heaven above and draws from the essence of the earth below, enacting penalties upon all malevolent forces within the heroic continent. Although the Longhu gang has not directly offended us, its actions have disrupted the order of heaven and earth, leading the Longhu gang to bring about its own demise. I have already eliminated numerous members of the Longhu gang. Do you understand why I have spared you?" The third leader shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Yi Xingchen stated, "You are relatively more virtuous among the Longhu gang, which is why I have decided to spare your life. If you cooperate with us in eradicating the Longhu gang, I can grant you your freedom once the gang is dismantled. Should you refuse to assist in this endeavor, I will confine you to a dungeon within the Punishing Evil Alliance for the rest of your days. The choice is now yours. Your decision will determine the course of your future." What Yi Xingchen proposed was backed by tangible evidence. Within the system of rewarding virtue and punishing evil, the actions of significant figures in the Longhu gang were meticulously recorded. Those deemed excessively wicked must be eradicated, while malevolent individuals should be eliminated wherever possible. Virtuous individuals need not be harmed, and those of great virtue must never be slain. The third leader of the Longhu gang was categorized as virtuous within this system. Thus Yi Xingchen had the discretion to spare him. If the third leader could facilitate the resolution of the Longhu gang's issues, it would be most advantageous. The third leader replied, "I could never betray the Longhu gang, which once saved my life, even for my own survival." He was a person of strong moral conviction. Even within the nefarious realm of the Longhu gang, he maintained a fundamentally good heart. His loyalty was rooted in the fact that the former leader of the Longhu gang had once rescued him. And though he disapproved of many within the gang, he could not bring himself to betray it. Yi Xingqian responded coolly. Do you believe that a malevolent force like the Longhu gang has any justification for existence? Do you comprehend the suffering that such entities inflict upon the people of Qingyun County? How many souls from Qingyun County have been torn apart by the machinations of the Longhu gang? Can you truly turn a blind eye to such suffering? Yi Xingqian spoke softly. If you are willing to cooperate, I shall spare the virtuous within the Longhu gang, and I have also resolved not to take the life of your savior. The leader of the Longhu gang, the third master of the Longhu gang, interjected. There is no need for further words. I will never betray the Longhu gang. Though I fear death and dread the eternal loss of freedom, I cannot bring myself to betray the one who has saved my life. Yi Xingqian replied calmly. Do you believe that your actions will save the Longhu gang? I must be frank. Those whom we, the Punishment Alliance, have marked do not escape our retribution. The Punishment Alliance has only just established its presence in the Yu Kingdom, and our influence has yet to fully unfold. For now, the Longhu gang may still struggle. However, when the true masters of our alliance arrive, your savior, the leader of the Longhu gang, will surely perish. Should I fail to eliminate the Longhu gang, it would merely reflect my incompetence. Yet, if I succeed, I shall ascend within the ranks of the Punishment Alliance. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice but to confine you indefinitely. Yi Xingqian called out to the door. Ouyang Mu, come and take this man to the dungeon for permanent confinement. As his words echoed, Ouyang Mu entered without hesitation. The third master of the Longhu gang, upon seeing Ouyang Mu, a master of the innate realm, was momentarily stunned. Who was this young man, capable of effortlessly commanding two innate masters? It became evident to him that this young man was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the third master began to entertain the possibility of truth in Yi Xingqian's words, contemplating the formidable nature of the Punishment Alliance. Just as Ouyang Mu was about to escort the third master away, the latter turned to Yi Xingqian and asked, Are your words genuine? After dealing with the evildoers within the Longhu gang, will you truly spare the innocent? And is it true that you will not lay a hand on the leader of the Longhu gang? Yi Xingqian replied with a calm demeanor. The Punishment Alliance rewards virtue and punishes vice. We shall not harm the good without cause. Furthermore, having promised to spare the leader of the Longhu gang, I shall honor my word. However, should I find my footing in Qingyun County unstable, and reinforcements from headquarters continue to arrive, I may no longer be able to maintain control here. I present you with one final opportunity to choose. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the third master of the Longhu gang finally spoke. I will cooperate with you, but you must promise not to harm my savior. His agreement stemmed not only from the overwhelming power of the Punishment Alliance, but also from his long-standing discontent with many of the nefarious individuals within the Longhu gang. Were he the leader, he would undoubtedly cleanse the gang of numerous wrongdoers. Chapter 43. Undercurrents rising. Yi Xingqian remarked. Since you are willing to cooperate, might you elaborate on the current strength within the Longhu gang, and the number of forces gathered at their headquarters? The third leader of the Longhu gang remarked. At present, there remain two formidable practitioners at the innate level within the headquarters of the Longhu gang. One is the third-tier leader, while the other is the first-tier deputy leader. Additionally, there is one individual on the cusp of the innate realm. There are still over 40 practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm, and approximately 100 warriors at the 7th and 8th levels. The atmosphere within the Longhu gang is fraught with trepidation, as many are contemplating severing their ties with the gang's control. However, a portion of them, entangled in mutual interest with the Longhu gang, find it difficult to part ways at this juncture. Yi Xingqian continued to inquire. Are there any mechanisms or traps set at the Longhu gang's headquarters? The third leader of the Longhu gang responded. The headquarters does not possess any mechanisms. In times of great strength, the Longhu gang deemed it unnecessary to establish such devices. Now, having encountered unprecedented devastation, it is virtually impossible to implement sophisticated mechanisms in a short span. As for rudimentary traps, they would be more of a hindrance than a help. I have conveyed all that I know to you. Should you not honor your commitments as well? Yi Xingqian replied with a calm demeanor. I am a person of my word. What I promised you shall not be retracted. Those I vowed to spare will not be harmed. Once I have eradicated the Longhu gang, I shall not touch the innocent nor the leader of the gang. However, if the leader proves to be utterly ungrateful, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. Therefore, once the leader of the Longhu gang is captured, it would be prudent for you to provide him with some guidance. Otherwise, it may place me in a difficult position. The third leader of the Longhu gang affirmed. I shall certainly counsel our leader at that time. Yi Xingqian then addressed Ouyang Mu beside him. Ouyang Mu, kindly escort the third leader of the Longhu gang and arrange for him the finest accommodations. Until we have decisively dealt with the Longhu gang, I do not wish for him to leave the headquarters of the punishing evil alliance. Should any oversight occur, I shall hold you accountable. Do you have any objections? Ouyang Mu replied, I have no issues, and I assure you I will fulfill the task. Yi Xingchen nodded slightly and said, Then you may all depart. Ouyang Mu led the third leader of the Longhu gang out of the hall. After their departure, Lu Bin respectfully addressed Yi Xingchen, Young master, how much of what this individual said do you believe to be true, and how much is false? Yi Xingchen replied calmly, There is an 80% chance that this person's words are true, as they align remarkably with our understanding of the situation. Thus the likelihood of him deceiving us is quite minimal. Lu Bin inquired, Young master, given the current circumstances, when do you think we should launch our assault on the headquarters of the Longhu gang? Yi Xingchen responded, Although our strength has now surpassed that of the Longhu gang, however, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to wait a few more days before we add another innate third-tier expert to our ranks and take action against the Longhu gang. Currently, the members of the Punishment Alliance have expanded to over 60 individuals, each a formidable master of at least the postnatal 9th level. These individuals were naturally introduced by former members of the Punishment Alliance, as the organization does not recruit anyone below the postnatal 9th level. Otherwise, the number of members would be even greater. The benefits of the Punishment Alliance are simply too enticing, providing new entrants with coveted internal martial arts techniques, which undoubtedly stirs excitement among them. Most importantly, with the corresponding contribution points, they can invite experts of innate realms or true martial realms to elucidate the mysteries of martial arts for them. Yi Xingchen continued, stating, In the meantime, we must keep a close watch on the headquarters of the Longhu gang, striving to weaken their strength and undermine their fighting spirit. Should any individuals emerge from the Longhu gang's headquarters, we are to capture them alive, Lu Bin replied, reporting to the young master. A portion of the Longhu gang's assets has already been seized by other third-rate factions during this time. Should we dispatch personnel to issue warnings to these groups? After all, we cannot allow those we have fought hard to acquire to fall into their hands. Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, There is no need for that just yet. The reason these factions dare to covet those assets is that they believe we would refrain from retaliating in the aftermath of our mutual destruction. What they fail to realize is that after we eliminate the Qinglong gang, our strength will be significantly bolstered. Once we have dealt with the Qinglong gang, we shall turn our attention to them. Currently, confronting 2 or 3 third-rate factions simultaneously would be quite taxing for the Punishment Alliance. They have seized the assets, and when the time comes, we shall demand double or triple the return. I want them to understand how foolish it is to take advantage of the Punishment Alliance in times of turmoil. Many third-rate factions have already discerned that it is the Punishment Alliance striking at the Longhu gang. Yet they have refrained from informing the Longhu gang, opting instead to observe from a distance, preparing to engulf the Longhu gang's assets. Little do they know the depth of the existence they have provoked. What they have swallowed today, they shall inevitably regurgitate in due time. Lu Bin responded, I shall obey the young master's command. I will proceed to arrange for our forces to strengthen the encirclement of the Longhu gang. Once another innate third-tier expert from the Punishment Alliance arrives, we shall launch a direct assault on the Longhu gang's headquarters. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, a significant portion of the Longhu gang's assets had been occupied by certain third-rate factions. The Punishment Alliance refrained from taking any action against these factions, instead patiently awaiting an opportunity. That opportunity would soon present itself in the form of another postnatal third-level expert, Zhou Hongli, whose arrival would signal the moment for the Punishment Alliance to strike decisively. The Longhu gang, in the meantime, found itself in a state of turmoil, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Throughout this time, many members of the Longhu gang have quietly fled, and to date, half of the members have escaped. The Longhu gang could only stabilize its situation through a policy of killing to deter further desertion. It is merely a facade of tranquility. Beneath the surface of the Longhu gang, turbulent currents are surging. Should any force dare to oppress the Longhu gang, it would inevitably erupt into complete chaos. After all, the spirits of everyone within the Longhu gang are in a state of heightened tension, including the gang leader himself. There has been no news emanating from the headquarters, and those dispatched from within the Longhu gang have never returned. The members of the gang are acutely aware that they find themselves ensnared within a vast encirclement. The leader has begun to ponder whether to lead a breakout or remain steadfast at the Qinglong gang's headquarters. In a secret chamber of the Longhu gang's headquarters, the gang leader and the second-in-command are engaged in earnest discussion. The second-in-command respectfully addresses the gang leader, saying, Master, the morale of the entire Longhu gang has already begun to fray. If we persist in our confinement here, before the enemy even penetrates our defenses. We shall be vanquished by our own fears. We now face two choices: to consolidate our forces and confront the powers surrounding us, or to utilize the Longhu Gang's secret passage to make our escape. As long as we two innate realm experts are present, we can rise again in any county we choose. However, if we proceed with this course, we must relinquish everything in Qingyun County. During this time, the members of the Punishment Alliance have grown increasingly audacious, with some even daring to approach the gates of the Qinglong Gang's headquarters, observing from a distance. The pressure exerted by such boldness has driven many within the Longhu Gang to flee. The gang leader has considered taking action himself, yet he perceives an individual whose strength rivals his own, which ultimately deters him from such intentions. He fears falling into a trap alone, for the leader of the Longhu Gang harbors a profound fear of death. Calmly, the gang leader replies, "I am not unaware of what you speak. However, the enemy has come to understand us all too well, while we know nothing of them. Should we launch an attack, we risk being annihilated in a single onslaught. Yet, relinquishing the entire Qingyun County and the Qinglong Gang's assets is a decision I find exceedingly difficult to make. The Longhu Gang has always been characterized by such indecisiveness, a trait that has led to their current predicament. Had the leader of the Qinglong Gang committed fully to confronting the encircling forces from the outset, they might have had a 50% chance of success. Now, however, their odds stand at a mere 10%. While the combat prowess of the innate realm experts remains undiminished, the strength of the Longhu Gang's postnatal members has waned to the lowest point at that moment, as the leader and the second-in-command deliberate. A postnatal 9th-level member of the Longhu Gang bursts into the room, breathless and exclaiming, "Master!" Before he could complete his statement, he was swiftly silenced by the gang leader's intervention. The leader coldly inquires, "What has transpired to warrant such recklessness? Is the sky about to fall? If you continue to act so recklessly, beware that I shall bring you to justice. Now, speak. What has transpired?" The Longhu Gang finds itself in a perilous situation, and the leader must uphold the gang's rules. Should the Longhu Gang abandon its principles at such a critical moment, its doom would be inevitable. A gang member took a deep breath and said, "Leader, what I have to share is indeed a matter of great significance, a truly momentous occasion." The Longhu Gang leader, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "Speak." At this juncture, the prospect of good news invigorated him, for it had been nearly 7 or 8 days since he had heard anything uplifting. However, as the leader of a gang, he understood the necessity of preserving his dignity and could not afford to display excessive enthusiasm. A member of the gang, known as Hotianjiu, stated, "Esteemed leader, the second-in-command has returned." The Longhu Gang leader, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "What nonsense are you spouting? The second-in-command is right before me. Pray tell, how has he returned?" Realizing his superior had misunderstood, the member hastily clarified, "Esteemed leader, you have misinterpreted my words. I am referring to the former second-in-command, Zhou Hongli, who has returned." The Longhu Gang leader demanded, "What did you say? Repeat that." Hotianji's member reiterated, "Esteemed leader, indeed, Zhou Hongli has returned, and he has achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd stage of the innate realm. He is en route to our location and should arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, the leader initially felt elated, but a flicker of concern crept into his heart. Zhou Hongli's return at the 3rd stage of the innate realm was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, once the issues plaguing the Longhu Gang were resolved, the presence of 2 individuals at that level could lead the gang toward peril. While Zhou Hongli might salvage the gang, the question remained whether the leader could continue to guide the Longhu Gang effectively. As the leader pondered these matters, Zhou Hongli had already arrived at the venue where the Longhu Gang convened for discussions. At this moment, he had been thoroughly brainwashed by the system and was wholly loyal to Yi Xingchen. The latter had orchestrated Zhou Hongli's return to the Longhu Gang as a means to facilitate a complete resolution against them. Upon entering the conference hall, Zhou Hongli respectfully addressed the leader, saying, "Leader, not long ago, I was grievously injured by the punishing evil alliance. I narrowly escaped their pursuit, taking refuge with a farmer, and there I managed to break through to the 3rd stage of the innate realm. After my breakthrough, I hastened back to the Longhu Gang, and upon my return, I quickly became aware of our circumstances. The root of these troubles lies with the newly established power of the punishing evil alliance in Qingyun County. While I lack comprehensive knowledge of their full strength, I am aware that they possess 2 formidable warriors at the innate realm, one at the 1st stage and the other at the 3rd stage, which is why I sustained such severe injuries." Upon hearing the tone of Zhou Hongli, the leader of the Qinglong Gang felt a sense of relief. Despite Zhou Hongli's recent advancement to the 3rd tier of the innate realm, he still held him in high regard, which, all things considered, was indeed a positive development. The leader of the Longhu Gang remarked, "Hongli, It is truly splendid that you have managed to turn peril into safety this time. Within our Qinglong gang, you are the only one who has had contact with the Punishing Evil Alliance. Are you aware of their motives for attacking us? How much power does the Punishing Evil Alliance currently possess? And how many strong individuals at the innate realm do they have? Zhou Hongli replied respectfully, I do not know much about the Punishing Evil Alliance. However, based on my brief encounters with them, I believe they are likely coveting the assets of our Longhu gang within Qingyun County.as. For the exact number of strong individuals within the Punishing Evil Alliance, I truly cannot say. I have only encountered 2 of their formidable members. After that, I have had no further contact with anyone from the Alliance. Chapter 45. The decision. The leader of the Longhu gang spoke calmly to the newly appointed second-in-command. Lao Si, please recount in detail all the events that have transpired within the Longhu gang recently to Lao Er. Among us, only Lao Er has had dealings with the Punishing Evil Alliance. So let him evaluate their potential based on these recent occurrences. Upon hearing the leader's words, the former fourth-in-command swiftly relayed all the recent events to Zhou Hongli. After listening, Zhou Hongli pondered for a moment before stating, the strength of the Punishing Evil Alliance should not be too formidable. This is evident from their hesitance to attack our Qinglong gang headquarters. Furthermore, the number of postnatal realm experts under their command should also be limited. As they have only just established themselves in Qingyun County, they likely brought over only a few skilled individuals and did not send anyone from the postnatal realm. Thus, the postnatal realm members must have been recruited locally in Qingyun County, and given the short time frame, they cannot have amassed many. Based on my estimates, the number of innate realm experts in the Punishing Evil Alliance will not exceed 3, and the postnatal realm individuals will not surpass 30. Moreover, there will certainly be no one at the 4th tier of the innate realm. If they did possess such an individual, the first target would not be me, but rather the leader who has reached the 3rd tier of the innate realm. The former fourth-in-command nodded in agreement, saying, the second-in-command's reasoning is quite sound. I too believe that the Punishing Evil Alliance will not have many members, and their strength pales in comparison to the Longhu gang at its peak. Even when compared to our current state, they likely do not hold a significant advantage. Now that the second-in-command has returned after breaking through to the 3rd tier of the innate realm, the Punishing Evil Alliance is no longer a concern. The leader of the Longhu gang remarked nonchalantly, I share your sentiments. I do not regard the Punishing Evil Alliance as a pressing threat. My concern lies with the forces behind them. The ability to casually dispatch several innate realm experts to establish a power indicates that their backing is certainly formidable. The 4 leaders of the Longhu gang expressed their concerns. Master, is it not possible that the opposing party comprises mere rogues from the martial world who, after transcending their innate boundaries, have come to Qingyun County to establish their influence? Why must we assume that they hail from a powerful background? I find this quite perplexing. Zhou Hongli replied with a calm demeanor. 4th, allow me to elucidate the rationale behind this. The Punishment Alliance is evidently a well-organized and disciplined entity. Do you truly believe that a handful of vagabonds could forge such a structured force in such a short span of time? My foremost concern lies in the aftermath of dismantling the Punishment Alliance. Should the forces behind it seek retribution, we may find ourselves in dire straits. The leader of the Longhu gang remarked with indifference, it is futile to dwell on such matters now. Our immediate focus must be on neutralizing the Punishment Alliance. Once we have succeeded in that endeavor, we shall align ourselves with the Lord of the city and become a part of his domain. The Lord represents the imperial court, and regardless of the strength of the opposing force, they would undoubtedly hesitate to confront the authority of the state. At that point, we could consider ourselves secure. However, aligning with the Lord's domain would strip us of our freedom, and all profits would have to be surrendered to the Lord, who would then allocate resources to us accordingly. The 4th leader continued, since we must ally with the Lord of the city, why not do so immediately and have him deal with the Punishment Alliance? I am confident that the Lord would welcome our allegiance and assist us in eliminating the Punishment Alliance. The leader of the Longhu gang countered. 4th, you are viewing this matter too simplistically. The Lord of the city will never proactively address the Punishment Alliance, for if his men were to intervene, it would signify a declaration of enmity against the forces backing the alliance. Should we eliminate the alliance's members and then seek refuge with the Lord, he would merely offer us protection without any intention of directly confronting the Punishment Alliance. Thus, a significant conflict is unlikely to ensue. Moreover, if we cannot even dispatch the initial forces of the Punishment Alliance, do you believe we would enjoy peaceful days after joining the Lord's domain? Therefore, we must demonstrate our strength to the Lord, proving that our inclusion would be a judicious choice. Despite being somewhat indecisive, the leader of the Longhu gang possesses a clear understanding of matters. Otherwise, he would not have maintained his position for so many years. The 4th leader inquired, then how should we proceed to eliminate the members of the Punishment Alliance? Zhou Hongli responded nonchalantly, What is there to ponder? We shall rally all members of the Longhu gang and charge forth. If the Punishment Alliance engages us, we will annihilate them. Should their encirclement attempt to flee, we will march directly to their headquarters. The leader of the Longhu gang pondered for a moment before stating, "Is it truly wise to confront the Punishment Alliance head-on? Should we not devise a trap for them?" At the moment of decision, the leader often exhibits a tendency toward hesitation. Zhou Hongli remarked, "Master, this is not the time for indecision. Should you continue to hesitate in this manner, by the time the Punishment Alliance sends their experts our way, we will find ourselves bereft of opportunities to retaliate." The former fourth leader of the Longhu gang added, "Indeed, Master. If we prolong this any further, the situation will increasingly turn against us, while the Punishment Alliance will only grow stronger. We must act decisively to eliminate this threat once and for all, and then join forces with the City Lord's office." After contemplating for a moment, the leader of the Longhu gang finally resolved to take action. He declared, "Very well, let us proceed as the second has suggested. Fourth, gather all capable fighters within the Longhu gang immediately. Today, we shall either bring about the demise of the Punishment Alliance or face our own extinction." Upon hearing the leader's command, the former fourth leader promptly set off to assemble the members. Only the leader of the Longhu gang and Zhou Hongli remained in the room. The leader gazed at Zhou Hongli, feeling an indescribable unease. He attributed this discomfort to Zhou Hongli's recent breakthrough to the third stage of innate mastery, which posed a threat to his own position. In his mind, he began to contemplate whether he should devise a scheme to eliminate Zhou Hongli, for only then could he maintain control over the Longhu gang. Otherwise, should they join the City Lord's office and Zhou Hongli excel beyond him, he risked being ousted. Chapter 46. The final showdown. The leader of the Longhu gang calmly addressed Zhou Hongli. "Second, how do you feel after breaking through to the third stage of innate mastery? I have been at this level for 2 years. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to discuss them with me so we may explore solutions together." Zhou Hongli replied, "You speak wisely, Master. I do have several challenges in my practice. After we resolve the matter with the Punishment Alliance, I shall seek your guidance, and I hope you will be generous with your insights." After exchanging a few casual remarks, the former fourth leader of the Longhu gang returned. He respectfully informed the leader, "Master, all combat members of the Longhu gang have assembled and await your orders." The leader of the Longhu gang responded, "Very well, let us step outside to announce our intentions. Second, I will require your assistance. The morale of the Longhu gang is currently quite low, and venturing into battle under such circumstances would be disadvantageous. You must rally the spirits of our members and restore their confidence." Zhou Hongli assured, "Rest easy, Master. I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter." The 3 innate masters of the Longhu gang arrived at the plaza of their headquarters, where nearly 150 members of the Qinglong gang had gathered. The members of the Longhu gang were taken aback by the sudden appearance of their second-in-command. They had long believed him to be deceased, so encountering him now was nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Hongli addressed the gang with an unassuming tone, saying, "Gentlemen, your surprise at my presence is understandable. However, there is no need for alarm. Recently, a nefarious faction has struck against us, even launching a sneak attack on our third-in-command. I sustained grievous injuries and sought refuge to recuperate, while our third-in-command was tragically less fortunate, falling victim to this vile group. The reason these scoundrels dare not confront us openly is simply that they lack the strength to contend with the Longhu gang, resorting instead to treachery and ambush. We have thoroughly investigated and discovered that this malevolent faction is none other than the newly established Punishment Alliance in Qingyun County. Although I was ambushed by these knaves, I fortuitously broke through to the third stage of innate mastery. Now, the Longhu gang possesses the power to annihilate this insidious faction. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to unite our efforts in vanquishing this threat. Do you all have the confidence to eliminate this menace and restore peace to the Longhu gang?" The crowd responded in unison, "We have confidence." After Zhou Hongli's impassioned speech, the members of the Longhu gang began to entertain the notion that the Punishment Alliance was indeed a minor force. Having endured oppression for so long, they yearned for the validation that Zhou Hongli's words provided. Zhou Hongli continued, "It is reassuring to hear your confidence. The Punishment Alliance has audaciously besieged our headquarters, treating us with utter disdain. Can we allow such insolence?" The members of the Longhu gang shouted in agreement, "We cannot tolerate them." Zhou Hongli declared, "Since we cannot indulge them, let us all set forth together to eliminate this vile faction." After rallying the crowd, he led them out of the Longhu gang's headquarters, accompanied by the current leader and the former 4th Command. As they witnessed Zhou Hongli's actions, the leader felt an intensified sense of caution. His own authority had dwindled, while Zhou Hongli's influence soared. He believed that if Zhou Hongli were to raise his voice now, the members would follow him instead of their current leader. though the leader harbored growing apprehension towards Zhou Hongli. He masked it entirely. The Longhu gang needed to unite against the Punishment Alliance, for any signs of internal discord would spell their doom. Before they had even traveled 3 miles, over 100 members of the Longhu gang found themselves encircled by 50 or 60 members of the Punishment Alliance. The leader of the Longhu gang stood momentarily bewildered upon witnessing the unfolding scene. While he had anticipated the encirclement by the FA Alliance, he had not expected them to dare approach with such a meager force, especially considering that only 2 among them were of advanced innate cultivation. With a commanding presence, he addressed Lu Bin, the most skilled among the FA Alliance members, stating, "You must be the one in charge of the FA Alliance. It seems that the Longhu gang has not wronged your organization in any way. Why then, do you persist in your repeated assaults against us? Do you truly believe that the Longhu gang is easy prey?" Lu Bin stepped forward and replied calmly, "Indeed, the Longhu gang has not offended us. However, the Longhu gang is a notorious criminal organization, and our mission is to eradicate all such malevolent forces from the world. Thus, you have drawn our attention, which explains our actions against your gang." The Longhu gang leader retorted coldly, "What a noble ambition to eliminate all evil. Do you not fear that your words may come back to haunt you? If the FA Alliance has more members, let them reveal themselves. With only your current numbers, it would be sheer folly to think you could overpower the Longhu gang." Prudent by nature, the Longhu gang leader believed that the few members of the FA Alliance present must surely be concealing others in the shadows. He reasoned that they would not dare show themselves otherwise. Unbeknownst to him, he had overlooked those lurking out of sight. Hyo turned the tables. He sought to provoke Lu Bin into exposing his full contingent, thereby shifting the balance of power. Lu Bin, maintaining his calm demeanor, acknowledged, "It seems you have indeed perceived our strategy. You are correct. We are not limited to this small number of individuals. Since you wish to witness the other members of our alliance, we shall oblige." In a measured tone, Lu Bin instructed, "Allow the leader of the Longhu gang to meet with you, so he may gain clarity on the situation." The Longhu gang leader scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern the presence of the individual Lu Bin had alluded to. After searching in vain for some time, he addressed Lu Bin, "Where is this person you speak of? If your intention is merely to startle me, I advise you to save your efforts. Today, the FA Alliance will surely face annihilation, regardless of any formidable backing you may possess." With a sudden and chilling sound, the former 4th leader of the Longhu gang was struck down by a knife across his throat, his life extinguished before he could comprehend the danger. Simultaneously, the Longhu gang leader felt a piercing pain as his own Dantian was compromised, the perpetrator being none other than Zhou Hongli. Turning in disbelief to Zhou Hongli, the Longhu gang leader exclaimed, "Why? Why have you betrayed the Longhu gang?" Zhou Hongli replied with an air of indifference, "For no particular reason. It is simply that this small temple of the Longhu gang can no longer accommodate a Buddha of my stature. I require a more expansive platform to cultivate my potential, and the Punishment Alliance is indeed an apt choice for me. It will allow me to traverse greater heights upon its stage. As for aligning myself with the Lord's manor, I have never entertained such a notion, for joining the Lord's manor would merely render me a subordinate, and I am not accustomed to serving as someone else's lackey." Zhou Hongli has been thoroughly indoctrinated by the Night Star system and has pledged his unwavering loyalty to it. Thus, it is no surprise that he utters such words. The ordinary members of the Dragon Tiger gang, witnessing this scene, were predominantly rendered paralyzed by fear. Previously, they had approached with great fervor, intent on exterminating the members of the Punishment Alliance, but in an instant, the narrative had shifted dramatically. Among the 3 high-ranking officials of the Dragon Tiger gang, one had betrayed them, while another lay dead and the third incapacitated. Now, they found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to seek vengeance against the leadership of the Dragon Tiger gang or to hastily flee this treacherous ground. Zhou Hongli addressed the bewildered members of the Dragon Tiger gang, saying, "If you still recognize me as your second in command, then lay down your weapons, and I assure you of your safety. Should you choose not to disarm, any unfortunate demise that befalls you shall be of your own misfortune." Upon hearing this, the majority of the Dragon Tiger gang members relinquished their arms. Only a scant few, loyal confidants of the gang leader, remained armed. Although their leader had been rendered powerless, they refused to capitulate. One of the key subordinates, a practitioner of the 9th level of postnatal refinement, shouted at Zhou Hongli, "Zhou Hongli, you treacherous wretch! The Dragon Tiger gang has nurtured you for so many years, only for you to repay us in this manner. Such a person like you will find no one willing to trust you anywhere else. Once the Punishment Alliance has used you, they will discard you, and at that moment, your fate will be sealed." With this declaration from the 9th level practitioner, others who were unwilling to surrender began to hurl insults at Zhou Hongli. Zhou Hongli merely scoffed and replied coolly, "Since some of you are so ungrateful, Do not blame me for being ruthless. The Punishment Alliance commands all, and those who do not lay down their weapons will face immediate execution. With no room for negotiation, as soon as Zhou Hongli finished speaking, the practitioners of the 9th level from the Punishment Alliance charged forth, mercilessly slaughtering those from the Dragon Tiger Gang who refused to capitulate. In a mere 10 minutes, the 20 or so defiant members were utterly eradicated. The remaining members who surrendered were escorted back to the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance under Zhou Hongli's orders. The fate that awaited them would ultimately be determined by Night Star. Naturally, the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang was among this group. On their way back to the Punishment Alliance headquarters, the gang leader inquired of Zhou Hongli, "Now that you are the victor, will you reveal to me the true reason for your betrayal of the Dragon Tiger Gang?" Zhou Hongli replied flatly, "That is something I cannot disclose. I shall not answer any of your inquiries, for such matters pertain to the privacy of the Punishment Alliance and myself." The leader of the Longhu Gang spoke softly, "Then why do you not slay me, but instead bring me back to the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance? Are you hoping to persuade me to join your ranks? To speak frankly, there is absolutely no possibility of that, if you do not end my life now. Once I rise again in the future, I shall certainly exact my vengeance upon you. It would be prudent for you to kill me now, to bring this to an end." Zhou Hongli replied calmly, "Allow me to elucidate why we choose not to take your life. The reason we spare you is not due to our inability to do so, but because we have made a promise to a certain individual to spare your existence. In order to uphold our commitment, we shall not kill you. We will merely release you. However, should you continue to display such ingratitude upon your release, rest assured that next time, fortune will not favor you." The leader of the Longhu Gang laughed heartily. "It seems I am not the only one who has betrayed me. There must be others within the Longhu Gang who have turned against me. The one who proposed such terms must surely be one of our own. Might I inquire as to the identity of this traitor?" Zhou Hongli replied with a composed smile, "You will soon meet him. There is no need for you to rush. 20 minutes later, Zhou Hongli had escorted the leader of the Longhu Gang back to the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance. The leader was placed in confinement alongside the 3rd leader of the Longhu Gang. Upon seeing the 3rd leader, the expression of the Longhu Gang's leader grew slightly cold. He remarked icily, "It must be you who betrayed me and sold our secrets. Since you have turned against me, why then did you allow the Punishment Alliance to spare my life? Are you attempting to play both sides?" The 3rd leader of the Longhu Gang responded respectfully, "My lord, you once saved my life. You shall always be my lord, and I would never dream of betraying you." The leader of the Longhu Gang retorted, "So you imply that you have not betrayed me, nor divulged our secrets to the Punishment Alliance? All of this must be the doing of that wretch Zhou Hongli?" The 3rd leader replied, "But isn't Zhou Hongli already dead? Why then does my lord speak so?" The Longhu Gang's leader said coldly, "Zhou Hongli is not dead, and he has betrayed our entire Longhu Gang. Were it not for his treachery against me, the Punishment Alliance would never have been able to so easily dismantle the Longhu Gang." Chapter 48. Unappreciative. To be slain. The leader of the Longhu Gang continued, "Are you certain you have not betrayed me? They claim there is someone who has ensured my survival. Had it not been for this individual, I would have perished long ago. This protector of my life is truly not you?" The 3rd leader of the Longhu Gang knelt down and said, "My lord, you have saved my life. I am 100% unwilling to betray the Qinglong Gang. However, the Punishment Alliance is formidable, and our Longhu Gang has no chance of resistance left. Go protect your life, my lord. I disclosed certain matters to them. I beg for your forgiveness." The leader of the Longhu Gang assisted the 3rd master of the Qinglong Gang to his feet, and with a wave of his hand, stated, "The situation has reached such a critical juncture that, even if you remain silent, our Qinglong Gang cannot escape impending doom. Very well, this matter cannot be laid at your feet. Once we depart from this place, we shall venture to other counties and rise again. As for Qingyun County, it seems we may find it exceedingly difficult to remain here any longer." The Longhu Gang leader recognized that, despite his anger, he could not alter the outcome. Rather than casting blame upon the 3rd master of the Qinglong Gang, it would be wiser to win hearts and allow him to continue serving alongside him. Meanwhile, in the chamber occupied by Yi Xingchen, the mechanical voice of the system resonated through his stone sea. "Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to eradicate the malignant forces. Following the demise of the Longhu Gang, the system has automatically unlocked 3 prison cells, releasing 3 innate realm masters. Feng Mingyuan, a master of the 3rd innate realm, devoid of any secondary profession. Lu Erqi, a master of the 4th innate realm, whose secondary profession is that of a weaponsmith, achieving a superior level of craftsmanship, and Peng Xiaojia, a master of the 6th innate realm, with no secondary profession. Upon unlocking the 3 cells, the host cannot acquire any martial techniques from the prisoners. Will the host proceed to release the prisoners within the system cells? Yi Xingchen responded with determination. Immediately release the prisoners within the system cells. At this moment, Yi Xingchen was preparing to consolidate the businesses of the Qinglong gang. However, most of these enterprises had already been claimed by other factions in Qingyun County. Without formidable strength, it would be exceedingly challenging to seize opportunities from such adversaries. Just after Yi Xingchen communicated with the system, 3 beams of purple light materialized beside him. As the light dissipated, 3 figures emerged before him, all middle-aged him and I in unison. They knelt before Yi Xingchen, respectfully declaring, "Subordinate Feng Mingyuan pays respects to the master. Subordinate Lu Erqi pays respects to the master. Subordinate Pang Xiaojia pays respects to the master." Yi Xingchen raised them, saying with indifference, "There is no need for such formality. From now on, you may simply address me as young master. No need for master." "Understood. Understood. Understood," they replied in unison. Yi Xingchen continued, "Come with me to attend the Punishment Alliance's council." After issuing his command, he led the 3 innate realm experts to the Punishment Alliance's assembly hall. At that moment, all members of the Punishment Alliance had gathered in the council hall, awaiting Yi Xingchen's arrival. As he entered, the meeting officially commenced. The Huang-tier members of the 9th postnatal realm, upon noticing the 3 inscrutable figures following Yi Xingchen, began to speculate about their identities. However, none dared to voice their thoughts, each pondering silently. Yi Xingchen, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I am aware that you are all quite curious about the identities of these 3 individuals beside me. Allow me to introduce them. These 3 are innate realm masters dispatched from our Punishment Alliance headquarters. Feng Mingyuan, a master of the 3rd innate realm. Lu Erqi, a master of the 4th innate realm, possesses the secondary profession of a weapon craftsman, having attained a high level of proficiency in artifact forging at the Xin level. Peng Xiaojia, an expert of the 6th innate realm, stood in the assembly. A resounding applause erupted from the Punishment Alliance's conference hall as everyone welcomed them warmly. Who would not desire to belong to a formidable faction? Only a robust power enables one to walk with pride, unbowed by the fear of oppression. The mystery and might of the Punishment Alliance had been repeatedly witnessed by its members. Currently, the Alliance boasted 6 strong practitioners of the innate realm. While it may not yet qualify as a true second-tier force, even such factions would hesitate to provoke the Punishment Alliance. Furthermore, this was merely a branch of the Punishment Alliance. The strength of its headquarters could only be imagined. After the introduction by Yi Xingchen, Ouyang Mu respectfully addressed him, saying, "Young master, the Qinglong gang has been completely eradicated. However, most of their assets have been absorbed by the various 3rd-tier forces in Qingyun County. What stance should we adopt towards these 3rd-tier factions?" Yi Xingchen replied coldly, "Those who comply shall prosper. Those who oppose shall perish. We have fought valiantly, only for them to reap the spoils from behind. Do they truly believe the Punishment Alliance is easy to bully? Dispatch our personnel to each faction and demand they relinquish what they have taken. Should any dare to defy us, we shall eliminate their leaders." Ouyang Mu cautioned, "Young master, these factions are backed by a 2nd-tier power, and 2 of them even have connections to the City Lord's mansion. If we strike forcefully, we risk inciting the enmity of all factions in Qingyun County, which could lead to complications." Yi Xingchen responded dismissively, "In the past, the City Lord's mansion and the 2nd-tier forces might have moved against us, but now that our strength has increased, they will not act against us without first understanding our capabilities. Of course, this is contingent upon us not infringing upon their interests. Otherwise, despite their trepidation, they may still choose to confront us. Although our headquarters could easily dispatch experts to resolve these matters, it would provoke public outrage and contradict the principles of the Punishment Alliance." Ouyang Mu acknowledged, "I understand, young master. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to visit each faction. I am eager to see who dares to disrespect the Punishment Alliance and confront us directly." Yi Xingchen then issued several new tasks to the members of the Punishment Alliance before dismissing the assembly. The newly assigned tasks primarily involved the procurement of alchemical and forging materials. With both a weapon craftsman and an alchemist under his command, Yi Xingchen intended to fully utilize their skills. Chapter 49. Temporarily evading the spotlight the following morning, at the entrance of the Tiandao Min, the 2nd-ranking 3rd-tier force in Qingyun County, over 100 individuals at the 9th level of the acquired realm from the Punishment Alliance surrounded the premises. The 6 formidable practitioners of the Punishment Alliance, each possessing innate realms, boldly entered the headquarters of the Heavenly Blade sect. The Punishment Alliance's annihilation of the Dragon and Tiger Gang had swiftly elevated their notoriety, drawing in many previously indecisive individuals to join the Dragon and Tiger Gang. This phenomenon elucidates how the Dragon and Tiger Mountain managed to amass over 100 practitioners at the postnatal 9th realm in such a brief span. Upon the entrance of the 6 innate masters, no one within the Heavenly Blade sect dared to obstruct them. The sect boasted merely 2 innate realm experts, one at the first innate stage and the other at the second. The sheer presence of the 6 innate masters had thoroughly subdued the Heavenly Blade sect, leaving no trace of resistance, particularly as the memories of their losses against the Dragon and Tiger gang remained vivid. After entering the hall, the 2 innate realm experts of the Heavenly Blade sect stepped forward. The sect's leader addressed the most powerful among them, Peng Xiaojia, saying, "Esteemed friends of the Punishment Alliance have graced my Heavenly Blade sect with their presence. I wonder what brings you here. I do not recall our sect having offended the Punishment Alliance." Peng Xiaojia replied icily, "Leader Wang, it seems you are indeed a person of forgetfulness. Just recently, you appropriated 3 of our establishments, 2 taverns and 1 inn. Yet now you claim to have no grievances with us." The leader of the Heavenly Blade sect responded, "Might I inquire your name? I recall we seized the properties of the Dragon and Tiger gang, not those belonging to the Punishment Alliance." Peng Xiaojia retorted coldly, "I am Peng Xiaojia, a member of the Punishment Alliance. Spare me your evasive rhetoric. I have no time for idle chatter with you or your sect. The Dragon and Tiger gang was vanquished by our Punishment Alliance, and consequently, their properties naturally belong to us. I present you with 2 choices. The first is to surrender the assets acquired from the Dragon and Tiger gang. The second is for us to obliterate the Heavenly Blade sect entirely, thereby claiming your assets for the Punishment Alliance as well." The leader of the Heavenly Blade sect countered, "Brother Peng, you are being rather unreasonable. The spoils of the Dragon and Tiger gang were not solely consumed by our sect. At least 7 or 8 other third-rate forces partook in those assets. The Punishment Alliance cannot possibly eradicate all of us. If the Punishment Alliance were truly so formidable," he continued, "it would become the enemy of all within Qingyun County, and I fear the Punishment Alliance would find it untenable to remain here." Peng Xiaojia coldly stated, "Whether the Punishment Alliance can endure in Qingyun County is uncertain, but before we are forced to depart, the Thousand Blade sect will undoubtedly be annihilated. I reiterate, either surrender the assets to preserve your lives, or relinquish both your assets and lives. I will not engage in further dialogue. You have 1 day to contemplate your decision. Should you fail to provide an answer by this time tomorrow, do not blame the Punishment Alliance for its ruthlessness." After delivering her ultimatum, Peng Xiaojia disregarded any further remarks from the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect and departed with her entourage. Throughout the day, Peng Xiaojia led members of the Punishment Alliance in visiting 8 third-rate factions within Qingyun County. Among them, 3 newly established third-tier forces could not withstand the pressure and immediately relinquished their industries back to the Punishment Alliance, not daring to utter a word in protest. The remaining 5 displayed a rather nonchalant attitude. They were apprehensive about offending the Punishment Alliance yet were unwilling to return the industries to them. Peng Xiaojia granted them a single day to either surrender the industries acquired from the Longhu gang or face annihilation at the hands of the Punishment Alliance. After the representatives of the Punishment Alliance departed, these 5 third-tier forces, which had remained silent, hastily sought assistance from the powers behind them. The force backing Tiandao Gate was the formidable second-tier power, the Zhou family, hailing from Qingyun County, boasting 13 innate realm experts, including 2 who had reached the 6th stage of the acquired realm, making the Zhou family the mightiest among all second-tier forces. Upon the arrival of the Tiandao Gate's leader, the head of the Zhou family personally welcomed him. Tiandao Gate was a significantly important third-tier force under the Zhou family's banner, and thus, the Zhou family extended ample courtesy to Tiandao Gate. Within the reception hall of the Zhou family, the head of the Zhou family calmly addressed the leader of Tiandao Gate, stating, "I am already aware of your intentions. There is no need to seek my opinion. I can unequivocally inform you that the Zhou family does not wish to offend the Punishment Alliance at this time. Therefore, you should return the industries seized from the Longhu gang to them." The leader of Tiandao Gate responded, "Master Zhou, is the Punishment Alliance truly that formidable? Does even the Zhou family have to bow to their might?" The head of the Zhou family replied, "I can only convey this one message. We have yet to ascertain the true nature of the Punishment Alliance. However, the strength they have exhibited is already comparable to that of a second-tier force. It is unwise to confront the Punishment Alliance over such trivial gains. Our current approach is merely a strategy to avoid their wrath. Once we thoroughly understand the Punishment Alliance's background, we can reassess our course of action. I can also inform you that even the City Lord's residence is investigating the Punishment Alliance, yet they have uncovered no substantial information. This should give you insight into the formidable nature of the Punishment Alliance. Of course, you may choose not to return the industries to them, but any consequences that arise will be solely borne by Tiandao Gate. The Zhou family will not wade into this murky water." The leader of Tiandao Gate declared, "Master Zhou, I now understand how to proceed. I shall return and hand over all industries obtained from the Longhu gang to the Punishment Alliance, ensuring that I do not trouble the Zhou family at this juncture." The head of the Zhou family nodded in approval, saying, "It is best that you think this way. If you did not, I could not control your thoughts. Tiandao Gate is merely one of our Zhou family's forces, and it contributes significantly to our resources. Naturally, we prefer to avoid losses. However, should circumstances compel us, the Zhou family is willing to make sacrifices. With the head of the Zhou family's guidance, the leader of Tiandao Gate departed directly. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded among several other prominent families. Inno's second-rate faction is willing to confront the Punishment Alliance at this juncture, primarily due to the sudden emergence of 6 innate-level powerhouses within its ranks. This strategic maneuver by the Punishment Alliance has captured the attention of all factions within the Qingyun Prefecture, prompting them to redirect their investigative efforts towards the Alliance. Among these factions is the City Lord's Mansion. Though notably absent is the Qingyun Sword Sect, which remains supremely confident, believing no force can suppress them within Qingyun Prefecture. Before the dawn of the following day, all third-rate factions had returned their appropriated assets from the Longhu Gang to the Punishment Alliance. No faction dared to withhold their possessions, for at this stage, all second-rate factions in Qingyun Prefecture are reluctant to provoke the Punishment Alliance. Most critically, these second-rate factions are merely spectators, watching as the Punishment Alliance eradicates the Longhu Gang, which was under the City Lord's command. Although the City Lord's mansion currently remains inactive, it undoubtedly seeks to uphold its dignity. Therefore, it will exert every effort to investigate the origins of the Punishment Alliance. Should the City Lord's mansion succeed in annihilating the Alliance, it would be the most favorable outcome. If the City Lord's mansion cannot vanquish the Punishment Alliance, then these factions have even less hope. In truth, every second-rate faction harbors a desire for the Punishment Alliance's disappearance from Qingyun Prefecture. The resources of Qingyun Prefecture are inherently limited, and prior to the Alliance's arrival, these resources had already been divided. The City Lord's Mansion and the Qingyun Sword Sect claimed 5 shares, the second-rate factions took 3, while the third-rate factions secured 2. With the Punishment Alliance now in play, it is destined to seize the resources of Qingyun Prefecture, controlling them entirely. For the Alliance to acquire these resources, it must wrest them from the hands of the existing factions. Naturally, they do not wish for the Punishment Alliance to pilfer their resources, yet their current strength prevents them from confronting the Alliance directly, especially as they have yet to ascertain its origins. Thus, they find themselves compelled to bide their time, awaiting a response from the City Lord's Mansion. Within the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance, its personnel are dispersing to take control of all assets belonging to the Longhu Gang. The Longhu Gang possesses a substantial portfolio, with third-rate factions holding 2 shares, while the Longhu Gang itself commands half a share, leaving the remaining 1.5 shares to be distributed among other factions. This significant share is attributable to the Longhu Gang's allegiance to the City Lord's Mansion, through which the majority of their interests have been surrendered, thus allowing them to secure such a considerable stake. The Punishment Alliance's acquisition of the Longhu Gang's assets proceeds smoothly, unimpeded by any rival factions, and they effortlessly claim all of the gang's holdings. The Punishment Alliance's headquarters has undergone expansion, now rivaling that of a second-rate faction. In the conference hall of the headquarters, Yixingqian gazes upon the 5 summoned innate-level powerhouses alongside a system-modified innate-level powerhouse, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The system indeed proves to be remarkably effective, granting me such formidable power in such a brief span of time. Under the celestial gaze of the night stars, it was proclaimed to the assembly, I shall now divide us into 6 distinct departments. The first shall be the combat department, under the stewardship of you, Peng Xiaojia, the mightiest among us. This department shall, of course, be responsible for our external battles. The second shall be the intelligence department, led by you, Ouyang Mu, the most cunning among us. This department shall oversee the gathering of intelligence both externally and internally. The third shall be the assassination department, which you, Zhou Hongli, will command. The role of this department is to eliminate those individuals or forces that seek to harm our Punishment Alliance. The fourth shall be the weaponry department, under the guidance of you, Lu Erqi, the weaponry artisan. Its task is to forge the necessary weapons for the entire Punishment Alliance. The fifth shall be the alchemy department, presided over by you, Lu Bin, the alchemist. This department's duty is to concoct the elixirs required by our alliance. Lastly, the sixth shall be the martial arts department, which you, Feng Mingyuan, shall oversee, managing all martial arts techniques, whether acquired or developed, within the Punishment Alliance. These 6 departments represent merely the initial structure of the Punishment Alliance. As we evolve, more departments shall undoubtedly be established. You are encouraged to recruit individuals for your respective departments from among our current disciples. Adhering strictly to the principle of voluntary participation, no one shall forcibly claim another's recruits. In unison, the 6 innate realm powerhouses of the Punishment Alliance responded, we shall faithfully obey the orders of our young master. Night Stars continued, since you all comprehend your roles, Proceed to fulfill your duties. I aspire for the Punishment Alliance to swiftly establish a firm foothold within Qingyun County and ensure that the populace is well aware of our presence. In the span of merely one day, the news of the Punishment Alliance's annihilation of the Longhu Gang reverberated throughout Qingyun County. Previously, the Longhu Gang had oppressed the citizens, extorting them through hidden taxes, while the city lord's estate turned a blind eye, leaving the populace in lament and unable to rid themselves of this menace. With the Longhu Gang's demise, jubilation swept through the county. Many common folk began to venerate the members of the Punishment Alliance as deities, believing them to be sent by the heavens to punish the nefarious Longhu Gang. Moreover, numerous wandering martial artists within Qingyun County were eager to join the ranks of the Punishment Alliance. The abilities of these martial artists varied greatly. Some were merely at the first or second stages of the acquired realm, while others had reached the innate realm. The Punishment Alliance did not accept those who had not attained the 9th stage of the acquired realm, nor did Night Stars indiscriminately recruit those at the innate realm. Instead, he opted to conduct interviews to assess their true capabilities, wary of spies sent by rival factions. Allowing such innate realm individuals into the Punishment Alliance could pose a grave threat. As for those at the 9th stage of the acquired realm, Night Stars welcomed them all, recognizing that even if they were spies, they would hardly inflict significant harm upon the Alliance. Ultimately, the Punishment Alliance admitted 119 individuals of the 9th stage of the acquired realm, bringing their total to over 200. Even among second-tier factions, having over 200 practitioners at the 9th stage of the acquired realm was virtually unheard of, with most boasting no more than 100. Why are those postnatal 9th-level dancers so eager to join the Punishment Alliance? One reason is that the benefits offered by the Punishment Alliance are exceptionally generous. Secondly, the new member benefits are also remarkably attractive. Thirdly, the Punishment Alliance is sufficiently powerful, providing them with a solid backing. A force capable of contending with the Lord's Mansion is undeniably formidable. 3 Innate-level experts have arrived, all at the first stage of innate mastery. Naturally, it is not Yi Xingqian but Peng Xiaojia who is responsible for interviewing them. Why Yi Xingqian has only achieved a postnatal 7th-level cultivation and has devoted most of his time to training, thus not closely overseeing the Punishment Alliance. If every matter required Yi Xingqian to resolve personally, then what purpose would his numerous subordinates serve? Chapter 51. The confounded Lord's Mansion in the Lord's bedroom of the Lord's Mansion. The chief steward respectfully addressed the Lord. My lord. The murderer who killed the 3rd young master seems to have vanished without a trace. Despite deploying a considerable number of personnel, we have yet to locate this individual. However, we are still searching with all our might, the Lord replied. What a bunch of inept fools! With such a significant expenditure of manpower and resources, you cannot even find one person. I did not summon you today to inquire about this matter. Rather, I wish to discuss the recent rise of the Punishment Alliance in Qingyun County. Are you aware of it? The chief steward respectfully responded. I am indeed aware. In just 1 month's time, the Punishment Alliance has annihilated the Longhu Gang and firmly established its presence in Qingyun County. The Lord inquired. What exactly is the origin of the Punishment Alliance? Have you uncovered any details? For them to challenge the Longhu Gang, which is under our Lord's Mansion's control, is a blatant disregard for our authority. If they lack any substantial backing, then eradicate the Punishment Alliance entirely. Let them understand that our Lord's Mansion's prestige is inviolable. If they possess formidable strength, we shall temporarily set this matter aside and report it to the court to see how they choose to address it. The chief steward respectfully stated. I have dispatched more than 10 waves of personnel to investigate the Punishment Alliance, utilizing the majority of the Lord's Mansion's intelligence network. However, thus far, the information returned remains exceedingly sparse. The Punishment Alliance appears to have emerged from thin AI art. No one knows their origins, and we have yet to uncover the forces behind them. The Lord coldly remarked. I entrusted the intelligence department of the Lord's Mansion to you, and this is how you manage it. You cannot locate a person, nor can you investigate the origins of a power. Am I maintaining you lot merely to consume resources? The chief steward immediately knelt down, pleading. My lord, please temper your anger. It is not that our intelligence department lacks capability. The individual who killed the 3rd young master has seemingly evaporated, and we have scoured every corner of Qingyun County, yet his existence remains undiscovered. The various factions in Qingyun County are actively cooperating with our search, and most of them are your own dispatched personnel. Yet we still have nothing to show for our efforts at present. The only places devoid of any searches are the various major factions, as well as the stronghold of the Qingyun Sword Sect and that of the Punishment Alliance. As for the Punishment Alliance, our manpower has been entirely devoted to tracking down the individual responsible for the murder of the 3rd young master, which explains why we have yet to ascertain the true identity of the Punishment Alliance. However, as long as the Punishment Alliance is a faction of the state of you, I am confident that, Given our intelligence department a fortnight, we will undoubtedly uncover every detail regarding the Punishment Alliance. The City Lord stated, I do not wish to be burdened with the details of your processes. I am solely interested in the final outcome. Your efforts, whether vigorous or lackluster, hold no significance to me. I require results. Should you prove inadequate, I shall consider appointing someone else to oversee the intelligence department, as there are certainly more than 1 or 2 individuals capable of monitoring it. The City Lord cast a significant amount of pressure upon the steward of the City Lord's residence. As a formidable presence at the true martial realm, every action of the City Lord emanated an aura of authority. The steward, being merely at the 5th level of the acquired realm, would find himself easily dispatched should the City Lord choose to do so. Thus, he acutely felt the weight of the City Lord's gaze. With utmost respect, the steward replied, My lord, please do not be angered. I assure you that I will expedite the investigation into these 2 matters and provide you with an account. The City Lord replied with an expression of indifference, I shall grant you another fortnight. Should you still fail to clarify matters by then, I suggest you prepare to vacate your position in the intelligence department. At that time, I will arrange for a retirement position for you, allowing you to live out your remaining years in peace. The steward assured, Rest assured, my lord, within this fortnight, I shall bring clarity to the situation. The authority wielded by the head of the intelligence department is indeed substantial, and the resources at his disposal are considerable. Naturally, the steward is reluctant to relinquish such a position. If he were to be demoted to a retirement role, the resources available to him would severely limit any further advancement. Conversely, remaining in his current position within the intelligence department, accessing its resources, would at least afford him the opportunity to break through to the 6th level of the acquired realm. Should he achieve a breakthrough to the true martial realm, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to stand equal to the City Lord. Of course, these thoughts were merely speculative, for the difficulty of transcending to the true martial realm is exceedingly great. Even with the resources from the intelligence department, he had less than a 1% chance of achieving such a breakthrough. The City Lord coldly commanded, Get out and investigate immediately. There is no need to probe the Qingyun sword sect. That old ghost will not engage us over an inconsequential individual. Furthermore, the Qingyun sword sect consists of but a few members, and their territory is quite limited. Hiding someone within their ranks would be easily discovered. Your primary focus now should be on investigating the various second- and third-rate factions. It is possible that that scoundrel Wu Xiao is lurking among them. Additionally, issue an edict from the City Lord's residence to those factions, instructing them to conduct thorough inspections of their own premises to ensure that Wu Xiao is not sheltered beneath their protective umbrella. Should anyone fail to conduct a thorough investigation, allowing Wu Xiao to conceal himself beneath their protective umbrella, regardless of whether their faction ultimately becomes aware of this matter, that faction shall be eradicated by our Lord's estate. The esteemed steward of the Lord's estate respectfully replied, I understand, and I shall certainly follow the Lord's orders to ascertain these matters. The Lord retorted, Begone. I do not wish to hear that you are oblivious to everything again. After a brief apology, the steward departed. Once the steward had left, the Lord cast aside the quilt in his hand and furiously declared, Wu Xiao, should I manage to capture you, I will ensure that you find yourself in a state of unbearable existence. After venting his frustration, the Lord calmed himself and murmured, The Punishment Alliance, what manner of faction are you? What is your true purpose in coming to Qingyun County? Do you intend to contest the control of Qingyun County with the Qingyun sword sect? Although Qingyun County is the territory of the Yu Kingdom, the influence of the Yu Kingdom over Qingyun County pales in comparison to that of the Qingyun sword sect. Chapter 52. The 8th Elder after the steward departed. He activated all intelligence personnel of the Lord's estate to investigate the Punishment Alliance. As for the inquiry into the whereabouts of Wu Xiao, the steward did not employ the intelligence personnel. Instead, he dispatched several innate-level experts to communicate with various second-rate and third-rate factions, inquiring whether any criminals might be hiding within their ranks. However, this was merely a superficial endeavor. A month had already elapsed since the assassination of the Lord's third son, and the inability to uncover Wu Xiao's whereabouts was indicative that he had likely fled Qingyun County. Their search within the county was, quite clearly, a futile endeavor. Yet, the steward dared not disclose this analysis to the Lord, continuing instead to obey his commands in the search for Wu Xiao. Had the steward known that Wu Xiao remained within Qingyun County, he might have begun to question his very existence. As time swiftly passed, 5 days had elapsed. During this period, the Punishment Alliance had firmly established its presence in Qingyun County, fully absorbing all enterprises of the Longhu Gang. The Punishment Alliance had thus acquired its own economic foundation. Following the acquisition of the Longhu Gang's assets, the Punishment Alliance did not offer tribute to any faction, nor did it pay heed to any other power. However, in the ensuing days, the Punishment Alliance received a succession of invitations from other factions, all second-rate powers extending their hand in friendship, hoping to forge connections with the Punishment Alliance. Yet, Yi Xingchen paid no mind to these invitations and did not attend any gatherings of other factions. At the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance, Yi Xingchen inquired of Peng Xiaojia, "How long do you estimate it will take to transform the Longhu Gang's enterprises into our own and officially commence profitability?" Peng Xiaojia responded, "Our Punishment Alliance enjoys an excellent reputation in Qingyun County. If we were to operate without restraint in no more than a month's time, we shall be able to restore the profitability experienced during the reign of the Longhu Gang, and it is even conceivable that, after this month, we might surpass the highest profits ever achieved by the Longhu Gang." Yi Xingchen remarked, "Indeed, splendid work. I sincerely hope your commitment for this month is not mere words." With that, he dismissed Peng Xiaojia, who then took her leave, while Yi Xingchen proceeded to depart. Seated in the hall, Yi Xingchen began to contemplate how to fulfill the system's task. The current objective was to protect Wuxiu for a decade or to eliminate the threats posed by the lord of the city towards Wuxiu. A decade was a span Yi Xingchen was unwilling to wait. By then, he would undoubtedly have transcended the congenital realm, potentially reaching the true martial realm. At that juncture, the system would surely struggle to keep pace with his progress. Therefore, he needed to devise a means to neutralize the threats from the lord of the city against Wuxiu. Once that threat was alleviated, Yi Xingchen could advance to the next system task, thereby ensuring that the system could align with his tempo. However, at present, Yi Xingchen found himself at a loss for how to dispel the threat posed by a true martial realm expert. The most formidable power he currently wielded was merely that of a 6th-level congenital master, which, although formidable within the confines of Qingyun County, paled in comparison to true martial realm practitioners. For them, the distinction between a 6th-level and a 1st-level congenital master was negligible, as both could be dispatched with a single strike. To resolve this predicament, Yi Xingchen needed to enlist the aid of a true martial realm expert. Only a fellow practitioner of that caliber would possess the authority to compel the lord of the city to withdraw. Furthermore, this true martial realm expert would have to be willing to pay a significant price, one that would entail irrevocably antagonizing the lord of the city. Securing the assistance of such a powerful ally, while simultaneously forging enmity with the likes of the lord, would necessitate compelling conditions. Mere ordinary incentives would likely prove ineffective. It would require substantial benefits to entice such a formidable individual into aiding Yi Xingchen. Moreover, he had to guard against the possibility of this expert abandoning their agreement midway, leaving Yi Xingchen in a precarious situation. Within Qingyun County, the only true martial realm expert, aside from the lord of the city, was the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingchen felt confident that he could leverage the interests at his disposal to persuade this true martial realm expert to assist him. However, he remained uncertain about the 8th elder's disposition. Should the 8th elder accept his offerings yet fail to deliver, Yi Xingchen would find himself without recourse. Thus, he needed to conceive a mutually beneficial strategy that would ensure the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect would not only acquiesce to his requests, but would also maintain his integrity. If successful, his system task would be effortlessly accomplished. Yi Xingchen had already dispatched someone to investigate the character of the 8th elder, and once the findings were clear, he intended to pay a visit to the 8th elder. At noon, Ouyang Mu, tasked with gathering intelligence, returned to Yi Xingchen's side. With utmost respect, Ouyang Mu addressed him, "Master, I have thoroughly investigated the character of the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect. The 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect is a person of considerable integrity, as he has consistently fulfilled the promises he has made. His reputation within Qingyun County is commendable, and he dedicates himself to the pursuit of cultivation, seldom engaging in mundane affairs, all in the hope of elevating his cultivation level to a higher realm. Given his natural aptitude, it was initially improbable for him to attain the true martial realm. However, through sheer determination and fortuitous circumstances, he successfully crossed the threshold into this realm and reached the pinnacle of the first stage of true martial. Yet, without further opportunities, it seems he may only remain at this peak for the remainder of his life. The breakthroughs in the minor realms of the acquired stage present little challenge, while those in the innate stage are already more formidable. The breakthroughs in the minor realms of the true martial stage are considerably more difficult than the major breakthroughs experienced in the innate stage. Yi Xingchen remarked softly, "It appears that to win over the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect, we may need to focus on aiding his breakthroughs or enhancing his combat prowess, as both are likely to be of great significance to him." Ouyang Mu responded, "The young master speaks wisely. If we approach this matter from the perspectives of breakthrough and combat enhancement, there is an 80% chance that we could temporarily enlist the 8th elder as assistance. With his support, the young master Lin's long-standing anxieties could be effortlessly resolved." Yi Xingchen continued his inquiry, What is the relationship between the Eighth Elder and the Qingyun sword sect? Is there a possibility of bringing him into our punishing evil alliance? Ouyang respectfully replied, there is indeed a reasonable opportunity to recruit the Eighth Elder in his youth. He lacked talent and was often bullied by his peers within the sect. Even though he has now reached the true martial realm, there are contemporaries within the Qingyun sword sect who have also attained this level, notably the second and sixth elders. The second elder and the sixth elder are both at the second stage of the true martial realm. Even now, they continue to bully the eighth elder, who has come to this place precisely due to the ostracism he faced from the second and sixth elders. Why? Xingqian inquired blandly. Does the sect master not intervene in such matters? Why does the discord seem to escalate? Ouyang explained respectfully, I have heard that the sect master has indeed attempted mediation, but each effort has yielded little effect. After 5 or 6 attempts, the sect master ultimately lost patience and could only allow the situation to persist. As long as they do not engage in deadly conflict, the sect master can only turn a blind eye. However, over the years, the eighth elder has continually found himself at a disadvantage, as he stands alone and possesses only the pinnacle of the first stage of the true martial realm. Xingqian remarked softly. It seems that the prospect of inviting the eighth elder of the Qingyun sword sect into our punishing evil alliance is indeed quite promising. Please prepare for me a set of intermediate weapons of the Xian rank, along with 10 intermediate Xian rank elixirs. Tonight, I shall pay a visit to the eighth elder of the Qingyun sword sect. After the punishing evil alliance seized control of the assets and resources of the Longhu gang, both the weapon forging and alchemy organizations have utilized these resources for their crafts. Xingqian has already acquired 3 or 4 weapons of the Xian rank. However, only one has reached the intermediate level. This is not due to the incompetence of the weapon forgers under Xingqian, but rather the limited materials at his disposal, with enough resources available to forge only a single intermediate Xian rank weapon. As for the elixirs, there are over a dozen intermediate Xian rank elixirs and more than 30 primary Xian rank elixirs. Now, even Xingqian can consume Xian rank elixirs to assist in his cultivation without issue. However, he has refrained from doing so, and has certainly avoided using Xian rank ammunition for assistance in his training. This is not due to any reluctance on his part, but rather because consuming Xian rank elixirs for cultivation would be wasteful and somewhat detrimental to his health. Although it could lead to rapid breakthroughs in cultivation levels, it would ultimately hinder future advancements. For someone like Xingqian, who is preparing to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, it would be foolish and base to make such a mistake. Thus, he has consistently relied on high-level Huang rank elixirs for his training, as they pose no harm to his body and are far less damaging to his future martial foundation. Ouyang quietly inquired, Young master, do you intend to personally handle the extraction of the eighth elder from the Qingyun sword sect? Such an approach could jeopardize your safety. It would be prudent to assign this task to me. I shall exert my utmost effort to bring the eighth elder over. If I fail, you may then choose to intervene personally. Xingqian replied nonchalantly, I understand your concern for my safety, but rest assured. Even if I cannot bring over the eighth elder of the Qingyun sword sect, there will be no threat to me. Moreover, if you undertake this task, it may convey a lack of regard for the eighth elder, which could foster resentment even if we succeed in bringing him here. Therefore, this task must be handled by me personally. Should we succeed in bringing this individual over, our punishing evil alliance will experience rapid development for a time. As evening approached, Xingqian, under the escort of Peng Shaojia, arrived at the headquarters of the Qingyun sword sect in Qingyun County. The representative of the punishing evil alliance was granted an audience with the eighth elder of the Qingyun sword sect without difficulty. The eighth elder was quite intrigued by the punishing evil alliance. Within the reception room of the Qingyun sword sect, Xingqian sat opposite the eighth elder. The eighth elder spoke first. I had expected the representative of the punishing evil alliance to be a composed and capable powerhouse. Yet I find myself facing a lad who has not even reached the innate realm. May I inquire your name, young brother? I am Xing Tianshou. Since you have come to seek me, you must have heard of my name. Xingqian responded calmly, Indeed, I have. My name is Xingqian. Not only am I aware that you are called Xing Tianshou, but I also know of the discord between you and the second and sixth elders of the Qingyun sword sect, which is the reason for your relegation to this place as its warden. Furthermore, you will gain not a single benefit from the interests of Qingyun City, as all profits are funneled back to the Qingyun sword sect. You are unable to exert control even over all the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect in Qingyun City. Your current predicament is truly a disgrace to one of your rank in the true martial realm. Xing Tianshou replied coldly, You would do well to watch your words, for they may bring you trouble. Though you are the overseer of the punishing evil alliance in Qingyun City, you are but a youth who has yet to reach the innate realm. Should I decide to end your life, even the mightiest of the punishing evil alliance would be of no consequence. Xingqian responded indifferently, I did not expect Elder Xing Tianshou to be such a petty individual, prepared to end my life merely for a few candid words. Xing Tianshou retorted frostily, "Do not speak such provocative words. I am a man who has lived for over a century and will not be stirred by your trivial remarks. If you have business, state it plainly. Otherwise, I shall have my men see you out." Yi Xingchen replied calmly, "The rumors in Qingyan City speak of Elder Xing Tianshou as being exceptionally forthright, and indeed, I find this to be true today. I have come here to present you with a gift, for you are already a formidable warrior of the true martial realm. It is rather unbecoming for one of your stature to wield a mere primary-grade mystic weapon. Thus, I have commissioned a craftsman from the punishing Evil Alliance to forge a mid-grade mystic weapon for you, and I intend to present this fine blade to you." Upon finishing his words, Yi Xingchen extended the long sword from behind him towards Xing Tianshou. Xing Tianshou accepted the sword, swung it a couple of times, and remarked, "This is indeed a fine blade. However, I believe in the principle of no reward without merit. I appreciate your goodwill, young Master Yi, but I must decline this sword." Chapter 54. Pretense. Yi Xingchen's unexpected appearance, presenting a mid-grade mystic weapon, surely carries ulterior motives. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to act in such a manner, even if he were to lose his sanity. Therefore, out of caution, Xing Tianshou returned the sword to Yi Xingchen. Though Xing Tianshou entertained the thought of secretly keeping the sword for himself and offering nothing in return, this notion was swiftly extinguished in its infancy. The punishing Evil Alliance is not only enigmatic but undoubtedly possesses immense strength. Otherwise, they would not easily have access to a craftsman capable of forging mid-grade mystic weapons. It is worth noting that there is only one such master craftsman within the entire Qingyun sword sect. Hence, Xing Tianshou deemed the punishing Evil Alliance a force that could rival the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingchen stated nonchalantly, "I harbor no thoughts of unearned rewards. I merely wish to forge a friendship with Elder Xing. Of course, if you deem me unworthy of such camaraderie, you may consider my visit as though I had never come. Should you find me unworthy, I shall take my leave immediately, without lingering for even a moment longer." Xing Tianshou spoke with a calm demeanor. "Making friends is certainly not an issue. I feel immensely honored to become your friend. Since you wish to befriend me, I shall not stand on ceremony. I graciously accept this intermediate-level Xian grade long sword you have gifted me. Henceforth, we are indeed friends." Xing Tianshou had long desired an intermediate Xian grade long sword, for he believed that possessing such a weapon would enhance his strength by a significant margin. Currently, the weapons wielded by formidable figures in the Zhenwu realm were predominantly intermediate Xian grade, while his own was merely a beginner-level Xian grade weapon. He had been in search of a suitable intermediate Xian grade weapon for some time, having once encountered a high-level Xian grade long sword at an auction that he ardently wished to acquire. Yet his financial means at the time did not permit it. Yi Xingchen continued, "Elder Xing, you are indeed a straightforward person. If you can procure the materials needed to forge a high-level weapon, I can enlist the assistance of the master craftsman from the punishing Evil Alliance to create an intermediate Xian grade long sword for you." Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Xing Tianshou became increasingly convinced that the punishing Evil Alliance was a formidable power, potentially surpassing even the Qingyun sword sect. "I truly appreciate it, young brother Yi. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it does not compromise the interests of the Qingyun sword sect, I shall do my utmost to help you." Yi Xingchen replied, "Elder Xing, I, too, am a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. Naturally, I would never engage in actions that would harm the sect." Xing Tianshou regarded Yi Xingchen with a quizzical expression and inquired, "Young brother Yi, I had no idea you were a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. I have not heard of you before. Given your background, what led you to join our sect? After all, Xing Tianshou had spent decades within the Qingyun sword sect and held deep sentiments toward it. He would never tolerate anyone harboring ill intentions towards the sect, hence his gaze towards Yi Xingchen shifted slightly. Yi Xingchen, perceptive to the change in Xing Tianshou's demeanor, responded, "Elder Xing, please do not regard me with such suspicion. Why joining the Qingyun sword sect was not born of ulterior motives, but rather a requirement from my family." Xing Tianshou remarked, "I did not expect you to be someone with such a story. Might you share it with me?" Yi Xingchen replied, "Since you were so eager to hear my tale, I shall gladly recount it for you. Elder Xing, you must have heard of the ancient hidden powers that have endured through the ages?" Xing Tianshou nodded. "Indeed, I have heard whispers, though my understanding is limited. As a powerful figure in the Zhenwu realm and an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, he naturally possessed some knowledge of these ancient hidden forces." The Night Star, with a gentle tone, remarked, "I am the direct descendant of the ancient Yi family of this generation. Members of our family, prior to reaching adulthood, are sent to various regions of the heroic continent for clandestine training. The place assigned to me for this endeavor is the State of Yu, and during this training phase, The family provides us with no assistance whatsoever. Everything must be developed through our own efforts, and only upon reaching the true martial realm can we return to the family at that point. The one who excels the most shall become the heir of this generation, as well as the successor to the family head. The Evil Punishment Alliance is the force I have established over the years, and Brother Xing should now understand why I chose to join the Qingyan Sword Sect. Xing Tianqiu replied, I comprehend, young brother Yi. Rest assured, as long as you do not engage in any actions that would harm me, I shall do my utmost to assist you. The Night Star expressed his gratitude. I am truly thankful to you. Brother Xing, I have here 10 mid-level mysterious grade pills, which I will also present to you. I hope you can swiftly ascend to the second level of the true martial realm. Xing Tianqiu waved his hand, saying, young brother Yi, I have already received such a significant gift from you. How can I accept even more? Please keep the pills for yourself. The Night Star insisted, Brother Xing, there is no need for such formalities. When I departed from the family, although I received no aid, they did assign me a top-tier alchemist and craftsman. Therefore, mysterious grade pills are not particularly precious to me. I can refine them at any time, provided I have the materials. If you require them, I can have my subordinates assist you in the crafting. Thus, I urge you not to decline. At that moment, Xing Tianqiu was fully convinced that the Night Star was indeed a descendant of an ancient family with a long lineage. Otherwise, how could a mere postnatal realm individual command the obedience of top-tier alchemists and craftsmen? Only an ancient family with such heritage and influence could possess such standing. Xing Tianqiu stated, since these items are not of great importance to you, I shall accept them. I will certainly seek some alchemical or crafting materials in return for your generosity, and I hope you will not refuse when the time comes. Chapter 55. The bright moon over the world. The Night Star said, Brother Xing, you are too kind. I certainly will not stand on ceremony with you. However, I do have a matter that requires your assistance. I wonder if you would be willing to help. Xing Tianqiu, already aware that individuals from prominent families like the Night Star rarely come without purpose, understood that his visit, laden with such generous gifts, must be for a request. Having decided to forge a friendship with the Night Star, he was more than willing to assist him with his troubles. Xing Tianqiu slowly replied, young brother Yi, do not hesitate to speak. If it is within my power to assist, I shall certainly do my best. As the elder brother, it would be unreasonable for you to receive so many benefits without reciprocation. I merely hope that once my younger brother achieves great success, he will not forget about me. Younger brother Yi, if there is anything you wish to discuss, please feel free to do so. Yi Xingchen remarked, since Brother Xing is so forthcoming, I shall no longer beat around the bush. I have made the acquaintance of an individual in Qingyan County, a person named Wu Xiu. I trust Brother Xing has heard of him as well. Wu Xiu, unable to tolerate the actions of the third son of the city lord's mansion in forcibly abducting women, took matters into his own hands and killed the third son. I greatly admire his courage, and thus I did not wish for him to fall victim to the city lord's mansion, so I directly inducted him into the Punishment Alliance. If I could secure support from my family, a mere city lord's mansion would pose no challenge. Even the entire Yu Kingdom dynasty would not intimidate us. However, I currently find myself alone and without assistance from my family. The city lord's mansion possesses formidable warriors at the true martial realm, and my fledgling Punishment Alliance is not yet capable of withstanding them. Therefore, I hope Brother Xing can aid me in safeguarding Wu Xiu. Beyond that, there is little else I require. I understand that this request may present difficulties for you, as accepting it would mean opposing a formidable warrior at the true martial realm. Should you choose not to assist me, I would completely understand. Xing Tianqiu pondered for a moment before responding, I have indeed heard of the third son of the city lord's mansion, a scourge upon Qingyan County. I am also aware of Wu Xiu's actions in slaying him, and I too wish to protect someone like Wu Xiu. However, I was previously unaware of his whereabouts and lacked the means to safeguard him. If you can bring him to the territory of my Qingyan Sword Sect, I can guarantee his safety. However, should he venture beyond our domain, I cannot assure his protection, for I cannot constantly remain by his side. I hope you can understand this, younger brother Yi. Yi Xingchen replied calmly, I fully comprehend this. As long as Brother Jin can ensure that Wu Xiu is not captured by the city lord's mansion, that suffices. Once Wu Xiu appears, if the city lord's mansion sends people to the Qingyan Sword Sect demanding him, as long as you refuse to hand him over, they will have no choice but to retreat. In this way, I will consider my task complete. Thus, Yi Xingchen found this outcome acceptable. Regarding the induction of Xing Tianqiu into the Punishment Alliance, Yi Xingchen intended to proceed gradually, as winning over a warrior of the true martial realm cannot be achieved with mere words. The fact that he had formed a friendship with him and sought his assistance within a single day was already quite commendable. Yi Xingchen declared, Brother Xing, this very night, I shall send someone to deliver Wu Xiu to you, and I hope you will take good care of him. Xing Tianqiu affirmed, that is absolutely no problem. As long as he arrives at the territory of the Qingyun sword sect, not only will I refuse to surrender him to the city lord's mansion, but even if the imperial court sends people, I shall ensure they do not take him away. In Qingyun County, the Qingyun sword sect still possesses a measure of power. Xing Tianshou continued, I am still uncertain about the status of my younger brother, Xiaoya, within the Qingyun sword sect, as well as the location of his residence. When I return to the Qingyun sword sect next time, I shall pay him a visit. Yi Xingchen replied in a subdued tone. At present, I reside in the area designated for outer disciples, remaining merely an outer disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. My intention is to ascend to the innate stage before directly entering the ranks of the true disciples, thereby sparing myself from the tasks required of both the outer and inner disciples. Xing Tianshou remarked, Dear Xiaoya, should time permit, I sincerely hope you can become an inner disciple. The competition among the 5 sects is set to commence in 3 months, and only inner disciples are eligible to qualify for participation. The top 5 inner disciples will have the privilege of representing the Qingyun sword sect in this competition. Should you secure a place among the top 3 in the competition, you would gain the opportunity to cultivate in the Langyue celestial realm for a month. Within the Langyue celestial realm, a month of cultivation can undoubtedly elevate a person of the postnatal 9th level to the innate realm. In fact, some have even advanced directly to the 2nd or 3rd tier of the innate stage. If not for the restriction that only those above the innate realm can enter the Langyue celestial realm, one might imagine that even masters of the Zhenwu realm would wish to train there for a time. Moreover, cultivating within the Langyue celestial realm solidifies one's foundation, which will prove immensely beneficial for future martial pursuits. Though my innate talent is quite lacking, having only reached the postnatal 9th level by the age of 30, it was my entrance into the Langyue celestial realm that laid the groundwork for my ascent to the Zhenwu realm. Otherwise, with my qualifications, I would have never been able to enter the Zhenwu realm. The Langyue celestial realm opens once every 5 years. If you can gain entry, it will significantly aid your future cultivation. However, securing a top 3 position in the 5 sects competition is exceedingly difficult, as the top spots are typically dominated by half-step innate realm experts. Therefore, to gain admission to the Langyue celestial realm, you must first break through to the half-step innate realm. The competition will be held in 2.5 months. If you wish to participate, dear Xiaoya, you must return to the central gate and register within a month and a half. Yi Xingchen responded calmly, I truly appreciate your guidance. Brother Xing, I will certainly participate in the 5 sects competition 2 months hence. Xing Tianshou replied, It is but a small matter, if this endeavor leads to your rise. I have no doubt you will remember me fondly. Besides, considering the numerous pills and the mid-level Xian rank weapon you have bestowed upon me, providing you with this information is hardly a burden. After exchanging words with Xing Tianshou for approximately half an hour, Yi Xingchen departed from the territory of the Qingyun sword sect. Chapter 56. Unwelcome news. As soon as Yi Xingchen returned to the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance, Peng Shaojie rushed over to inform him of dire news. The matter of Wu Xiu residing within the Punishment Alliance had been discovered by spies from the City Lord's Manor, and it would not take half an hour before the personnel from the City Lord's Manor arrived here. The formidable master of the Zhenwu realm from the City Lord's Manor would also be present. With an expression of indifference, Yi Xingchen addressed Peng Xiaojie. The discovery of Wu Xiu was, in truth, entirely foreseeable. I have not imposed any restrictions on Wu Xiu's movements. It is only natural that the spies of the City Lord's mansion would obtain this information. You must immediately gather your forces and boldly escort Wu Xiu to the territory of the Qingyun sword sect in Qingyun County. We cannot allow the City Lord's mansion to seize him en route. As long as he reaches the grounds of the Qingyun sword sect in Qingyun City, the City Lord's mansion will be powerless against him. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Peng Xiaojie promptly organized her personnel to make a grand display as they transported Wu Xiu toward the Qingyun sword sect's domain in Qingyun City. This intelligence, however, reached the City Lord's mansion, which intended to capture Wu Xiu with utmost urgency. Unfortunately, Yi Xingchen had not afforded them such an opportunity. Wu Xiu was successfully delivered to the Qingyun sword sect's territory, leaving the City Lord empty-handed. Rather than rushing to the Qingyun sword sect to demand Wu Xiu's return, the City Lord chose to visit the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance. This time, Yi Xingchen did not meet the City Lord of the true martial realm. Instead, he sent Peng Xiaojie to face him. With an expression of calm, Peng Xiaojie stated, Your Excellency, it is an honor to receive your esteemed presence at the Punishment Alliance. We sincerely apologize for not extending a proper welcome and hope you will forgive our shortcomings. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? The City Lord remained silent, but the chief steward beside him spoke up. Peng Xiaojie, do not feign ignorance. We have not objected to your extermination of the Lunghu gang, for their demise was well-deserved. However, your audacity to harbor the notorious criminal Wu Xiu is a blatant disregard for our authority. Following our receipt of intelligence, you even dared to relocate him. If you fail to provide our city lord with a satisfactory explanation today, we shall reduce your punishment alliance to rubble. The steward, overseeing the intelligence department, had not uncovered all the details, yet he had certainly come across Peng Xiaojia's name. With an expression of calm, she replied, "The Punishment Alliance conducts its affairs without the need for external awareness or notifications. Should the City Lord's mansion harbor grievances against us, feel free to act as you wish. The Punishment Alliance will receive your challenges. However, I must caution you against provoking forces you cannot afford to offend, lest you regret it for a lifetime." The City Lord coldly retorted, "To shield the murderer of my son, and now to threaten our City Lord's mansion with lifelong regret? I shall see what abilities you possess that embolden such claims." As his words fell, a massive hand descended toward Peng Xiaojia. She unleashed her most formidable martial technique to block the City Lord's strike. Although she successfully parried the blow, she sustained injuries. A casual attack from a true martial realm expert posed a significant challenge for a practitioner at the 6th stage of innate power. It required all her strength to withstand it. Had she been an ordinary 6th stage innate warrior, the City Lord's casual strike would likely have left her grievously wounded. However, Peng Xiaojia was not merely an average 6th stage warrior. She stood at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, a true powerhouse among her peers. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his strength, effortlessly deflecting the formidable strike from the master of the city. A true martial arts expert. Peng Xiaojia coldly remarked, "You are indeed a formidable practitioner of the true martial realm. Our Punishment Alliance currently lacks the capability to contend with you. However, you must understand that we are not without our own experts. Should you choose to act against our Punishment Alliance at this moment, I assure you that, even as a representative of the nation's court, you will not survive beyond a month." The City Lord replied with an air of indifference, "Simply hand over Wu Xiao, and this matter will be settled." Peng Xiaojia countered, "Wu Xiao is not in our possession. I trust you are already aware of his whereabouts. You may go directly there to find him. Please refrain from causing disturbances within our Punishment Alliance." With a cold snort, the City Lord turned and departed with his entourage. Peng Xiaojia realized that her threat had indeed made an impact. The City Lord was still unaware of the true nature of the Punishment Alliance. If he rashly acted against them now, he might provoke unforeseen consequences or draw the attention of formidable adversaries, which would lead to dire repercussions. The City Lord of Qingyun County had always preferred to strategize before taking action, rarely engaging unless he was certain of his success. Unless cornered to the brink of life and death, he would not undertake risky endeavors. Thus, he intended to thoroughly investigate the Punishment Alliance before deciding on a course of action. If the alliance proved too powerful, he would choose to hold back, accepting any indignities that may arise. Conversely, if the Punishment Alliance was merely posturing, he would undoubtedly employ ruthless measures to obliterate the entire Lord's residence. Once the City Lord and his company had left, Peng Xiaojia finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, no one within the Punishment Alliance could stand against the true martial arts master. If a genuine confrontation ensued, the Punishment Alliance would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. After departing, the City Lord made his way directly to the territory of the Qingyun Sword Sect in Qingyun City. While he was not well acquainted with the intricacies of the Punishment Alliance, he possessed a thorough understanding of the 8th elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Should he pay a visit, the elder would surely hand over Wu Xiao, not out of fear, but because aligning against the City Lord's residence would be unwise. Upon arriving at the Qingyun Sword Sect's stronghold, the City Lord immediately sensed something amiss. The disciples of the sect were inexplicably preventing their entry. At that moment, he found himself perplexed. Wu Xiao was merely an inconsequential figure. Now, not only was the newly emerged force of the Punishment Alliance willing to assist him, but even the 8th elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect had resolved to protect him. Had Wu Xiao previously been associated with these factions, the City Lord might not have felt so unsettled. However, Wu Xiao had been but a solitary cultivator without significant connections, having never engaged with the Punishment Alliance or the Qingyun Sword Sect. The unwavering support from both the Punishment Alliance and the Qingyun Sword Sect for this individual filled the City Lord with an unsettling sense of anxiety and an inkling of the bizarre. Chapter 57. True Martial Battle. It was not long after the City Lord's arrival that the 8th elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect emerged from their stronghold. The Lord of the city gazed at Xing Tianshou with an expression of indifference and remarked, "Xing Tianshou, what do you mean by this? Did you not previously inform me that Wu Xiao was not in your possession? Moreover, there is no necessity for you to assist someone like Wu Xiao. Are you now contemplating a change of heart, seeking to oppose me and my lordship?" Xing Tianshou replied with a serene smile, "Indeed, I had no intention of aiding Wu Xiao before, and I was not acquainted with him at all. However, my perspective has shifted. I have grown weary of Wu Xiao. Your third son's demise cannot be blamed on anyone else. After all, he indulged in nefarious deeds within Qingyun County. Were I to cross paths with such a person, I too would not hesitate to execute him. The Lord coldly retorted, Xing Tianshou, you are resolutely determined to stand against me. Xing Tianshou responded, whether I oppose you or not depends entirely on your actions. If you choose to interpret it that way, then I am left with no recourse. The Lord continued, it has been over a decade since we last clashed. 10 years ago, you suffered defeat at my hands. Today, I shall ascertain whether you have made any progress. Xing Tianshou scoffed, do not flatter yourself. Had it not been for your superior weaponry a decade past, it would have been mere folly for you to believe you could have bested me. Today, I shall demonstrate who truly reigns as the strongest within Qingyun County. Upon finishing his words, Xing Tianshou unsheathed the long blade from his back, the very weapon gifted to him by Yi Xingchen. The Lord observed the blade in Xing Tianshou's hand and remarked nonchalantly, ah, so you have attained a mid-level Xian rank weapon. No wonder your demeanor has grown so audacious. Yet, despite your newfound armament, you remain no match for me. Should you surrender the individual in question, we may consider this matter resolved, and I shall overlook your crime of harboring him. However, should you refuse to comply, my lordship will not tolerate any further insubordination. Following his declaration, the Lord drew forth his own high-level Xian rank long sword, the very weapon that had enabled him to triumph over Xing Tianshou a decade ago. In truth, while Xing Tianshou had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the true martial realm, the Lord was merely in the mid-stage of the same realm. There existed a disparity in their strengths, yet the Lord's formidable weapon compensated for this difference. Xing Tianshou declared, my defeat a decade ago was solely due to your superior weapon. Today, I shall not succumb to you again. Although my weapon may still not rival yours, its inferiority has diminished considerably. With that, Xing Tianshou launched a decisive strike towards the Lord. The Lord, employing his long sword, successfully parried the blow. In an instant, onlookers retreated 100 meters, leaving a battlefield of that expanse. The turbulence created by the clash of true martial realm experts was immense. Even a weaker practitioner of the postnatal realm could find themselves fatally affected by the residual force. Although the Lord managed to block Xing Tianshou's strike, the confrontation resulted in a stalemate. Neither party gained the upper hand nor suffered a disadvantage. Xing Tianshou addressed the city lord with a tone of indifference. My lord, it appears that after all these years, your strength has not seen any growth, and may indeed have regressed. Without your high-grade Xiantir long sword, you would truly be rendered ineffectual. The city lord retorted coldly, only through combat can one discern who is truly ineffectual. Outside the residence of the Qingyun sword sect, a fierce battle unfolded between the city lord and Xing Tianshou. Neither the personnel from the city lord's mansion nor those from the Qingyun sword sect intervened until a victor was clear. The skirmish lasted a full half-hour, with both sides exchanging blows, yet neither emerged victorious, culminating in a stalemate. In terms of sheer strength, Xing Tianshou possessed a slight edge over the city lord. However, the enhancement provided by the city lord's long sword surpassed that of Xing Tianshou's long blade, resulting in a negligible difference in their combat effectiveness. Were it not for the life-and-death stakes of the battle, they could have fought for an entire day and night without a resolution. It was evident that neither the city lord nor Xing Tianshou harbored intentions of engaging in a fight to the death, hence they ceased hostilities after half an hour. Following the cessation, Xing Tianshou addressed the city lord with a slight smirk, Zhou Tiandao. You never believed that you were regressing with age, but now you must see the truth of it. A decade has passed, and your strength remains stagnant. Zhou Tiandao, the city lord's true name, was one that only Xing Tianshou dared to utter openly within the entire Qingyun County. Zhou Tiandao replied flatly, yet I have not observed any significant advancement in your strength either. Were it not for the fact that your long blade has been upgraded to a mid-grade Xiantir weapon, achieving a tie with me would have to wait until your next lifetime. Xing Tianshou countered, you wield a high-grade Xiantir long sword. How could I not employ a mid-grade Xiantir long blade? Now, I ask you, do you wish to continue fighting? If so, I am ready at any moment. Zhou Tiandao responded, I know you have no ties to Wuxiu. You must have accepted benefits from the punishing evil alliance, thus offering protection to him. If you can surrender Wuxiu to me, I can double whatever benefits the punishing evil alliance has provided you. After serving as the city lord for so many years in Qingyun County, if Zhou Tiandao could not discern the truth behind the scenes, he would hardly be worthy of his position. Xing Tianshou replied, your conjecture is indeed accurate. The punishing evil alliance has indeed offered substantial rewards for the protection of Wuxiu. However, the double price you propose is beyond what your city lord's mansion can bear, so there is no need to mention it. Furthermore, I, Xing Tianshou, am a man of my word. Should I go back on my promise, how could I maintain my standing in the martial world? Thus, I advise you to return to the city lord's mansion and refrain from seeking trouble here. Zhou Tiandao coldly remarked, are you truly willing to go to such lengths for mere benefits, challenging my city lord's mansion to a life-and-death struggle? If the Qingyun sword sect were to clash with us, it would undoubtedly be the Qingyun sword sect that suffers in the end. Do you believe otherwise? Xing Tianqiu replied, Zhou Tiandao, there is no need for your threats. The Qingyun sword sect has an agreement with the court of the Yu Kingdom. The one who strikes first is at fault. Whoever initiates the conflict bears the burden of blame. Should you dare to take the first action, I shall observe how you justify your actions to the court of Yu. The Qingyun sword sect stands as the sovereign authority over the entire Qingyun county, a fact acknowledged by the court. The Qingyun sword sect must not impede the court's governance of Qingyun county, and the court will not readily engage in hostilities with the Qingyun sword sect. Both parties exercise remarkable restraint, which is why Xing Tianqiu articulates such statements. Zhou Tiandao spoke coldly. You may protect Wu Xiu for a moment, but you cannot ensure his safety for eternity. Once Wu Xiu departs from the territory of the Qingyun sword sect, his demise is inevitable. I do not believe you can accompany him for a lifetime. Providing constant protection, Xing Tianqiu replied indifferently, naturally, I cannot follow him for eternity and shield him indefinitely. Should he leave the confines of the Qingyun sword sect, it signifies that my protection has ceased. At that point, even if you were to slay him, it would bear no consequence to me. However, you would do well to refrain from taking action within the territory of the Qingyun sword sect, lest you face the corresponding repercussions. Zhou Tiandao retorted icily. Remember your words today. Next time, you had better keep your promise. Otherwise, even if it means war with the city lord's mansion and the Qingyun sword sect, so be it. Upon finishing this statement, Zhou Tiandao departed with his followers. He did not wish to completely offend the formidable Xing Tianqiu of the Qingyun sword sect. Moreover, Xing Tianqiu had already indicated that once Wu Xiu left the sect's domain, he would no longer be under his protection. This was clearly a subtle suggestion from Xing Tianqiu that his safeguarding of Wu Xiu was bound by a certain time frame. Once that period elapsed, he would hand Wu Xiu over. Of course, all of this was merely Zhou Tiandao's conjecture. In truth, Xing Tianqiu had never intended to convey such a notion. After Zhou Tiandao's departure, Xing Tianqiu finally exhaled in relief. He had no desire to oppose the city lord's mansion, for the power he commanded was insufficient to contend with it. Were it not for his acceptance of the benefits from the punishment alliance, which he deemed exceedingly powerful, he likely would not have gone to such lengths to protect Wu Xiu. As Zhou Tiandao exited the residence of the Qingyun sword sect, Yi Xingchen received a notification from the system, indicating that the system task had been completed. At the very moment Yi Xingchen fulfilled the task, the mechanized voice of the system echoed within his consciousness. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task 3 rewarding virtue. The system is dispensing rewards. The third prison has been unlocked, and the host may summon Eljuline to serve at any time. The extraction of special items has been unlocked, awaiting the host's selection. The system task 3 rewarding virtue has been completed, and the system task 4 punishing evil is being generated. The system task 4 has been finalized, punishing evil, to impose penalties on great evildoers. Task explanation. Guan Yanlong of Qingyun County is a notorious villain, who, in a single night, ravaged 8 villages and slaughtered over 1,700 people, earning the moniker Blood-Soaked Butcher. Guan Yanlong possesses the strength of half a true martial realm and has escaped numerous times from the clutches of true martial experts. Recently, Guan Yanlong has been committing crimes in the city of Qingyun County. The host merely needs to capture him and confine him within the prison of the system's space. Task items, none. Task reward, unlock the 4th prison cell of the system. The host shall gain the loyalty of Wang Wanrong, a cultivator at the half-step true martial realm. Furthermore, the host may select one of Wang Wanrong's mid-level Shintir Wuyo Soul technique or low-level Pasha's Hang. Yi Xingchen murmured to himself, indeed, the system tasks grow increasingly arduous. This time, the adversary at the half-step true martial realm is no ordinary foe. He is one who has eluded true martial realm experts on multiple occasions. Even if I manage to locate him, there is no certainty that I could best him, let alone imprison him. Moreover, I have no inkling of where he might appear in Qingyun County. Tasking me with finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Xingchen addressed the system, saying, could you not assign me a few simpler tasks? Why must each one be more challenging than the last? Is this not a tad inhumane? After all, my strength translates into your own enhancement as well. The system's mechanical voice responded. The increasing difficulty of tasks is not the system's intention. The system operates under its own set of rules, and all generated tasks are constrained by this framework. The system lacks the authority to circumvent these rules. Thus, it is impossible for tasks to be simplified. Instead of pondering how to make the tasks easier, the host might benefit more from devising strategies to complete them. Additionally, all system tasks are not compulsory. The host may choose whether or not to undertake them. Completing system tasks yields rewards, while neglecting them results in the absence of such benefits. Should the host resolutely decide against utilizing any of the system's powers, he is entirely free to forego these tasks. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth and replied, "Is that even feasible? Have you ever encountered a true protagonist who renounced their golden finger and yet ascended to greatness? To forego a shortcut is to be a fool. Therefore, your notion that I might abandon the system's functionalities is utterly misguided. IT is merely a matter of completing a few system tasks, which should be a walk in the park for me." The system's mechanical voice encouraged, "The host should strive diligently. The stronger the host becomes, the more powerful the system will be. As the host grows in strength, the system will unlock even more capabilities." Yi Xingqian internally addressed the system, saying, "System, I am about to release the individual from the third prison cell." The system's mechanical voice confirmed, acknowledging the host command, "I shall promptly release the notorious criminal, Jalin, from the third prison cell." As the system's words concluded, a beam of purple light materialized in the hall. Following the light, a dapper young scholar appeared before Yi Xingqian. Upon his arrival, Jalin immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Yi Xingqian. "I am Jalin, your subordinate, and I pay my respects to my master." The Night Star, with a calm demeanor, stated, "From now on, do not refer to me as your master. Simply call me young master." Night Star insisted that all his subordinates address him as young master, partly because his current cultivation level rendered the title of master somewhat inappropriate, and partly to cultivate an illusion of possessing a profoundly enigmatic background. Jalin respectfully replied, "Yes, young master. How may I serve you at your summons?" Night Star replied nonchalantly, "For now, I have no commands for you. Simply remain by my side as my bodyguard, and when the need arises, I shall instruct you accordingly." "Understood." After responding, Jalin positioned himself behind Night Star, refraining from uttering another word. Chapter 59. The lottery concluded. A mechanical voice from the system inquired of Night Star, "Would the host like to proceed with the extraction of martial arts techniques?" Night Star, with his mind, communicated to the system, commenced the extraction of techniques immediately. The system's mechanical voice announced, "The system is currently conducting a reward extraction. The extraction has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the perfected level of the Xian rank Superior 9 Nether Battle Soul Fist. Please sit cross-legged and state claim system reward to commence the enlightenment process." Having gained experience from previous instances, Night Star did not hesitate. He promptly seated himself in a cross-legged position and instructed the system, "Claim the system reward at once." Upon completing his request, a formidable force enveloped Night Star, and a memory of martial arts was imprinted directly into his consciousness. Once the technique was absorbed, Night Star instantly felt that he had completely mastered the Xian rank Superior 9 Nether Battle Soul Fist and could wield it with utter ease. Turning to Jalin, he said, "Jalin, please test my current combat prowess. I will unleash my full strength against you." "All you need to do is block," Jalin replied. "Understood, young master. You may proceed with confidence." Without a moment's hesitation, Night Star unleashed his most powerful technique, the Xian rank Superior 9 Nether Battle Soul Fist. Jalin, underestimating Night Star, merely employed a peak defense at the 9th level of the acquired realm and was sent staggering back 3 meters by the force of the blow. Stunned, Jalin gazed at Night Star and remarked, "Young master, the damage from your strike has already reached the threshold of a half-step innate realm. Achieving such power at the 7th level of the acquired realm is unprecedented. Congratulations, young master, congratulations." Though Night Star had demonstrated the ability to unleash the combat strength of a half-step innate realm at the 7th level of the acquired realm, he felt no pride. As a man endowed with the system, it was inconceivable for him to take pride in such an accomplishment. Night Star's mastery of the perfected level of the Xian rank Superior 9 Nether Battle Soul Fist surpassed even Jalin's proficiency, leaving the latter, who had diligently practiced the technique for many years, feeling somewhat bashful and flushed. Unbeknownst to Jalin was the existence of Night Star's system and its capability to facilitate the enlightenment process. Jalin was only aware that Yi Xingqian possessed a singular and formidable treasure, one capable of imprisoning individuals. He, being one of those confined within, was released from his cell by Yi Xingqian, thereby compelled to obey his commands. This represented the inner thoughts of those liberated from the clutches of the system's mercy. Yi Xingqian, with a calm smile, remarked, "Continue your defense. I have just executed my most powerful strike, achieving an attack potency equivalent to that of a half-step innate realm. However, I wish to ascertain the extent of my ordinary strike's capability." Jalin replied, "Rest assured, young Master Lin, I will diligently maintain our defenses. Yi Xingqian then produced a primary-grade mystic sword and executed the Tai Chi sword technique, directing it towards El Jalin. The sword in Yi Xingqian's hand was crafted with the assistance of his subordinates. Given Yi Xingqian's current prowess, employing a more advanced weapon might lead to a lack of control over its power. This time, El Jalin elevated his defensive measures to their utmost level, successfully withstanding Yi Xingqian's attack. Nevertheless, he sensed within Yi Xingqian's sword intent a cataclysmic will. El Jalin made a preliminary assessment, determining that Yi Xingqian's Tai Chi sword technique possessed an attack capability that reached the pinnacle of the postnatal ninefold realm, mere moments away from attaining the strength of a half-step innate realm. In contrast, Yi Xingqian's earlier execution of the perfected grade mystic upper-level 9 Nether Battle Soul Fist demonstrated an attack capability at least equivalent to the peak of the half-step celestial realm. If Yi Xingqian's strength indeed reached the postnatal ninefold, it implied that he could contend with those of the innate realm, a notion El Jalin found entirely credible. Having received his rewards, Yi Xingqian then prepared to address the matter concerning Feng Mingyuan. With Feng Mingyuan on the verge of arriving in Qingyun County, Yi Xingqian needed to devise a method to locate him. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his strength or meticulous his plans, they would prove futile. The simplest and most effective strategy to identify Feng Mingyuan was to stake out the city gates, as he would inevitably enter through one of them. Qingyun County boasted 4 entrances, each offering a 1 in 4 chance of Feng Mingyuan's arrival. However, given Feng Mingyuan's status as a half-step true martial realm expert, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to monitor the gates. Only genuine powerhouses stood a chance. Yi Xingqian resolved to dispatch 4 experts of the 4th layer of the innate realm to guard each gate, instructing them to observe every individual entering the city. Should anyone surpass their cultivation level, they might very well be Feng Mingyuan. For the time being, Yi Xingqian could not conceive of a superior strategy, thus opting to implement this rudimentary plan to see if it bore fruit. Yet, this approach bore a notable flaw. If an individual of similar strength to Feng Mingyuan entered Qingyun County, and Yi Xingqian's subordinates inadvertently caused a disturbance, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also incur the ire of a true master. Nevertheless, until a more effective strategy materialized, he resolved to proceed with this arrangement. Once a better alternative was conceived, he would replace this method. Thus, Yi Xingqian instructed his 4 subordinates, all of whom were above the 4th layer of the innate realm, to take their positions at the 4 city gates. Feng Mingyuan is expected to arrive in Qingyun County soon, although the system has not specified an exact time frame for this impending visit. Thus, this soon could potentially span a fortnight or merely a few days. However, it is unlikely to exceed a duration of 2 weeks, as anything beyond that would no longer be considered soon in order to contend with Feng Mingyuan, who stands at the threshold of the true martial realm. Yi Xingqian must seek the assistance of a formidable ally within the true martial realm. Relying solely on the strength of his punishing evil alliance would hardly suffice to subdue a half-step true martial expert. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian has identified a suitable candidate, the esteemed 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect, who is stationed in Qingyun County. Presently, the only true martial experts that Yi Xingqian can approach are the 8th and 9th elders of the Qingyun sword sect, with the former being his sole option for assistance. Yi Xingqian resolved to pay another visit to Xing Tianshou, and he certainly did not intend to arrive empty-handed, having prepared a token of appreciation. Half an hour later, Yi Xingqian arrived at the Qingyun sword sect's base in Qingyun County. Xing Tianshou had previously instructed that there was no need for announcement, and Yi Xingqian could be ushered in directly. With ease, Yi Xingqian encountered Xing Tianshou, who greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Little brother Yi, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Yi Xingqian returned the smile, replying, "Given our relationship, is it not permissible for me to visit Brother Xing without a specific reason?" Xing Tianshou remarked, "Are you certain that you came merely to see me, without any ulterior motives?" With a calm smile, Yi Xingqian admitted, "Brother Xing, your keen perception is truly commendable. It seems you have discerned that I am indeed here with a purpose." Yi Xingqian then presented several, Xin-level, elixirs to Xing Tianshou, stating, "Brother Xing, this is but a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it." Feigning indignation, Xing Tianshou responded, "Little brother Yi, do you truly perceive me as a person so consumed by avarice? Each time you visit, you bring me such lavish gifts, while I have yet to bestow anything upon you. How can I possibly accept such generosity?" Yi Xingqian countered, "Brother Xing, you speak too modestly. You have aided me immensely, and I hold you in the highest regard. Moreover, the gifts I present are not of exorbitant value. I have alchemists under my command, and crafting these elixirs is merely a trivial matter." Xing Tianshou conceded, "Since you insist, I shall accept your kindness without further hesitation. Indeed, the advantages of being part of a prominent family are evident. Having access to esteemed alchemists is a privilege not afforded to many. For us, seeking a Xin-level alchemist to concoct elixirs is an endeavor fraught with challenges, and those alchemists often possess lofty aspirations. Yi Xingchen smiled serenely, saying, Brother Xing, simply inform me of your alchemical needs. Be it weaponry or elixirs, as long as the materials are available, I will have my people assist you in the crafting process. Even in the absence of materials, I am more than willing to help you procure them. The greater your cultivation becomes, the stronger my support will be. Xing Tianshou remarked, Indeed, my young brother Xiaoya, there is no need for such formality between us. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way I can. Yi Xingchen responded. Has Brother Xing ever heard of Guan Tinglong? Xing Tianshou replied. Naturally, I am familiar with Guan Tinglong. He is a notorious figure in Qingyun County, infamous for having annihilated 8 villages in a single night, resulting in the slaughter of over 1,700 souls, earning him the moniker the Bloody Butcher. Guan Tinglong possesses the strength of a half-step true martial realm and has managed to escape numerous attempts on his life by those in the true martial realm. However, after a series of such encounters, he fled Qingyun County and has not returned since. I wonder, dear Xiaoya, what significance does this matter hold for you? Yi Xingchen explained. Those of us dispatched by our family are typically assigned various tasks once we establish our own influence. Upon completing these tasks, we become eligible for rewards from the family. Guan Tinglong is the target designated by the family for this mission, and I must eliminate him within a specified time frame to secure my reward and further expand my influence. Completing this novice task will also lead to the issuance of additional tasks, all of which come with rewards. Thus, I sincerely implore Brother Xing to assist me in dealing with this half-step true martial realm Guan Tinglong. Xing Tianshou responded, Members of prominent families tend to complicate matters unnecessarily. Why not simply grant you the rewards directly? Yi Xingchen explained. Ordinary family members do not face such trials, but those of us in line for succession must endure them. Currently, there are 7 of us dispatched to various locations, and I have been sent to the Yu Kingdom. Xing Tianshou expressed his surprise. I had no idea, dear Xiaoya, that you held such a distinguished position within your family. When you achieve great success in the future, do not forget about me. Yi Xingchen assured him. Of course not. Brother Xing has been a tremendous help to me. How could I ever forget you? If you do not mind, I could introduce you to the Punishment Alliance, which, although not a highly binding organization, could be beneficial. I trust that your membership would not lead you to engage in any activities detrimental to the Qingyun Sword Sect. Should you join, I will wholeheartedly assist you in breaking through to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, and you might even aspire to reach the Master Realm. Yi Xingchen had never forgotten his intention to recruit Xing Tianshou into the Punishment Alliance. Once he succeeded, the alliance would enter a brief period of prosperity, allowing Yi Xingchen to undertake numerous system tasks to enhance his strength within the heroic continent. Xing Tianshou, captivated by Yi Xingchen's words, was eager to attain the pinnacle of the true martial realm, a level only reached by their sect leader. Moreover, let us not even mention the Master Realm that surpasses the true martial realm. The Master Realm can be described as the lifelong pursuit of Xing Tianshou. Were it to be anyone else speaking of such matters, Xing Tianshou would undoubtedly remain skeptical, for transcending the pinnacle of the true martial realm is no simple feat. However, when Yi Xingchen articulates this, he finds himself wholly convinced, believing that a family with a legacy spanning millennia possesses the capability to elevate his strength to the zenith of the true martial realm. Furthermore, he is entirely persuaded that Yi Xingchen is indeed a pivotal member of this ancient lineage. At this moment, Xing Tianshou is at a loss regarding his decision, whether to join Yi Xingchen's Punishment Alliance or to decline the proposal. Observing that Xing Tianshou is somewhat swayed, Yi Xingchen continues to entice him, stating, Brother Xing, is it not a well-known fact that one can align with 2 factions? The pinnacle figures of the heroic continent, including the second-generation leader of the Wudong sect, have previously affiliated with 2 major sections. Ultimately, they established their own sect, leading it to the apex of power on the heroic continent. Therefore, Brother Xing need not worry about such matters. After contemplating for a considerable time, Xing Tianshou finally speaks. Very well, I shall emulate the first ancestor of the Wudong sect. I agree to join my younger brother Ye's Punishment Alliance. Yi Xingchen replies. On behalf of the entire Punishment Alliance, I extend a warm welcome to Brother Xing's joining us. From this day forth, Brother Xing shall be our first member of the Earth Tier. Chapter 61. The scheme following Xing Tianshou's induction into the Punishment Alliance. Yi Xingchen divulges to him all the hierarchical structures and regulations of the organization. Upon concluding his explanations, Xing Tianshou respectfully addresses him. I pay my respects to the alliance leader. Yi Xingchen responds, Brother Xing, there is no need to belittle me in my presence. Xing Tianshou asserts, every faction has its own rules. As the saying goes, without regulations, one cannot establish order. For the Punishment Alliance to flourish, It must possess steadfast rules and principles, hence it is only fitting that I address you as alliance leader. Yi Xingchen replies. Since Brother Xing has articulated it thus, I shall comply with your wishes. Xing Tianqiu continues, alliance leader, to eliminate Guan Tingsong, we must first ascertain his true whereabouts. If we cannot locate him, discussing a resolution is futile. May I inquire if the alliance leader knows of Guan Tingsong's current location? Yi Xingchen responds, I am unaware of Guan Tingsong's exact whereabouts. However, I do know that he is expected to return to Qingyan County soon. If we arrange for experts at the city gates, locating him should pose no significant challenge. Xing Tianqiu asks, from where did the alliance leader acquire this information? Is it truly credible? Yi Xingchen calmly replies, this information was provided to me by someone within my family. It is absolutely authentic. Xing Tianqiu concludes, since it originates from the alliance leader's family, it is 100% true. I wonder what stance the alliance leader's family holds towards Guan Tingsong. Are they intent on capturing him or eliminating him outright? Yi Xingchen remarked, the word from the family is to capture him alive and bring him back, as the family possesses means to tame him and make him obey my commands. This way, our punishing evil alliance will gain yet another formidable expert. Xing Tianqiu replied calmly, Guan Tingsong is inherently a formidable force at the threshold of true martial realm, and his greatest asset is his speed. Should he sense something amiss and attempt to flee, even a true martial expert might struggle to catch him. Capturing him alive will prove significantly more challenging than simply eliminating him. Relying solely on my strength, it would be quite difficult to apprehend him, let alone to kill him, Yi Xingchen responded. I am fully aware of this, which is precisely why I have come to discuss strategies with you. Brother Xing Tianqiu stated, if we could lure him into a confined space, I would have no trouble subduing him. His prowess among half-step true martial experts is not particularly remarkable. It is merely his exceptional speed that has garnered him considerable notoriety. Yi Xingchen added, I understand that enticing him into a closed environment would indeed simplify matters. However, the challenge lies in how to draw him into such a space without his awareness. Currently, we have not even managed to locate him, let alone lead him into a confined area. Xing Tianqiu replied, that indeed presents a dilemma. For the moment, I cannot devise a suitable plan. Yi Xingchen proposed, Brother Xing, I have conceived a potential strategy. Let me share it with you and see if it holds merit. Xing Tianqiu urged, speak. Yi Xingchen continued, while Guan Tingsong is undoubtedly swift, his combat abilities likely surpass those of a mere innate 6th realm practitioner only slightly. If we were to surround him with over a dozen innate realm fighters, while you, Brother Xing, stand by to prevent his escape and deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment, we should be able to subdue him. A half-step true martial expert, after all, remains fundamentally an innate realm individual, never having truly ascended to the true martial realm. A true martial expert can dispatch an innate first realm opponent with a single strike, whereas a half-step true martial expert would require several blows to defeat an innate first realm adversary. Should this half-step true martial expert be Guan Tingsong, a stronger innate first realm fighter could potentially withstand 5 to 8 of his strikes. Although innate realm fighters may not be able to capture Guan Tingsong, they could certainly hold him for a time. Xing Tianqiu conceded, the leader's proposal is indeed commendable and possesses a degree of feasibility. If no better alternatives arise, I believe this strategy could be employed at this juncture. Xing Tianqiu could not conceive of a superior plan, thus viewing Yi Xingchen's suggestion as viable. Xing Tianqiu added, however, we must also consider how to enable these innate realm fighters to approach Guan Tingsong without drawing attention. Yi Xingtian stated, let us gather everyone at the city gate and strike as Guan Tinglong enters the city. This way, the city gate will be ideal for concealing our presence. Xing Tianqiu replied, this is indeed a clever strategy. Do you know from which city gate Guan Tinglong intends to enter? There are a total of 4 gates in Qingyun County, and it would be impractical to position so many people at each one. Yi Xingtian responded, I am uncertain of the specific gate he will choose, but I do know he is arriving from the imperial capital. The northern gate leads to the imperial capital. If we concentrate our efforts there, we should have a considerable chance of capturing him. As for the other 4 gates, we only need to station a powerful innate level expert at each. Although Yi Xingtian speculated that Guan Tinglong would enter through the northern gate, he did not intend to put all his eggs in one basket. Instead, he planned to distribute his resources, ensuring that even if one basket were compromised, there would still be others intact. Should Guan Tinglong evade the most heavily guarded northern gate and enter through one of the other 3, Yi Xingtian would not completely lose track of him. After all, the system's notification is a singular opportunity. Should he miss it this time, finding Guan Tinglong again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even the 2 largest empires in the martial arts continent could locate someone, let alone Yi Xingtian and his nascent punishment alliance. Xing Tianqiu remarked, my lord, The arrangement you propose requires at least 12 and 8-level experts. I can only muster 4 on my side. I wonder how many you can command. Chapter 62. The Celestial and Yi Xingtian replied nonchalantly, Currently, I have 7 innate level experts who are entirely under my command. I will send 3 to guard the other 3 gates, while the remaining 4 will join your 4 at the northern gate. Although 8 innate level experts may be insufficient, we have no other choice at present. 8 will have to suffice. As long as you exert your utmost effort, we should manage. Xing Tianshou inquired, When shall we fortify the 4 gates? Yi Xingtian responded, Naturally, the sooner, the better. A member of my family has informed me that he will soon arrive in Qingyun County, although he did not specify the exact time. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Even if he changes his mind and decides not to come, my family's experts will force him into Qingyun County. Yi Xingtian held great confidence in the system. Since it indicated that Guan Tinglong would soon arrive, he was certain that he would indeed come. Xing Tianshou replied, I believe that to be true. Afternoon. The 4 city gates of Qingyun County have been fully manned by the punishing evil alliance's innate realm members, lying in wait for Guan Tinglong to take the bait. At the north gate, Yi Xingtian and Xing Tianshou have been on vigil for 3 consecutive days, yet have not caught sight of Guan Tinglong entering the city. However, the 2 remain unperturbed, continuing their watch at the north gate. While Yi Xingtian is in waiting, a member of the punishing evil alliance, possessing a postnatal 9th level realm, approaches the concealed position of Yi Xingtian and his companion. The member respectfully addresses Yi Xingtian, My lord, we have detected a situation at the east gate. Suspected half-step true martial realm expert has entered the city, and Lu Jilin's superior has followed suit. Ultimately, it was discovered that this suspected half-step true martial realm expert has taken residence at the Tianren Inn, and Lu Jilin's superior instructed me to report to you immediately. Yi Xingtian replies calmly, I understand. You shall return at once to inform Lu Jilin. I will make the necessary arrangements here and proceed with my men shortly. The member of the punishing evil alliance responds with utmost respect. Yes, my lord, I shall report the situation without delay. After delivering his message, the member swiftly departs. Xing Tianshou turns to Yi Xingtian and remarks, Young brother Yi, it seems we may have miscalculated our position. Guan Tinglong is inherently cautious. Although he has come from the imperial capital, he has not entered through this gate, but has chosen the east gate instead. Yi Xingtian refrains from revealing his identity as the leader of the punishing evil alliance, while Xing Tianshou, to protect Yi Xingtian's identity, refers to him as young brother Yi in public, reserving the title of leader for private moments. Yi Xingtian responds, It is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, Guan Tinglong would not have evaded so many official pursuits. Xing Tianshou suggests, Should we not take all our men and surround the Tianren Inn? Yi Xingtian counters, It is unnecessary to mobilize everyone, as we have yet to ascertain whether the individual in question is truly Guan Tinglong. Even if he is, the difference between having 1 or 2 additional innate realm experts is negligible. Let 1 innate realm member remain to guard this gate, and dispatch another to the east gate. The remaining personnel shall proceed to the Tianren Inn to ensure our success. Xing Tianshou acknowledges, You are indeed thorough in your considerations. Young brother Why earlier approach was somewhat reckless. Had we brought everyone over and the individual was not Guan Tinglong, our plan would have been thwarted. You are truly a person of great ambition, exhibiting both boldness and meticulousness in all endeavors. Yi Xingtian humbly replies, You flatter me, my dear brother Xing. I merely reflect upon my actions regularly. Now, let us cease discussing these matters and hasten to assemble our forces. If the individual is indeed Guan Tinglong and we allow him to escape, it would be quite distressing. Xing Tianshou agrees. Very well. After organizing the personnel at the north and east gates, Yi Xingtian leads the remaining members directly to the Tianren Inn. Within a matter of minutes, they have arrived and established a perimeter around the inn. Although the name Tianren Inn exudes an air of grandeur, it is, in fact, an unremarkable little guest house, encompassing merely over 300 square meters. Yi Xingtian and his companions, around 8 or 9 individuals, easily surrounded this modest establishment. However, they refrained from revealing their presence, opting instead to conceal themselves in the shadows to avoid detection by Guan Tingsong. Shortly after Yi Xingtian's arrival, Lu Jilin approached him with utmost respect, saying, My lord, you have arrived. Yi Xingtian replied coolly, What is the situation? Are you certain that the person inside is indeed Guan Tingsong? Lu Jilin responded, Reporting to you, my lord, I cannot be certain if the individual is Guan Tingsong. He emanates an overwhelmingly formidable presence. If I attempt to probe his essence with my energy, I risk exposing my identity, and should he flee, I would be powerless to prevent it. Thus, I have remained here in concealment, awaiting your arrival. Yi Xingtian acknowledged, You have performed admirably. If he is indeed Guan Tingsong, the fact that he hasn't detected your surveillance is already quite remarkable. After speaking, Yi Xingchen turned to Xing Tianshou and said, "Brother Xing, I require your assistance." Xing Tianshou replied, "Little brother Yi, feel free to command me. Whatever I can accomplish, I shall. Even if it is beyond my means, I will find a way to assist you." Yi Xingchen continued, "While this task may seem simple for you, it does impose some inconvenience on you. Brother Xing, if my request does not sit well with you, please do not take offense." Xing Tianshou assured him, "Little brother Yi, you underestimate me. Oh, you think I am so petty? Speak your mind directly. Do not hesitate, or you risk appearing less than manly. Yi Xingchen stated, "Brother Xing, among us, your cultivation is the most advanced. If you completely conceal your aura, a half-step Xinwu realm expert would be unable to detect your presence. Brother Xing, if you disguise yourself as a servant to observe the suspicious individual, you will easily discern whether he is the Guan Tingsong we seek. However, this may tarnish your reputation. As a Xinwu realm expert, such an act would indeed be beneath you. A true Xinwu realm expert, should they wholeheartedly hide their aura and seal off their internal power, would remain undetectable to those below the Xinwu realm who might mistake them for an ordinary person." Xing Tianshou responded, "I accept this task. There is no shame in masquerading as a servant. I too have risen from humble beginnings. Little brother Yi, your family possesses numerous experts. Given your status, having a master-level practitioner from your family disguise themselves as a servant should pose no challenge. As for me, a mere first-level Xinwu realm individual, what harm is there in donning the guise of a servant? Were it someone else, they might indeed be concerned about their reputation and refuse a request from Yi Xingchen. However, Xing Tianshou has traversed a tumultuous path in his cultivation, rendering him largely indifferent to matters of fame. It is not merely a matter of donning the guise of a mere servant. Even if he were to masquerade as a woman, he would feel no semblance of shame." Yi Xingchen remarked, "Brother Xing, you have truly endured an injustice this time." Xing Tianshou replied, "There is no injustice here. If you, young brother Yi, feel I have been wronged, simply bestow upon me 2 Shantir elixirs. This would serve as compensation for the perceived slight." Yi Xingchen responded with a calm smile, "That poses no issue whatsoever. I shall arrange for 5 Shantir elixirs to be given to you. Moreover, I have recently gathered a batch of materials that will allow me to concoct a high-level Shantir elixir called Xingyuan Dan, which is immensely beneficial for true martial realm experts seeking to break through their limits. Once my alchemist completes the elixir, I shall present it to Brother Xing to assist you in transcending to the second level of the true martial realm." Xing Tianshou exclaimed excitedly, "Young brother Yi, you must keep your word. There can be no turning back." Driven by an unwavering pursuit of martial prowess, Xing Tianshou has yet to seek companionship or marriage, nor does he have any offspring at his advanced age. His ultimate ambition is to surpass the cultivation levels of the 2 elders from the Qingyun sword sect who have wronged him, in order to teach them a lesson. Nonetheless, he has never contemplated killing them, for true martial realm experts are the backbone of the Qingyun sword sect. Even if the opportunity arose, Xing Tianshou would never strike against the pillars of the sect, as he harbors a unique affection for it. Unless the 2 elders he despises were to betray the Qingyun sword sect and sell its interests, Xing Tianshou would refrain from any malicious actions against them, opting instead to reprimand them once he surpasses their cultivation. Yi Xingchen stated, "A man's word is his bond. What I have said stands firm, and I shall not retract it. Furthermore, once you consume the elixir and achieve a breakthrough, I will have a mightier ally. Our punish evil alliance will ascend to greater heights. To be candid, this elixir has been specially prepared for you, Brother Xing, as you have been stagnated at the first level of the true martial realm for over a decade. With this elixir, I firmly believe you will be able to transcend your limits." Xing Tianshou expressed his profound gratitude. "I am truly thankful, young brother Yi. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. There is no need for formality," he then added. "Now, let us set aside these matters for the moment. I shall enter and ascertain whether the person inside is indeed Guan Tinglong." After suppressing his cultivation to its lowest point and sealing his inner strength, Xing Tianshou stepped into the Tianren Inn. This inn is merely a modest establishment run by a lesser family in Qingyun County, with the strongest member of that family possessing only the cultivation of the 9th level of the acquired realm. The inn represents the entirety of the family's assets. Upon entering the inn, Xing Tianshou was approached by a young attendant, who was of the 2nd realm of the postnatal stage. Although the attendant perceived Xing Tianshou as an ordinary individual, he bore no contempt in his heart. The philosophy of the Tianren Inn is that the customer is akin to a deity. Thus, it has managed to establish itself within the city of Qingyun County. Relying on this very principle, Xing Tianshou produced a token from the Qingyun sword sect and, lowering his voice, addressed the attendant. "Young man, this establishment has sheltered a wanted criminal from the Qingyun sword sect. I am here to apprehend him. Are you willing to assist us in capturing this fugitive?" The attendant, also lowering his voice, responded eagerly, I am willing. I am willing. Harboring a fugitive from the Qingyun sword sect is not the desire of our Tianren Inn. So I implore you to see the matter clearly. I am ready to cooperate in capturing the fugitive, and I hope that you will show leniency and not provoke our Tianren Inn. The Qingyun sword sect holds considerable sway in Qingyun County, and merely the sight of the token ensured the attendant's complete compliance. Moreover, the token from the Qingyun sword sect is specially crafted and exceedingly difficult to replicate. Thus the attendant had already come to trust Xing Tianshou's identity, prompting his willingness to assist. Xing Tianshou remarked, I understand that harboring fugitives is not the intention of your Tianren Inn, as long as you cooperate in capturing the fugitive. I assure you that not only will nothing untoward happen to your establishment, but it may also gain the protection of the Qingyun sword sect. Oh, you comprehend my words? The attendant promptly replied, I understand. I understand. Please instruct me on how you wish for me to assist you. Xing Tianshou inquired, which room did the man in the white robe enter a quarter of an hour ago? The attendant respectfully answered, he entered the first room on the second floor. Xing Tianshou directed, provide me with the uniform of your attendants. I wish to disguise myself and investigate. The attendant complied without hesitation. After donning the attendant's attire, Xing Tianshou turned to him and asked, has that individual ordered any food or drink? The attendant reverently replied, esteemed sir. After that man checked into our Tianren Inn and paid for his room. He retreated into his chamber and has not emerged since, nor has he summoned any services or food. Xing Tianshou acknowledged, very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. There is no further business for you here. With that, he strode directly toward the second floor. Shortly thereafter, Xing Tianshou arrived at the first room on the second floor. He knocked on the door, and a deep voice resonated from within, asking, who goes there? Xing Tianshou replied, esteemed guest, I am but a humble attendant of this establishment. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. The individuals within the room approached the entrance but did not open the door. In a resonant voice, one declared, I have no demands. My sole request is that you do not disturb me. Xing Tianshou offered a faint smile and, with a tone of utmost respect, replied, we at the inn can certainly accommodate your request. I shall inform our proprietor to ensure that, should you have no requirements, they refrain from bothering you. After speaking, Xing Tianshou withdrew from the second floor. Although he did not have direct contact with the person inside, he was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly Guan Tingsong. Having resided in Qingyun County for many years, and knowing that Guan Tingsong was the county's most notorious criminal, Xing Tianshou had naturally kept an eye on him. Thus, he possessed a profound understanding of Guan Tingsong, albeit without any prior direct confrontations. This did not hinder his awareness of the man's reputation. Before long, Xing Tianshou returned to the side of Yi Xingchen. He remarked, little Yi, there is a 90% likelihood that the individual in the inn is Guan Tingsong. Yi Xingchen inquired, Brother Xing, do you have any basis for this assertion? Xing Tianshou elaborated, firstly, the person in the inn is indeed a formidable figure at the half-step true martial realm. I detected a faint fluctuation of primordial energy emanating from him, albeit not particularly strong, indicating he is likely of that caliber. Secondly, he is exceedingly cautious. Even the inn's waitstaff cannot enter his room, and he has declined the food and water offered by the inn. Such meticulousness suggests he harbors significant secrets, leading me to believe he is indeed the wanted Guan Tingsong. Yi Xingchen responded, since you possess such a high degree of certainty, we should take action. It is impossible to guarantee a 100% success rate in any endeavor. A 90% assurance is already quite substantial, Brother Xing. Have those 8 innate realm experts disguise themselves as waitstaff and accompany you. If the situation allows for a swift resolution, we shall do so. If not, we must stall the adversary, and then Brother Xing can unleash your full strength to subdue him. Xing Tianshou affirmed, absolutely. Following this, he led the 8 innate realm experts, disguised as ordinary individuals, into the inn. Upon their entry, the inn staff had already recognized their identities and cooperated fully with their plan. Xing Tianshou refrained from further disguising himself as a waiter, for with so many individuals involved, such ruse would prove ineffective. The influx of patrons over time could potentially raise Guan Tingsong's suspicions. Thus, Xing Tianshou resolved to lead his group directly upstairs for a swift confrontation. As they ascended, he suppressed his own aura entirely, while the 8 innate realm experts did the same, minimizing their presence. Although it was impossible to conceal their aura entirely, those below the true martial realm within a 5-meter radius would be unable to perceive them. Xing Tianshou and 8 others swiftly ascended to the second floor, encircling the first room with meticulous precision. Once he confirmed the area was secured, Xing Tianshou forcefully burst through the door, startling the occupants within. However, upon recognizing Xing Tianshou as merely an unremarkable old man devoid of any martial prowess, clad in the attire of an innkeeper, They breathed a sigh of relief. One of the individuals in the room exclaimed, "How does your establishment conduct its affairs? Why have you intruded upon my quarters without cause? Are you attempting to intimidate a guest?" Xing Tianshou quickly grasped that his true identity remained undiscovered, along with the concealed presence of 8 innate realm experts standing outside. He refrained from advancing and instead spoke slowly. "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. It is merely that you have remained in our inn for an extended period, without any sign of activity from your room. We were concerned that something might have befallen you, leaving us unable to report to the authorities. Thus, we felt compelled to enter unannounced." The occupant replied, "I am quite well. Your establishment is utterly lacking in decorum, and I shall never again patronize your inn. I intend to leave immediately, and you must request your manager to refund my money." Xing Tianshou, feigning alarm, rushed forward to grasp the man's arm, pleading, "Esteemed guest, please reconsider. If you vacate your room, I shall surely be dismissed by our manager. Have compassion for this old man and do not check out." Upon closer proximity, Xing Tianshou confirmed that the individual was indeed Guan Tingzong. At that moment, Guan Tingsong yearned to strike this old man dead. However, he was preoccupied with a matter of great significance and sought to remain inconspicuous, suppressing his murderous intent. Had it been another time, he would have ensured that this old man suffered greatly for daring to seize his arm. As Xing Tianshou attempted to persuade Guan Tingsong to remain at the inn, he simultaneously prepared to unleash his seal and launch a sudden attack. With a swift motion, he released his seal, revealing a formidable power at the pinnacle of the first realm of Jinwu, and struck towards Guan Tingsong's lower dantian. Sensing the impending danger as Xing Tianshou unleashed his aura, Guan Tingsong instinctively shifted his body to the left, allowing the blow to land upon his waist instead. In a flash, he drew a small dagger from his chest, aiming it directly at Xing Tianshou. Realizing that if he continued to grasp Guan Tingsong, he would incur severe injury from the dagger, he calculated that Guan Tingsong, already gravely wounded, would pose little threat if he relinquished his hold. Even if Guan Tingsong attempted to flee, he would not get far. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Tianshou made the most prudent decision. He stepped back, sealing off the window's position, thereby evading Guan Tingsong's assault. Chapter 64. Seizing the moment. The strike from Xing Tianshou, a formidable master at the true martial realm, was not to be underestimated, and at this moment, Guan Tinglong was gravely injured. Had it not been for Xing Tianshou recently lifting the seal on his own powers prior to the attack, the force of his blow would have reached its pinnacle. As it stood, his assault was merely akin to that of a novice newly entering the true martial realm. Otherwise, Guan Tinglong would have certainly been unable to evade such an onslaught. Dragging his wounded body, Guan Tinglong fled toward the entrance. Within this room, there were only 2 possible escape routes, a window and a door, with the window already being guarded by a master of the true martial realm. Attempting to escape through the window while in his current state would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, his only slim chance for survival lay in fleeing through the door. Though Guan Tinglong realized that the presence of a true martial master at the window indicated an ambush awaited him at the door, he found himself bereft of options. If the ambush at the door were to be relatively weak, he might still have a glimmer of hope. However, should it prove too powerful, he would have no choice but to resign to his fate. Just as he reached the door, he was met with the onslaught of 8 innate masters, who struck him back into the room. At this juncture, he found himself further wounded. Had he not been previously injured by a true martial master, he might still have had the strength to fight back. Now, having sustained multiple grievous injuries, he was left with no opportunity to struggle for his life. Thus, Guan Tinglong relinquished all resistance, allowing the 9 masters to encircle him completely. Turning to Xing Tianshou, he inquired, "Who are you, and why do you trouble me? I do not recall offending you in any way." Xing Tianshou replied, "Guan Tinglong, you have offended many. It is likely you cannot even remember all those you have wronged." Guan Tinglong, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean by that? Who is Guan Tinglong? I have never heard of this name. Why do you mistake me for him?" Xing Tianshou elucidated, "Guan Tinglong, the most wanted criminal in Qingyuan County. Not only has your appearance betrayed you, but even your half-formed prowess at the true martial realm has revealed your identity. Rest assured, I am neither an agent of the court nor here to take your life. I have merely been tasked with capturing you. Hence, I have acted. Naturally, if you cooperate, we shall ensure your life is spared. Should you choose not to cooperate, however, we cannot guarantee your safety. Yi Xingchen had previously informed Xing Tianshou that he sought the living Guan Tinglong, not the deceased. Within their clan, there were means to fully subjugate Guan Tinglong. Despite his trepidation regarding the methods employed by Yi Xingchen's family, Xing Tianshou resolved to follow Yi Xingchen's orders and deliver the living Guan Tinglong into his hands. After securing Guan Tinglong, Xing Tianshou advanced to seal his dantian in the presence of a true martial master. The gravely wounded Guan Tinglong dared not retaliate nor obstruct Xing Tianshou from sealing his dantian. Xing Tianshou, accompanied by the 8 true martial masters, escorted Guan Tinglong out of the inn, bestowing upon the Tianren in a token before their departure. Xing Tianshou informed the members of the Tianren in that should they encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, they could seek his assistance at the Qingyun sword sect. Of course, he would only aid them in resolving 3 predicaments. Once those 3 issues had been addressed, they would no longer possess the privilege to request his help. Yi Xingchen, alongside Xing Tianshou, escorted Guan Tinglong back to their headquarters, where Yi Xingchen promptly confined Guan Tinglong within the dungeon. Meanwhile, Xing Tianshou remained as a guest at the headquarters of the Punishment of Evil Alliance. For the refining of a high-grade yellow-tier elixir was about to commence. Once the elixir was successfully concocted, Xing Tianshou would reclaim it, hence Yi Xingchen instructed him to wait there for a while. After arranging all matters, Yi Xingchen descended into the dungeon. Observing Guan Tinglong, whose dantian was sealed, Yi Xingchen remarked coolly, "Guan Tinglong, you have officially been apprehended. Do you have anything to say?" Guan Tinglong replied, "I wish to understand who you truly are and why you have come to capture me. As far as I recall, I have not offended a power such as yours. Aside from the imperial court's desire to apprehend me, what reason do you have to pursue me? Moreover, your actions seem to be more proactive than those of the court." Yi Xingchen smiled indifferently and said, "Allow me to introduce our organization, and you will comprehend our motives for capturing you. We are known as the Punishment of Evil Alliance, and our mission is to reward virtue and punish vice. A malevolent individual such as yourself shall not escape our grasp." Guan Tinglong retorted, "I do not believe such an organization exists. Even the sacred grounds of the Tao and the sacred grounds of Buddhism would not exhaust themselves in pursuing someone like me unless their interests or reputations were at stake." Yi Xingchen replied, "Whether you believe or not is of little significance. You have become my captive. Thus, your beliefs hold no weight in my considerations." Guan Tinglong inquired, "Oh, and how do you intend to deal with me? In the principle of rewarding virtue and punishing vice, does that mean I am to be executed? However, I recall the person who captured me assured me of my safety. I wonder if that promise holds any value here. Does it depend on his word or yours?" Guan Tinglong discerned that Yi Xingchen was merely a small martial artist of the acquired realm, and thus he did not regard him with much seriousness, dismissing his words in any faction. The words of a true martial artist would undoubtedly carry more weight than those of one in the acquired realm. Yi Xingchen, perceiving Guan Tinglong's thoughts, smiled calmly and stated, "To speak frankly, within the entire Qingyun County, the Punishment of Evil Alliance is under my command. Even the true martial artist who promised your safety is subject to my authority. Therefore, should I wish to kill you, no one could stand in my way." Guan Tinglong countered, "Even if you are in charge of this organization, you would never dare to kill me." Yi Xingchen smiled serenely and asked, "Oh? What grants you such confidence?" Guan Tinglong replied with an expression of indifference, "You are the leader of this organization. If you truly intended to kill me, you would not have personally come to meet with me. Simply send someone over to kill me. There is no way you would personally come here to waste so many words on me. Therefore, I surmise that you must have some matter at hand or require my assistance, which is why you have dispatched someone to capture me." Guan Tinglong cannot believe that any organization would be so frivolous as to eradicate evil, especially when such eradication bears no benefit for him. Chapter 65. Yanxi encounters trouble again. Yi Xingchen calmly remarked, "You are indeed quite astute. Why lengthy discourse here indicates that I have no intention of killing you. I plan to recruit you into our Punishment of Evil Alliance." Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Tinglong declared, "I agree to join the Punishment of Evil Alliance." Valuing his own life above all else, Guan Tinglong was indifferent to other matters. Guan Tinglong was a man paralyzed by fear of death. Anyone who captured him and demanded his surrender would find him compliant. Such a person exhibits no loyalty whatsoever. If Yi Xingchen did not possess a system capable of controlling individuals like him, he would not have sought such a person. Yi Xingchen stated, "Do not resist. I will transport you to a special realm. Should you resist, I would have to incapacitate you first, which would be quite troublesome." Guan Tinglong exclaimed, "What?" Yi Xingchen replied, "It is too complicated to explain." After uttering these words, Yi Xingchen swiftly struck Guan Tinglong, rendering him unconscious before confining him in the system's prison. As soon as Yi Xingchen secured Guan Tinglong within the cell, a mechanical voice from the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on completing system task 4 Punishment of Evil. Rewards are being dispensed. The 4th prison cell has been unlocked, and the host can summon Wang Wanrong to serve you at any time. The extraction of special items has been unlocked and awaits the host's selection. System task 4 Punishment of Evil has been completed. System Task 5 Rewarding the Good is currently being generated. The System Task 5 has been completed. The fifth task, Rewarding the Good, involves bestowing rewards upon virtuous individuals. Task explanation. Continue the reward task for Yin Shi. Yin Shi recently encountered significant troubles as her mother is afflicted by a malignant illness, requiring the Joyo Huatian pill to cure her condition. The host must gather the 5-star flower, Joyo flower, Wanshi flower, Tian Kue flower, and the 5th grade Zao Hua lotus. The system will reward the Joyo Huatian pill to the host upon completion. Task item, Joyo Huatian pill, exchange, task reward. Unlock the 5th prison cell. The host gains the loyalty of Chiu Fukuin, a 3rd-level true martial realm individual. Additionally, the host may extract Chiu Fukuin's Earth Tier lower grade 3 points returning energy or one of the Earth Tier intermediate Ghost King S techniques. Yi Xingqian inquired of the system, why is this reward so abundant? Is this task particularly arduous? The mechanical voice of the system responded. This task is indeed more challenging than any previously undertaken by the host. Firstly, Yin Shi's mother has less than a year to live, thus the host must gather all the necessary items within that time frame. Secondly, the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, Qi Hao, has prepared a half-step Earth-tier pill to extend Yin Shi's mother's life. The request of Prince Kaheo was clear. Yin Shi must marry him. Otherwise, he would not provide the life-prolonging elixir. The effects of the life-prolonging elixir were incompatible with the Joyo Huatian pill. Once the former was consumed, the latter could no longer be taken. Moreover, every ingredient the host needed to procure was exceedingly rare, with the exception of the 5th-rank creation lotus, the others being top-tier herbs. Yi Xingqian inquired. What kind of herb is the 5th-rank creation lotus? I have never heard of such a thing. The system's mechanical voice responded, the 5th-rank creation lotus is classified as a terrestrial-level herb. It is entirely normal that the host has not encountered it before. Yi Xingqian then asked, what level is the elixir exchange for this ammunition? The system replied, it is an elixir of intermediate grade within the terrestrial tier. However, should the host fail to complete the system task, there will be no penalties. Furthermore, the host may proceed to undertake the next system task. Despite the apparent lack of coercion for Yi Xingqian to fulfill this task, it was, in fact, more compelling than a direct mandate. Yin Shi had already been designated as Yi Xingqian's woman. How could he bear to see her fall into another's hands? Even without any system rewards, Yi Xingqian would resolutely accept this task and dedicate himself to its completion. He mentally queried the system, where can I find these items? Shouldn't you provide some hints? The system's mechanical voice replied, the system has already provided the host with ample information. The subsequent details must be sought by the host independently. Whether the host can locate the items proposed by the system depends entirely on the host's actions. Yi Xingqian felt considerable dissatisfaction with the system's approach, yet it remained his superior, and he was still in a subordinate position. Thus, he could not openly defy it. He could only begrudgingly fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Once he became the master of the system, he vowed to teach this ungrateful entity a lesson. Yi Xingqian communicated with the system, I wish to activate the 5th system prison immediately. The system's mechanical voice responded, the host's request has been fulfilled. The 5th system prison is now officially open. After the completion of the system prompt, a beam of purple light appeared before Yi Xingqian. When the purple light dissipated, a charming and delightful young lady appeared beside him. The enchanting maiden knelt before Yi Xingqian on one knee and said, Wang Wenrong greets my master. Please command me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Her voice was sweet and soothing, causing Yi Xingqian to waver slightly with excitement. Regaining his composure, Yi Xingqian replied nonchalantly, Wang Wenrong, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. From now on, you may call me young master instead of master. Wang Wenrong responded in her dulcet tone, Yes, young master. The young master is at your service. Please do not hesitate to issue any commands, and I shall strive diligently to fulfill your wishes. With a focused mind, Yi Xingqian inquired of the system, what kind of person was Wang Wenrong in the past? The system responded in a mechanical voice. Wang Wenrong was formerly the proprietor of an illicit establishment who lured customers with her beauty, only to subsequently exploit them for their cultivation resources. It was precisely due to Wang Wenrong's numerous misdeeds that the system incarcerated her within its confines. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Xingqian finally comprehended why Wang Wenrong spoke to him in such a manner. There is a saying, a river may change its course, but a person's nature is hard to alter. Although Wang Wenrong now pledged her loyalty to Yi Xingqian, the ingrained habits in her heart were beyond the system's capacity to amend. Chapter 66. The death of Wu Xiao. After making arrangements for Wang Wenrong, Yi Xingqian returned to the secret chamber. He directed his thoughts towards the system, requesting, System, I wish to proceed with my reward extraction for the skill. The system's mechanical voice replied, the system is currently extracting rewards. Please hold on. The reward extraction is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mid-level Wuyo soul skill of the Xian tier. A gentle reminder from the system. Please sit cross-legged on the ground. In 1 minute, the system will bestow enlightenment upon you, allowing you to master the mid-level Wuyo soul skill of the Xian tier at the perfected level. Yi Xingqian adeptly settled into a cross-legged position, and before long, the system's enlightenment was completed. He thoroughly mastered the mid-level Wuyo soul skill of the Xian tiered. At this juncture, Yi Xingqian had attained mastery over 2 perfected inner cultivation methods, and as he practiced, both methods would operate simultaneously. This allowed his cultivation speed to exceed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. His ability to concurrently operate 2 perfected inner cultivation methods without detriment was entirely due to the system's assistance. Yi Xingqian had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 7th layer, and the simultaneous operation of both perfected inner cultivation methods granted him a sense of impending breakthrough. The internal energy derived from the mid-level Wuyo soul skill was 3 times that of a superior Huang-level method, and Yi Xingqian devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of both methods. After a day of practice, he felt an increasing opportunity for breakthrough. With a few more days of perseverance, he was certain to ascend to the postnatal 8th layer. Thus, Yi Xingqian commanded that within the span of a week, should he not voluntarily emerge, no one was permitted to disturb him. He commenced his seclusion, and 3 days swiftly elapsed. At last, Yi Xingqian seized an opportunity and successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the postnatal realm, thereby doubling his strength once more. He now possessed the confidence to secure a place within the realm of the bright moon. However, Yi Xingqian did not hasten to exit his seclusion. Instead, he chose to further consolidate his newfound realm. After 3 additional days, he firmly established his level before finally emerging. Just as Yi Xingqian stepped out, Peng Shaojia obstructed him to report on matters. She exclaimed, "Young master, something terrible has happened." 3 days prior, Wu Xiao was slain by individuals from the city lord's manor. Yi Xingqian furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "The people from the city lord's manor have killed Wu Xiao. What on earth is going on? Shouldn't Wu Xiao have been safe within the territory of the Qingyun sword sect? How dare the city lord's manor commit murder on the grounds of the Qingyun sword sect?" Even if they were bold enough to act, the presence of Xing Tianshou, a formidable figure at the true martial realm, should have deterred them. It seems implausible that they could succeed in such an endeavor. Peng Shaojia interjected, "Lord Xing has been at our Punishing Evil Alliance headquarters for the past few days, preparing to refine a high-grade Shin-level elixir. He has not returned to the Qingyun sword sect, and it appears the city lord's manor has somehow learned that he was absent from their territory." The city lord, a powerful individual at the true martial realm, personally intervened and ventured into the grounds of the Qingyun sword sect to behead Wu Xiao. Yi Xingqian coldly replied, "It seems the city lord's manor is showing blatant disregard for our Punishing Evil Alliance. We must teach them a lesson." Yi Xingqian's anger did not stem from Wu Xiao's death, but rather from the disrespect shown by the city lord's manor. To put it plainly, Wu Xiao was merely a tool for Yi Xingqian to accomplish his mission, which he had now successfully completed, rendering Wu Xiao's existence inconsequential. Regardless, for the sake of the Punishing Evil Alliance's reputation, as well as his own, Yi Xingqian felt compelled to demand an explanation from the city lord's manor. The power of the Punishing Evil Alliance had now eclipsed that of the city lord's manor. Yi Xingqian currently commanded 2 figures on the cusp of the true martial realm, along with 7 others at the innate realm. The 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect was secretly aligned with the Punishing Evil Alliance, and should Yi Xingqian unleash his full strength, he could easily teach the city lord's manor a lesson. However, it remained to be seen whether he was willing to take such action, for the city lord's manor also represented the dignity of the Yu kingdom. Striking against the city lord's manor would be tantamount to striking against the royal dynasty of Yu. After some contemplation, Yi Xingqian resolved to impart a lesson to the city lord's manor, though he had no intention of annihilating them. Instead, he aimed to ensure they paid a price and understood that offending the Punishing Evil Alliance would yield no favorable outcomes. Coincidentally, Yi Xingqian was in need of several types of top-tier Shin-level herbs and a particular Earth-level herb. The city lord's manor, having been established for many years, naturally possessed its own depth and treasures. Among these prized possessions, there might be the herbs Yi Xingqian required, thus he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. With a calm demeanor, Yi Xingqian instructed Peng Shaojia, "Gather all members of the Punishing Evil Alliance, and enlist the assistance of the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect. This time, we must deliver a profound lesson to the city lord's manor." Peng Shaojia replied, "Assembling our forces poses no issue, but enlisting the 8th elder of the Qingyun sword sect may present some challenges." Yi Xingqian responded nonchalantly, "What is the reason for that? Brother Xing Tianshou is not the type to refuse assistance. If you call upon him, he will surely accompany us." Peng Shaojia explained, "After obtaining the elixir, Lord Xing has entered seclusion, undergoing a life-and-death trial of sorts. If Lord Xing does not emerge from his secluded meditation, we truly cannot disturb his retreat. Yi Xingchen inquired. How long has Brother Xing been in seclusion? Peng Xiaojie replied. Lord Xing has been in seclusion for 3 days now, yet there has been no sign of activity from his retreat. Thus, it is difficult for us to ascertain whether he has successfully achieved a breakthrough. Yi Xingchen responded calmly. First, we shall send a written warning to the city lord's manor. If they fail to provide us with a satisfactory explanation, they must not blame the Punishment Alliance for being unkind. When Brother Xing Tianqiu emerges, we shall demand an account from the city lord's manor. Currently, there are no true martial realm experts within the Punishment Alliance. Without a formidable presence, seeking trouble with the city lord's manor may lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, Yi Xingchen planned to wait until Xing Tianqiu's emergence before proceeding. Regardless of whether Xing Tianqiu ascended to the second level of the true martial realm, Yi Xingchen's strength would suffice to suppress the city lord's manor. Chapter 67. Xing Tianqiu's breakthrough. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At the location of Xing Tianqiu's seclusion, the gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth accelerated. Yi Xingchen led the experts of the Punishment Alliance to guard the entrance to Xing Tianqiu's retreat. While the accumulation of spiritual energy was rapid, its dissipation was equally swift. Once the spiritual energy dispersed, Yi Xingchen could not discern whether Xing Tianqiu had achieved a breakthrough. After a period equivalent to a fragrant stick of incense, as Xing Tianqiu remained within his retreat, Yi Xingchen surmised that he must have successfully transcended his previous limits. At this moment, Xing Tianqiu was likely consolidating his newfound cultivation. Had he failed, he would have emerged immediately. A day later, Xing Tianqiu stepped out of his secluded location, a subtle smile gracing his face. Yi Xingchen remarked, Congratulations, Brother Xing, on your breakthrough. Within the Qingyun sword sect, you are now a figure of considerable significance. Xing Tianqiu replied, This achievement is entirely due to the fortuitous blessings bestowed by my younger brother Yi. Otherwise, even with another 10 years, I might not have reached the second level of the true martial realm. Xing Tianqiu did not overstate. Without the high-grade elixirs that Yi Xingchen had provided, which had alleviated his bottleneck, and a superior elixir to assist in his breakthrough, it is likely that even after several more years, he would not have attained his current level. Yi Xingchen continued, Brother Xing, Wu Xiu was slain by the people of the city lord's manor. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xing Tianqiu's face immediately vanished. Yi Xingchen had tasked him with protecting Wu Xiu, and it was unforeseen that, during his breakthrough, the very person he was meant to guard had perished. Xing Tianqiu exclaimed, That old fool Zhou Tiandao dares to harm my people within the Qingyun sword sect. This is a blatant disregard for both me and the sect. Now that I have reached the second level of the true martial realm, I shall impart a profound lesson to that old scoundrel Zhou Tiandao. Xing Tianqiu addressed the night stars. Little night, although I have successfully advanced to the second level of the true martial realm and possess a certain degree of confidence in dealing with Zhou Tiandao, I cannot proceed in such a manner. After all, Zhou Tiandao represents the court of the Yu Kingdom, much as I represent the Qingyun sword sect. Should I take the life of Zhou Tiandao, it might incite the court's displeasure towards the Qingyun sword sect and could potentially lead to repercussions against us. Therefore, dear little knight, I sincerely apologize for this situation, but rest assured, I shall ensure that old scoundrel Zhou Tiandao does not have an easy time of it. Yi Xingchen replied calmly, It is indeed a pity that Wu Xiu has perished, for he was a kind-hearted individual. However, the course of a person's life is predetermined from birth, and thus I merely feel sorrow for his demise, without any inability to accept it. Presently, our punishing evil alliance does not stand a chance against the city lord's mansion. Even if we did, the mansion is backed by the Yu Kingdom, leaving us temporarily at a disadvantage. Therefore, I do not intend to obliterate the city lord's mansion this time. I merely wish to compel them to pay a certain price. Xing Tianqiu responded, It is imperative that the city lord's mansion pays a price for daring to harm those under my protection, showing me no respect whatsoever. This time, I shall act alongside the punishing evil alliance, though I am curious to know what kind of price you wish to extract from the city lord's mansion. Little knight. Yi Xingchen continued, Recently, I have been in search of some rare treasures, as my family's elders are preparing to concoct a mid-grade earth-tier elixir. Thus, I am determined to seek out these treasures with all my might. However, relying solely on my own strength, or indeed that of the punishing evil alliance, proves somewhat insufficient. Hence, I plan to have the city lord's mansion contribute a few treasures. Should they refuse, we will impart a profound lesson upon them. Upon hearing of the mid-grade earth-tier elixir, Xing Tianqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. An advanced mystic tier elixir had already enabled him to break through to a new realm. One can only imagine the benefits of an earth-tier elixir. Even within the Qingyun sword sect, he had never heard of anyone possessing an elixir of earth-tier quality. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Yu kingdom, leaving Xing Tianshou increasingly in awe of the forces behind Yixingchen. He inquired, "Little knight, tell me what kind of medicinal materials you require. If I can procure them, I shall do so. If I already possess them, I will give them to you directly." Xing Tianshou, being a formidable expert in the true martial realm, must possess some wealth that it is quite possible he has the alchemical materials that Yixingchen seeks. Even if he does not, it is conceivable that he might discover one or two of the materials before Yixingchen does during his search. Yixingchen directly relayed all the required materials to Xing Tianshou and posted them on the Punishing Evil Alliance's task board, offering generous rewards. Even merely providing information about the materials could yield substantial benefits. After hearing the names of the materials, Xing Tianshou remarked, "I do not possess these materials, but I do know where to find the 5-star flower." Night Star inquired, "Where is it?" Xing Tianshou replied, "It lies within the treasury of the city lord's mansion, where 3 years ago, Zhou Tiandao obtained the 5-star flower right before my eyes. I am aware that the 5-star flower holds no significance for Zhou Tiandao, as any treasures he collects are exchanged in Chengdu during the 5-yearly pilgrimage ceremony. Thus, this 5-star flower should still be in the possession of city lord Zhou Tiandao." Night Star asserted, "Since the city lord's mansion possesses this 5-star flower, we shall demand its return. It is also an opportunity for the city lord's mansion to pay a price. Otherwise, he might truly think that our Punishing Evil Alliance is easy to bully." Were Zhou Tiandao to hear Night Star's words at this moment, he would undoubtedly be infuriated beyond measure. Wu Xiao had slain his third son, and his attempts at vengeance were thwarted, culminating in a clandestine revenge that only invited further trouble. He is, after all, the lord of a county, an official of the Yu kingdom, and yet he is subjected to such humiliation. Xing Tianshou concurred, "Little knight, let us proceed without delay. We will confront Zhou Tiandao at once." Having previously been suppressed by Zhou Tiandao, he found himself unable to act freely, but now that his cultivation surpassed Zhou Tiandao's, he was determined to reclaim his dignity and impart a thorough lesson to Zhou Tiandao on how a city lord ought to conduct himself. Night Star declared, "Very well, we shall bring our people forth. The dignity of the Punishing Evil Alliance must not be violated." Chapter 68. Shattered Gate. Night Star assembled all the innate-level formidable beings of the Punishing Evil Alliance, and under the leadership of Night Star and Xing Tianshou, they marched towards the city lord's mansion in a grand procession. In a short span of time, over 10 powerful individuals arrived before the grand gates of the city lord's mansion. As they approached, 2 postnatal 9th-layer guards stationed at the entrance immediately barred their way. One of the guards shouted, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the city lord's mansion? Are you seeking death, or simply too embarrassed to say so?" The guards of the city lord's mansion were accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, showing little regard for anyone from Qingyun County. Those who approached the city lord's gates did so with utmost caution. Never had anyone dared to act so brazenly as Night Star and his companions. Xing Tianshou snorted disdainfully. "Are your eyes blinded? You ought to summon your city lord to step forth. Otherwise, I shall shatter the gates of your mansion today, you lowly curs." Upon hearing Xing Tianshou's words, the guards turned their gazes towards him. Although they could not discern his cultivation level, they remained unperturbed. The guards of the city lord's mansion had never feared anyone from Qingyun County. The first guard retorted loudly, "Old fool, do you not recognize this place? To dare shout so brazenly before me. If you kneel and apologize now, we may choose to spare you. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise." The 2 guards did not recognize Xing Tianshou, and had they known his identity, they likely would not have dared to act so arrogantly. The formidable beings of the true martial realm undeniably exude an air of authority. Even the guards of the city lord's manor dare not offend such powerful individuals. Upon hearing the words of the guards, Xing Tianshou's beard bristled with indignation. He swiftly struck down the 2 guards with a single palm, following up with a forceful kick to each of their faces. Furthermore, with another powerful blow, he reduced the grand entrance of the city lord's manor to rubble. In the aftermath, dozens of guards emerged from within the manor, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 6th stage of the postnatal realm, among them a captain who had attained the innate realm. The captain, discerning Xing Tianshou's true identity at a glance, felt no inclination to express anger in the presence of such a true martial powerhouse. He addressed Xing Tianshou, saying, "Lord Xing, are you and the Qingyun sword sect intent on declaring war against the city lord's manor and our Yu kingdom's court? Your brazen assault on the manor's entrance is tantamount to rebellion." Xing Tianshou replied coldly, "What if I choose to attack the city lord's manor today? Hurry and summon your lord, Zhou Tiandao, that old wretch. Otherwise, not only will I demolish the entrance, but I shall also dismantle the very walls of the city lord's manor. At that moment, the two individuals, both at the 9th stage of the postnatal realm, lay on the ground, their faces ashen with fear. The audacity with which they had spoken to a true martial powerhouse now seemed a distant memory. Merely surviving this encounter was already a stroke of good fortune. Zhou Tiandao soon emerged from within the manor, demanding, "Xing Tianshou, what madness is this? Why have you destroyed the entrance to my manor and assaulted my people?" Xing Tianshou retorted, "I merely found the entrance unsightly, so I took it upon myself to assist in its removal. As for your two subordinates, their words were rather unbecoming. I have spared their lives out of respect for you." Zhou Tiandao replied coldly, "Xing Tianshou, spare me your pretexts. State plainly what brings you here today." It was evident to Zhou Tiandao that the Punishment Alliance's innate and half-true martial realm experts were present. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have been so amicable, and he would have confronted Xing Tianshou directly. With so many innate realm experts and two half-true martial realm warriors at Xing Tianshou's side, a confrontation could easily prove disastrous for him. The last outcome Zhou Tiandao desired was a mutual destruction of both parties. Xing Tianshou, perceiving Zhou Tiandao's reluctance to act, understood that under normal circumstances, Zhou Tiandao would have long since taken action against him. He declared, "Zhou Tiandao, you have dispatched individuals to our Qingyun sword sect, resulting in the murder of our members. This blatant disregard for our sect and the agreements with the court is unacceptable. I have come today to seek an explanation. Should you fail to provide one, I assure you, we are far from finished." Xing Tianshou exhibited a remarkable talent for turning the tables, though he was in the wrong. He twisted the narrative to cast himself as the champion of justice. Zhou Tiandao embodies the forces of malevolence, while Xing Tianshou stands as the champion of justice, intent on vanquishing evil. Zhou Tiandao coldly remarked, "Xing Tianshou, do not attempt to turn the tables. Wu Xiao is not affiliated with your Qingyun sword sect. Moreover, Wu Xiao has slain my son, and thus I shall undoubtedly take his life. Even if he were a member of the Qingyun sword sect, he would not escape death. Your incessant meddling here today will compel me to report to the court, urging them to have a serious discussion with the higher-ups of your Qingyun sword sect. They must reign in your unruly 8 elders." Xing Tianshou responded, "I cannot ascertain whether the higher-ups of the Qingyun sword sect can manage me, but today I shall impart a lesson to you, so you may understand the repercussions of taking a life on our territory." Turning to Yi Xingchen and the others, he instructed, "Do not intervene. Allow me to adequately discipline this Zhou Tiandao." Xing Tianshou's objective was not to confront the city lord's mansion directly. Rather, his primary aim was to retrieve what Yi Xingchen needed from within its walls. He preferred not to escalate the matter, believing that a certain degree of pressure on the city lord's mansion would yield a satisfactory response. Zhou Tiandao, observing that Xing Tianshou had restrained his companions from intervening, mistakenly assumed that Xing Tianshou was merely here to salvage his pride and did not regard the situation with great concern. He even contemplated conceding slightly to Xing Tianshou, allowing him to gain a modicum of advantage. If Xing Tianshou were to emerge victorious, Zhou Tiandao feared he might conjure some unforeseen trouble, as the city lord's mansion was not yet equipped to contend with such overwhelming forces. Despite his frustration, Zhou Tiandao, as the city lord, had to consider the broader implications. Xing Tianshou smiled faintly and declared, "Zhou Tiandao, we have clashed numerous times, and each encounter has been evenly matched. This time, however, I shall teach you the meaning of humility. You must understand that beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains, and among the strong, there are those even stronger." Zhou Tiandao replied with a placid expression, "Xing Tianshou, how can you have the audacity to utter such words? In all our previous battles, I have consistently dominated you." Xing Tianshou retorted, "I shall not engage in this banter with you. Prepare yourself to receive my strike, and you will comprehend." With that, Xing Tianshou unleashed his renowned martial technique, the Wild Wave Blade Technique. As Zhou Tiandao witnessed Xing Tianshou's full-force eruption, he finally grasped the source of his confidence. He realized that Xing Tianshou had broken through to the second layer of the true martial realm, while he himself had yet to reach the peak of the first layer. In astonishment, Zhou Tiandao exclaimed, "Xing Tianshou, you have transcended to the second layer of the true martial realm." While speaking, Zhou Tiandao summoned all his strength to counter Xing Tianshou's blow. As one advances in martial cultivation, the difficulty of battling across realms increases significantly. The disparity in strength between the first and second layers of the true martial realm is at least 5 to 6 times. Thus, Zhou Tiandao was repelled by Xing Tianshou's strike. Having long been suppressed by Zhou Tiandao, Xing Tianshou had harbored his discontent, but he had never managed to overcome Zhou Tiandao until now. Thus, he has always endured in silence. And now that he has the opportunity to teach Zhou Tiandao a lesson, he certainly will not let it slip away. Xing Tianshou unleashed a flurry of blows upon Zhou Tiandao, whose strength barely sufficed for self-preservation, leaving him utterly incapable of retaliation. Xing Tianqiu relentlessly pummeled Zhou Tiandao for what seemed like over 10 minutes. With an air of superiority, Xing Tianqiu remarked, "Zhou Tiandao, do you wish to continue? If so, we shall proceed, and I shall impart to you the essence of being a person." Zhou Tiandao, in a state of exasperation, retorted, "Xing Tianqiu, I never anticipated you would dare cross this line. I believed you would never have the chance to do so in this lifetime. I concede this round. Speak your terms plainly." Each level of the true martial realm represents a significant ascent. Those at the first level are already considered adept, while those at the second level are deemed formidable. Individuals at the third level are regarded as powerful fighters. As for those who surpass the true martial realm, there are no more than 3 in the entire kingdom of you, each a superlative force, typically in seclusion and emerging only for matters of great importance. Zhou Tiandao had always believed his chances of surpassing the second level of the true martial realm were far greater than Xing Tianqiu's. However, now that Xing Tianqiu had accomplished this feat, a sense of disillusionment settled within him. Observing Zhou Tiandao's capitulation, Xing Tianqiu felt a surge of elation, as this marked the first occasion he had gained the upper hand in their encounters, thoroughly dominating his opponent. Xing Tianqiu declared, "You took the lives of my people. It is only fitting that you should pay with your own. However, in consideration of your son's demise, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. If you can procure the 5 medicinal herbs I require, we shall consider this matter settled, and the city lord's mansion will coexist peacefully with the Qingyun sword sect henceforth." Without hesitation, Zhou Tiandao replied, "5 herbs pose no problem. Simply state what you require." Within the entirety of Qingyun County, the city lord's mansion possessed the most extensive collection of herbs. If they could not locate a particular herb, it would be virtually impossible for anyone else in Qingyun County to find at this moment. Zhou Tiandao was exceedingly eager to dismiss Xing Tianqiu, prompting his swift agreement to the conditions. Xing Tianqiu coolly enumerated starflower, 9 nether flower, 10,000 serpent flower, heavenly aster, and the 5th grade creation lotus. Gather all 5 of these herbs, and I shall no longer trouble you. Otherwise, I shall pay daily visits to the city lord's mansion, creating disturbances at your establishment. Let us see how you will handle that." Initially inclined to agree, Zhou Tiandao found himself at a loss upon hearing the names of the 5 herbs. He had heard of the first 4, starflower, 9 nether flower, 10,000 serpent flower, and heavenly aster. But the last, the 5th grade creation lotus, was entirely unfamiliar to him, leaving him bewildered as to how he could procure it. The city lord's mansion possessed only a single starflower, and he lacked the others entirely. With a frigid expression, Zhou Tiandao exclaimed, "Are you mocking me? Of the 5 materials you mentioned, 4 are peak-level treasures, and I possess only 1 as for the 5th grade creation lotus. I have never even heard of such a thing. How could I possibly have it? If you wish to toy with me in such a manner, then my lordship will be at odds with your esteemed Qingyun sword sect." Xing Tianqiu languidly remarked, "What an uncultured bumpkin you are, entirely unaware of the existence of the 5th-rank transformation lotus. After being the lord of Qingyun County for so many years, it's about time I enlighten you. The 5th-rank transformation lotus is a mid-tier material of the earth grade, typically flourishing in the land of transformation." Zhou Tiandao interjected, "That's it." To which Xing Tianqiu replied, "That's it." In truth, Xing Tianqiu himself was not well versed in this topic. When Yi Xingqian initially mentioned the 5th-rank transformation lotus, it was something he had never heard of before. It was only after listening to Yi Xingqian speak a few words that he committed the term to memory. Zhou Tiandao coolly stated, "You certainly know how to put on airs. I assumed you possessed considerable knowledge, yet it turns out you merely know a name and its rank." Xing Tianqiu retorted, "Your opinion is of no concern to me. As long as I am aware of these matters, that suffices. Since you lack the required materials, I shall no longer demand them from you. Simply hand over the 5-star flower you possess and inquire about the other materials. Then relay that information to me. This matter shall be considered settled. Otherwise, you ought to be aware of the consequences." Zhou Tiandao shot a fierce glare at Xing Tianqiu and coldly replied, "I can acquiesce to your request. I will give you the 5-star flower. I will also make every effort to gather intelligence on the other materials. However, should you dare to act as brazenly as today again, it would surely provoke a conflict between the court and the Qingyun sword sect. I will not bow to you again. This is my first and last submission." In truth, Zhou Tiandao was exceedingly reluctant to concede, even more so to agree to the terms proposed by Xing Tianqiu. However, given the current tension between the court and the 5 major sects of the Yu Kingdom, the court had issued an edict urging avoidance of conflicts with these sections. Thus, Zhou Tiandao endured, partly because Xing Tianqiu had already broken through to the 2nd level of true martial realm, making him no match for him. Chapter 70. The Alliance Ceremony. Xing Tianqiu smiled slightly, relishing his triumph as he said, Zhou Tiandao, since you are so perceptive, let us consider this matter resolved. Should you dare to act recklessly on the territory of the Qingyun sword sect again, I will ensure you receive a thorough lesson in humility. Zhou Tiandao seethed with indignation. Had it not been for the Qingyun sword sect sheltering the murderer of his son, would he have sought to take a life there? This was a blatant act of oppression by the Qingyun sword sect, and now they had the audacity to turn the tables on him. Yet, he uttered not a word, knowing that speaking would serve no purpose. Silence was preferable. Thus, this farcical episode concluded abruptly, with He Xingchen and the others refraining from intervening. And the occurrence did not spread throughout Qingyun County. The reason this incident did not circulate was that the members of the Qingyun sword sect had already cleared away all those outside the Lord's mansion upon their arrival. Had this situation been made public, both the Qingyun sword sect and the court would likely have felt compelled to act for the sake of their reputations. It was precisely because there were no spectators that Zhou Tiandao so easily capitulated. Had there been onlookers, he would have likely endured even the loss of 2 teeth, fiercely resolute in his defense. The Punishment Alliance, led by Yi Xingchen, refrained from disseminating news of this incident, and Zhou Tiandao, in turn, strictly constrained his subordinates from revealing any details. Thus, despite the magnitude of the event that transpired in Qingyun County, the populace remained blissfully unaware. Only the upper echelons of the second-rate forces in Qingyun County were privy to the occurrence, yet they remained ignorant of its origins, developments, and outcomes. As for the third-rate forces, they were utterly unqualified to be informed of such matters. 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which the entire Qingyun County was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not a single disturbance arose. Even the minor conflicts that had previously ignited were abruptly halted. This tranquility stemmed from a significant event in Qingyun County. The Punishment Alliance was poised to hold a grand ceremony for its establishment, extending invitations to all forces in the region. The rise of the Punishment Alliance was common knowledge, having ascended to power atop the remains of the Longhu gang. Many factions deliberated whether to attend the ceremony. Abstaining could be seen as a slight to the Punishment Alliance, yet attendance might be perceived as a loss of dignity for certain second-rate powers. The understanding of the Punishment Alliance among the second- and third-rate forces remained rooted in the early days of its campaign against third-rate factions. Had they been aware of the Alliance's current true strength, their deliberations would likely have ceased, leading them to attend without hesitation. In the early hours of the following day, the venue at the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance was fully prepared. Within the assembly hall, 23 chairs were arranged, each representing one of the 23 forces in Qingyun County. The county boasted 2 first-rate forces, 6 second-rate forces, and over 15 third-rate factions. As noon approached, Yi Xingchen took his place at the head seat of the Punishment Alliance, and representatives from various factions began to arrive. All third-rate forces complied and were present, not daring to absent themselves, while 4 second-rate forces attended. As for the first-rate factions, both sent their leading figures. The sight of the leaders of the 2 first-rate forces astonished the attendees. It was remarkable that the establishment ceremony of the Punishment Alliance had attracted 2 formidable warriors of the true martial realm. In the past, during celebratory banquets, when inviting representatives from the 2 major first-rate forces, it was customary for them to dispatch only a single innate-level expert. Never before had a true martial expert graced such an occasion in person. From this, the attendees gleaned the significant regard the 2 first-rate forces held for the Punishment Alliance. They silently rejoiced in their own attendance, with many factions sending their leaders, while others sent their second-in-command. However, 2 second-rate forces and 1 third-rate force had the audacity to send only an individual of the 9th layer of the acquired realm, which elicited a cold glint in Yi Xingchen's eyes, though he chose to remain silent. After noon, Yi Xingchen instructed the members of the Punishment Alliance to clear the empty chairs. The Night Star, addressing the assembled crowd with a calm demeanor, proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the grand ceremony of the Punishment Alliance's establishment. I am profoundly grateful for your presence, and for those unable to attend, I can only express my regret. Those gathered here today are friends of the Punishment Alliance, and I assure you that we shall never act against our friends. However, for those who dare to scorn the Punishment Alliance, it is sufficient to avoid offending us. Should anyone have the audacity to offend, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Moreover, those who dare to commit wrongdoing will face the wrath of the Punishment Alliance, which will act as divine enforcers to eradicate them. Now, my friends, raise your goblets, and let us drink together, for from this moment forth, we are allies. The Punishment Alliance is eager to collaborate with you all in constructing a harmonious and prosperous Qingyun County." Upon finishing his words, the Night Star lifted his goblet, and all present followed suit, drinking heartily. Zhou Tiandao was, in truth, reluctant to attend the establishment ceremony of the Punishment Alliance. Uncertain of the true nature and strength of this faction, he had yet to discern its underlying foundation. With two formidable warriors at the half-step true martial realm already present in the Punishment Alliance, Zhou Tiandao was disinclined to make an enemy of them, prompting his personal attendance at this gathering. After the toast, the members of the Punishment Alliance commenced reciting the celebratory speech for their establishment. Once the speech concluded, they proceeded with the heavenly, earthly, and martial ceremonies. And by the time all rituals were completed, it was already 3 p.m. At that moment, the leaders of two second-tier factions and one third-tier faction arrived together, two formidable warriors at the 6th level of the acquired realm and one at the 3rd level. These three factions shared a close rapport and had initially agreed not to attend the Punishment Alliance's establishment ceremony. However, during their revelry, they expressed a desire to ascertain the true strength of the Punishment Alliance, leading them to this venue. Though the Punishment Alliance's members initially barred their entry, the intruders forcefully breached the gates in their eyes. The Punishment Alliance was merely a faction that had yet to attain the status of a second-tier force, while they boasted two second-tier factions and one top third-tier faction. Thus, despite their brazen intrusion, they felt no trepidation. As the leaders of the three factions entered the venue, they were met with a multitude of representatives from various forces. Upon spotting Zhou Tiandao and Xing Tianshou, their hearts tightened. The presence of two true martial realm warriors as supporters was unexpected, and their seating in positions of honor without any dissent regarding the Punishment Alliance's arrangements was a source of astonishment. Typically, when they hosted grand banquets, inviting two true martial realm warriors to attend was a rare occurrence, and they had always reserved the most esteemed positions for such esteemed guests, relegating themselves to the 3rd seat. Moreover, every second-rate power operates in this manner. At present, the Punishment Alliance has summoned two formidable warriors of the true martial realm and seated them in prominent positions. Since they have chosen to take their seats, the leaders of the three factions naturally feel a sense of trepidation. Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Chaojun, is the first to react, respectfully addressing the leader of the Punishment Alliance, Yi Xingchen. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Punishment Alliance. Our three families regret our tardiness today, as we overslept, and we hope the Lord will be lenient in this matter. Although the excuse of oversleeping is patently absurd, Zhang Chaojun believes that since the leaders of the three factions have already softened their stance, the Punishment Alliance will likely not pursue the matter further. After all, they are merely two second-rate factions and one top-tier third-rate faction, with nearly 30 innate realm experts combined. Even the City Lord's mansion would not easily provoke their three factions. The leaders of the other two factions, grasping Zhang Chaojun's intent, promptly offer their apologies to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen coldly interjects. Since you are late, it would have been better if you had not come at all. Furthermore, there is no place for you here. Zhang Chaojun replies. My lord, if there is no place for us, we can stand. Yi Xingchen scoffs. Do you even have the right to stand on the territory of the Punishment Alliance? Not only have you arrived late, but you have also assaulted our members. What do you intend by this? Zhang Chaojun hastily responds. My lord, please do not be angered. The gatekeeper of the Punishment Alliance was indeed blind, which is why we took it upon ourselves to teach them a lesson. Moreover, we did not apply excessive force, my lord. We are willing to cover some medical expenses. Let this matter be settled. Yi Xingchen coldly retorts. Cover some medical expenses? Very well, we shall consider that. Seeing Yi Xingchen's unexpectedly accommodating demeanor, Xing Tianshou is left bewildered. Based on his understanding of Yi Xingchen's character, coupled with the power he currently wields, he would never show such leniency towards these three factions. Why has Yi Xingchen suddenly changed, so readily agreeing to their compensation terms? However, since Yi Xingchen has spoken, he refrains from interjecting. Zhang Chaojun insists, my lord, name a figure. We three families will certainly provide the medical expenses. Yi Xingchen, with a serene smile, declares, you shall compensate the Punishment Alliance with all the assets of your three families as medical expenses. Let this matter be settled. Hasten back and prepare your assets thoroughly and await our collection. Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Zhenchuan, can no longer contain himself. Previously, he had not opposed Zhang Chaojun's words, not out of fear of Yi Xingchen, but to show respect to the two true martial realm experts present. Now, witnessing Yi Xingchen's mockery, he is unwilling to endure any longer. Zhang Zhenchuan exclaims, a mere postnatal realm martial artist dares to behave arrogantly before us. Who has granted you such audacity? You expect us to cover medical expenses? We absolutely refuse. Let's see how you will deal with us. Were it not for the esteemed presence of two formidable true martial realm masters, I would scarcely deign to acknowledge a mere postnatal martial artist such as yourself. Your assumptions are utterly misguided. Zhang Zhenchuan addressed these two true martial realm powerhouses with utmost respect, stating, "Lord Xing, Lord Zhou, this ruffian has truly overstepped his bounds. We shall take our leave for now." Both Zhou Tiandao and Xing Tianshou remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Zhenchuan's words. At this moment, Zhang Chaojun began to sense something amiss and hastily interjected to Yi Xingchen, "My lord, Zhang Zhenchuan is but a boor. Do not pay heed to his ramblings. We are willing to cover the medical expenses, though they are rather exorbitant. I wonder if my lord might consider reducing the amount." Yi Xingchen replied coldly, "Regardless of whether you are indeed boorish or not, or whether you exhibit any semblance of courtesy, misdeeds must be met with appropriate repercussions. The monetary compensation cannot be diminished by even a single coin. All your family's assets are hereby forfeited to my punishment alliance. Should you refuse to comply, my alliance shall have no choice but to annihilate you, and you may seek your own recompense." Zhang Zhenchuan, initially poised to protest, was restrained by Zhang Chaojun. Zhang Chaojun cautioned, "My lord, one must always deliberate carefully. Even if you possess the strength to obliterate our three families, you would undoubtedly suffer significant losses in the process. If you spare us, we would be willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver as compensation to the punishment alliance." Though Zhang Zhenchuan was deeply dissatisfied, he refrained from voicing his grievances under Zhang Chaojun's influence. Meanwhile, the leader of the third-rate faction was so intimidated that he could scarcely utter a word, fully aware of his lack of standing in such a situation. Yi Xingchen remarked indifferently, "Do you truly believe that your trifling factions could even hope to dent the might of my punishment alliance? I dare say you are sorely mistaken. Guards, apprehend these three deluded individuals at once. Once I have eradicated their families and seized their possessions, I shall display their severed heads for all to see. I intend to convey to all factions within Qingyun County the absolute inviolability of my punishment alliance. Those who dare to offend us shall face dire consequences, regardless of their distance." As Yi Xingchen's words echoed. Before Zhang Chaojun could respond, all experts of the innate realm, 4 levels and above, sprang into action, including 2 masters on the brink of the true martial realm. In mere moments, they captured the leaders of the 3 factions with ease. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the punishment alliance, the assembled factions were engulfed in trepidation. Some had initially hesitated to attend this alliance ceremony, yet now they felt fortunate for their presence, as the display of force was aimed directly at them. Chapter 72. 5 types of materials. Upon the capture of the leaders from the 2 second-rate factions by the punishment alliance, they suddenly comprehended the reason behind the presence of 2 true martial realm powerhouses and their willingness to sit in a subordinate position. It was evident that the punishment alliance's origins were anything but ordinary, as neither the city lord's mansion nor the Qingyun sword sect dared to offend such a formidable external force. At this moment, they became the most formidable tools for the punishment alliance to establish its authority, as the alliance had nearly resolved to deal with them decisively. Zhang Chaojun sought to grasp the last straw, the lord's manor. He addressed Lord Zhou Tiandao, saying, "My lord, the punishment alliance has been brazenly rampant within Qingyun County, killing at will and eliminating any faction they desire. The lord's manor cannot remain indifferent. Otherwise, over time, its dignity will be utterly diminished." Zhang Chaojun aimed to compel the lord's manor to take action through military pressure. Once Zhou Tiandao of the lord's manor intervened, even though the punishment alliance was a formidable force, it could not easily suppress the local authority of the manor. The manor relied on the entire Yu kingdom, and any disrespect shown by the punishment alliance towards the lord's manor was tantamount to disrespecting the entire kingdom. While the alliance appeared powerful in their eyes, it would likely hesitate to act recklessly in the face of the entire Yu kingdom. However, the subsequent action of Lord Zhou Tiandao plunged him into despair. Zhou Tiandao simply turned his head away. Refusing to gaze upon them any longer, it was evident that Zhou Tiandao wished to convey his disinterest in the matter, and if he was unwilling to intervene, their fate was sealed. Zhang Chaojun dared not employ military pressure any longer and called out to Zhou Tiandao, "My lord, please save us. If the lord's manor comes to our aid, our 3 factions will henceforth follow the manor's lead, and we shall share half of our annual gains with the manor." Upon hearing Zhang Chaojun's promise, Zhou Tiandao felt a stir of interest. He initially considered taking on the matter. However, when he recalled that behind the punishment alliance stood the formidable Xing Tianshou, a second-tier master of the true martial realm, along with an unknown backing force, he realized that even with good intentions, he might not be able to protect them. If he intervened and ultimately failed, it would be a tremendous loss of face, greatly diminishing the reputation of the lord's manor within Qingyun County. Choosing silence, Zhou Tiandao concluded that while his reputation might suffer slightly, it would not be significantly impacted. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely abandoned the 3 Yi Xingchen. Observing Zhou Tiandao's attitude, felt a sense of satisfaction. Had Zhou Tiandao chosen to offer counsel, he wondered if it would have been out of respect, opting not to kill or establish authority, or if he would have disregarded him entirely, executing the three and annihilating their families to assert dominance in Qingyun County. Yi Xingchen coolly declared, "Silence them. I wish to hear no more from them. Furthermore, take them away promptly, lest they disrupt the grand ceremony of the Punishment Alliance." Upon his command, Yi Xingchen's subordinates swiftly sealed their mouths. The subordinates hastily escorted the three away. Yi Xingchen then addressed the attendees of the ceremony, stating, "Esteemed friends, there was a slight unpleasantness just now. However, the matter has been addressed by our Punishment Alliance, and I hope it does not dampen your spirits, no? No. The individuals present engaged in animated discussions. Yet at that moment, Yi Xingchen had already instilled a sense of awe among them. 2. Formidable warriors at the true martial realm from Qingyun County City stood. One aligned with the punishing evil alliance, while the other turned a blind eye to its actions. Naturally, these smaller factions dared not provoke any disturbances. Yi Xingchen proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, I have gathered you here today for two purposes. Firstly, to witness the birth of our punishing evil alliance. Secondly, I wish to organize a trading event in Qingyun County City, as I am in need of 4 rare medicinal herbs. Should anyone be able to supply these herbs, the punishing evil alliance shall serve as their protective force. In the event of any troubles, we shall bear the burdens on their behalf. Even providing information related to the herbs I require will be rewarded, though the specifics of the rewards have yet to be determined. Rest assured, they shall be substantial, at least in the form of Shintir elixirs and weapons, the latter of which can be custom forged, tailored to individual specifications." Upon hearing these words, all factions present, save for the City Lord's Manor, were taken aback. The City Lord's Manor had long suspected that the forces behind Yi Xingchen were formidable, including alchemists and blacksmiths of Shintir caliber. However, the other factions had not yet grasped the full extent of the punishing evil alliance's might. Following this announcement, they viewed the alliance as synonymous with mystery and strength. The prospect of Shintir elixirs and weapons stirred excitement even within the City Lord's Manor, let alone among the second-rate and third-rate factions in attendance. Some second-rate factions had yet to possess even a single Shintir weapon, and they had never even laid eyes on Shintir elixirs. The head of the most powerful second-rate family addressed Yi Xingchen with utmost respect, stating, "My lord Yi, may I inquire which specific materials you require? If our family possesses them, I shall certainly present them to you." The foremost second-rate family was the first to express their stance, acknowledging the current circumstances and their desire for Shintir elixirs and weapons. Both items could significantly bolster their family's strength, making them of utmost importance. Naturally, the prospect of gaining the protection of a powerhouse like the punishing evil alliance was equally appealing to all factions present. Yi Xingchen, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Since you all are so eager to know which materials I seek, I shall disclose the complete list of what the punishing evil alliance requires. I hope that you will diligently search for them. Rest assured, I shall not overlook your efforts. The materials I seek are as follows: 5-star flower, 9 nether flower, myriad serpent flower, heavenly quay flower, and the 5th-rank creation lotus. The 5-star flower has already been procured by the City Lord's Manor, thus it is no longer needed. However, should you possess this material, I would still be willing to purchase it from you, offering appropriate compensation. If you are aware of any information regarding these materials, please do share. As long as you assist me in locating these items, my promise will remain steadfast." Chapter 73. A pleasant surprise upon the mention of these materials, a wave of bewilderment washed over the majority of those present, many of whom had never even heard of such names. Naturally, if they were unfamiliar with the names, they had never laid eyes on the materials either. The esteemed head of the largest second-rate family in Qingyun County respectfully addressed Yi Xingchen, saying, "Sir Yi, of the materials you mentioned, I have only heard of a few, and I have never even heard of the 5th-grade creation lotus. Our family possesses none of these materials. However, I will devote my utmost effort to assist you in your search." Yi Xingchen had long since disclosed his name to everyone in attendance, so they were all aware of his true identity. With a serene smile, Yi Xingchen replied, "I am grateful for your efforts. As long as you procure the items I require, I shall fulfill my promises to ensure that those unfamiliar with the materials also had the opportunity to participate in the search." He continued, "I will now distribute illustrations of these materials along with relevant information." As Yi Xingchen's words concluded, several members of the Punishment Alliance swiftly disseminated the materials. In a short while, all the relevant data had been circulated. Yi Xingchen then inquired, "Esteemed guests, does anyone among you possess any of the items listed in the documents I provided? If so, please submit them to our Punishment Alliance, and you will undoubtedly receive a substantial reward." Even information regarding these items would be valuable. If these individuals did not possess the items, the likelihood of them having any information would be quite slim. After all, how could one have knowledge of something they could not even recognize? Just as Yi Xingqian was about to instruct them to search for these materials with the promise of generous rewards, a voice rose from the crowd. A person at the 9th level of the postnatal realm respectfully asked, Yi Xingqian, what kind of reward can one expect for acquiring any one of these materials? Hearing this, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of delight, for if the individual had no materials, they would not dare to speak in such a manner. Only someone who possessed one of the items or held knowledge of it would express such confidence. Why Yi Xingqian elaborated. We offer 2 types of rewards here. The first is a personal reward, and the second concerns the support of a faction. For personal rewards, the Punishment Alliance will provide sufficient techniques, medicinal pills, and weapons to help elevate your cultivation. A person at the 9th level of the postnatal realm can advance to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Those below the 3rd level of the innate realm can ascend to the 6th level, while individuals above the 4th level of the innate realm can reach the threshold of the semi-true martial realm. True martial realm cultivators may receive an advancement of 1 level. This is a general outline of the rewards. Specifics will be defined later. As for faction rewards, we will directly support the leader of a faction to ascend to that position, subsequently enhancing the faction's status. Again, this is merely a broad summary. Detailed specifications will be provided later. The aforementioned rewards apply to those who provide the materials. For those who merely relay information leading us to acquire these materials, the Punishment Alliance will also offer appropriate rewards once we obtain them. As Yi Xingqian concluded his remarks, Zhou Tiandao appeared to grasp something significant, pondering why Xing Tianshou had failed to break through to the 2nd level of the true martial realm for so many years. Not long after the Punishment Evil Alliance arrived in Qingyun County, Xing Tianshou had already ascended to the 2nd realm of the true martial realm. It was evident that Xing Tianshou's substantial assistance to the Punishment Evil Alliance was reciprocated with elevated cultivation and the provision of advanced Xian-tier weaponry. It is highly probable that he supplied the necessary materials sought by the Alliance, hence receiving such rewards. At this moment, Zhou Tiandao was consumed with regret. Had the Punishment Evil Alliance approached him for these materials from the outset, he possessed a 5-star flower that could have similarly elevated his cultivation to the 2nd realm of the true martial realm. Should his cultivation advance further, his status within the dynasty would see a significant enhancement. The 1st level of the true martial realm had numerous practitioners within the Yu Kingdom dynasty, yet the 2nd level was markedly fewer. Once he achieved the 2nd level, various factions would undoubtedly seek to win him over. The individual who had just spoken continued, Lord Yi, if I provide one type of material along with intelligence regarding another, what sort of reward might I receive? Yi Xingqian replied with an expression of indifference. What is your name and which faction do you belong to? Do you possess the materials, and are you privy to the information regarding them? The man responded, I am Gao Zhigui, a member of the One Character Society. The materials are hidden in a secret location, my private treasury, where I store my precious belongings. The information about the other material is known solely to me. When I acquired one of the materials, the other was nearby, but it resided within an ancient tomb. The effort to obtain one material left me utterly exhausted, rendering me incapable of retrieving the second. However, due to the abundant treasures within that ancient tomb, I did not enlist anyone to accompany me on the treasure hunt, as it seemed too perilous. It was precisely because of the treasures in that tomb that I advanced from the 6th to the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Yi Xingqian smiled faintly and said, You are commendable for being able to present 2 types of materials to me in one go. Thus, your rewards will be considerable. I can offer you 2 choices. The first option is to join our Punishment Evil Alliance, and I guarantee to elevate your cultivation to the 6th level of innate ability. As for your future advancement, that shall depend on your own efforts. The second option is my assistance in taking control of the One Character Society, elevating your cultivation to the 6th level of innate ability, while providing you protection until you reach that level. Yi Xingqian's generous reward was designed to encourage those participating in the Alliance's establishment ceremony to actively seek out materials for him. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, for his strength alone was inherently limited. At this moment, Gao Zhigui found himself in a quandary. Both options were exceedingly enticing. One would place him as the leader of a faction, a notion he had never dared to dream of before. Now poised to become a reality, how could he not be exhilarated? The other was the opportunity to join a formidable organization like the Punishment Evil Alliance, which was evidently not to be underestimated given the attitudes of the City Lord's Manor and the Qingyun sword sect towards it. Once he joined the Punishment Evil Alliance, his future would undoubtedly shine brightly. As Yi Xingqian observed Gao Zhigui's countenance, marked by indecision, he spoke with a tranquil demeanor. There is no need for haste. Take your time to contemplate as long as you provide me with the materials and the information pertaining to another type of material. I assure you that your request will be fulfilled without fail. Chapter 74. The Nine Nether Flowers. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Gao Zhigui respectfully addressed Yi Xingchen, declaring, "My lord Yi, I choose to join the punishing evil alliance." This decision was not made lightly. It represented a significant commitment on his part. Should he manage to break through to the sixth layer of the acquired realm and gain mastery over the one-character association, his life would transform into one of considerable ease. Free from the burden of worries, however, joining the punishing evil alliance would undoubtedly present him with abundant resources and tremendous opportunities, albeit accompanied by formidable challenges. One misstep could lead him into a bottomless abyss. Ultimately, he resolved to join the alliance, driven by his youthful spirit and a desire to venture forth, as well as the prospect of touching upon the true martial realm. Once he achieved that breakthrough, his lifespan could extend to 200 years, whereas an ordinary person might only live to around 80 or 90, and those at the innate realm could expect a lifespan of about 100 years. The allure of a century of additional life greatly captivated Gao Zhigui, prompting him to strive for that extended longevity. Yi Xingchen smiled lightly and remarked, "Excellent, from now on, you shall be a member of the punishing evil alliance at the mysterious tier. Although your cultivation has yet to reach the innate realm, the alliance will nurture you towards that goal. During this period, any cultivation resources you acquire may be stored for your future breakthrough into the true martial realm." Turning to all present, Yi Xingchen addressed them. "Esteemed friends, the grand ceremony for the establishment of the punishing evil alliance has concluded. You are all invited to depart. If you possess the items I mentioned, feel free to come to our alliance to redeem my promise." Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the leaders and representatives of various factions took their leave, eager to return and investigate whether such items resided within their own sects, for discovering them could yield rewards sufficient to benefit them for a lifetime. Once everyone had departed, Xing Tianshou remained behind. Yi Xingchen, with a calm demeanor, remarked to him, "Brother Xing, it seems that the ancient tomb Gao Zhigui mentioned may require your expertise. My current personnel might not suffice to handle that tomb." Xing Tianshou replied, "That is certainly not an issue. Little brother, you need not be so formal with me." Gao Zhigui observed the amicable exchange between the two men without surprise, finding it entirely natural. Yi Xingchen, having united the strengths of two half-step true martial realm experts with Xing Tianshou, prepared to set forth in search of the materials. He turned to Gao Zhigui and inquired, "Zhigui, where have you concealed the materials you obtained? Now, lead us to them, and afterward, take me to the ancient tomb you once visited." Gao Zhigui remarked, "The materials I possess are concealed within the wall of my chamber at the Yitzi Association." He then promptly led Lord Yi to retrieve them. Yi Xingchen responded, "Excellent." Upon Gao Zhigui's return to the Yitzi Association, the leader approached him to inquire about the situation. Initially, the leader had intended to attend personally. However, he received orders from their superior forbidding his presence. Thus, he had dispatched a representative instead. As the leader began to pose his questions, he caught sight of Xing Tianshou and hesitated, refraining from uttering a word. With utmost respect, the leader addressed Xing Tianshou, "Welcome, esteemed Lord Xing, your presence graces our humble Yitzi Association, illuminating our establishment. Should you wish to visit us again, please notify us in advance, and I shall ensure a proper reception awaits you." Observing the positioning of Yi Xingchen and his companions, the leader noted that although Gao Zhigui led the front, Yi Xingchen stood slightly ahead of Xing Tianshou, indicating his noteworthy status. The leader respectfully inquired of Yi Xingchen, "Might I know how to address this esteemed lord? What brings you to our Yitzi Association?" Yi Xingchen, not intending to take action against the Yitzi Association, replied nonchalantly, "I am Yi Xingchen, the leader of the Punishment Alliance. Gao Zhigui seeks to join our ranks, and I have brought him back to retrieve some of his belongings. I trust the leader of the Yitzi Association has no objections. If there are any, please feel free to express them." Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the leader of the Yitzi Association dared not voice any objections. The Punishment Alliance was already beyond their means to offend. The addition of a true martial realm expert rendered them even more cautious. Should he express dissent, it could very well spell disaster for the Yitzi Association. The leader hastily proclaimed, "We hold no objections whatsoever. It is a great honor for us that Lord Yi considers our members. You may take whomever you wish from our association. I assure you, we have no reservations." The leader's keen awareness of the situation left Yi Xingchen feeling somewhat reluctant to press further. He stated calmly, "Very well, you may take your leave now." Upon hearing this, the leader quickly retreated, relieved to distance himself from such a formidable figure. Associating with someone of Yi Xingchen's stature was akin to walking alongside a tiger. One wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he was quite pleased to be dismissed. Gao Zhigui then escorted Yi Xingqian to his private quarters, where he excavated all his treasures from within the wall. Aside from the 9 nether flower, which Yi Xingqian required, the rest of Gao Zhigui's possessions were merely trifles, insignificant items that not only Yi Xingqian overlooked, but even a practitioner at the innate realm would find unworthy of attention. After Yi Xingqian carefully stowed away the 9 nether flower, he remarked with a hint of calmness, "You have performed admirably. In the future, I shall endeavor to nurture you, ensuring that you reach unprecedented heights." Gao Zhigui replied, "Thank you, Alliance Leader. Thank you, Alliance Leader." Yi Xingqian continued serenely, "Let us proceed. Take me to the ancient tomb. If we acquire sufficient treasures within, it may not be impossible for you to break through to the threshold of the true martial realm. Regardless, the discovery of the ancient tomb was yours, thus you are entitled to a measure of credit." Gao Zhigui expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous reward. Alliance Leader, I shall devote myself entirely to your service." Following his words, Gao Zhigui led Yi Xingqian toward the direction of the ancient tomb, which lay between Qingyun County and the Qingyun sword sect, necessitating their exit from the city. After approximately 3 hours of travel, they arrived at the periphery of a primeval forest. Yi Xingqian turned to Gao Zhigui and inquired, "In such an expansive primeval forest devoid of paths, teeming with countless serpents, insects, and rodents, can you still locate the ancient tomb?" Gao Zhigui respectfully replied, "I can find it. I have left my unique markers within this thicket. Had I not marked the way, after such a lengthy interval, it would indeed be challenging to rediscover that location." Yi Xingqian responded with a composed smile, "I did not anticipate your cleverness. You possess great potential. Following me will surely lead to boundless opportunities. What sort of markers did you leave, and where are they situated?" Gao Zhigui respectfully explained, "Esteemed Knight Lord, do you see this massive stone beside you? This stone serves as my first marker. From here, we shall proceed northward, and at intervals of every 10 large trees, I will have driven a nail into the ground. We need only follow the trail of nails I have left to reach the subterranean ancient tomb." Following Gao Zhigui's lead, they traversed over 30 miles through the jungle, ultimately arriving at a gorge. The passage through the 30 miles of dense forest was arduous. Even a formidable warrior at the true martial realm would require at least 2 hours to cover such a distance in these conditions. As they were only at the 9th layer of acquired realm, it took them a full 4 hours to finally reach the entrance of the ancient tomb. Indeed, within this primeval jungle thrived a multitude of serpents, insects, and rodents, many of which were venomous. Even a practitioner of the innate realm could face life-threatening dangers if carelessly bitten by these toxic creatures. Thus, Gao Zhigui's ability to infiltrate the subterranean tomb and retrieve a portion of its treasures, despite being merely at the 6th layer of acquired realm, was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Yi Xingqian addressed Gao Zhigui, "Is this the subterranean entrance you mentioned? I see no visible openings in the vicinity." Gao Zhigui replied, "Esteemed Knight Lord, do not be impatient. If the ancient tomb were so easily discovered, then perhaps the fortunes within would not be destined for someone of my humble stature. The ancient underground tomb reveals its entrance only at the stroke of midnight, granting us the opportunity to enter solely at that hour. Similarly, once we have ventured inside, we must await the midnight chime once more to exit, before the stars of the night could utter their secrets." Xing Tianshou interjected, remarking, "The presence of a formation here is quite remarkable. This place is certainly not ordinary, my Lord Yi. We must tread with utmost caution. Surely, you have heard of the formidable power of such formations. Only those who have attained the master realm are capable of mastering formations, for only they can wield the forces of heaven and earth. To establish a formation, one must possess the ability to control these cosmic powers. Our Qingyun Sword Sect's protective array was erected by a master realm expert summoned by our founding ancestor. Even after centuries of inheritance, though its power has waned slightly, it remains more than sufficient to vanquish those of the true martial realm. The origins of this particular formation remain shrouded in mystery, thus we must proceed with great care should we disturb this place." Yi Xingqian concurred, stating, "Indeed, caution is imperative. After all, formations devised by master realm experts are no trifling matter." However, given that Zhou Gui, with his postnatal 6th level prowess, was able to enter and seize opportunities, I believe our cultivation levels will pose no significant obstacle. As long as we remain vigilant, we should be fine. Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Xing Tianshou felt a measure of reassurance. If Zhou Gui could gain resources at the postnatal 6th level, then he, as a powerhouse of the true martial realm, should likewise encounter no grave issues. The assembled individuals settled down, with Panchi perched at the edge of the canyon, awaiting the tomb's unveiling. Although Yi Xingqian appeared outwardly composed, a multitude of concerns brewed within his heart. He engaged with the mind root system, inquiring, "System, what exactly is a formation? How potent is the one before us, and will our foray into it pose a threat to our lives?" The system's mechanical voice responded, "A formation is a construct crafted by a special master realm expert utilizing unique materials to create distinctive runes. When these runes are arranged in a specific locale, they resonate with the forces of heaven and earth, generating a certain degree of power. To inquire further about formations, the host currently lacks sufficient authority. Please strive to elevate your level. The formation before you is merely a rudimentary master level array, with a degradation level reaching 98. The threat level for your entry stands at 60. Considering you lead 2 half-step true martial realm experts and 1 expert at the second level of the true martial realm, your threat level has decreased to 1. Enter with care. This place does not harbor significant danger." After digesting the system's analysis, Yi Xingqian felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He had yet to encounter a master realm expert or witness their abilities, so his apprehensions were entirely reasonable. As 3 hours passed, the midnight hour finally arrived. At that moment, a stone door of moderate size manifested within the canyon's rock face, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding wall. If the stone door remains shut, no one can discern its location within the stone wall. Gao Zhigui naturally recalls the position of the stone door, and Yi Xingqian has indeed contemplated forcefully breaching it. However, such thoughts were swiftly suppressed by him. Even if the traps set by a master-level expert do not pose a significant threat, Yi Xingqian is reluctant to recklessly provoke the measures established by such formidable beings. Should he attempt to force the stone door open and fail, inadvertently triggering the considerable defenses of the master, the consequences would be far too grave to justify the risk. There are certainly alternative methods to enter the ancient tomb, and thus Yi Xingqian opts for the most prudent approach, eschewing any unconventional routes. Upon the opening of the stone door, a pitch-black passageway appeared before Yi Xingqian and his companions. Yi Xingqian instructed a half-step true martial realm expert to lead the way, with everyone following in the footsteps of that individual as they ventured into the passage. Initially, Yi Xingqian was hesitant to enter such a perilous locale. His intention was merely to send his subordinates to retrieve the items. However, upon further reflection, he mused that one cannot behold a rainbow without enduring the storm, and without undergoing trials, one cannot attain immortality. Thus, he ultimately resolved to enter the ancient tomb himself. Chapter 76. Ferocious beasts. The entrance to the subterranean ancient tomb was exceedingly small. Even a single person had to stoop to pass through. Yet, once through the entrance, the space behind it expanded significantly in a short time. Yi Xingqian and his group arrived at the first underground hall, which contained nothing of note. Yi Xingqian continued deeper into the underground hall, where he encountered an underground river. The jiuyu flower grows along the banks of this river. Thus, during Gao Zhigui's previous visit, he had obtained the jiuyu flower along with some other items from the entry hall. Yi Xingqian could not traverse this underground dark river, and consequently, he was unable to procure a tian kuei flower that blossomed in its midst. On this occasion, Yi Xingqian required both of these items, yet they held little significance, and he was unfamiliar with their properties. Hence, he conveyed this information to Yi Xingqian in hopes of exchanging it for a reward. Both the tian kuei flower and the jiuyu flower thrive in the underground dark river, which necessitates an abundance of natural spiritual energy for their growth. The spiritual energy in this subterranean river is already quite rich, and with the added influence of a formation laid by a master-level expert, the concentration of spiritual energy is further amplified, giving rise to the tian kuei flower and the jiuyu flower. Yi Xingqian addressed Gao Zhigui. "The tian kuei flower is located over there. This is merely a dark river. What holds you back from retrieving it? Is there a particular reason?" Gao Zhigui respectfully replied. "Master Yi, within this dark river resides a colossal python, its strength at least that of the innate realm. The last time I attempted to pluck the jiuyu flower, I narrowly escaped being devoured by that serpent, and as a result, I have not dared to return. Yi Xingqian remarked. To think there exists a python comparable to the innate realm. Logically speaking, such a creature should not be able to thrive in this underground dark river. Xing Tianqiu remarked, "Indeed, it is as you say. The primordial forest surrounding the Qingyun sword sect does not give rise to ferocious beasts of the innate realm. The most one might encounter here are beasts that rival those of the acquired realm. Therefore, this beast that rivals the innate realm must have been brought here by a master-level expert, the owner of this ancient tomb." Yi Xingqian responded, "That is one possibility. Another could be that this ferocious beast underwent mutation in this area, thus breaking through to the innate realm. But where has this beast gone now? Why hasn't it emerged upon our arrival?" Xing Tianqiu answered, "The ferocious beast of the innate realm has begun to develop a sliver of spiritual intelligence. It must have sensed our formidable presence and thus concealed itself. Yi Xingchen insisted. Regardless of where that pine beast has gone, Brother Xing, you should first retrieve the Tian Kuei flower. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Xing Tianshou wasted no time, launching himself into the air to collect the Tian Kuei flower from the depths of the dark river. After he retrieved it, the innate realm python did not show itself. Just as Yi Xingchen was preparing to depart, the waters of the dark river suddenly surged, and a colossal python head emerged before them. The enormous python exuded a palpable aura, unmistakably of the true martial realm. And it was not merely that of a newly ascended first level, but rather that of at least the second level of the true martial realm. Apart from Xing Tianshou, who might have had the capability to confront it, the others were undoubtedly no match for this formidable python. The true martial python fixed its gaze upon Yi Xingchen and his companions, as if intent on swallowing them whole. The earlier loss of a Jiuyu flower had already infuriated the true martial python, and now, seeing them attempt to steal its only remaining spiritual herb, it felt utterly disrespected, as if its status as a true martial beast were being disregarded. Both flowers were intended for its son's breakthrough, and after the first Jiuyu flower had matured, it had been stolen by Gao Jiugui of the acquired realm before it could be utilized. Now, the python could hardly contain its rage at the thought of losing another freshly matured spiritual herb. Enraged, the massive python lunged at Yi Xingchen and his group. Xing Tianshou was the first to react, launching a strike directly at the beast. However, the python's tail whipped out of the water, effortlessly blocking his attack. Xing Tianshou cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and prepared to face the python's onslaught once more. After exchanging several blows, Yi Xingchen discerned that the python was indeed a formidable adversary. Comparable to an expert of the true martial realm, he immediately commanded 2 half-step true martial experts to assist. With 1 true martial expert and 2 half-step true martial experts, they barely managed to suppress the python. Yi Xingchen turned to Gao Jiugui and asked, "What is going on? Did you not say that this python was merely comparable to an innate realm beast? Why has it transformed into a creature of the true martial realm?" Gao Jiugui feigned innocence and replied, "I am unaware of what has transpired in the past. That python was nowhere near the size of this one, which raises the question of whether the python has undergone evolution, thus enabling it to rival the formidable beings of the true martial realm." Yi Xingchen understood that now was not the time to assign blame. He turned to Xing Tianshou and said, "Brother Xing, we have acquired what we came for. We can fight while retreating. This dark river is the python's domain. If we manage to exit this river, the python may not necessarily stand as our adversary." Xing Tianshou grasped the implication of Yi Xingchen's words and, accompanied by 2 half-step true martial realm warriors, began to engage the python while retreating. Just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, they were suddenly swept back into the dark river by the python's massive tail. The 2 half-step true martial realm warriors sustained minor injuries, while Xing Tianshou remained relatively unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. They had no choice but to continue enduring the python's onslaught. This moment, Yi Xingchen felt a surge of anxiety, yet he was at a loss for a solution. When true martial realm warriors clashed, those at the half-step level still had a chance to participate in the fray, but those of the innate realm were merely spectators. Those of the acquired realm were essentially walking to their demise. The residual force from a clash between true martial warriors could easily annihilate anyone of the acquired realm caught in its wake. Chapter 77. Yi Xingchen takes action. Xing Tianshou addressed Yi Xingchen, saying, "Little brother Yi, swiftly retreat to the cave entrance. This python, with its immense size, cannot enter the cave. Once you reach the hall, you will be safe. Although this python possesses considerable strength, it cannot truly threaten us. If you remain here, you will only hinder our battle. While this giant python may have the power of a second-level true martial realm, its intelligence is limited, and it is certainly no match for us. You should withdraw to the rear, and once we subdue this beast, we will rejoin you. Even if we cannot defeat it, this creature cannot harm you." Yi Xingchen replied, "Brother Xing, please take heed. There is no need to engage in excessive entanglement with this python. If you can extricate yourselves, do so as swiftly as possible. We have already achieved our purpose for coming here, and there is no necessity to continue this struggle with the beast. Prolonging our confrontation may lead to greater losses." Xing Tianshou shouted confidently, "Rest assured, Alliance leader, slaying this giant beast will yield little benefit. We will certainly find a way to shake off this creature and reunite with you." Although the giant python was not without value, should they manage to slay it and concoct a nourishing broth from its flesh, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent elixir. This beast was not easily vanquished. If cornered, it might adopt a desperate stance, potentially endangering everyone within the cave. For this reason, Xing Tianxiu had never considered eliminating the beast from the outset. His sole intention was to evade it and make their escape. Yi Xingchen spoke softly. All right, after Knight Xingchen uttered these words, he intended to make his way towards the first hall, however. Just as he was about to depart, another python emerged near the water's edge, not far from Knight Xingchen. This newly appeared python was only 13 times the size of the first one and exuded a significantly weaker aura. As soon as this python appeared, Knight Xingchen realized that it was likely the same python encountered by Gao Zhiguai a few years prior at that time. When Gao Zhiguai was harvesting the Juyu flower, the enormous python had still been in slumber, having not yet awakened. This was why Gao Zhiguai had the opportunity to collect the precious flower and escape swiftly. Had the giant python been awake, Gao Zhiguai would have had no chance of fleeing, let alone taking the Juyu flower with him. The appearance of a python at the innate realm even startled Xing Tianxiu. They were currently ensnared and had no opportunity for rescue. Knight Xingchen was the most crucial presence among their group, and if he were to perish, almost everyone present would be doomed to accompany him in death. This was what Xing Tianxiu contemplated. Knight Xingchen belonged to a formidable faction, and should he fall here, the members of that faction would undoubtedly seek vengeance, leaving those who failed to protect him as targets for their wrath. Though the newly emerged giant python possessed merely the innate realm cultivation, it was still beyond the capabilities of Yi Xingchen and his companions to withstand. Despite Knight Xingchen having attained strength comparable to the innate realm, he could only contend with ordinary individuals who had just entered that realm. If faced with a genius martial artist, or one who had long mastered the innate realm, Yi Xingchen would stand no chance in a real confrontation. The innate realm and acquired realm represented entirely different tiers of power. To fill this enormous gap merely with numbers would require at least a dozen formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the acquired realm to contend with an innate realm opponent. Knight Xingchen felt a pang of regret, questioning why he hadn't brought along a couple of innate realm experts. Had he done so, he would not find himself in such an awkward predicament. Even if one true martial realm expert and two semi-true martial realm experts were held at bay, at least he would have had the protection of an innate realm warrior. If he had such protection, Knight Xingchen would be free of worry. The reason Knight Xingchen had not brought innate realm individuals was twofold. He had not anticipated such a scenario and, given that the punishing evil alliance had just been established, he feared that bringing too many experts might lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he ultimately chose to bring only a handful of companions to this ancient tomb. Now, faced with the ferocious giant python at the innate realm, Knight Xingchen could only rely on himself, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. Even against someone at the first stage of the innate realm, Knight Xingchen was uncertain of his ability to prevail, let alone against this beast that surely surpassed that stage. However, the smaller ferocious beast, the giant python, had now blocked the entrance in order for Yi Xingchen to escape into the cave and evade the beast's assault. He must first divert or open a path past the creature. As for Gao Zhiguai, who stood beside him, Yi Xingchen did not regard him as a factor. Gao Zhiguai would likely struggle against even an ordinary practitioner at the postnatal 9th level. Should Gao Zhiguai attempt to engage, it was likely that the massive python could eliminate him with a mere strike, potentially becoming a burden for Yi Xingchen. If Yi Xingchen had previously harbored a 30% chance of contending with the giant python, that probability would plummet to a mere 10% with Gao Zhiguai as an encumbrance. The thought of using Gao Zhiguai as bait had never crossed Yi Xingchen's mind. After all, Gao Zhiguai had once aided him, and such an act would be devoid of decency. Yi Xingchen could not bring himself to commit such a base act. Yet, if it came down to a matter of life and death, and sacrificing Gao Zhiguai meant his own survival, Yi Xingchen would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. The morality of an act is often contingent upon the circumstances surrounding it. If the necessity arose, Yi Xingchen would not indulge in false sentimentality. At present, engaging in such a dishonorable act would yield no advantage for Yi Xingchen and could even lead to significant detriment. Thus he would not foolishly pursue such a course of action. However, even if he were to cast Gao Zhiguai aside now, it would serve little purpose, for the smaller giant python had a clear target: Yi Xingchen, who held the precious spiritual herb in his possession. Resolute, Yi Xingchen swiftly drew the intermediate-level sword from his back, adopting a defensive stance against the python before him. He prepared to respond to any developments with steadfastness. Should the giant python refrain from attacking, he too would prefer not to strike first. Meanwhile, Xing Tianxiu and his companions had gained the upper hand, and should the battle continue in its current fashion, victory would surely be theirs. The larger giant python was comparable in strength to Xing Tianxiu, and with the support of two half-step true martial realm experts, Xing Tianxiu was gradually securing dominance. The smaller giant python, observing the precarious situation of its larger counterpart, felt a surge of anxiety. In a reckless move, it lunged forward, opening its colossal jaws to bite at Yixingchen. Anticipating the attack, Yixingchen deftly evaded at the very moment the python struck. Despite possessing innate realm prowess, the smaller python lacked the corresponding speed, falling short even compared to Yixingchen. Yixingchen unsheathed his sword, fixing a fierce glare upon the smaller giant python. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the sword in Yixingchen's grasp, the smaller python became cautious. The intermediate-level sword imparted a palpable pressure upon the giant python, heightening its trepidation. As the situation for the larger python grew increasingly dire, the smaller one's anxiety only intensified. Two colossal pythons have begun to exhibit a glimmer of sentience. They are acutely aware that among this group of individuals, Yixingchen is the pivotal figure. The larger of the two serpents has been restrained, rendering it incapable of posing any threat to Yixingchen. Meanwhile, the smaller python, now driven by urgency, lunges once more at Yixingchen, simultaneously sweeping its tail in a fierce arc towards him. This dual assault forces Yixingchen into a corner. And though neither strike finds its mark, his situation has become perilously precarious. With the next wave of the smaller python's attack, Yixingchen realizes he must confront it head-on, for evasion is no longer a viable option. At this moment, Gao Zhigui stands trembling nearby, paralyzed by fear and hesitant to make any sudden movements. Xing Tianshou and his companions are ensnared by the larger python, leaving them without the opportunity to assist Yixingchen. Yixingchen's gaze remains fixed on the smaller python, vigilant against a sudden ambush while searching for an opportunity to counterattack and subsequently escape. As the smaller python lunges again, Yixingchen does not retreat. Instead, he opts for a direct confrontation. Channeling his inner strength to its utmost, he employs the Tai Chi sword technique, aiming a precise thrust at the python's vital point. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Yixingchen is confident that his assault on the python's critical area will compel it to defend itself. His assumption proves accurate, for as he targets the smaller python's vital spot, it instinctively adopts a defensive posture and retreats 3 meters, evading his thrust. Seizing this moment, Yixingchen swiftly leaps out of the python's encirclement and makes a beeline for the cave's entrance. However, the smaller python is determined not to let Yixingchen escape unscathed. It swiftly blocks his path. Faced with this predicament and recognizing the considerable distance still separating him from the exit, Yixingchen resolves to abandon his flight. Instead, he prepares for a direct confrontation with the smaller python. Through his earlier tests, he has gauged the creature's true strength, realizing that should he unleash his full power, he might stand a chance against it. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Yixingchen unleashes his most formidable martial arts techniques, targeting the python's vital point with each strike. The smaller python, taken aback by Yixingchen's sudden ferocity, having previously perceived him as weak, finds itself momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, it does not retreat but continues to engage Yixingchen in battle. A fierce duel ensues between man and serpent. While Yixingchen finds himself at a slight disadvantage, he remains far from overwhelmed. Observing Yixingchen's unwavering strength, Gao Zhigui finally comprehends why Yixingchen remains unruffled in the face of such dire circumstances. Gao Zhigui silently sighed to himself. Indeed, a person worthy of becoming a leader can engage in combat with ferocious beasts of the innate realm even at the postnatal stage, and not find themselves at a significant disadvantage. At that moment, Gao Zhigui felt an urge to rush forward and assist Yixingchen, but upon reflecting on his own capabilities, he abandoned such an unrealistic notion. Meanwhile, on the other side, initially, the massive python had been suppressing Xing Tianshou and his companions, leveraging its geographical advantage. However, once Xing Tianshou and his group discovered a suitable position for attack, the giant python began to find itself at a disadvantage. Armed with a high-grade profound tier-long sword, Xing Tianshou wielded it with formidable prowess. In Qingyun's sect, there were no more than 3 individuals who possessed such a weapon. One was naturally the exalted sect leader, the second was the esteemed Grand Elder, and the third was the second elder, whom Xing Tianshou despised the most. Although the massive python was being overwhelmed, it showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it fought with increasing ferocity. Despite Xing Tianshou's group gaining the upper hand, they found no opportunity to aid Yixingchen. At this point in the battle, Yixingchen and the 2 giant pythons were locked in a contest of endurance. Whoever faltered first would undoubtedly face defeat. Engaged in a back-and-forth struggle with the smaller python, Yixingchen relied on his superior speed to deftly evade its attacks. The smaller python, boasting formidable offensive capabilities, unleashed a relentless barrage upon Yixingchen. Although Yixingchen found himself at a disadvantage, half an hour passed without either party sustaining injuries. At this juncture, Yixingchen reassessed his own strength. He was now capable of contending with even a first-stage innate realm powerhouse. While the smaller python's power was comparable to that of a second-stage innate realm warrior, its lack of speed meant that even a first-stage innate warrior could achieve parity in combat. Yi Xingqian's ability to match the smaller python in battle was a testament to his prowess, placing him nearly on par with those of the first innate stage. Meanwhile, the massive python was already battered and bruised. Xing Tianqiu and his companions had thoroughly subdued it. Were it not for the python's intermittent disappearances into the water, they might have already captured it in their combined effort. After a few more minutes, the massive python could no longer endure. It let out a roar directed at the smaller python. Upon hearing this, the smaller python swiftly retreated into the dark river, and shortly thereafter, the massive python vanished within the depths as well. The appearances of both pythons were merely to reclaim the spiritual herb they guarded. Having inadvertently lost one previously, they were now particularly invested in the remaining herb. The last time it was taken by the insignificant Gao Zhigui, but this time it was seized by Yi Xingqian and his companions through sheer strength. Faced with the choice between their lives and the spiritual herb, they resolutely prioritized their own survival. At the last remnants of the dark river, only Xing Tianqiu and Yi Xingqian remained, along with a few others, who hurriedly retreated into a grand hall. Once they entered the hall, it became evident that the two enormous pythons could no longer pursue them, for the cave was limited in size, rendering it impossible for the serpents to emerge. Otherwise, they would not have lingered within this ancient tomb for such an extended period. After entering the hall, Gao Zhigui, having escaped peril, finally regained his composure. He knelt before Yi Xingqian, addressing him with utmost reverence. "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. I was so taken aback by the giant pythons that I failed to assist you. I humbly request that you spare my life, considering I have found two treasures for you." In Gao Zhigui's eyes, Yi Xingqian held an esteemed position, and he feared the repercussions of his failure to act in the face of danger. He was acutely aware that if he did not plead for mercy, his fate was sealed, though even his supplication might not guarantee survival. Yi Xingqian replied calmly, "This matter cannot be laid at your feet. Given your cultivation level, encountering such formidable foes would naturally instill fear. Furthermore, I did not request your assistance, so there is no need for such self-reproach. I shall not hold this against you." Gao Zhigui was merely an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Had he intervened, he would have merely provided sustenance for the beast, offering no real aid to Yi Xingqian. Moreover, it was true that he had indeed been frightened, and thus Yi Xingqian held no ill will towards him. The lack of reprimand from Yi Xingqian only heightened Gao Zhigui's anxiety, leading him to believe that this was merely the calm before the storm. He fervently bowed his head, saying, "My lord, since I have erred, please punish me." Gao Zhigui thought that if Yi Xingqian were to chastise him, he would no longer be targeted in the future. Should Yi Xingqian dismiss the incident lightly, his subsequent days would likely be fraught with difficulty. Yi Xingqian's expression turned slightly frosty as he replied, "I am a man of my word. When I say something is not your concern, it truly is not. Rest assured, I shall not seek revenge against you. If I were to retaliate, what sort of person would I become? And you, of your caliber, do not warrant such considerations. Taking your life is but a mere utterance. Should you continue to misunderstand the gravity of the situation, I will expel you from the Punishment Alliance and revoke all that you have gained therein." Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Gao Zhigui understood that he bore no anger towards him for his earlier inaction. He immediately fell silent, sensing that further words might lead to inevitable misfortune. Xing Tianqiu then addressed Yi Xingqian, asking, "My lord, shall we leave this place now, or seek an opportunity to eliminate these beasts?" The Night Star, with a serene smile, inquired, "Why must we eliminate those two beasts? They merely seek to protect their own private possessions from infringement. We have already seized their property, and now we wish to slay them. Does this not seem somewhat inhumane?" Upon hearing these words, Xing Tianqiu and the others gazed at the Night Star in bewilderment. The Night Star continued, "If we were to slay these two gigantic pythons, we would gain nothing. Moreover, if we risk our own people getting injured in the process, it becomes even more unnecessary. After some time, should we add more experts to our Punishment Alliance, we could have them subdue these two ferocious beasts. This way, we not only ensure our own safety but also augment the strength of the Punishment Alliance." Upon digesting this revelation, Xing Tianqiu swiftly grasped the Night Star's intentions. The Night Star intended to keep the two pythons here, waiting for someone from the Punishment Alliance capable of subduing them. Xing Tianqiu remarked, "My lord, to tame a python of the true martial realm, one must possess at least a beast tamer of the same realm or a master-level expert to have any chance of success. Are you suggesting that it won't be long before our Punishment Alliance acquires a true martial beast tamer or a master-level expert? In the realm of the Knights, there exists a group known as beast tamers. who have the ability to subdue powerful, ferocious beasts to fight on their behalf. Beast tamers are typically the most formidable beings within their respective realms, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. The Night Star smiled gently and said, "Brother Xing, your intelligence is indeed remarkable. You have swiftly deduced that our Punishment Alliance will soon welcome an expert. Since you are already aware, I shall not conceal anything further. It will not be long before a true martial beast tamer graces us with their presence. With that individual's taming prowess, subduing the true martial realm python and the innate realm python will pose no challenge at all." The Night Star felt emboldened to make such assertions, as the reward for his next system task was a true martial beast tamer of the 3rd level. Chapter 79. Returning to the sect after discussing matters with Xing Tianqiu and the others, the Night Star made his way to the entrance of the ancient tomb, awaiting its reopening. In the blink of an eye, half a day's time passed, and the ancient tomb opened once more. The Night Star and his companions traversed through the newly revealed stone door. Emerging from the tomb. 5 days later, they returned to the headquarters of the Punishment Alliance. Upon arriving at his dwelling, the Night Star's first inquiry was whether any new spiritual herbs had been procured from Qingyun County during his absence. However, after a thorough investigation, he was met with disappointment. No new herbs had been found. Nonetheless, during this period, the Punishment Alliance had experienced further growth. Its renown had soared, attracting an influx of new members, including over 100 practitioners of the post-sky ninefold realm and more than 10 from the innate realm. To these individuals, the Night Star welcomes all without reservation. As for whether there are any hostile forces among them, the Night Star has not conducted extensive reconnaissance. Apart from the court and the Qingyun Sword Sect, there is no one in Qingyun County City who qualifies as an enemy of the punishing evil alliance. Should it be a member of the court, even if the Night Star were to remove a thorn, the court would merely send forth a new one. Rather than squander time in fruitless conflict, it is more prudent to refrain from engaging with the court for the time being. Once one's own strength is sufficiently formidable, the court's spies will prove ineffective. Furthermore, the Night Star harbors no fear of the court's spies uncovering the true nature of the punishing evil alliance, for it possesses no substantial backing. No matter how thoroughly they investigate, they will ultimately find nothing. After concluding matters pertaining to the punishing evil alliance and ensuring its stability, the Night Star prepared to return to the Qingyun Sword Sect, confident that the rare herbs absent from this locale would surely be found within its confines. The Qingyun Sword Sect wields dominion over the entirety of Qingyun County, its resources and power far surpassing those of the modest Qingyun County City. 3 days later, all affairs of the punishing evil alliance were arranged by the Night Star, with 2 formidable figures at the semi-true martial realm station to safeguard it. Within Qingyun County City, no force, save for the Lord's Mansion, could threaten the operations of the punishing evil alliance. Under the guidance of Xing Tianqiu, the Night Star returned to the Qingyun Sword Sect. The reason for Xing Tianqiu's return was twofold. He was tasked with escorting the Night Star back, and he also had matters of his own to attend to. Every year, the elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect convene to report on the status of their respective domains. The overseer of all the Qingyun Sword Sect's enterprises within Qingyun County City, Xing Tianqiu had to return to provide his report on this significant occasion. Previously, he had neither ascended to the 2nd level of the true martial realm nor possessed a formidable weapon, which left him vulnerable to ridicule and suppression from the 2nd Elder and the 6th Elder upon his return. Thus, this time of year had been particularly arduous for him. However, this year marked a significant transformation. Xing Tianqiu had not only ascended to the 2nd level of the true martial realm, but had also acquired a custom-crafted high-grade weapon of the Xian tier. Now, even if he were to engage with the 2nd Elder, who had long since reached the 2nd level of the true martial realm, he could not guarantee victory, yet he could ensure his own survival. This year, Xing Tianqiu was determined to dazzle both the 2nd Elder and the 6th Elder with his prowess and impart upon them a profound lesson. As for eliminating the 2 of them, that notion had never crossed his mind. Firstly, their demise would considerably weaken the Qingyun Sword Sect, a result he did not wish to witness. Secondly, even if he possessed the strength to vanquish them, the sect's master would never permit such an occurrence. Each true martial realm expert is a treasure to the Qingyun Sword Sect, and the master would not allow the loss of any member. In the past, the 2nd Elder and the 6th Elder had numerous opportunities to eliminate Xing Tianqiu, but due to various considerations, they had never truly sought to do him in. The only actions taken were merely to mock and belittle Xing Tianqiu. The 2nd Elder and 6th Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect sought to suppress him, not because of any personal disdain for his appearance, but rather due to the entanglement of interests. The benefits of the Qingyun Sword Sect are inherently limited. Most of the profits are directly appropriated by the sect, leaving only a scant portion for the numerous elders. How many factions do the elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect comprise? The faction of the sect leader includes the 4th and 7th elders, forming the largest group of interests, while the 1st and 3rd elders belong to the 2nd faction. The 2nd and 6th elders constitute the 3rd faction, and the 8th elder has formed a faction of his own. Xing Tianshou, being the last to break through to the true martial realm, naturally receives the least benefits, while the 2nd and 6th elders are among those who receive the second least. Given their meager share, the 2nd and 6th elders are inclined to devise ways to acquire additional benefits. They dare not encroach upon those stronger than themselves, yet they see Xing Tianshou as a solitary target. Their objective is to appropriate the benefits under Xing Tianshou's control, thereby augmenting their own gains and nurturing greater power. Although the sect leader of Qingyun's sword sect has mediated numerous times regarding this matter, his influence has ultimately been minimal. Regardless of his efforts, the 2nd and 6th elders persist in their own ways, relentlessly pursuing their ambitions. Having recently enhanced his own strength, Xing Tianshou naturally intends to assert dominance over the 2nd and 6th elders, particularly feeling the urge to teach the 6th elder a lesson. He aims to reclaim the dignity he has lost over the years. Should he achieve the 3rd level of the true martial realm, both the 2nd and 6th elders would surely find themselves at his mercy. 3 days have since passed, and Xing Tianshou has finally brought Yi Xingchen back to the Qingyun sword sect. After returning, he tends to his own affairs, confident that no one within the sect can pose a threat to Yi Xingchen's safety. It would be impractical for him to return to the sect without attending to any matters, merely acting as Yi Xingchen's bodyguard. Should such a scenario arise, Yi Xingchen would undoubtedly gain notoriety within the sect, prompting even the sect leader to personally investigate the situation. The question of why a person at the postnatal realm could command a true martial realm expert would raise suspicion, and if the sect leader were to delve into this matter, many of Yi Xingchen's secrets could be exposed. Chapter 80. The Great Ceremony. Upon returning to the sect, Yi Xingchen's first course of action was to seek out the head of the outer disciples. When he first encountered the head of the outer disciples, he refrained from revealing his true aura, concealing his cultivation entirely. The head of the outer disciples failed to detect any change in Yi Xingchen's cultivation. Thus he was not overly astonished upon meeting him. However, when Yi Xingchen inadvertently revealed his postnatal 9th level cultivation, the head of the outer disciples was taken aback. In less than 3 months since his departure from the Qingyun sword sect, Yi Xingchen had astonishingly broken through to the postnatal 9th level, soon to embark on the path to the innate realm. This made him feel as though he had lived his decades as a mere dog, and the head of the auxiliary disciples treated Yi Xingchen with increased reverence. If the current trajectory of Yi Xingchen's development continued, even the innate realm would be unable to hinder his progress. It seemed he would at least break through to the true martial realm. In such circumstances, the head of the auxiliary disciples naturally sought to curry favor with Yi Xingchen. As Yi Xingchen journeyed back to the Qingyun sword sect, his cultivation naturally advanced to the 9th layer of the acquired realm, placing him at the pinnacle of the inner disciples of the sect. Observing the astonished head of the auxiliary disciples, Yi Xingchen calmly remarked, "Young brother Yi, how have you cultivated to achieve such a remarkable leap in realms within such a short span? Might you share your methods? I have lingered at my current level for over 20 years, tirelessly pursuing my cultivation, yet I remain unable to break through." The head of the auxiliary disciples now regarded Yi Xingchen with profound respect, his tone imbued with a sense of humility that had been absent before Yi Xingchen's rise. With a gentle smile, Yi Xingchen replied, "Is it not simple to break through? With the aid of medicinal pills, coupled with diligent effort and sufficient talent, transcending realms becomes a matter of course." The head of the auxiliary disciples, filled with disappointment, lamented, "Alas, my talent has reached its zenith, and I am unable to obtain the medicinal aids necessary for cultivating the innate realm. It appears I am destined to languish in this state for the rest of my life." Although Yi Xingchen had previously promised to assist him upon his ascendance, now that Yi Xingchen had indeed risen, the head of the auxiliary disciples felt powerless if Yi Xingchen chose not to extend his aid. He could only hope that Yi Xingchen would honor his word and assist him within his means. Yi Xingchen, perceiving the head of the auxiliary disciples' thoughts, smiled faintly and assured him, "Rest assured, esteemed head, I shall fulfill my promise to help you. When I was weak, you provided me shelter. Now that I am strong, I will likewise offer you protection. Moreover, I will strive to assist you in enhancing your cultivation and extending your lifespan to the best of my abilities." Upon hearing these words, the head of the auxiliary disciples was profoundly moved. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Yi Xingchen's true strength. Otherwise, he might have been elated beyond measure. In his view, Yi Xingchen had yet to attain the qualifications to assist him, as he was still merely a strong practitioner of the 9th layer of the acquired realm, unable to extend significant help to others. His hopes rested on Yi Xingchen's future. He firmly believed that Yi Xingchen was destined to break through to the true martial realm. If that came to pass, a single word from Yixingchen would greatly benefit him. The head of the auxiliary disciples inquired, "Is there anything else you require assistance with? If so, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to help in any way I can." The Night Star, with a gentle tone, remarked, "I indeed have matters that require the assistance of the Grand Manager. I wish to join the inner sect as swiftly as possible, without undergoing the external sect procedures." The Night Star's urgency in joining the inner sect stemmed from his desire to participate in the martial competition of the 5 sects. He could not afford to squander time on the promotion to disciple, as any delays might lead to missing the registration opportunity. Such a scenario would undoubtedly invite numerous troubles, which he wished to avoid. The Grand Manager of the miscellaneous disciples was inclined to facilitate his entry into the inner sect, and there was no doubt regarding the Night Star's capabilities. Continuing, the Night Star said, "Grand Manager, as a token of my gratitude for your unwavering support and assistance in the past, I have prepared a few gifts for you." Upon finishing his words, the Night Star directly presented a bag of gifts to the Grand Manager. Without even glancing at it, the Grand Manager accepted the offering. Although he was skeptical about the value of the gifts, knowing they were from the Night Star, who had a promising future ahead, brought him immense joy. However, when he opened the package, he was utterly astonished, for the contents left him speechless. Inside were over 10 vials, each labeled with the name of the elixir contained within. Among them were several vials bearing the name of a known elixir, Danya, while others were unfamiliar to him, as he had never encountered or used such elixirs before. Of the more than 10 types of elixirs present, he had only ever used one, and that was but a single piece. Each vial detailed the name, grade, and quantity of the elixirs, most of which were of high yellow grade, with some being of low profound grade, and one vial even reached the medium profound grade. The Grand Manager gazed at the Night Star in disbelief and then, in a subdued tone, inquired, "Young brother Yi, where did you acquire such a substantial fortune to be so lavish? Some of these elixirs are entirely unfamiliar to me. May I ask where you procured them?" The Grand Manager did not suspect that these elixirs were counterfeit or mere embellishments from the Night Star, for there was no reason for him to resort to such deceit, nor would it benefit him in any way. Thus, in this context, the Grand Manager was convinced that the elixirs presented by the Night Star were authentic. With a calm smile, the Night Star replied, "During my recent departure from the Qingyun sword sect, I indeed experienced great gains. These items are merely a fraction of my acquisitions, presented to you in hopes of aiding your swift enhancement of cultivation and prolonging your lifespan. My offering of these elixirs is also a way to express my gratitude for the care you extended towards me during my vulnerable times." Chapter 81. The arrival beyond the Crown Prince. Upon hearing that these items were but a portion of the Night Star's gains, the Grand Manager's mind was instantly set in turmoil. If this was merely a fraction, one could only imagine the magnitude of the Night Star's total acquisitions. Even he entertained the notion of robbing Yixingchen. Should he dare to do so, the resources he could acquire might very well enable him to transcend into the true martial realm. However, the Grand Overseer of the disciples swiftly suppressed such treacherous thoughts. The audacity of Yixingchen to present these items to him indicated a lack of fear regarding any potential plunder. Should he choose to act against Yixingchen at this moment, it could very well cost him his life. The Grand Overseer managed to rein in his inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would not only suffer a loss of 1 billion, but also risk his own existence. Yixingchen was not to be trifled with. He would certainly not resort to any form of passive grievance. If the Grand Overseer dared to attack Yixingchen, the latter would not hesitate to send him to the afterlife. After engaging in conversation with the Grand Overseer for a while, Yixingchen rose and departed from the room. Meanwhile, the Grand Overseer remained in his quarters, examining the elixirs gifted to him by Yixingchen. A portion of these elixirs were foundational tonics, perfectly suited for someone of his age, while the remainder were potent concoctions designed for breaking through realms. The Grand Overseer had never encountered such elixirs before. Yet he was aware of their efficacy, as Yixingchen had thoughtfully inscribed their effects upon the vials. Selecting one elixir, the Grand Overseer consumed it and promptly settled into a meditative posture for cultivation. Remarkably, within a mere day, he achieved results that had previously eluded him over 5 days of arduous practice. The elixirs indeed proved to be remarkably effective. The Grand Overseer was confident that with continued use of these elixirs, ascending through several realms of innate ability would pose no challenge. Upon achieving such advancements, he would certainly seek to confront the Outer Sect's Grand Overseer, who had previously leveraged his connections to compel the Grand Overseer into relinquishing all his materials following a loss in a wager. The Inner Sect's Grand Overseer, who had witnessed that gambling match, had not intervened to assist the Grand Overseer of the disciples, believing it unwise to offend an elder on behalf of a mere disciple's overseer. Thus, The inner sect's Grand Overseer refrained from any actions of support, leaving the Grand Overseer of the disciples feeling quite aggrieved. He had held onto this grievance, but his current weakness rendered him voiceless within the Qingyun sword sect. Should he successfully breach the 6th layer of the postnatal realm, he would gain access to the higher echelons of the Qingyun sword sect, where few would dare to underestimate him at that point. Should he suffer further indignities, even the sect master would likely step in to assist him. However, with his present capabilities, he had yet to earn the right to summon the sect master. After departing from the Grand Overseer's chamber, Yi Xingqian returned directly to his own quarters. In this instance, Yi Xingqian has triumphantly returned home, yet he refrains from flaunting his accomplishments before the mere outer disciples, who possess only the 2nd or 3rd tiers of postnatal cultivation, as he deems such display utterly unnecessary. Yi Xingqian has never held these outer disciples in any regard. Even those who once humiliated him have long since faded from his memory. Should they refrain from infringing upon his interests or provoking him further, he will completely let bygones be bygones. However, if they dare to meddle with what belongs to him or continue to offend him, he will not hesitate to annihilate them. Yi Xingqian has remained in his chamber, awaiting news of his ascension to inner disciple status, while also anticipating updates from Xing Tianshou. Upon attaining the rank of inner disciple, he would be eligible to partake in the grand tournament of 5 sects. Additionally, he was eager to learn whether the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom had arrived at the Qingyun sword sect. As a day swiftly passed, Yi Xingqian remained oblivious to whether he had advanced to the inner disciple level, as no explicit orders had been issued from above. Nevertheless, Xing Tianshou arrived at Yi Xingqian's quarters. Yi Xingqian addressed him with a serene demeanor, inquiring, "Brother Xing, what is the current state of affairs at the Qingyun sword sect? Has the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom made his way here, and has he taken any particular interest in Yin Shizhen?" Xing Tianshou respectfully replied, "Respected alliance leader, the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom has indeed entered our Qingyun sword sect and has settled in. However, I have yet to ascertain the purpose of his visit. I believe that in the coming days, we shall uncover the reasons behind his presence." Xing Tianshou offered an analysis regarding the arrival of the crown prince, though these insights remained undisclosed to the crown prince himself. Yi Xingqian, with a calm demeanor, instructed Xing Tianshou, during this period, ensure that all information pertaining to the crown prince is thoroughly investigated. We must not allow him to endanger any of the women within our Qingyun sword sect. Initially, Yi Xingqian had intended to mention Yin Shi directly, but upon reflection, he realized that such a statement would be too conspicuous, hence he generalized it to encompass all female disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. Upon the crown prince's arrival, he was met by only 2 minor attendants. As time swiftly passed, 2 days elapsed. During this interval, a formidable postnatal 9th-tier expert served under the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom. The crown prince provocatively declared, "There is not a single powerful individual within the Qingyun sword sect. They are all but insignificant. If anyone can defeat my postnatal 9th-tier subordinate using their own postnatal 9th-tier strength, they shall be richly rewarded, an amount totaling 22,000 taels of silver." Such a sum is indeed substantial, even among the elders of the Qingyun sword sect. Consequently, the postnatal 9th-tier disciples of the sect eagerly began to challenge the crown prince. Chapter 82. Farewell to Yin Shi. The audacious proclamation made by the crown prince of Yu suggests that the individual under his command possesses considerable prowess. Despite the efforts of numerous cultivators from the Qingyun sword sect, all at the peak of the postnatal 9th layer, none have managed to best the crown prince's subordinate. The sheer pressure exerted by this subordinate overwhelms the entire Qingyun sword sect, leaving its elders on the brink of humiliation. It is indeed disgraceful that within the vast ranks of the Qingyun sword sect, no disciple has been able to defeat even a subordinate of the crown prince. Should this news circulate, the Qingyun sword sect would not only be branded with shame but also face significant challenges in recruiting future disciples. The inhabitants within the sect's jurisdiction would perceive the Qingyun sword sect as waning in strength, compelling those with greater talent to seek allegiance with other sections. Consequently, the Qingyun sword sect risks a decline in prestige, potentially falling from the ranks of the top-tier powers. Within the chamber of the crown prince of Yu, he sits across from a formidable individual, also at the postnatal 9th layer. This very person is none other than the one who has dared to challenge the entirety of the Qingyun sword sect. If the public were to learn of their equal status in this meeting, it would undoubtedly incite astonishment. The crown prince holds a prestigious position, and even those of the true martial realm can only stand alongside him as equals. The fact that a mere postnatal 9th layer individual can share such parity with him speaks volumes about his remarkable identity. The postnatal 9th layer figure addressed the crown prince with an air of nonchalance. "Your Highness, the Qingyun sword sect has indeed seen better days. I believe it is unnecessary for you to invest further effort into this sect." The crown prince replied coolly, as a top-tier expert ranked among the top 3 of the Yuan sect, it is only natural for you to dominate your peers from the Qingyun sword sect. While the Qingyun sword sect may be faltering, its older generation of powerhouses remains formidable, especially the sect master. Even within the royal family, few can truly subdue the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect. Gaining the loyalty of the sect master would significantly smooth my path to succession. The second prince possesses a comparable level of power to mine. Thus, whoever secures the support of the Qingyun sword sect will greatly enhance their chances in the struggle for the throne. Both the crown prince and the second prince are the most likely candidates for succession. In Yu, there exist 5 major sects, 3 of which maintain neutrality, while the remaining 2 support 1 prince each. The Yuan sect is the faction that formally backs the crown prince of Yu. And among the 5 major sects, they wield considerable influence. After all, the true martial experts from these 5 sects account for 15 of the entire Yu strength, a figure that the royal family cannot rival when these sects unite. The postnatal 9th layer individual responded with a calm demeanor. Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall diligently fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. Despite his dismissive remarks regarding the Qingyun sword sect's weakness, he does not dare to underestimate it in earnest. The father of the individual at the 9th layer of the post-heaven realm is a formidable being at the 2nd layer of the true martial realm from the Yuan sect. Even he dares not underestimate the Qingyun sword sect. The crown prince of the Yu kingdom remarked indifferently, my invitation for you to accompany me this time is to suppress the momentum of the Qingyun sword sect, allowing me to gain an absolute advantage in the forthcoming negotiations. Had it not been for the fact that the foremost expert at the 1st layer of the post-heaven realm from the Yuan sect is already well known to the Qingyun sword sect, I would have brought him along as well. The individual at the 9th layer of the post-heaven realm replied nonchalantly, with this group of inept disciples from the Qingyun sword sect, I alone could easily outclass them by 18 streets. Should our young sect master join us, it would simply be an undue favor to the Qingyun sword sect. The crown prince of the Yu kingdom stated, you must continue to exert pressure over all the inner disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. The individual at the 9th layer of the post-heaven realm respectfully responded, I shall obey your command. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian had once again arrived at the residence of Yin Xi. That moment. Yin Shi appeared somewhat haggard, evidently having endured numerous significant events recently. The fact that a person at the 4th stage of the innate realm could be reduced to such a state indicates the gravity of the situation. Yi Xingqian was well aware of the matter at hand, for the system's next task was to assist Yin Shi in resolving his current perplexities. Yin Shi looked at Yi Xingqian and said flatly, you have arrived. You did not collect the resources from the past 2 months. I shall provide you with 3 months' worth. At this moment, Yin Shi was visibly exhausted, so much so that he did not even notice Yi Xingqian's cultivation level nor felt any surprise. Yin Shi was known for his unwavering word. If he promised to replenish the resources for Yi Xingqian, he would indeed fulfill that promise. Over the past 3 months, he had scarcely utilized any cultivation resources to enhance his own abilities, instead saving them all for Yi Xingqian. This time, however, Yi Xingqian did not accept the resources offered by Yin Shi. Firstly, because he no longer regarded them with any importance, and secondly, because he wished to deepen his relationship with Yin Shi, to earn his trust that he could heal his mother rather than relying on the crown prince of the Yu kingdom. Yi Xingqian understood the considerable difficulty of this endeavor. In Yin Shi's eyes, the crown prince far surpassed him in terms of cultivation, status, and other aspects. Yet, he felt compelled to undertake this task. Previously, Yi Xingqian had accepted Yin Shi's resources out of necessity, as his cultivation was too weak, requiring resources to bolster his strength for self-protection. Otherwise, he would never have accepted the gifts from Yin Shi and would have instead offered his own resources to Yin Shi. Yin Shi had long since become the woman of Yi Xingqian's dreams. A woman no one could contest with him for. With an expression of indifference, Yi Xingqian addressed Yin Shi, these cultivation resources you have provided are no longer of use to me. You should exchange them for higher-tier cultivation resources for your own benefit. Yin Shi replied with a calm demeanor, these cultivation resources can still be utilized by those at the 7th or 8th layer of the post-heaven realm. How can you claim that they are of no use to you? Hurry and take this. Once I have compensated you with all the cultivation resources, we shall sever all ties, and we will no longer need to meet again. I never wish to see you again in my lifetime. Yi Xingqian gazed at Yin Shi and asked, do you truly despise me so much? Is there no chance for us to be together? Is it solely because of my humble origins that I am deemed unworthy of your companionship? After everything we have been through, I wish to treat you well, to offer you a lifetime of happiness, to love you exclusively for eternity. Can you not grant me a single opportunity? If you do, I will surely prove myself to be the one who loves you most in this world. Yin Shi replied, you have no chance left. We are fundamentally from different worlds, and I am to be married soon. If you persist in this pursuit, the consequences will be dire. so I advise you to abandon this notion post-haste. Yet, deep within, Yan Shi harbored some feelings for Yi Xingqian. After all, the former Yan Shi was akin to a blank canvas, and Yi Xingqian was the first man to leave an imprint upon it. It was impossible for Yan Shi to remain entirely unmoved. Once, she had contemplated a future with Yi Xingqian, but he had always been absent from the Qingyun sword sect, and he had never confessed his feelings. Thus, she had buried her fluttering heart deep within. Now that Yi Xingqian had declared his feelings, her heart stirred once more, yet she had already resolved to marry another man. Despite her intense aversion to him and her belief in his despicable nature, she felt compelled to marry him for her mother's sake, and she wished to spare Yi Xingqian any pain. Moreover, if that loathsome man were to discover Yi Xingqian's existence, even with the protection of the Qingyun sword sect, Yi Xingqian would not escape his assassination attempts. Why Yi Xingqian discerned the insincerity in Yan Shi's words. He said softly, "Xiao Shi, do you harbor some unavoidable troubles? If you confide in me, I will surely assist you in resolving them. Regardless of the issue, I am committed to finding a solution. This is my promise to you as a man. I will fulfill my promises, so please share your burdens with me." Yan Shi replied coolly, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Just take these cultivation resources and leave. Once I provide you with enough resources, we will have no further connection." Why Yi Xingqian's offer of help was met with skepticism from Yan Shi. The concerns regarding her mother were beyond even the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom's capabilities, merely yielding superficial remedies. What could Yi Xingqian possibly do to heal her mother? Thus, she refrained from disclosing her troubles to him. Why Yi Xingqian understood that whatever he said, Yan Shi would not believe him. He gently insisted, "Xiao Shi, regardless of the circumstances, we are still friends, are we not? Share your difficulties with me. Perhaps I truly have a means to help you." The Night Star truly yearned to convey to Yan Shi that he possessed the means to resolve the issue concerning her mother, and in a manner that addressed the root of the problem. However, he refrained from articulating this thought, for doing so would necessitate an explanation of how he had come to know such information. Once Yan Shi revealed the matter, his declaration of being able to remedy it would carry significantly greater credibility, thereby rendering it more acceptable to her. After speaking, Night Star unveiled his cultivation at the post-heaven ninth realm. Hoping that this display would foster trust in Yenexite as anticipated, Yan Shi was momentarily taken aback upon discovering Night Star's prowess. Just months prior, when he had first encountered Night Star, he had only reached the post-heaven first realm. Yet, in the span of a few months, Night Star had astonishingly ascended to the ninth realm. Even the most rapid ascenders within the Qingyun sword sect could not possibly achieve such a feat in such a brief period. Though Yan Shi felt a twinge of confusion, he chose not to inquire why Night Star had progressed so swiftly. Each individual harbored their own secrets, and thus he refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, he ultimately divulged his predicament to Night Star. The Prince of the Yu Kingdom had made his move on the very first day of his arrival at the Qingyun sword sect. Not only did the prince seek to claim Yan Shi, but he also demanded that her father pledge fealty to him. Otherwise, he would withhold the elixir necessary to save her mother. The Yu Prince, confident in his formidable power and the vast influence backing him, was untroubled by the prospect of his elixir being seized. He relied on the affection that Yan Shi and her father had for her mother to impose such stringent conditions. Moreover, he harbored no concerns that they would refuse his demands, believing himself to be the sole individual in the entire Yu Kingdom capable of saving Yan Shi's mother. He possessed but a single elixir, and even the king of Yu lacked any means or remedies to rescue her. Night Star spoke to Yan Shi with a calm assurance. "Little Shi, you need not worry about this matter. I shall take it upon myself to resolve your mother's situation. The Prince of Yu may believe he can solve it, but I assure you, I am equally capable. When it comes to elixirs, I hold considerable confidence. Oh, you know how I advanced to the post-heaven ninth realm?" Yan Shi shook her head, replying, "I do not." Night Star continued, "I was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of an exceptionally skilled master, who bestowed upon me a great earth elixir, enabling my rapid advancement. My master is a top-tier alchemist of the earth grade, and thus I am certain he can assist in concocting the elixir you require. Therefore, you need not dwell excessively on this matter, and rest assured, your mother's condition is not as dire as one might imagine. With a figure of my master's caliber intervening, resolving the issues surrounding your mother will be a mere trifle." Yan Shi genuinely believed Night Star's words. Otherwise, his swift ascent would remain inexplicable. Even with unparalleled talent, such a leap seemed implausible. Moreover, it is improbable that Yi Xingqian possesses exceptional talent, for he has cultivated at the Qingyun sword sect for many years. If he truly possessed extraordinary aptitude, it would have been recognized long ago. Why would he only shine at this moment? Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that he has encountered a significant fortuity recently. apprenticing under a top-tier Earth-level alchemist. Such an alchemist would undoubtedly be capable of addressing his mother's health issues. Even a top-tier mystic-level alchemist could achieve this. The pill in the possession of the Crown Prince of the U Kingdom is indeed crafted by a mystic-level alchemist. In the entirety of the U Kingdom, there exists no top-tier mystic-level alchemist, with only one recently having reached the advanced level of alchemy, which is why Yin Shi's father is at a loss. The Crown Prince of U, possessing a mystic-level pill, exudes such unbridled arrogance. Yin Shi, with fervor, implored Yi Xingqian, "Please ask your master to assist my mother. What price must I pay? You need only state your requirements, and I shall do everything in my power to fulfill them." At that moment, even if Yi Xingqian expressed a desire for something in return, Yin Shi would unhesitatingly acquiesce. Why Yi Xingqian, however, did not possess such base desires nor engage in opportunistic behavior. He calmly replied to Yin Shi, "You need not offer anything. I will beseech my master to save your mother. I care for you, thus your mother is akin to my own. If saving my own mother required a price, then I would not be humaned." Why Yi Xingqian's heartfelt words left Yin Shi slightly bashful. She stammered her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your kindness." Instead of uttering any overly sentimental phrases, she gazed at Yi Xingqian with her eyes. Yi Xingqian replied, "There is no need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. I will eventually win your heart, and you shall become mine." Though Yin Shi felt shy, she still inquired, "Where is your master? Can you invite him to the Qingyun sword sect soon to treat my mother?" Yi Xingqian responded with a tranquil demeanor, "My master is currently in seclusion and will likely be unable to come to the Qingyun sword sect in the near future." Upon hearing this, Yin Shi was instantly gripped by a profound sense of anxiety, as her mother's condition continued to deteriorate, and she was uncertain how much longer her mother could endure. Although Yi Xingqian could summon his master to assist, if his master remained in seclusion, his words would bear no weight. Recognizing Yin Shi's distress, Yi Xingqian gently reassured her, "Xiao Shi, there is no need to be overly anxious. Although my master is currently in seclusion, my senior brother is not far from the Qingyun sword sect. He has achieved the pinnacle of Earth-level alchemy, and he can also provide treatment for your mother's ailment. Should my senior brothers be unable to resolve the matter, I shall personally implore my master to intervene, regardless of the cost. I am resolute in my determination to save your mother." Upon hearing these words, Yin Shi was instantly filled with hope, her heart touched by the sentiments expressed by Yi Xingqian. With tears glistening like pear blossoms, Yin Shi said, "Xingqian, I cannot thank you enough. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Without you, I would have been resigned to marrying the prince of the U Kingdom." Yi Xingqian approached Yin Shi, gently embracing her as he softly reassured, "Xiao Shi, rest assured, I will never allow you to fall into the clutches of any villain. You shall forever remain my beloved. Any difficulties you encounter, I will find a way to help you overcome. Henceforth, should you face any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Do not bottle everything up within." Yin Shi responded, somewhat tremulously, "I understand." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of security in Yi Xingqian's presence. He then spoke, "Xiao Shi, I do not wish for my relationship with my master to be known to those of the Qingyun sword sect. As I hold deep feelings for them, I cannot bear the thought of being expelled from the Qingyun sword sect, nor do I wish to part from the place that nurtured me. Can you keep this secret for me, ensuring that no one else learns of it?" Yi Xingqian was reluctant to reveal this information, primarily because he did not possess such a master. If a formidable expert were to seek him out for alchemy in the future, it would complicate matters. He also wished to maintain a low profile, avoiding premature exposure of his true capabilities. Furthermore, Yi Xingqian hoped to cultivate the punishment alliance discreetly. Yin Shi, with a serious expression, replied, "You have divulged this matter to me solely for the sake of my mother. I assure you that I will never disclose it without your permission, not even to my father." "You may rest easy." Yi Xingqian said, "Very well then. Shortly, I shall summon my senior brother and introduce him to you. You can then take him to see your mother." Yin Shi inquired, "How shall I explain your disappearance and how I came to know your senior brother?" Yi Xingqian replied nonchalantly, "I sought a spiritual herb for my senior brother, which resulted in him owing me a favor. Since you have previously aided me, I am indebted to you as well. Thus, under these circumstances, I have asked my senior brother to assist in treating your mother." Yin Shi, with utmost seriousness, stated, "I understand clearly now. Please hurry and bring your senior brother in. I shall accompany him to meet my mother." Yi Xingqian simply replied, "All right," before departing from the room where Li Yinchi resided to find his senior brother. Nightstar naturally summoned the innate realm alchemist, who previously held merely an advanced level of Shin-tier alchemy. However, during the process of concocting the elixir to aid Xing Tianshou in enhancing his cultivation, his alchemical prowess experienced a significant elevation, reaching the pinnacle of Shin-tier refinement. Although it remains somewhat challenging for the innate realm Lu Bin to forge pills that surpass the advanced Xian tier, but have yet to attain the Earth tier, he has managed to accomplish this feat with considerable effort. Presently, Lu Bin, despite being merely a 5th-level innate realm cultivator, commands a presence that even a true martial realm expert would hesitate to offend upon learning of his true identity. The power amassed by a top-tier Xian tier alchemist is formidable. Should a true martial realm adept find themselves in the crosshairs of such an alchemist, the latter could easily dispatch the former with a well-crafted pill, provided the alchemist can withstand the potential assassination attempts from the true martial expert. After approximately 15 minutes, Night Star brought Lu Bin, his subordinate, directly to him. Through dedicated cultivation during this interval, Lu Bin had ascended to the 5th level of the postnatal realm. Most of the subordinates summoned by Night Star had also broken through 1 or 2 levels. These individuals, possessing considerable innate talent, had their growth stunted only due to their misdeeds that led them to the confines of the system space. Yin Shi gazed at Lu Bin with profound respect, for he was the one capable of saving his mother. In a tone filled with reverence, Yin Shi addressed Lu Bin. Master Lu, your presence here to treat my mother is immensely appreciated. Night Star had already disclosed Lu Bin's true name to Yin Xi. Lu Bin adopted an appropriate demeanor, neither overly enthusiastic nor excessively aloof. As he was to portray Night Star's senior brother, he could not afford to show too much respect towards Yin Shi. Otherwise, their true identities might come under suspicion. With a calm expression, Lu Bin replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. This is merely a trifling matter for me. I have come here to render a favor for my junior brother. As my master holds him in high regard, in the future, my junior brother will undoubtedly inherit all of my master's teachings, and I hope to be under his protection then." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Bin, Yin Shi guided him to the punishment peak of the Qingyun sword sect. Yin Shi's father was an elder in charge of the punishment within the sect. It was only natural for their family to reside there. With Yin Shi leading the way, they encountered no obstacles and arrived at the punishment peak without issue. True disciples within the Qingyun sword sect wield significant authority, and it was permissible for them to bring 2 outsiders into non-core areas of the sect. Those below the rank of true disciple were restricted to the area designated for miscellaneous duties and were prohibited from entering other regions. The true disciples and elders of the Qingyun sword sect represent the most core and powerful faction within the sect. As Yin Shi entered the pinnacle of punishment peak, the first individual to encounter her was Xing Fafeng's eldest disciple, also the esteemed protege of Yin Shi's father, Yin Dongchen, by the name of Xian Ruyun. With a demeanor of indifference, Xian Ruyun addressed Yin Shi, saying, "Young miss, what brings you to escort 2 outsiders into our punishment peak? It is well known that we seldom entertain visitors from outside. I am curious about the identities of these individuals, and I must ask, why have you brought them here? If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my abilities." Yin Shi responded with an expression of calmness, "This is of no concern to you. My decision to bring these individuals into punishment peak is my own. Attend to your own affairs." Turning to Lu Bin, she continued, "Master Lu, please accompany me." After her words, she proceeded to lead Lu Bin and the others towards the location of her mother. Xian Ruyun, feeling dismissed by Yin Shi, simmered with anger, and a flicker of malice towards Lu Bin and his companions ignited within him. Yi Xingqian, perceptive to the murderous intent in Xian Ruyun's gaze, chose to disregard it entirely. To him, Xian Ruyun was no longer worthy of consideration, nor did he regard such a person as an adversary. Typically, in the face of individuals like him, Yi Xingqian preferred to remain indifferent. Should Xian Ruyun dare to act against him, Yi Xingqian alone would be more than capable of handling the situation, for Xian Ruyun was merely a practitioner at the first level of the innate realm, a level Yi Xingqian deemed inconsequential. Before long, Yin Shi had led Lu Bin and the others to the place where her mother resided. Upon crossing the threshold, Yi Xingqian's gaze was immediately drawn to a middle-aged man seated beside a bed of cold ice, upon which lay a stunningly beautiful woman. The man exuded an aura of strength and authority, while the woman radiated allure and charm. Yi Xingqian quickly surmised that these 2 must be Yin Shi's parents. Without such exceptional genes, it would be impossible for someone as perfect as Yin Shi to exist, as anticipated. Yin Shi called out to the middle-aged man, "Father, I have returned." The man turned to glance at Yin Shi and her companions, revealing no discernible emotion. Instead, he calmly stated, "Sheer, I will never acquiesce to the demands of the crown prince of you. I will not toy with your lifelong happiness, nor will I allow you to wed someone who would bring you unhappiness. Were your mother awake, she would undoubtedly oppose such a notion as well. If the condition for your mother's awakening hinged upon your marriage to the crown prince, she would be heartbroken upon regaining consciousness. Therefore, there is no need to continue discussing this matter. I am willing to make compromises for any situation, but my daughter shall never be forced into one. Wei Xingqian felt the profound love the middle-aged man held for Yan Shi. This was the essence of a father's love for his daughter. It stirred within him memories of a father figure from a certain author's narrative on a cerulean planet. Yan Shi addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "Father, I have not come here to persuade you. I have brought a high-level alchemist to diagnose my mother's ailment." Yan Shi pointed at Lu Bin and continued, "Father, this is Master Lu Bin, a top-tier alchemist of the Xian rank. I have invited him to treat my mother's illness." Yin Dongchen, the middle-aged man, was intrigued by Yan Shi's assertion. He immediately stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of deep respect as he addressed Lu Bin. "Master Lu Bin, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion. It is indeed a great fortune for my humble wife to receive your esteemed attention." Although Yin Dongchen, a cultivator at the innate fifth realm, held little regard for such status, he knew he could not afford to offend a top-tier alchemist of the Xian rank. Moreover, he had matters of his own to request, making it even more imperative to maintain a respectful demeanor. Thus, Yin Dongchen's attitude was marked by sincerity. He accepted Yan Shi's word regarding Lu Bin's credentials without question, trusting that his daughter would not jest about such serious matters nor gamble with her mother's life. Should it turn out that Lu Bin was a charlatan merely seeking to swindle them, Yin Dongchen would ensure that he paid a heavy price for his deceit. Calm and composed, Lu Bin stated, "It was your young friend Xingqian who sought my presence here, and thus I have obliged. There is no need for further pleasantries. I will exert my utmost effort to treat your wife. So let us not delay. The sooner she is treated, the better." Yin Dongchen replied, "I am profoundly grateful, Master Lu Bin. Please, proceed." Lu Bin approached the bed of Yin Dongchen's wife and began to diligently diagnose her condition. Meanwhile, Yin Dongchen turned to Yi Xingqian and expressed, "Young friend Xingqian, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss for what to do." Yi Xingqian, with an unperturbed expression, replied, "There is no need for such formality, elder. Xiaoxi has aided me on numerous occasions. I am merely offering a modicum of support in return." Yin Dongchen interjected, "There is no need to call me elder. Given your familiarity with Xiaoxi, you may simply refer to me as uncle." Standing nearby, Yin Dongchen's eldest disciple seethed with anger. After years of devoted service to Yin Dongchen, he still addressed him as elder. Maintaining a respectful distance from Yan Shi, Yin Dongchen had never indicated any intention of betrothing his daughter to his disciple. Now, with Yi Xingqian's sudden emergence, Yin Dongchen had permitted him to call him uncle, which was intolerable for someone as proud as his disciple. Yet, in this situation, he refrained from any outward display of his discontent, burying his resentment deep within. Yi Xingqian then remarked, "Uncle, Master Lu is currently attending to Auntie's ailment. Let us refrain from conversation so as not to disturb him." Yin Dongchen agreed, "You speak wisely." After Yin Dongchen finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Lu Bin, with a grave expression, stood beside Yin Dongchen's wife, diligently attending to her ailment. A full 15 minutes elapsed before Lu Bin abandoned his diagnosis and approached Yin Dongchen. With a measured tone, he addressed him. "Your esteemed wife is afflicted by the nine nethers absolute vein. Having, during her pregnancy, practiced a method to nurture the fetus, which has adversely affected her foundation and damaged her essence. Consequently, she finds herself in this dire state. Initially, she likely experienced only a mild migraine, which subsequently escalated to a severe headache, ultimately leading to her current state of unconsciousness. As her husband, Yin Dongchen was acutely aware of the entire progression of his wife's illness, and Lu Bin's observations were remarkably accurate. However, Yin Dongchen had never heard of the nine nethers absolute vein. He only knew that during her pregnancy with their daughter, his wife had fortuitously acquired a method for nurturing the fetus, believed to greatly enhance the innate talents of the newborn. Thus, without hesitation, she began to practice this technique. It was only after her training commenced that she realized the method might not be entirely upright, for it seemed the developing child was absorbing certain elements from her own body, augmenting its innate abilities. Despite this revelation, Yin Dongchen's wife continued her practice with unwavering resolve. When Yin Shi was born, she indeed exhibited extraordinary talent, unmatched by most within the entirety of Yu Kingdom. Initially, Yin Dongchen was elated. However, as he learned more about the situation, his joy turned to concern, for his wife's afflictions had begun to manifest. He consulted numerous alchemy masters, yet none could ascertain the root cause of her condition. At first, he deemed the issue not too grave, thus he did not pursue a deeper investigation. Yet, in recent years, his wife's condition had deteriorated significantly, prompting him to increasingly prioritize her health. It was only when he sought help that he realized his standing as a practitioner of the second tier of the true martial realm afforded him little respect. The top-tier alchemists of the Xian rank disregarded him entirely, and although he managed to engage two high-level alchemists of the Xian rank, they proved to be of little assistance. These alchemists failed to identify any issues and merely depleted his resources, leaving him acutely aware of his dwindling cultivation supplies, which also adversely affected the resources he provided for his daughter's training. With utmost respect, Yin Dongchen turned to Lu Bin and inquired, "Master Lu Bin, what methods can be employed to save my wife?" At this moment, he was wholly convinced of Lu Bin's status as a top-tier alchemist of the Xian rank. Such insights were beyond the reach of any lesser practitioner. Lu Bin, with an expression of calm, replied, "There are two methods to rescue your wife. The first is to concoct a young extreme Xian gold pill, which will completely eradicate her nine nethers absolute vein. In this manner, he would be able to restore himself to a state of normalcy, albeit with the limitation of only living for another 15 years, and his cultivation in this lifetime would be unable to advance any further. If I am not mistaken, Lady Ling has already attained the consummate level of the innate realm. Should she break through once more, she would reach the true martial realm, which would grant her an extension of life by a century. Furthermore, the Yang Extreme Xian Gold Pill is a top-tier elixir of the Xian grade, having reached its pinnacle within that classification. Even if I were to personally concoct it, the success rate would not exceed 30%. Therefore, you must prepare at least 5 sets of materials for me to ensure absolute success. These elixirs I do not possess, and you will need to procure them yourself." Yin Dongchen inquired of Lu Bin, "What about the second method, master?" With a calm demeanor, Lu Bin replied, "The second method is considerably more straightforward and beneficial for Lady Ling. It merely requires engaging a novice alchemist of the Earth grade to concoct a 9-nether transformation pill of the Earth grade. Once Lady Ling consumes this pill, her 9-nether absolute veins will evolve into 9 netherine veins, thereby resolving her issues naturally. Moreover, it is possible that this Earth grade elixir could enable her to directly break through to the true martial realm, granting her a century of extended life." Upon hearing the second method, Yin Dongchen felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could not even afford the presence of a top-tier alchemist of the Xian grade, let alone one of the Earth grade. Even if he were to toil endlessly, he would still be unable to summon an Earth grade alchemist. Additionally, Earth grade spiritual herbs are not easily found. The concoction of Earth grade elixirs requires Earth grade spiritual herbs as medicinal catalysts, a fact that Yin Dongchen was acutely aware of. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Dongchen spoke, "Master Lu Bin, I am curious to know what materials you require for your alchemical endeavors. I shall spare no effort in gathering these ingredients, so please do not hesitate to inform me of your needs." Lu Bin responded with an expression of indifference, "I do not require much. My sole purpose here is to assist Yi Xingchen. Therefore, once you have prepared the materials, I shall open the furnace to assist you in refining the elixirs. And as for anything else, I shall take not a single coin. However, I do not object to your employing the first method. I still recommend that you pursue the second method to treat your wife. Although her current condition appears quite grave, she can certainly endure for another year or two, during which time you should be able to locate the 9-nether transformation pill without issue." With utmost respect, Yin Dongchen addressed Lu Bin, "Master Lu Bin, it is not that I am unwilling to consider the second method for my wife's treatment. It is simply that I lack the qualifications to engage an Earth-grade alchemist, and the materials of that grade are exceedingly difficult to procure. Hence, I am inclined to pursue the first method for her treatment." Lu Bin replied with an air of tranquility, "There is no need for you to be overly anxious. My master is an esteemed alchemist of the Earth grade. Before my arrival, Yi Xingchen had already briefed me on Lady Ling's condition, and I surmised that this would indeed be her predicament. Thus, I took the liberty to investigate the specifics regarding the Jiuyou Huayandan. The materials required for this elixir include 5-star flower, Jiuyou flower, Wanxi flower, Tiankue flower, and the 5th grade creation lotus. You must gather all these materials, and I can enlist the help of my master to concoct this potion for you, without any cost to you. Moreover, my master boasts a 100 success rate in refining low-grade Earth-level elixirs, which means you need only prepare a single set of materials. Should you feel uncertain about procuring these items, you may also prepare to seek alternatives. Either set of materials can be pursued. When one type is fully assembled, we shall proceed with the refining, and if the lady truly cannot endure any longer, we can decide on the method then." Yin Dongchen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank Master Lu Bin enough for this," which Lu Bin replied, "There is no need for thanks. If gratitude must be given, it should be directed towards Yi Xingchen. Owing to a significant favor I owe him, he has requested that I offer my utmost assistance to you, which is why I am so dedicated to helping." Why Yi Xingchen addressed Yin Dongchen, "Uncle, there is no need to be overly emotional. Our immediate priority is to locate the materials required for the elixir. Otherwise, All our efforts would be in vain, and I wonder if you possess any of these herbs, or if you know others who might." Yin Dongchen promptly responded, "Xingchen, you are absolutely correct. We must prioritize the search for the herbs. I have heard of all the materials: five-star flower, Juyo flower, Wanshi flower, Tiankue flower, and the fifth-grade creation lotus. There is a specimen of Tiankue flower in the sex treasury, and given my status, I can procure it without issue. A fifth-grade creation lotus can be found in the upcoming Lengyue realm. No matter who acquires it, I will do everything in my power to purchase that precious herb. As for the other three materials, I will exert myself to locate them all within a year. Furthermore, I will also strive to find the necessary herbs for the first method. Should the second method prove unfeasible, I will opt for the first." Yi Xingchen then said to Yin Dongchen, "Uncle, during my last venture into an ancient tomb, I fortuitously acquired the 3 herbs you were unaware of. Now that I know the whereabouts of the remaining 2, it seems this undertaking should pose no issue." Yin Dongchen gazed at Yi Xingchen in disbelief. "Xingchen, do you truly possess those 3 herbs?" Yi Xingchen replied, "How could I deceive you, esteemed uncle? When I learned of Xiaoxi's mother being afflicted by illness, I became quite anxious. After clarifying the situation, Lubin informed me of the herbs that would be required. Since then, I have diligently sought these herbs, and fortune smiled upon me as I discovered those 3 within an ancient tomb." Yin Dongchen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Xingchen, dear nephew, your assistance to our family is immensely appreciated. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I am more than willing to accommodate you to the best of my abilities. Even if it pertains to marrying my daughter, as long as she consents, I shall not stand in your way." With a deliberate approach, Yi Xingchen leaned closer to Yin Shi, speaking earnestly, "Thank you. Esteemed father-in-law, Xiaoxi and I have long harbored mutual affections. Previously, due to my circumstances, I refrained from disclosing this to you, worried that you might oppose our union. Now that you have graciously consented, I shall no longer conceal the truth." Caught off guard by Yi Xingchen's unexpected confession, Yin Shi was initially inclined to retort. However, considering all that Yi Xingchen had done for him, he felt it would be inhumane to respond harshly at this juncture. Moreover, within Yin Shi's heart, there lingered a modicum of sentiment for Yi Xingchen, as he was indeed the first man to have seen him in his entirety. Yin Dongchen observed his daughter's silence and began to spiral into thoughts, pondering when his daughter had become involved with this insufferable young man. A revelation that had eluded him until now. It seemed he had been somewhat remiss in his duties as a father, and he resolved to reflect deeply on his shortcomings. With an impassive expression, Yin Dongchen addressed Yi Xingchen. "Son-in-law, we are now practically family, so I shall speak candidly. There is no need for excessive gratitude. I harbor no objections to your relationship with my daughter. Should you choose to marry another in the future, I shall likewise not oppose that. However, if you dare to mistreat my daughter, I shall go to great lengths to ensure your demise." In this realm of chivalry, having multiple wives is a commonplace occurrence, and no family would demand that a man take only one spouse. The utmost they would do is caution him to treat their daughter well. Otherwise, retribution would surely follow. Yi Xingchen promptly reassured, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to Xiaoxi." Chapter 87. Brother, sibling. Yi Xingchen turned to Lu Bin. "Master Lu, I wonder if you have any time available in the near future. If you are unoccupied, I would like to extend an invitation for you to reside at our Qingyun sword sect." Upon hearing this, Yin Dongchen felt a twinge of discomfort. A top-tier alchemist naturally carried the pride befitting their status. Although Yi Xingchen had rendered some minor favors to Lu Bin, it did not grant him the liberty to show disrespect. Yin Dongchen immediately reprimanded Yi Xingchen. "Xingchen, Master Lu is not someone we can command. If he wishes to stay with us at the Qingyun sword sect, that would be splendid. However, if he declines, we cannot force him to remain. Apologize to the master at once." At this moment, Yin Dongchen had already regarded Yi Xingchen as family, thus adopting a tone of a senior in his admonishment. Yi Xingchen comprehended the situation and responded, "Master Lu, I was disrespectful just now. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." At this moment, Lu Bin naturally could not afford to betray his composure. With an expression of calm detachment, he stated, "Young friend Xingchen, you jest. Your assistance to me and my master has been monumental. It is only fitting that I repay you. Since you have graciously permitted my stay, I shall reside in the Qingyun sword sect. After all, I currently have nowhere else to go and no pressing matters to attend to." Yi Xingchen responded, "That would indeed be a great inconvenience for the master. I shall promptly have my father-in-law arrange accommodations for you." Yin Dongchen immediately understood the situation and instructed his disciples to provide lodging for Lu Bin. The disciple tasked with this duty was Yin Dongchen's eldest apprentice, who at this point had relinquished any sense of arrogance, fully aware that Lu Bin was a pinnacle alchemist of the Shen tier. Instead of contemplating any mischief, he was preoccupied with ways to curry favor with Lu Bin. Should he dare to provoke a master alchemist of such caliber, it would not require the master's intervention. The loyal followers of a Shin-tier alchemist would swiftly dismantle him. Furthermore, Lu Bin was accompanied by a D-tier alchemist, and even a formidable master would think twice before crossing a practitioner of that rank. Yin Dongchen's eldest disciple dutifully went about arranging accommodations for Lu Bin, contemplating that if he could ingratiate himself with such a distinguished alchemist, his own status would rise exponentially. Were it not for the favor bestowed upon Yi Xingchen by this Shin-tier master, he would not even be worthy of standing alongside Yin Dongchen, let alone aspire to marry his daughter. The disciple also harbored aspirations of elevating his own position, though he remained oblivious to the futility of his efforts. After Lu Bin departed, Yin Dongchen summoned Yi Xingchen and his daughter to a private room. With a measured tone, he inquired, "Xingchen, when did you first become acquainted with my daughter?" Yi Xingchen replied, "Esteemed father-in-law, I have known Xi'er for several months now. Our hearts have intertwined for 3. However, as I was merely a lowly servant disciple without any notable background, I hesitated to express my feelings to you." Hearing this, She could no longer suppress her discomfort, yet she found herself unable to counter his words. Instead, she discreetly pinched Yi Xingchen at the waist. Instantly, he felt a sharp pang, but he maintained a facade of calmness. Choosing not to react, as a formidable practitioner of the true martial realm, Yin Dongchen easily perceived this minor exchange, yet he opted not to comment on it. "Xingchen," he continued, "we are not a family of noble lineage. As long as you and Xi'er share mutual affection, I shall not stand in your way. However, I must caution you. Many have set their sights on my daughter, and countless suitors wish to win her hand. Should you pursue a relationship with Xi'er, be prepared to face challenges from these contenders, who may resort to underhanded tactics or even assassination. Are you afraid of such prospects?" Under the solemn gaze of Yi Xingchen, he declared, "I harbor no fear. For the sake of my beloved Xiao Shi, I fear nothing. Should anyone dare to trouble me, they shall swiftly learn that I am not one to be trifled with. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to safeguard Xiao Shi from even the slightest harm." Yin Dongchen responded, "Since you have spoken thus, I shall place my trust in you. You need not depart just yet. Let us partake in a family feast together shortly." Before long, Yin Dongchen, Yi Xingchen, and Yin Shi found themselves seated at the same table, their meal commencing. The camaraderie between Yi Xingchen and Yin Dongchen blossomed as they imbibed wine and engaged in lively conversation, while Yin Shi silently seethed with indignation. Why Yi Xingchen's unexpected maneuver had taken him completely off guard. Yin Shi even speculated that Yi Xingchen's reluctance to disclose his relationship with Lu Bin was part of a larger scheme. Nevertheless, Yin Shi kept his thoughts to himself, for he still relied on Yi Xingchen to rescue his mother. Moreover, he bore no ill will towards Yi Xingchen, and even felt a flicker of goodwill towards him. Thus, he accepted the current state of affairs in silence. As the evening progressed, the two men grew increasingly intoxicated, their spirits lifted with each sip. By the end, Yi Xingchen had thrown an arm around Yin Dongchen's shoulders, affectionately calling him brother, while Yin Dongchen reciprocated with an embrace, referring to Yi Xingchen as little brother. Yin Shi watched in bewilderment. It was his first encounter with his father's uncharacteristically jovial demeanor. Typically, his father exuded an air of formidable authority, especially given the stern nature of his role as the enforcer of the Qingyun sword sect, coupled with the somber disposition of his wife. Consequently, Yin Shi seldom witnessed his father display genuine happiness. Today, however, his father was evidently in high spirits, celebrating the fortunate union of his daughter with a suitable match, along with newfound hope for his wife's illness. The wine had further fueled his elation, revealing a side rarely seen. Ultimately, Yin Shi chose to disengage from the revelry, returning to his mother's side to provide care, while Yin Dongchen and Yi Xingchen succumbed to slumber upon the cold stone table. Chapter 88. In action the following day, Yin Dongchen awoke before Yi Xingchen. He ordered that Yi Xingchen be carried into his room to rest, as a formidable practitioner of the true one martial realm. Yin Dongchen's constitution far surpassed that of Yi Xingchen, who was merely at the acquired stage. Even with the aid of his system, Yi Xingchen could not match Yin Dongchen's resilience, hence the latter was the first to awaken. When Yi Xingchen finally stirred, it was already midday on the second day, and Yin Shi sat beside him. With a piercing gaze, Yin Shi inquired, "Yi Xingchen, do you have any idea what you did last night? Do you wish for your own demise?" Yi Xingchen, utterly perplexed, replied, "What did I do? I seem to recall merely drinking some wine. I didn't engage in anything else. I would not dare to lay a hand on you. Given my inebriated state, I should be utterly unconscious, so how could I possibly touch you? Surely, you do not intend to slander me, Or are you hoping to place the burden of responsibility upon my shoulders? If it is merely your desire for me to take responsibility, then you ought to state plainly that I shall be accountable for you for all eternity." In a swift motion, Yanxi struck Yi Xingqian with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Yi Xingqian, may you meet your demise. Should you continue to take advantage of me, I shall ensure that you learn the reason why flowers bloom are eight." As Yanxi's hand came towards him, Yi Xingqian embraced him with a flourish, gazing deeply into his eyes and declaring, "Our union is bound by the decree of our parents and the arrangements of a matchmaker. Thus, you are now irrevocably my woman. Your father has consented, and should you strike me, it would be akin to the murder of your own husband, a grievous crime indeed." Yanxi retorted, "Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. My father was present yesterday, which is why I remained silent. If you believe that such antics will win my affections, you are naively mistaken. Moreover, after your debauchery last night, you dared to call my father brother. What is the meaning of this?" Yi Xingqian, scratching his head, replied, "Is that truly the case? I was entirely unaware." Yanxi shot back, in such a drunken stupor, "How could you possibly be aware? Let me advise you to behave yourself, lest I take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Do not presume that having reached the 9th layer of the postnatal realm makes you formidable. If you continue in this manner, I shall ensure you understand the true power of a pre-celestial expert, and the vast chasm that exists between the postnatal and pre-celestial realms." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian fell silent. Though he could contend with ordinary pre-celestial practitioners, he felt a sense of trepidation when faced with a genius-level pre-celestial expert like Yanxi. The thought of engaging him further was daunting, for Yanxi was among the strongest of pre-celestial beings. While Yanxi would not unleash his full might upon Yi Xingqian, should he find himself easily subdued now, any future union with Yanxi would render him incapable of asserting his authority as a husband. Noticing Yi Xingqian's silence, Yanxi returned to her usual composed demeanor and addressed him. "The spiritual herbs your senior brother desires are exceedingly rare. If my father cannot procure them, what shall we do? Could you possibly assist him?" The ease with which Yi Xingqian produced 3 types of spiritual herbs indicated his proficiency in this area, prompting Yanxi to seek his help. Initially, she had intended to converse with Yi Xingqian calmly, yet his presence had provoked her ire, resulting in her stern demeanor and tone. Although Yi Xingqian had intended to tease Yanxi, he reconsidered, recognizing that her current mood was far from pleasant, and thus abandoned any thoughts of jesting with her. In a serious tone, Yi Xingqian remarked, "Yanxi, rest assured, I have a clear understanding of the locations where the spiritual herbs can be found. Among the 4 auxiliary medicinal materials, I have nearly obtained all of them. As for the remaining and most precious herb, I am already aware of its whereabouts. Within the realm of Langyue, I shall exert every effort to bring this herb back to you. Your mother is akin to my own, and I will treat this matter with utmost gravity. Even if, in the end, I do not acquire the spiritual herbs from Langyue, I will implore my master to assist in procuring this herb." Yanxi gazed at Yi Xingqian with deep emotion, rendered momentarily speechless. Why Yi Xingqian's kindness was overwhelming, offered without the slightest expectation of recompense. His concern was meticulous and thoughtful, stirring within Yanxi a profound impulse to dedicate himself entirely to Yi Xingqian. Nevertheless, he ultimately steadied his resolve and addressed Yi Xingqian earnestly. "I am immensely grateful for your efforts. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to ask. Should it be within my power, I shall not refuse." Yi Xingqian, with a mischievous grin, looked at Yanxi and teased, "Are you truly certain? If so, I may have some demands. My requests are rather stringent. If you cannot comply, it would be wise not to speak to me in such a manner." Observing Yi Xingqian's playful demeanor, Yanxi felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he had unwavering faith in Yi Xingqian's character, convinced that Yi Xingqian would not impose unreasonable demands upon him. Yanxi believed wholeheartedly that Yi Xingqian was a man of integrity. Otherwise, he would have already seized the opportunity to claim him. "Speak freely. I shall fulfill any request I can," Yanxi declared. Yi Xingqian, adopting a serious expression, replied, "Since you have stated this, if I were to refrain from making any requests, I would hardly be acting like a man." Upon hearing this, Yanxi felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Had he unwittingly led himself into a predicament? Originally, Yi Xingqian had no demands, so why had he prompted him to make requests? Even a sage would experience significant inner turmoil when confronted with such statements, let alone Yi Xingqian, who was merely an ordinary individual at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. However, the words had been spoken, and there was no retracting them now. If this matter caused Yi Xingqian to act with less dedication, he would feel as though he had failed his mother. Resolutely, Yanxi declared, "State your requests, and I shall honor them all." Chapter 89. The anxious Grand Steward Yi Xingqian rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face. "You said it yourself. Thus, I shall make my requests without reservation. Though I do not wish to impose, since you insist, I cannot refuse. Therefore, I shall present 2 demands. Otherwise, I would feel quite shortchanged. At that moment, Yanxi truly felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp slap to Yi Xingchen, who was being utterly insufferable. It was one thing to make demands, but now he was audaciously teasing her. He had already resolved to offer himself entirely, yet Yi Xingchen's provocations stirred a sense of shame within him. Yanxi tightly shut his eyes, striving to ignore Yi Xingchen's words. Yi Xingchen deliberately leaned closer to Yanxi and whispered, "Little Shishi, I have completely decided what I want you to do. I only require you to accomplish 2 tasks, and if you complete both, I will wholeheartedly assist you. The first task is to give me a kiss. With someone as handsome as I am, a kiss from you would be quite a bargain for you, so, in truth, you would be the one gaining a great deal. Wouldn't you agree?" Yanxi was genuinely tempted to kick Yi Xingchen far away, yet he found himself unable to act on that impulse. Despite his utter reluctance to fulfill such requests, he felt he had no choice but to lean in and kiss Yi Xingchen. Instead of merely pecking Yi Xingchen's cheek, he directly pressed his lips against Yi Xingchen's mouth, leaving Yi Xingchen momentarily stunned. Yi Xingchen's intention was merely to tease Yanxi. He had no desire to take things further. Even if he wished to pursue Yanxi, it would be proper to do so only after winning her affection. When Yanxi unexpectedly kissed him, Yi Xingchen was left in a state of bewilderment and shock. The thought of Yanxi's mother's situation clarified for him why Yanxi had acted as she did. For the sake of her mother, Yanxi had humbled herself before the crown prince of Yu, not to mention the trivial act of a kiss. Understanding Yanxi's feelings, Yi Xingchen decided against continuing his teasing, as he genuinely did not wish for her to be hurt. With utmost sincerity, he said, "Yanxi, I apologize for what I just asked of you. I will no longer impose any demands upon you. I truly care for you, and your concerns are now my own. I will do everything in my power to assist your mother. If I show even the slightest negligence or fail to do my utmost, may I be struck down by lightning." Yanxi replied, "You need not go to such lengths. For my mother, I am willing to do anything. If you have another request, please voice it. I will ensure I fulfill it. I also hope you will keep your promises to me, for if you fail, I shall harbor resentment towards you for a lifetime." Yi Xingchen assured her, "I will certainly uphold my commitments. Since you are to promise me something as well, I shall save that request for another time." Yanxi agreed, and then she swiftly exited Yi Xingchen's room. Once she had left, Yi Xingchen began to savor the kiss, which had been incredibly exhilarating and beautiful. It was his first kiss since arriving in this world, and naturally, it left him even more excited. In his previous life as the most formidable special forces soldier of the Huaxia Empire, Yi Xingchen could hardly be considered a mere old bachelor. He had always possessed a certain affinity for women, regardless of whether they were of the paid variety. However, after traversing into this new world, apart from a brief interaction with Yanxi at the outset, Yi Xingchen found himself devoid of any further encounters with enchanting women. His thoughts on such matters had diminished entirely. His sole focus now lay on survival rather than indulging in frivolous distractions. Having established a preliminary foothold in this land of chivalry, Yi Xingchen felt he had finally earned the right to entertain such trifles. Yet, whether or not he chose to pursue these thoughts remained a personal decision. He was no longer a man of superficial desires. The experience of reincarnation had imparted a profound transformation upon his soul, rendering him indifferent to those who required financial compensation for companionship. What he yearned for now was a partner whose spirit and body could harmoniously intertwine. A mere physical connection held no allure for him. After Yanxi's departure, Yi Xingchen exited Yin Dongchen's chamber. He could not remain indefinitely at the punishment peak, for he had his own matters to attend to. Initially, he intended to bid farewell to Yin Dongchen before taking his leave. Unfortunately, he learned that Yin Dongchen had gone to attend a crucial high-level meeting, leaving Yi Xingchen unable to meet him at that moment. Since an audience was not forthcoming, he decided against lingering any longer. Should he wish to meet again at the Qingyun sword sect, it would pose no difficulty. Thus, after leaving a message, he set off to attend to his own affairs, the most pressing of which was to secure his entry into the inner sect. Only then would he be qualified to participate in the 5 sects competition and earn a chance to enter the realm of Langyue, where he sought a coveted spiritual herb. Upon returning to his quarters, Yi Xingchen discovered that the chief steward of the miscellaneous disciples had been awaiting him. With a measured tone, he addressed the steward, "Have you resolved the matters I entrusted to you? Even if they are settled, a simple notification would suffice. There was no need for you to come personally. It appears you have been waiting quite some time." Observing the tea on the table, which had long since steeped, he discerned the steward's anxious demeanor, wondering what could possibly warrant such urgency. Yi Xingchen believed there were no pressing issues within the Qingyun sword sect, nor did the chief steward appear to have any particular concerns. Yet, he refrained from indulging in baseless speculation, as he was aware that the steward would soon elucidate the full context of the situation. Chapter 90. Meeting Elder Xing, the chief steward of the miscellaneous disciples, as Night Star had anticipated, promptly conveyed his urgent matter to Night Star. The steward addressed him, saying, "Young brother Xingchen, have you perhaps offended Elder Xingqianshu in Qingyun County? It is rather unusual for the elder to summon you. Given your current standing, you should not have had any direct dealings with him. Surely, you have not genuinely crossed him. If you have, when you meet him, it would be wise to acknowledge your mistake. Elder Xing is known to be quite reasonable. Unless you have truly trespassed his boundaries, he poses no threat to you." Upon hearing this, Night Star quickly grasped the situation. Elder Xingqianshu had sent the steward to summon him, not wishing to divulge their connection, and this was also in accordance with Night Star's instructions. Hence, Elder Xing's attitude remained ambiguous. Under these circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for the steward to assume that Elder Xing was seeking trouble with Night Star. However, Night Star refrained from offering any explanations and calmly replied to the steward, "Rest assured, Chief Steward, I have not offended Elder Xing in Qingyun County. Rather, I assisted him with a matter. Therefore, he is likely preparing to support me, which is indeed a positive development, so there is no need for concern." The chief steward believed Night Star's words, responding, "That is indeed encouraging news. With your current talents, you are certainly capable of advancing to the true martial realm. However, until you achieve that elevation, you will require a protective shield. Outside, the Qingyun sword sect will serve as your safeguard. Yet, within the sect, you must also select a shield for your protection. Choosing me as your protector would not be of much significance. Elder Xing, although he holds the lowest position among the elders, remains an excellent choice. Regardless of status, an elder is still an elder. A true martial realm expert is a true martial realm expert. Should he choose to offer you his protection, no one within the sect would dare to trouble you." Night Star replied coolly, "I understand. Chief Steward, I am curious about the matter I entrusted you with. How has it progressed? When will I officially become an inner disciple of the Qingyun sword sect?" The chief steward responded nonchalantly, "I have already taken care of that matter. You are now an inner disciple of the Qingyun sword sect." Night Star was taken aback, exclaiming, "So soon? Shouldn't there be numerous procedures involved? It typically takes at least 2 weeks. Has it truly been completed in just 2 or 3 days? Chief Steward, your efficiency is remarkable." The chief steward replied calmly, "The swift success of this matter is primarily not due to my efforts. In the twilight of the evening, Yi Xingchen inquired, "To whom does the primary credit belong? Please inform me, Chief Steward, and I shall express my gratitude accordingly." The chief steward of the miscellaneous disciples replied nonchalantly, "If gratitude is to be bestowed, it ought to be directed towards yourself. Oh, you not recall the chief steward of the inner sect?" Yi Xingchen responded with a calm demeanor, "Indeed, I remember well. The chief steward of the inner sect is the sole true martial realm expert among us in the Qingyun sword sect, distinguished from the elders. He oversees all matters pertaining to the inner sect, and once I enter, I shall be under his jurisdiction. However, what relevance does this matter hold for him?" The chief steward of the miscellaneous disciples stated plainly, "Your admission into the inner sect has been granted by the chief steward's special permission. Thus you need not undertake any formalities and may report directly to the inner sect. The reason he remembers you is due to your remarkable breakthrough within the formation last time, which was unparalleled, and now, with your swift advancement to the 9th layer of the acquired realm, it is evident that the chief steward holds you in high regard. Provided you perform commendably within the inner sect, your future prospects are boundless. With Elder 8 and the chief steward of the inner sect as your backing, you could nearly traverse the Qingyun sword sect with ease. I must take my leave now. You should hasten to meet Elder 8. I have already awaited your arrival for nearly half a day. Do not keep Elder 8 waiting too long, for it may leave an unfavorable impression, which would be detrimental to your future." Having completed his remarks, the chief steward departed from Yi Xingchen's quarters. Yi Xingchen did not linger any longer in his room, but proceeded directly to the peak where Elder 8 resided. In a short while, he arrived outside Elder 8's mountain peak. Given Elder 8's prolonged absence from the Qingyun sword sect, his mountain peak was nearly devoid of inhabitants. Furthermore, among the elders, Elder 8 held the lowest status, and consequently, his peak was the smallest, as Elder 8 seldom resided here. The place lacked any maintenance or servants. Upon arriving, Yi Xingchen effortlessly entered the interior of the mountain. At that moment, Xing Tianshou was seated upon his stone bench, savoring his leisure. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen joined him on the stone bench and remarked lightly, "Brother Xing, your life here appears exceedingly pleasant. Returning to the sect has afforded you such favorable treatment. Were it me, I would have no desire to return to that place in Qingyun County." Xing Tianshou replied, "What pleasure is there in this? If given a choice, I would truly prefer to remain in Qingyun County for eternity. Free from the constraints and oversight of others, I could pursue my desires without anyone to govern me or circumstances to sway me. However, returning to the sect alters that dynamic, as there are many matters to manage within the sect. Furthermore, one may encounter individuals or situations that bring displeasure, thus inevitably worsening one's mood under such circumstances. Yi Xingchen remarked, "Brother Xing, there is no need to harbor so many worries. If you can find a bit of joy, all troubles will eventually fade away. I wonder what brings you to seek me this time." In Chapter 91, Fang Changsheng, Xing Tianshou, with utmost seriousness, addressed Yi Xingchen, saying, "Little Yi, have you heard? The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom has arrived at our Qingyun sword sect." Yi Xingchen had previously instructed Xing Tianshou to refrain from disclosing his identity as the leader of the alliance within the Qingyun sword sect. Hence, Xing Tianshou referred to him as Little Yi. Yi Xingchen, maintaining an expression of calm indifference, replied, "This matter is common knowledge within the Qingyun sword sect. Although I have been quite occupied lately, I am still aware of it. I wonder if your summons is related to this event." Xing Tianshou continued, "The Crown Prince of Yu has brought along a formidable individual at the 9th level of postnatal awakening, whose strength is exceedingly potent. This person single-handedly suppresses all of our sect's 9th level postnatal practitioners, rendering them incapable of overcoming him. The Crown Prince has even issued a challenge, proclaiming that should any of our 9th level practitioners succeed in defeating this individual, he would bestow a reward of 100,000 taels of gold to celebrate Qingyun sword sect. While 100,000 taels of gold may not hold much significance for us, the matter of face is of utmost importance. The Qingyun sword sect has been established for several centuries. If we cannot even subdue a challenger, our reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Do you understand my meaning, Little Yi?" Yi Xingchen, composed as ever, replied, "I grasp your intent. Brother Xing, you wish for me to take action and teach that impertinent fellow a lesson. Correct? Regardless, I am indeed a part of the Qingyun sword sect, and thus it is my duty to undertake this task. However, it is imperative to clarify that should I emerge victorious, the 100,000 taels of gold shall rightfully belong to me. Brother Xing, you are aware that our punishment alliance is currently in a phase of cautious development, and we have considerable demands for financial infusion. Therefore, I shall not hesitate to claim that sum. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter." Xing Tianshou responded, "Certainly, there is no issue in that regard. After all, I too am a member of the punishment alliance. I must contribute to its development. And indeed, that 100,000 taels of gold rightfully belongs to you, Little Yi. If the Qingyun sword sect can preserve its dignity in this instance, that would be a significant achievement." Xing Tianshou had never contemplated the possibility of Yi Xingchen failing in this competition. After all, Yi Xingchen was capable of contending with formidable beings of the innate realm. Although the opponent was exceptionally powerful, they could at most rival a half-step innate level warrior. Even if there were some hidden strengths, they could not be concealed extensively. Those capable practitioners of the true martial realm had observed the matches of that individual, allowing them to discern the true essence of the 9th level postnatal warrior. Yi Xingchen remarked, "Then there is no issue at all. Theo dare to act so brazenly in our Qingyun sword sect. Such a person will surely find themselves at the receiving end of my wrath. I shall not hesitate to break a leg or two. Brother Xing, when shall we teach that individual a lesson? I have been stifled for far too long. How dare the people of the Yu dynasty come here to our Qingyun sword sect and act with such impunity? I must make them understand why the flowers bloom so red." Xing Tianshou replied, "There is no need to wait. Let us go today and give him a proper lesson. He has set up a challenge on our Qingyun sword sect's martial arts platform, and he guards it daily from noon until 2 in the afternoon. The timing is perfect for us to pay him a visit." Yi Xingchen agreed, "Very well, let us proceed at once." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Xingchen was led by Xing Tianshou to the martial arena of the Qingyun sword sect at that moment. The higher-ups of the sect had nearly all gathered there, alongside the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom and his 2 true martial guardians. As the heir apparent of the Yu Kingdom, the Crown Prince's position, while not entirely secure within his realm, nonetheless warranted the presence of 2 formidable true martial protectors. At that instant, 2 young men were engaged in a fierce battle upon the martial platform. One of them, Yi Xingchen recognized as the foremost disciple of the inner sect, while the other remained a stranger to him. Yi Xingchen was acquainted with the first disciple due to a previous encounter at a grand gathering of the Qingyun sword sect. The first disciple had recently returned from a quest to seek a breakthrough beyond the innate realm, having just arrived back the day prior. Upon his return, he learned that their sect was being challenged by a mere postnatal 9th realm youth, who had managed to defeat a significant number of inner sect disciples, thereby diminishing the sect's prestige considerably. Unable to tolerate such indignity, the first disciple promptly issued a challenge to the individual brought forth by the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom. The challenge posed by the first disciple against the Crown Prince's champion was indeed a momentous event for the Qingyun sword sect. As this situation was unfolding, the higher-ups of the sect had swiftly gathered, and the Crown Prince had also arrived with his entourage. The Crown Prince calmly addressed the sect leader, Feng Chongsheng, Master Feng. Who do you believe has the upper hand in the duel taking place on the platform? Feng Chongsheng responded, at present, the combatants are entangled in a fierce contest, neither having gained a definitive advantage, and neither has yet revealed their ultimate techniques. Each individual possesses one or two lethal moves, and the moment they choose to employ them could very well turn the tide of battle. Therefore, I shall refrain from making a definitive judgment for now. Both are remarkably skilled. The leader of the Qingyun sword sect, Feng Chongsheng, is, by nature, a rather conservative individual. As the head of the sect, he naturally desires for his foremost inner disciple to emerge victorious. However, he cannot openly express this sentiment. Should he reveal his hopes and his disciple ultimately fail, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Moreover, such a revelation would undermine his authority as the sect leader, which is why he resorts to ambiguous statements. After all, he refrains from declaring a clear victor, merely asserting that both contenders have a fair chance of success. Consequently, regardless of which individual claims victory, his words would remain unassailable, lending him an air of a seasoned master. In Chapter 92, the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom spoke in a calm manner. I firmly believe that my side will undoubtedly achieve ultimate victory. His tone was remarkably composed. After all, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect is one of the few formidable figures in the Yu Kingdom. To be overly confrontational would be decidedly unwise. The Crown Prince was cautious not to offend the sect leader too gravely, yet he could not afford to appear weak in an effort to assert his dominance over Qingyun sword sect. At this juncture, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect could not afford to show any sign of weakness either. He replied with an expression of equanimity, "Your Highness seems to be overly confident." The Crown Prince, maintaining his composure, suggested, "Since you harbor doubts, let us engage in a wager. If I lose, I shall offer Qingyun sword sect 100,000 taels of gold. If I win, I expect the same from you." 100,000 taels of gold constitutes a considerable sum, and both the Crown Prince and the Qingyun sword sect would find it challenging to part with such an amount without significant repercussions. The leader of the Qingyun sword sect found himself in a precarious position. He could hardly refuse the gamble without losing face. Confident in the abilities of his top inner disciple, he steeled himself and replied with remarkable composure, "Since your Highness wishes to wager, Qingyun sword sect will accept your challenge. Should our disciple falter, we shall pay you 100,000 taels of gold. Conversely, should your champion fail, we request the same from you." The Crown Prince hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of uncertainty in response to the sect leader's unwavering demeanor. A defeat in this contest could significantly hinder his forthcoming plans, yet to withdraw from the wager would be an undeniable loss of face. However, bolstered by the steadfast assurances of his followers, his confidence surged anew. "Very well, I accept this wager," he declared. With the terms of the wager established, the combat atop the arena intensified dramatically. The foremost disciple of the Qingyun sword sect and his opponent had fully unleashed their true prowess. Aside from their ultimate techniques, both had virtually exhausted all other moves in their arsenal. Observing his prolonged struggle without triumph, the Qingyun sword sect's top disciple began to gather his strength for a decisive strike. As the opposing party witnessed the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, a talented individual from Inner Mongolia, accumulating his ultimate move, he too, unwilling to be outdone, began to conjure his own formidable technique. The outcome of their fierce duel was poised to be determined with the next strike, as both combatants unleashed their ultimate abilities simultaneously, resulting in a spectacular collision. Amidst the ensuing clouds of dust, it became apparent that the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sword sect had been forcefully knocked off the stage, while his opponent had merely retreated a few steps to the edge of the platform, remaining within the arena. The victor was unmistakably clear. It was evident that the Prince of the Yu Kingdom had triumphed. Although the Qingyun sword sect was deeply aggrieved, they chose to conceal their displeasure, promptly sending individuals to assist their leading disciple back to his feet. Both parties, comprised of individuals at the 9th level of the acquired realm, had sustained only minimal injuries, merely fatigued from the exertion of battle. The Prince of the Yu Kingdom likewise summoned his own attendant to assist his companion. Addressing the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect with an air of calm detachment, the Yu Kingdom's prince remarked, "Sect master, does this not imply that we have won the wager?" The sect master, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Indeed, you have emerged victorious in this bet, and I shall ensure that the wagered stakes are delivered to your representatives." The sect master found himself in a difficult position. As the saying goes, One may lose individuals, but not the battle. Under such circumstances, it was evident that he could not renege on his promise. The Prince of the Yu Kingdom continued, Sect Master, the competition for the throne in my kingdom has become increasingly fierce. Although I currently possess the most legitimate claim to succession, there are now individuals who pose a threat to my standing. I hope that during this contest for the throne, the Qingyun Sword Sect might stand by my side in support. Should you consent to this request, I would be willing to forego the 100,000 taels of gold. I believe that this sum would be better utilized for the development of the Qingyun Sword Sect. What say you, Sect Master? The Sect Master responded evenly, as for the 100,000 taels of gold, I shall honor my commitment and see it through. However, I believe there is no necessity for the Qingyun Sword Sect to take sides in the struggle for the throne. We have never aligned ourselves with any contender in such matters, and regardless of who ultimately ascends, the Qingyun Sword Sect will extend our full support. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Your Highness has the greatest likelihood of securing the position. Thus, it seems unnecessary for you to seek our allegiance. The Qingyun Sword Sect will maintain a neutral stance in all situations, and we shall never become adversaries of Your Highness, so there is no need for any further machinations on your part. The Sect Master's refusal to recognize the gravity of the situation ignited a furious blaze within the Yu Kingdom's prince. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his burgeoning wrath, responding in a measured tone. Since you, Sect Master of the Qingyun Sword Sect, have stated it so, I have no further remarks to make. Please ensure that the 100,000 taels of gold are delivered to my encampment, and I have one more matter to discuss with you. The Master of the Qingyun Sword Sect spoke with an expression of calm indifference. Your Highness, please go on. The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom replied, Sect Master, I intend to recruit a substantial number of individuals within the Qingyun Sword Sect to serve my interests. I hope that, should they agree, the Sect Master will not make things difficult for them. They are both members of the Qingyun Sword Sect and may also serve my princely court. This should pose no issue. Correct? The Master of the Qingyun Sword Sect replied with a placid demeanor. There is indeed no problem with that. The restrictions I impose on my disciples have always been rather lenient. The Yu dynasty, after all, is our Qingyun Sword Sect's celestial ally, so recruiting individuals from our sect is certainly permissible. Furthermore, many of our members have already entered the court to serve it, and I would never prohibit that. Therefore, should they agree, Your Highness may take them away without seeking my consent. I shall not expel them from the Qingyun Sword Sect. Chapter 93. Provocation. The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom remarked, Since the Sect Master has said so, I have nothing further to add. The left elder, who was accompanying them, expressed hope that the Sect Master would not have a change of heart regarding today's discussion. The Master of the Qingyun Sword Sect replied with unwavering calm, What I have said, I shall not retract. Just as the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom was about to depart, Xing Tianqiu arrived at the high platform with Yu Xingqian. Xing Tianqiu addressed the departing Crown Prince, Your Highness, why the haste? Since the arena has been established today, should we not wait until the challengers have concluded before we cease? Yu Xingqian interjected, I, Yu Xingqian, an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, wish to challenge one of Your Highness's subordinates. I wonder if Your Highness would permit it. The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, maintaining his composure, responded, What is there to forbid? Do you think that someone who has yet to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of postnatal realm could defeat my subordinates? Or do you believe that my men are currently too exhausted to handle you? Yu Xingqian replied with an expression of tranquility. I certainly do not think that way. The Qingyun Sword Sect possesses its own integrity. If your subordinate is too drained, I can wait for him to recover before we engage. I have never been one to take advantage of others' misfortunes, nor do I appreciate being accused of doing so. The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, still composed, stated, Your inner disciple has already failed. Do you believe you possess the capability to challenge my subordinates? If you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall have my men all choose you. After issuing his command, the Crown Prince instructed his subordinate to quickly restore his strength, providing him with 2 precious Xin-level medicinal pills. Although such pills are exceedingly rare, for a person of the Crown Prince's stature, they hold little value. The Night Star addressed the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, saying, Your Highness, what you have spoken of regarding victory is indeed true. Your subordinates stand to gain 100,000 taels of gold. Is it correct to assert that if I vanquish this individual under your command, I shall also receive the same sum? The Crown Prince of Yu, with a hint of disdain, retorted, Do you truly believe you possess the capability to triumph over my formidable general? To speak frankly, should you manage to defeat this strong warrior in my service, you will indeed be rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold. The Crown Prince harbored little faith in the Night Star's ability to best his capable subordinate, primarily due to the Night Star's obscurity within the Qingyun Sword Sect. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously investigated the sect, ensuring that he would not rashly wager such a substantial sum. All those who had caught his attention had already been bested by his strong generals, and he had never even heard of an inconspicuous youth like the Knight Star with an air of pride. The Knight Star declared to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, should I defeat your subordinate within 10 strikes, would it not warrant an even greater reward?" Though the Knight Star was confident in his ability to subdue the Crown Prince's warrior within 3 strikes, he deemed it overly audacious to assert such a claim outright. Hence, he opted for a 10-strike limit instead. The Knight Star was acutely aware that the Crown Prince had recently lost 100,000 taels of gold to the Qingyun sword sect, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he employed this provocative tactic to compel the Crown Prince to relinquish the gold. If he were to secure 200,000 taels, the Punishment Alliance would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. The higher echelons of the alliance were comprised of individuals released from the system, all possessing exceptional talents. With sufficient resources, they would undoubtedly flourish rapidly. Should a few even break through to the true martial realm, the Knight Star would not be the least bit surprised. The Crown Prince of you scoffed, to best my subordinate within 10 strikes? Even granting you 1,000 strikes would not suffice for you to prevail against him. How dare you make such brazen claims? I truly wonder what sort of education you have received at the Qingyun sword sect. However, since they have failed to instill proper discipline in you, allow me to provide you with a lesson. If you can indeed defeat my subordinate within 10 strikes, I shall grant you 200,000 taels of gold. But should you engage in battle and find yourself outmatched, resulting in a broken arm or leg at the hands of my warrior, do not place the blame upon me." The Knight Star calmly replied, "In the realm of martial combat, accidents may occur. Some injuries are simply part and parcel of the contest. Even if your Highness's subordinates were to slay me, I would harbor no grievances, nor would the Qingyun sword sect voice any objections. However, should my actions inadvertently result in the death or incapacitation of your men, I kindly ask that you do not hold it against me." The Knight Star had resolved that when the time came to face the Crown Prince's subordinate, he would strike without mercy. The individual beneath the Prince of you, although ostensibly a subordinate, possesses an extraordinary talent and commands a level of esteem from the Prince that suggests a status not easily diminished. Even within the realm of the Yu Prince, should Yi Xingqian succeed in eliminating this person, the Prince of Yu would irrevocably entangle himself in a bitter feud with the Qingyun sword sect. If this individual indeed holds a significant rank, such animosity may never be reconciled. The moment the Prince of Yu dared to cast his gaze upon Yi Xingqian's beloved, Yi Xingqian had already deemed him a dead man walking. While Yi Xingqian currently lacks the capability to extinguish his life, causing the Prince of Yu some discomfort would be quite advantageous. It would foster an irreparable rift between the Qingyun sword sect and the Prince of Yu, pitting their forces against one another in a struggle to the death, an outcome most desirable. When Yi Xingqian ultimately attains true power, it will not only be the Prince of Yu who must contend with him, but the entirety of the Yu dynasty as well. Yi Xingqian is a man of formidable possessiveness. He aspires not merely to stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess, but also to seize control over both court and underworld. Only by mastering these spheres and ascending to the zenith of the martial world can he attain the life he ardently desires. Hence, Yi Xingqian articulates these matters in advance, ensuring that once his actions conclude, the Prince of Yu will have no justification to pursue him further. After Yi Xingqian concluded his remarks, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect stepped forward and declared, "Prince of Yu, my disciples are ignorant, and it is for this reason they have entered into this wager with you. I beseech you to nullify this agreement." While martial contests are inherently perilous, they harbor no profound enmity between the parties involved. Is it truly necessary to engage in such lethal combat over trivial matters? I believe it would be prudent to temper our actions. If all parties exercise restraint, unnecessary casualties can be avoided. The leader of the Qingyun sword sect was elated to see Yi Xingqian stand up for the sect, yet he had never encountered nor heard of this prominent figure. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Prince of Yu's subordinates and recognized that Yi Xingqian was merely courting death by confronting them. Naturally, the Qingyun sword sect did not wish for their members to perish in vain. Thus, he felt compelled to speak up, believing that his influence would prompt the Prince of Yu to reconsider the duel. Despite any lingering resentment, the Prince of Yu's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "Though the esteemed ancestor Fong has spoken, as a junior, I should heed his words. However, your inner disciples of the Qingyun sword sect have spoken with such arrogance, daring to claim victory over my most formidable warrior within 10 moves. This is a blatant disregard for my dignity, as well as for the honor of my champion. In light of this, if I were to restrain my subordinates from employing their full strength, how could I ever hope to govern them effectively in the future? How can I ensure that everyone under my command holds me in utmost esteem?" Regarding this matter, I must extend my sincerest apologies to the leader of the opposing faction. The wager agreed upon today must be upheld, and it is one that involves matters of life and death. Of course, should both parties consent to the dissolution of this perilous bet, I would have no objections. However, if either side disagrees, then this life and death wager must stand firm, and no one should interfere with it, nor can they impede its course. If the leader of the Qingyun sword sect accedes to the request of the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, then naturally the Crown Prince will grant the leader of the Qingyun sword sect due respect, ensuring that he faces no hardship in such a scenario. Yet, since the leader of the Qingyun sword sect did not acquiesce to the Crown Prince's demands, the Crown Prince harbors a grudge, making it unlikely for him to let go of Yi Xingchen, the outlet for his frustrations. This also conveys a message to the Qingyun sword sect that failing to navigate this perilous situation could lead to inevitable destruction. After expressing his sentiments, the Crown Prince turned to his subordinate and inquired, "Are you willing to halt this life and death wager?" The subordinate, fully understanding the implications, replied, "I am unwilling. Since both parties have established this wager, it must be resolutely executed to its conclusion. Otherwise, what kind of wager would it be? Especially one involving royal stakes, it cannot simply be dismissed so lightly." The Crown Prince then addressed the leader of the Qingyun sword sect, stating, "Leader Fong, you have witnessed the situation at hand. It is not my desire to cancel this wager. Rather, my subordinates are equally unwilling to do so. Therefore, this wager must proceed." Yi Xingchen retorted to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, do not adopt an air of invincibility. If you happen to lose, I wonder where your pride will be placed. Should the winds shift and you falter, it would indeed be quite embarrassing." While others might feel trepidation when faced with a figure such as the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, even in seemingly assured circumstances, they would hesitate to offend him. However, Yi Xingchen, as a man endowed with a unique system, is not easily intimidated by someone of the Crown Prince's stature, who is destined to be but a stepping stone in Yi Xingchen's ascent. The Crown Prince, incensed by Yi Xingchen's words, coldly commanded, "Silence this man permanently. If you cannot accomplish this, I shall ensure you are silenced for eternity. Do you comprehend my words?" With utmost respect, the subordinate replied, "Your Highness, I understand. I shall expedite this matter and ensure he does not utter another word before you." Observing Yi Xingchen's audacity and the Crown Prince's fierce demeanor, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect found himself at a loss for further words. If Yi Xingchen were to have a change of heart at this moment, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to thwart this duel. However, given that Yi Xingchen has made such a declaration, it would be somewhat illogical for him to intervene. Yi Xingchen ascended the arena alongside the individual under the command of the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom. At that juncture, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect discreetly communicated with Xing Tianshou, saying, "Tianshou, where did you find this person? Can he truly be relied upon? I do not expect him to defeat his opponent. If he can merely defend himself against his adversary's onslaught, that would suffice." Xing Tianshou responded in a hushed tone, "Sect Master, the individual I have brought is an inner disciple of our Qingyun sword sect. His strength is formidable, and I have every confidence in him. I believe he will surely triumph in this battle. However, I perceive that the individual under the Crown Prince of Yu possesses a remarkable background. Should Yi Xingchen indeed slay his opponent, we must ensure the safety of Yi Xingchen at all costs." The leader of the Qingyun sword sect replied, "I am acquainted with all the inner disciples who have reached the 9th level of the acquired realm. Why is it that I do not recognize this one? Nonetheless, if he is capable of vanquishing his opponent, regardless of the latter's background, I shall certainly intervene to protect him. If he dares to flaunt his prowess at our Qingyun sword sect, then he deserves whatever fate befalls him. My concern lies with the individual you have brought. Though he speaks with great bravado, should he be swiftly defeated, our sect's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. You are aware of the true strength of the opponent. Are you certain that the person you have brought can overcome him?" Chapter 95. Continuous unleashing of techniques. The technique of discreet communication is not particularly sophisticated. It cannot even be classified as a martial skill. Anyone who has reached the true martial realm can project their voice through their internal energy, allowing it to reach another's ears in such a manner. Even formidable masters or grandmasters would be unable to overhear their exchange. Those below the true martial realm, regardless of their strength, lack the capacity to master this technique if their internal energy cannot break through the corporeal plane. Xing Tianshou assured the leader of the Qingyun sword sect, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I have a general understanding of the true strength of the individual under the Crown Prince of Yu. Though he is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the acquired realm, he possesses the strength of a half-step innate master. Even an ordinary half-step innate master would struggle against him. Only those at the peak of that realm can contend with him. However, the individual I have brought is certainly stronger. not weaker, and he claims he can resolve the matter within 10 moves. I fully believe he can indeed do so. Moreover, he is a genuine inner disciple of our Qingyun sword sect, and he has just recently ascended to that status. Previously, he was merely a humble disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, but during this period, he has encountered an extraordinary opportunity that has allowed him to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the acquired realm in a remarkably short time. His prowess is now formidable enough to rival those of the innate realm. A first-tier innate expert should not pose a challenge to him, and he can even contend with second-tier innate warriors. The sect master of the Qingyun sword sect continued, "You seem to know him well. Is this individual one of your protégés? I am aware of your capabilities, and based solely on your word, it is improbable that you could cultivate such an exceptional talent." Xing Tianqiu replied, "Esteemed sect master, you underestimate me. When I genuinely dedicate myself to nurturing talent for the Qingyun sword sect, it is no trivial matter. Yi Xingqian's remarkable achievements are not solely due to his fortuitous opportunities, but are also inextricably linked to the guidance I have provided him." While the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect engaged in discourse with Xing Tianqiu, Yi Xingqian and the man under the prince of the Yu kingdom had already begun to accumulate their respective powers. Both sought to subdue or eliminate the other within a mere few exchanges. Yi Xingqian's intentions were not driven by vanity, but rather a desire to claim the 200,000 taels of gold offered by the Yu kingdom's prince. The man under the prince harbored similar motivations, not to maintain his undefeated reputation, but because Yi Xingqian had thoroughly offended his superior, prompting him to exert all efforts to eliminate Yi Xingqian. Without the slightest restraint, Yi Xingqian unleashed his might, drawing forth his mid-level Xian-grade longsword to execute his most potent martial technique against the man under the Yu Prince Dai. In response, the latter wielded his own primary-level Xian-grade saber to meet Yi Xingqian's advance. After a single exchange, Yi Xingqian retreated 3 steps, while the prince's subordinate was forced back 10 steps, establishing a clear superiority for Yi Xingqian. The Yu prince, upon witnessing the mid-level Xian-grade longsword in Yi Xingqian's grasp, felt no negative emotions, nor did he reprimand Yi Xingqian for wielding such a high-grade weapon. It is understood that weapons require a skilled hand to master. A weapon's efficacy does not solely depend on its grade, but rather on the wielder's compatibility with it. The most effective weapon is one that aligns with the user's current level and capabilities. For an acquired realm practitioner to wield a primary-level Xian-grade weapon is already a considerable feat, while attempting to wield a mid-level Xian-grade weapon borders on folly. Although the initial advantage may lie with the user of the mid-level weapon, once the acquired realm practitioner's internal energy is exhausted, they would indeed be courting disaster. The internal energy of an acquired realm individual is severely limited, and the Yu Prince speculated that Yi Xingqian could only utilize this martial technique for a maximum of 3 strikes. After that, his internal energy would be wholly depleted, at which point it would be his subordinate's domain to claim victory. Although the crown prince of the Yu kingdom was thoroughly astonished by Yi Xingqian's formidable strength, which even seemed to surpass that of his subordinates, his heart was entirely at ease upon witnessing Yi Xingqian's foolish fighting style. Indeed, the crown prince's anxiety dissipated completely, yet the heart of the leader of the Qingyun sword sect was filled with trepidation. At that moment, the Qingyun sword sect found itself perplexed by Yi Xingqian's actions. His prowess was more than sufficient to overpower the crown prince's strongest warrior. Had he adopted a steady and cautious approach, victory would have been all but assured. However, given Yi Xingqian's reckless strategy from the outset, should he fail to subdue his opponent swiftly, his fate would be sealed. Among those present, only Xing Tianqiu harbored confidence in Yi Xingqian. The others were devoid of such faith. Unless Yi Xingqian altered his approach, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, Yi Xingqian did not deviate from his original tactics. Rather, he became increasingly aggressive. The power of his second strike far surpassed that of the first. Nonetheless, under the full defense of the crown prince's warrior, Yi Xingqian made little substantial progress, merely inflicting minor internal injuries. Unfazed by such setbacks, he continued to unleash his formidable techniques to suppress the crown prince's fighter. After executing 6 consecutive powerful moves, the previously lightly wounded opponent had now sustained severe injuries. The warrior was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yi Xingqian could unleash such an array of potent techniques while still displaying such formidable internal energy. He had not observed any signs of Yi Xingqian consuming medicinal aids. However, this was hardly the time for speculation, as he remained fully focused on defending against Yi Xingqian's onslaught. Why Yi Xingqian's techniques were grand and sweeping. A moment's inattention could easily lead to his opponent's swift demise. In such circumstances, distraction was not an option, for to lose focus would be akin to walking willingly into the abyss of death, a fate he could not afford to face. At the same time, Xing Tianxiu was equally curious about how Yi Xingqian could execute such powerful techniques in succession. Even if he possessed innate attack power, he had yet to reach the innate realm himself. His reserves of internal energy could not possibly rival those of someone at that level, and the sheer volume of techniques he had unleashed defied all logic. However, Xing Tianxiu reasoned that Yi Xingqian hailed from an ancient and prestigious lineage, making it entirely plausible for him to possess unique attributes. He speculated that perhaps Yi Xingqian had cultivated a remarkable martial art that allowed for the maximum storage of internal energy within his current tier. Or maybe his martial techniques, while extraordinarily powerful, did not require significant internal energy expenditure. It was indeed quite normal for a family with a legacy spanning millennia to possess such exceptional martial arts and techniques. Xing Tianxiu's conjecture was remarkably accurate. Apart from mistakenly identifying Yi Xingqian as a member of the ancient family lineage, he observed that Yi Xingqian employed the Taiji swordsmanship, executing 6 consecutive strikes without significantly depleting his internal energy. In fact, he could easily unleash a further 100 moves without issue. Had the individual battling Yi Xingqian been privy to the reality of the situation, he would likely have surrendered long ago. For a defender's rate of internal energy depletion was surprisingly swifter than that of an attacker. After enduring 6 consecutive attacks from Yi Xingqian, the opponent found himself with half of his internal energy exhausted. Following 9 successive moves of Taiji swordsmanship, Yi Xingqian forcefully disarmed the individual under the command of the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, sending his long knife flying. Rather than directly claiming the opponent's life with his own long sword, Yi Xingqian executed a Taiji fist technique, striking the adversary squarely on the head. Though it appeared to be a gentle palm strike, it shattered the opponent's crowned eye in an instant. The individual under the Yu Kingdom's Crown Prince succumbed to death, while 2 others, initially poised to assist, were thwarted by the leader of the Qingyun sword sect. These 2 were merely at the first level of the true martial realm and stood no chance against the sect leader, who was at the 3rd level. Thus, upon the leader's intervention, they ceased their advance, aware that they could not breach the defense established by the Qingyun sword sect's chief. The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom addressed the sect leader, saying, "Master Feng, what is the meaning of this? Why do you obstruct my subordinates from rendering assistance? Do you intend to sever ties with my princely household?" Feng Chongqing replied with an expression of calm indifference. "Your Highness, such words are excessive. You have already established the rules for this contest, wherein life and death are of no concern. The members of the Qingyun sword sect have not violated these rules, and neither may your subordinates," he continued. "My intervention is solely to uphold your reputation, so I harbor no intentions of antagonizing the princely household." The Crown Prince retorted coldly, "Are you aware of whom Yi Xingqian has just slain?" Feng Chongqing maintained his composure, declaring, "I am unaware of the identity of Yi Xingqian's victim, nor do I need to be. While the Qingyun sword sect does not seek conflict, we are certainly unafraid of it." The Crown Prince coldly warned, "I hope you do not come to regret your words today. Yi Xingqian has killed the direct descendant of the Grand Elder of the Yuanzong, the foremost sect among the 5 great sects. From this point forward, the Qingyun sword sect and the lineage of the Grand Elder of the Yuanzong are irrevocably at odds." The Yuanzong's lineage boasted 3 formidable practitioners in the true martial realm, accounting for a quarter of the sect's strength. Among them was a 3rd-level expert, the Grand Elder himself, a 2nd-level master, who was the father of the individual slain by Yi Xingqian, and a 1st-level practitioner. The master of the 1st level of the Zhenwu realm is none other than the elder of the person slain by Yi Xingqian. At this moment, Yi Xingqian had returned to the elevated platform where the leader of the Qingyun sword sect and his associates were seated. With a calm smile, Yi Xingqian addressed the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, saying, "Your Highness, I am curious as to when you will provide me with the 200,000 taels of gold. I trust that, given your character, you would not dare to default on this sum." The Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom replied icily, "A mere 200,000 taels of gold is a sum I would not renege on. I shall leave 100,000 taels of gold directly with the Qingyun sword sect, in addition to the 100,000 taels that the sect has dispatched to me. Altogether, it will amount to 200,000 taels of gold, which you may collect from your own sect when the time comes." The Crown Prince did not engage in further conversation with Yi Xingqian, believing that excessive dialogue would diminish his own stature. He felt it beneath him to threaten someone like Yi Xingqian, who had yet to reach the innate realm. After finishing his words, the Crown Prince departed with his 2 companions, taking along the corpse of his subordinate. Yi Xingqian respectfully turned to the leader of the Qingyun sword sect and inquired, "Respected sect leader, I hope I have not brought shame upon the Qingyun sword sect?" Feng Chongqing, with an expression of indifference, replied, "You have indeed not disgraced the Qingyun sword sect. Your actions were commendable. Had it not been for your intervention, our sect would have suffered a significant loss of face, potentially affecting our recruitment in the upcoming year for the entire Qingyun county. It is you who has restored our dignity this time." Wai Xingqian then said, "In that case, sect leader, when might I expect to receive the 200,000 taels of gold? If I were to possess such a sum, I could acquire abundant resources and swiftly elevate my cultivation level. At that point, I would be in an even better position to contribute to the Qingyun sword sect. The sum of 200,000 taels of gold is indeed substantial, sufficient to sustain a sect's expenditures for 2 years, and Yi Xingqian certainly could not afford to forego it. Concerned that the leader of the Qingyun sword sect might covet his gold, he felt compelled to bring up the matter of the 200,000 taels in front of others. Before the leader of the Qingyun sword sect could respond, the second elder of the sect interjected, addressing Yi Xingqian, as a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, all that you possess is granted by the sect. You fight for the sect yet seek to deceive it out of 200,000 taels of gold. Do you truly consider yourself loyal? I believe a reward of 10,000 taels of gold is appropriate, while the remaining sum should be returned to the Qingyun sword sect, contributing to its development. Moreover, given your current level of cultivation, acquiring such a substantial amount of gold would ultimately prove futile. When the time comes for you to require resources for life, the sect shall provide for you. Night Star, what are your thoughts on my proposal? As the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect and its financial overseer, he undoubtedly possesses the most authoritative voice regarding the sect's finances. With his cultivation at the second level of the true martial realm, his words would render Night Star, even if reluctant to part with the 200,000 taels of gold, too intimidated to resist. Although he harbored some dissatisfaction internally, he would inevitably surrender the gold. The sect leader initially intended to interject, yet he hesitated, recognizing that the second elder, being a senior figure within the sect, would be adversely affected in prestige should he oppose him. Thus, despite feeling some injustice on behalf of Night Star, the sect leader refrained from defending him, contemplating that although he felt somewhat remorseful, he could offer Night Star some compensation in the future, ensuring he would not suffer excessively. The Qingyun sword sect's techniques and martial skills could also be made available to provide Night Star with the finest cultivation environment. Xing Tianqiu remained silent, confident that Night Star would not endure this injustice in silence. He merely needed to extend a helping hand when Night Star exhibited any sign of weakness. Night Star's future father-in-law also chose to remain silent, curious to observe how Night Star would navigate this situation. With a calm smile, Night Star addressed the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect. Your reasoning is indeed profound, elder. I find myself at a loss for words to counter your argument. I believe it is best for the sect to receive the entirety of the 200,000 taels of gold, as sharing among us is the most advantageous. After all, I could hardly utilize such a vast sum alone. The second elder, witnessing Night Star's sagacious demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although the majority of the 200,000 taels would revert to the Qingyun sword sect, he could appropriate a small portion for the development of his own family. This modest amount would suffice for quite some time, and he felt an immense pride in securing this gold for the sect. He even began to fantasize about the resources he could procure with the gold he intended to withhold. However, Night Star's subsequent words darkened his expression, igniting a desire to strangle him on the spot. Night Star addressed the second elder. Elder, while I acknowledge that the gold I have acquired can indeed be shared, I believe your enlightenment as the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect surpasses mine. I propose that you should also contribute your entire fortune to our cause, for only then can our sect flourish rapidly. I wonder if you have any objections to my suggestion, and if not, I would appreciate it if you could donate your entire wealth, and I shall also contribute the entirety of the 200,000 taels of gold I have won back to the Qingyun sword sect. While my resources far exceed yours, I assure you, I am not one to dwell on such trivial matters. I firmly believe that the second elder would not hesitate to contribute his assets towards the collective endeavor of advancing the entire Qingyun sword sect. Regarding Yi Xingqian's approach of reciprocating his adversary's tactics, Xing Tianqiu finds himself in complete agreement. His sole responsibility is to ensure Yi Xingqian remains unscathed. Thus he remains vigilant, observing whether the second elder harbors any intentions of harming Yi Xingqian. As for all other matters, he remains indifferent, paying no heed to the gathered crowd. Yi Xingqian's future father-in-law also perceives him as an exceptionally astute individual. If the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect continues to press Yi Xingqian for the surrender of all his gold, then he must likewise relinquish all his own assets. The second elder of the Qingyun sword sect undoubtedly lacks such lofty awareness, hence in the eyes of Yi Xingqian's prospective father-in-law, Yi Xingqian has successfully safeguarded what is rightfully his. The sixth elder of the Qingyun sword sect, witnessing the second elder's humiliation, coldly interjected, Yi Xingqian, the second elder is not a figure you, a mere nobody, can casually discuss. The second elder is a pillar of the Qingyun sword sect. Are you implying that he should forfeit all his wealth? What is your intent? to sow discord between the second elder and the entire sect. I even suspect you might be a spy dispatched by another sect. Yi Xingchen responded with a calm smile. Sixth elder, there is no need to rush. I have yet to finish my words. I believe that not only should the second elder possess such high awareness, but I also trust that the sixth elder would share this understanding. As a humble inner sect disciple, I have attained this level of awareness. How could two prominent figures of the Qingyun sword sect lack it? Furthermore, the wealth I am prepared to submit to the Qingyun sword sect far exceeds the combined total of both elders' assets. If I can offer such considerable resources, why can't the two of you do the same? Is it permissible for you both, merely by virtue of your elder status, to oppress the entire sect at will? Additionally, I must say, both the second elder and sixth elder possess quite admirable concubines, whose offspring undoubtedly exhibit remarkable talents. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Therefore, the second elder and sixth elder could also consider contributing them. Let us, the gifted members of the Qingyun sword sect, take care of them. Surely, such children would be even more endowed. This is a splendid method to bolster our sect, and I believe both elders possess the resolve to make such a decision. If Yi Xingchen's earlier remarks merely elicited disdain from the second and sixth elders, his current statements have entirely incited their ire. Initially, Yi Xingchen spoke solely for his own benefit, suggesting that the sixth and second elders should contribute all their resources. Now, however, his words served to provoke them entirely. Upon hearing this, the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect could no longer contain himself. With a forceful slap on the table before him, the Zetonwood table shattered into splinters. The aura of a true martial realm expert radiated from him, akin to a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. The second elder of the Qingyun sword sect coldly remarked, Yi Xingchen, you are courting death. Observing the second elder's fury, the sect leader remained silent, believing that Yi Xingchen was merely digging his own grave by daring to provoke two esteemed elders of the Qingyun sword sect. Although the actions of the two elders had been somewhat inappropriate, as a mere inner disciple, Yi Xingchen had no right to insult them. When faced with the choice between the two elders and Yi Xingchen, the sect leader unequivocally chose the elders. With a smile gracing his face, Yi Xingchen retorted, Am I truly courting death? Have I said anything incorrect? If there is an error, the second elder is more than welcome to point it out. The sect's table is also a property of the sect. How can the second elder destroy the private property of the Qingyun sword sect and still claim to be one of its pillars? Yi Xingchen paid no heed to the second elder's indignation and continued to taunt him. At that moment, the sect leader began to question Yi Xingchen's true identity. If Yi Xingchen were merely an inner disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, how could he dare to provoke two true martial realm elders simultaneously? The sect leader scrutinized Yi Xingchen closely but found nothing particularly remarkable about him, save for the fact that his strength was astonishingly formidable. To contend with a practitioner of the innate realm, while still at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, was an extraordinary feat not achievable by ordinary individuals. The expression of the second elder turned ashen, and without uttering a word, he launched a fierce attack. With the prowess of the second level of the true martial realm, he aimed a powerful strike at Yi Xingchen. Just as the grand elder of the Qingyun sword sect prepared to intervene, Xing Tianshou had already taken action. Deflecting the second elder's strike with a single palm. It dawned on the grand elder that Yi Xingchen was brought in by Xing Tianshou, indicating that their relationship was likely more complex than it appeared. After all, how could a mere 9th level postnatal disciple dare to speak so boldly before two formidable true martial realm practitioners? As Xing Tianshou unleashed his strength, the second level of the true martial realm was clearly on display. The elders of the Qingyun sword sect regarded him with expressions akin to having swallowed bitter gall. Among the true martial realm practitioners of the sect, none were less likely to break through than Xing Tianshou. Yet, none of them had managed to advance their own realms, while Xing Tianshou had indeed succeeded. This revelation left them astounded. The difficulty of Xing Tianshou's breakthrough was even greater than that faced by the sect leader in his ascent to the master realm, making their incredulity all the more pronounced. Even the grand elder was not exempt from this astonishment, as he had believed that Xing Tianshou would never have another chance to break through. After all, within the true martial realm, Xing Tianshou was considered aged, and with vitality beginning to wane, the prospect of further advancement seemed nearly impossible. Unless one encounters an extraordinary stroke of fortune, it is utterly improbable to achieve such a fortuitous breakthrough. The inner elixir administered to Xing Tianshou by Yi Xingchen is indeed an exceptionally precious pill, albeit merely a pinnacle-level elixir of the Xian tier. However, its worth has ascended to that of a primary-grade elixir of the Earth tier, and pills that facilitate breakthroughs in realms are perpetually the most coveted among all elixirs. The second elder of the Qingyun sword sect has always been Xing Tianshou's most formidable adversary, and their discord is everlasting. Were it not for the intervention of the sect's master, these two would likely have engaged in a deadly confrontation long ago. Naturally, the individual the second elder least desires to see break through is Xing Tianzhou. In the past, when Xing Tianzhou had yet to achieve his breakthrough, the second elder could suppress him to some extent. However, now that Xing Tianzhou has ascended to the same realm as he, even if the sect master continues to mediate their conflict, he will no longer favor the second elder. At this moment, the second elder's heart is filled with discontent, and from their recent skirmish, he has sensed that Xing Tianzhou's strength has significantly surged. Even should he exert all his might, he may not be able to subdue Xing Tianzhou. Fortunately, he still has the assistance of the sixth elder. Were it not for the sixth elder's support, the future allegiance of the sect master would remain uncertain. The second elder of the Qingyun sword sect coldly remarked, "Xing Tianzhou, do you intend to act on behalf of that audacious Yixingchen? You must consider the repercussions of your actions. Though you have broken through to the second level of the true martial realm, I have been at this level far longer than you. You are surely no match for me. Thus, I advise you against intervening for someone as reckless as Yixingchen. Otherwise, you will ultimately suffer the consequences." Despite his reluctance to engage in combat with Xing Tianzhou, the second elder could not afford to lose his imposing aura. He sought to overwhelm Xing Tianzhou with his presence, compelling him to refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. In the past, Xing Tianzhou was a remarkably patient individual, often choosing to bow his head when the circumstances were unfavorable. The second elder had anticipated that he would similarly yield in this situation. Yet to his astonishment, Xing Tianzhou's response was resolute. "Yixingchen is under my protection. No one shall lay a hand on him. Should anyone dare to oppose him, they would be opposing me. Xing Tianzhou and I shall pursue them to the bitter end. This includes anyone, even those of the master realm, who would attempt to harm Yixingchen in my presence." Xing Tianzhou's declaration left the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect utterly flabbergasted, as did all the true martial realm experts present. What manner of situation is this? Even if Xing Tianzhou wishes to protect Yixingchen, such words ought not to be uttered. By voicing this sentiment, Xing Tianzhou appeared to take on the role of Yixingchen's bodyguard, a notion that bewildered everyone in attendance. Chapter 99. I have revealed my hand. Although the second elder of the Qingyun sword sect found Xing Tianzhou's current stance perplexing, he did not dwell excessively on it. The second elder of the Qingyun sword sect, utterly disdainful, found himself too infuriated to contemplate anything further regarding Yixingchen. All he felt was a profound sense of humiliation. Only by eliminating Yixingchen could he hope to restore his lost dignity. He scarcely considered what status or identity Yixingchen might possess. Regardless of such matters, the young man was doomed to die. The second elder coldly addressed Xing Tianzhou, saying, "Xing Tianzhou, do you truly believe that you alone can impede me, Elder Xing? As long as I can detain you, I shall send the sixth elder to eliminate that ungrateful and audacious Yixingchen. I am curious to see what you might do in such a situation." After speaking, the second elder cast a significant glance at the sixth elder and then unleashed his full force to engage Xing Tianzhou. At that moment, the sect leader of Qingyun Sword made no move to intervene, nor did he attempt to halt the unfolding conflict. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Xing Tianzhou unsheathed his high-grade weapon of the Shen tier. Coldly, he declared, "If you two are not afraid of death, feel free to attack. I am quite prepared to send you both to the afterlife." With that, he adopted a desperate fighting stance, swiftly engaging both the second elder and the sixth elder, managing to hold his ground despite the overwhelming odds. The sect leader of Qingyun Sword, witnessing the sudden surge in Xing Tianzhou's strength, felt a wave of elation. This newfound power signified that the Qingyun Sword sect had gained a formidable fighter, thus enhancing their status within the state of Yu. The sect leader began to reassess Yixingchen. The fact that he was willing to risk his life for Yi suggested that the latter held significant importance in Xing Tianzhou's eyes. The Qingyun Sword sect could not fathom why Xing Tianzhou would treat Yixingchen with such favor. They were well aware that Xing Tianzhou had no illegitimate children within the sect and led a remarkably simple life, having never married. Thus, his treatment of Yixingchen left them perplexed. Even for a direct disciple, it was hard to believe that he would recklessly engage in battle with two formidable true martial realm experts solely for that reason. Just as the sect leader was preparing to prevent the escalation of the conflict, Yixingchen spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, the sect leader decided against intervening, eager to ascertain what Yixingchen would say. Yi then addressed the grand elder of the Qingyun Sword sect, saying, "My esteemed father-in-law, seeing as the eighth elder is risking everything for your son-in-law, shouldn't you also lend your assistance? Otherwise, your son-in-law may very well find himself bullied within the Qingyun Sword sect, and I am certain you would not wish for that to happen." Upon hearing Yixingchen refer to the grand elder as father-in-law, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving many momentarily stunned. Was the world changing too rapidly? Yixingchen, a highly capable disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, was now closely intertwined with two of its core figures. However, he was surprisingly unaware of the renowned figure, Yi Xingqian, which instantly made him feel somewhat uncomfortable in his role as the sect leader. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect smiled calmly and remarked, "Isn't it because you have faced no threats? If you had, your esteemed father-in-law would undoubtedly have intervened directly. What is your relationship with Lao Ba? Why does he go to such lengths to assist you?" Although Lao Ba has had some past grievances with Lao Lu and Lao Er, he has never shown such firmness towards them. Despite Lao Ba's significant enhancement in strength, nearly rivaling my own, his character remains unchanged, indicating there must be secrets unknown to me. Yi Xingqian replied with an indifferent smile, "The elevation of Elder Ba's cultivation is indeed related to me. Your esteemed father-in-law should understand why." The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect looked at Yi Xingqian with a peculiar gaze and said, "The improvement of Lao Ba's cultivation is linked to you? You truly astonish me. Master Lu Bin likely does not share a simple relationship with you. There must be some connection between you." The Grand Elder, being a perceptive individual, understood that Yi Xingqian's assertion about Lao Ba's cultivation being influenced by him, combined with Yi Xingqian's remarkable demeanor and the fact that he had invited Master Lu Bin, a renowned alchemist, to assist his wife without any requests, all pointed to something significant. If, under such circumstances, the Grand Elder could not deduce the complexity of the relationship between Yi Xingqian and Lu Bin, he would be unworthy of continuing his role as the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingqian replied with a serene smile, "Master Lu Bin is my senior brother. Your esteemed father-in-law should be aware of the situation." Yi Xingqian no longer intended to conceal the truth and was unwilling to continue playing the role of a mere fool within the Qingyun sword sect. The reason for Yi Xingqian's sudden change of plans was, of course, that circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. He had already offended many formidable warriors at the true martial realm, and if he persisted in feigning ignorance, he would undoubtedly attract trouble from these powerful figures, who would approach him openly, creating significant disadvantages for him. By showcasing the power he commanded and establishing a formidable backing, Yi Xingqian ensured that anyone intending to challenge him would have to consider the support he possessed. Even his mortal enemies from the Yuan sect, those who harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him, would only dare to approach him covertly, rather than sending powerful assassins to confront him directly. The reason his enemies from the Yuan sect refrained from openly attacking him was their fear of the repercussions from the forces behind Yi Xingqian, which could very well eradicate them completely. Even if they sought vengeance for the death of a family member at Yi Xingqian's hands, they would inevitably be thwarted by their own kin. For not all individuals lack reason. The larger and more powerful a faction, the more prudent it becomes. Irrational individuals are scarcely capable of becoming wielders of significant power, unless their prowess has already reached the pinnacle of this world, or rather, the zenith of that particular influence. This elucidates the reason why having a strong backing facilitates matters. Chapter 100. The esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect smiled slightly and remarked, "You, my young friend, truly possess remarkable depth. Thus, it follows that the notable figure is indeed your mentor." Yi Xingqian, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "My esteemed father-in-law must have taken the time to investigate my background during this period. Correct? Since you are aware of my circumstances, do you truly believe that my rapid ascent in power could have been achieved without the assistance of that distinguished individual?" The elder of the Qingyun sword sect smiled calmly and stated, "I should have anticipated this. You have progressed from the acquired realm to its peak in merely a few months, and your combat prowess has even reached the innate realm. Such a feat would be improbable without the direct aid of someone of that caliber. However, I am quite curious about how you encountered such a prominent figure and why they chose to take you as their disciple." Yi Xingqian replied with a serene smile, "This is naturally due to my exceptional talent. My master discerned my potential amidst the throngs and took me under their wing, hence, my substantial progress during this time. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you, esteemed father-in-law, to have found such a worthy son-in-law." The elder continued, "So, my dear son-in-law, when might you introduce me to that illustrious figure?" The elder of the Qingyun sword sect was eager to establish some connection with that prominent individual, for even a mere glimpse of their influence could be sufficient for him to achieve a breakthrough. He had attributed the breakthrough of Xing Tianshou entirely to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian smiled calmly and assured, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, my master is currently in seclusion. Once they emerge, I shall certainly arrange for my master to meet with you." The elder of the Qingyun sword sect replied with a composed smile, "The breakthrough of the eighth elder must be related to your master. After all, I am your father-in-law. If the eighth elder has received such benefits, should I not also be entitled to a share? Otherwise, you would not be a fitting son-in-law." The elder, having set aside his pride, recognized that forming a bond with such a distinguished figure and obtaining immense fortune outweighed any concerns about face. A master alchemist of the earth level could rival the might of a grandmaster. Establishing a connection with a grandmaster could potentially open the door for him to ascend to that level himself, which not only prolongs life but also significantly elevates one's status. Yi Xingchen, with a tranquil smile, replied, "Fear not, esteemed father-in-law, regardless of circumstances, you will always remain my father-in-law. Even if I owe debts to others, I would never neglect my esteemed father-in-law. I shall hasten to prepare whatever you desire." The Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect chuckled shamelessly, declaring, "Then it is settled. Should you fail to meet the challenge, I shall no longer recognize you as my son-in-law." The sect master of the Qingyun Sword Sect, overhearing their exchange, wore a perplexed expression, realizing that Yi Xingchen must possess an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, the Grand Elder, known for his doting nature towards his daughter, would never so readily offer her hand in marriage. From their conversation, it became evident that Yi Xingchen held a significant status. The reason for Xing Tianxiu's recent breakthrough in his cultivation was undoubtedly due to some assistance provided by Yi Xingchen. Any means capable of aiding a formidable warrior of the true martial realm in transcending their limits would be regarded as a treasured relic, even within the boundaries of the Yu Kingdom. The sect master found himself regretting his earlier demeanor. Had he adopted a more equitable stance, he might have secured Yi Xingchen's friendship. Now, however, winning over Yi Xingchen would prove exceedingly challenging, as the latter was not a mere trivial figure he could easily manage. Fortunately, given that Yi Xingchen was the Grand Elder's son-in-law, there existed a layer of connection that would likely prevent him from harboring any malicious intentions towards the Qingyun Sword Sect, which was indeed a stroke of luck. At this moment, the second elder and the sixth elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect had ceased their confrontation with Xing Tianxiu, not due to the Grand Elder's intervention, but rather at the behest of the sect master. The two elders felt a sense of indignation. They had been engrossed in battle and had not attentively listened to the conversation between the Grand Elder and Xing Tianxiu. Consequently, they were unaware of the formidable figure supporting Yi Xingchen, which emboldened their arrogance. Had they known the true strength of Yi Xingchen's backing, they would likely have tempered their bravado and instead greeted him with obsequiousness, uttering words of contrition such as, "My lord, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my insolence. If my humble concubine has caught your eye, feel free to summon her at your leisure." Following the cessation of hostilities, Xing Tianxiu positioned himself protectively behind Yi Xingchen, a clear indication of his current allegiance. Anyone bold enough to threaten Yi Xingchen would swiftly face his wrath. The sect master, utilizing a discreet method of communication, inquired of the Grand Elder, "Old Yen, what is the true origin of Yi Xingchen? Who is the powerful figure standing behind him?" At this juncture, the sect master felt it imperative to clarify these crucial details. Otherwise, managing subsequent affairs would become exceedingly difficult. Historically, he had always favored the strong in disputes among his own, believing that the more dominant party would ultimately benefit the Qingyun Sword Sect more substantially. It is akin to the second and sixth elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect joining forces to suppress the eighth elder. He is well aware of such matters, yet, for the sake of the sect's stability, he must turn a blind eye. Were it not for the eighth elder's remarkably amiable temperament, he might have long since defected from the Qingyun Sword Sect and allied himself with another sect. The sect's leader remains steadfast in his belief that his policies are correct, thus resolutely enforcing his current directives. The reason the leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect hesitates to align with the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom is to avoid prematurely choosing sides. A misstep in allegiance could spell disaster. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect conveyed through secretive means. Even if that significant figure were to eliminate the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom, the latter would not dare utter a word of protest. Not even the ancestral masters, the powerful beings of the Master Realm, could stand on equal footing with that individual. The sect leader should surely comprehend the stature of that personage. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect was initially taken aback, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor. After all, he is the leader of a sect, and he possesses the necessary composure. Approaching Yi Xingchen, the sect leader spoke with an expression of calm neutrality. "You are named Yi Xingchen, and you have performed admirably. Today, the honor of the Qingyun Sword Sect has been restored through your efforts. You may rightly be considered a benefactor of our sect. When did you join the Qingyun Sword Sect, and how have you fared within our ranks?" The leader's tone resembled that of a benevolent elder inquiring after Yi Xingchen's well-being, entirely at odds with his earlier indifference. Observing the sect leader's demeanor, Yi Xingchen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a kick to him. However, he refrained. Regardless of the circumstances, the sect leader is a figure of authority, a peak master of the true martial realm. Even the Crown Prince of the Yu Kingdom would not dare to be overly presumptuous in the presence of the sect leader. Though Yi Xingqian feigns having a formidable backing, one more powerful than that of the crown prince, his support is ultimately illusory. When faced with genuine threats, that support would be of no assistance. Thus, he chose to maintain a low profile at this moment. With a serene smile, Yi Xingqian responded, respectfully reporting to the sect leader, I have been a member of the Qingyun sword sect for quite some time. I joined approximately 10 years ago, and I can almost be regarded as a native of the Qingyun sword sect. The sect leader inquired, having been with us for such a duration, what are your impressions of the Qingyun sword sect? Has it provided you with a sense of warmth akin to that of home? Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian felt an intense desire to kick the sect leader once more. The Qingyun sword sect had imparted upon him an icy demeanor. The leader himself no exception. During his time as a menial disciple, he endured numerous humiliations, and the sect never granted him a modicum of warmth akin to that of a family. Only those of considerable talent, shielded by influential connections, experienced the warmth of home within the Qingyun sword sect. Those who possessed neither talent nor a guiding hand, far from experiencing the warmth of home, would fare better as mere servants. With an expression of indifference, Yi Xingqian remarked, the Qingyun sword sect once bestowed upon me a sense of familial warmth, and my sense of belonging to the sect was undeniably strong. However, today's events have left me utterly disillusioned with the Qingyun sword sect. It is indeed a profound disappointment. The accomplishments that I earned through my own arduous efforts, the very essence of my life that I fought to reclaim, are being forcibly stripped away from me. The act of being deprived is one matter, but to have my life threatened simply for uttering a few truths at the hands of the so-called elders of the Qingyun sword sect is another. If such a sect can still provide me with a sense of security, then there is no sect that can offer me safety. Yi Xingqian feigned a posture of deep grievance, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. In truth, during his confrontation with the elders of the Qingyun sword sect, he had not experienced the slightest oppression. Rather, he had maintained the upper hand throughout the exchange. Now, as Yi Xingqian pretended to bear a heavy burden of grievance, the sect leader of the Qingyun sword sect felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Yet, it was unfortunate that the sect leader was acutely aware of the formidable backing behind Yi Xingqian, rendering him unable to act on his impulse. The sect leader declared, within the Qingyun sword sect, there shall be no occurrence of such injustices. I was present during the earlier incident, and I admit that the actions of the two elders were indeed excessive. However, I assure you that what is rightfully yours will remain yours. You shall not be deprived of anything. The reason I refrained from intervening was to test your courage, to see if you would dare to speak up in the face of our esteemed elders. The sect leader of the Qingyun sword sect possessed a remarkable audacity, speaking lies with nary a blink. Both he and Yi Xingqian were equally shameless, their exchange eliciting a desire to retch from the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect. However, given the sect leader's position, the Grand Elder could not afford to laugh, knowing that such a reaction might provoke the sect leader to make his life difficult. Yi Xingqian, maintaining his calm demeanor, stated, so, does this mean that I will indeed receive my 200,000 taels of gold? With a righteous expression, the sect leader replied, the 200,000 taels of gold have always been yours. You shall undoubtedly receive the entirety of it. We have no designs upon your wealth. The entire sum will be yours, and you may exchange it within the sect for any treasures you desire, be it martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, or weapons. Should you feel insecure about safeguarding this gold, you may deposit it within the Qingyun sword sect, where it will be securely held for you. Whenever you require it, you may retrieve it at your convenience. What do you think of this proposal? In an effort to appease Yi Xingqian, the sect leader was indeed making significant concessions. The promise of 200,000 taels of gold was extended to Yi Xingqian, along with assurances that he could utilize this wealth to procure items at standard prices within the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingqian, with an expression of indifference, stated, there is no need for the sect to preserve the gold for me. I am fully capable of safeguarding my own resources. All that is required from the sect master is to deliver this gold to my esteemed father-in-law. I will arrange for the transportation of this entire shipment myself. Yi Xingqian intended to utilize this gold for the development of the punishing evil alliance. Thus it was imperative to expeditiously relocate the entire SUM.IT, certainly could not remain within the Qingyun sword sect, where it would risk becoming tarnished. The sect master of Qingyun sword responded with a calm demeanor, that is, of course, not an issue. I shall ensure that the gold is swiftly transported to the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of Qingyun sword mistakenly assumed that Yi Xingqian intended to entrust the gold to him, or perhaps sought his assistance in managing this wealth. He began to contemplate the appropriate management fee. Considering that Yi Xingqian was his son-in-law, and he pondered the necessity of receiving a bride price at this moment, the Grand Elder was deliberating on the suitable amount for the bride price. even harboring the notion of claiming the entire sum of 200,000 taels as such. This substantial amount could procure numerous cultivation resources, and if entirely devoted to enhancing his own prowess, it could elevate his cultivation by at least one realm. Unbeknownst to Yi Xingqian, his father-in-law's intentions were far from noble. Had he been aware, he would surely have exclaimed in disbelief. The 200,000 taels of gold, which he had painstakingly acquired, had not yet warmed in his hands before others began to covet it. Moreover, the one who sought to lay claim to it was none other than his future father-in-law, a predicament that left him with little choice but to comply should his father-in-law pursue the matter. The second and sixth elders of the Qingyun sword sect were rendered utterly bewildered. They were well aware of the sect master's character, and his acquiescence to Yi Xingqian's words indicated that the latter undoubtedly possessed formidable backing. As they reflected on Yi Xingqian's audacity to publicly deride them, their conviction strengthened that he was indeed supported by significant power. The second and sixth elders found their confidence dwindling, and their gazes toward Yi Xingqian shifted accordingly. Yi Xingqian then addressed the sect master with a cool composure. "Sect master, these two elders previously acted in such a manner towards me, and they even dared to mistreat the disciples of their own sect. They are wholly unworthy of their positions as elders of the Qingyun sword sect. I wonder, what is your opinion on their eligibility to hold such titles?" The sect master of Qingyun sword was at a loss, caught in a predicament that felt akin to riding a tiger. Addressing the second and sixth elders directly posed a significant challenge. After all, they were true martial realm experts and pillars of the sect, making any decisive action against them a delicate matter. Conversely, failure to act would leave him in a precarious position with Yi Xingqian, whose backing was undeniably potent. Even setting aside the formidable forces that lie behind Yi Xingqian, the strength within the Qingyun sword sect alone is utterly eclipsed by those who stand behind him, rendering the second elder and the sixth elder insignificant at this moment. The grand elder of the Qingyun sword sect gazes at the sect master, clearly troubled. He fears that if Yi Xingqian continues on this path, unforeseen complications may arise, potentially causing even the hard-earned 200,000 taels of gold to slip away. The grand elder promptly steps forward and states, "Xingqian, I believe it is unnecessary to be so petty. While the actions of the second elder and the sixth elder are undoubtedly inappropriate, I feel there are also missteps on your part. Hence, I propose we consider this a stalemate. Neither party owes the other anything, and we can coexist peacefully moving forward." The Grand Elder believes that allowing this matter to rest would be the most prudent resolution. Yi Xingqian has now thoroughly offended one of the most powerful factions within the Yuan sect. Should he continue to forge enemies, even with a formidable force surpassing the true martial realm at his back, he remains in grave peril. After all, such transcendent beings cannot be expected to remain at his side indefinitely, nor will they consistently shield him from harm. If a true martial expert resolves to eliminate Yi Xingqian without hesitation, he could indeed find himself in dire straits. The Grand Elder's intention is to mitigate Yi Xingqian's potential adversaries. He believes that the enmity between Yi Xingqian and the second and sixth elders of the Qingyun sword sect has not yet reached the point of irreconcilable hatred, and their grievances can indeed be resolved. If they can transform hostility into harmony, it would be most fortuitous. Yi Xingqian is well aware that this is an effort by his future father-in-law to alleviate the discord. Although he does not fear the second and sixth elders, he is not averse to minimizing the number of enemies he accumulates. Thus, he graciously descends the metaphorical steps, remarking, "I too wish to transform hostility into harmony. I simply wonder if those two are willing to do the same." Though the second and sixth elders are in a foul mood, they recognize that the power Yi Xingqian commands far exceeds theirs. Continuing to harbor animosity would undoubtedly place them in grave jeopardy. Given the opportunity to resolve their grievances, they are eager to do so, despite Yi Xingqian's rather unpalatable remarks. After all, their actions prompted this situation, as they had previously sought to usurp Yi Xingqian's resources, an act akin to killing one's parents. Although they cannot fully accept Yi Xingqian's pointed remarks, they can comprehend his stance. The second elder, maintaining a composed demeanor, states, "Young friend Xingqian, we are willing to lay down our arms and seek peace. We retract our previous statements. Your resources are indeed yours, and we shall not encroach upon what you have rightfully earned." Yi Xingqian replies coolly, "Since you both exhibit such sincerity, let us consider this matter resolved. We shall treat it as if it never occurred." The lord of the Qingyun sword sect felt immense joy upon witnessing the final outcome. The absence of internal strife within the sect was undoubtedly the most favorable scenario. Had discord arisen, his role as the leader would have been fraught with challenges. Not only would he have had to mediate various disputes, but he would also need to preemptively guard against numerous potential issues. At that moment, the lord regarded the Grand Elder with increasing admiration. Although he had relinquished a total of 200,000 taels of gold to the Grand Elder, he felt no pang of regret. After all, half of this gold belonged to the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom, while the other half was a consequence of Qingyun sword sect's defeat at his hands. Thus, in essence, this sum no longer belonged to the sect. The lord of the Qingyun sword sect was a man of considerable magnanimity. Despite the loss, he did not harbor excessive disappointment. He addressed those present with a serene demeanor, stating, "Since this matter has been clarified, let us not dwell on it any longer. Today, we shall hold a celebratory feast to honor our triumph over the envoy sent by the crown prince of the Yu Kingdom, and to restore the dignity of the Qingyun sword sect. I sincerely hope that everyone present will participate, for this occasion provides an opportunity to resolve any lingering grievances among us, as we are all members of the Qingyun sword sect. Should there be conflicts among you, know that the ultimate loss will be borne by our own strength." After the Lord's conciliatory words, Yi Xingchen, along with the second elder and the sixth elder of the Qingyun sword sect, managed to mend their misunderstandings. Initially, their disagreements were not substantial. With the awareness of Yi Xingchen's status and the considerable power he now wielded, the second and sixth elders naturally preferred not to antagonize someone of his caliber. Yi Xingchen, too, had no desire to create enmity with two formidable warriors of the true martial realm. Despite some past grievances with Xing Tianqiu, he would not willingly jeopardize the strength of the Qingyun sword sect. Thus Yi Xingchen refrained from playing the villain. With their misunderstandings resolved, all departed from the training grounds, awaiting the evening's festivities. Yi Xingchen accompanied the Grand Elder back to his own mountain peak, while Xing Tianqiu returned to his own. With the Grand Elder by Yi Xingchen's side, there was no concern for his safety. On their way back, the Grand Elder spoke to Yi Xingchen with an expression of calm curiosity. "Son-in-law, how did you come to be a disciple of Master Lu Bin? What is your standing under that esteemed figure, and what are his preferences? Do you require your father-in-law's assistance in procuring gifts that may please him?" Yi Xingchen replied with a sense of pride, "It was not I who sought to become my master's disciple. Rather, he chanced upon me one day, and, perceiving my exceptional talent, insisted on taking me as his apprentice. I observed that the other party possessed certain capabilities, which led me to acquiesce to their request. Under my master's tutelage, I am undoubtedly the most significant figure. I can command any of my senior brothers at will, and my esteemed father-in-law should be well aware of my standing in my master's eyes. As for my master's preferences, I remain uncertain. Since Yi Xingchen has feigned the presence of an exceptionally skilled master, he must maintain this facade." However, in the presence of his father-in-law, the pretense was momentarily abandoned. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect remarked with an expression of calmness, "Son-in-law, could you possibly invite your master to personally attend to your mother-in-law's ailment? It is not a matter of mistrusting your senior brother, but simply that your master is undoubtedly more formidable. If your master were to personally intervene, he would surely possess a greater array of methods to aid your mother-in-law. Now that we are family, I trust that enlisting your master's assistance should not pose a significant challenge." Yi Xingchen replied with an expression of neutrality. "Indeed, requesting my master's personal involvement is not a daunting task. However, he is currently sequestered in a mysterious location. I am unable to locate this enigmatic place, but in 2 months' time, my master will be visiting the Qingyun sword sect to see me. Once that moment arrives, we shall gather the necessary medicinal materials. Should we lack the means to procure them, I will personally seek my master's intervention and inquire if he possesses alternative solutions." Although Yi Xingchen pretended to have a master, he did not possess a true one. His confidence stemmed from the presence of a system by his side. If, by that time, he truly could not procure the requisite materials, Yi Xingchen could pay a certain price within the system to exchange for the necessary elixir to fulfill the task. However, such an action would exact a severe toll on him, one that would not be mitigated even after completing 10 similar tasks. Thus, unless absolutely unavoidable, Yi Xingchen would resolutely refrain from adopting such a method, as it was merely a means provided by the system for him to bypass tasks. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect continued, "If this is indeed the case, that would be splendid. I have already retrieved the materials from the sect's treasury. We are merely lacking the final ingredient, which resides within the Langyue's secret realm. That son-in-law, your prowess is formidable. I am certain that you will secure a spot in this expedition to the Langyue's secret realm. I hope you will exert every effort to procure the 5th grade creation lotus. Acquiring the 5th grade creation lotus is currently the best course of action for your mother-and-law.do. You have the confidence to bring forth the 5th grade creation lotus?" The Grand Elder understood that assigning such a task to Yi Xingchen placed him in a challenging position, as the cohort entering the Langyue realm would undoubtedly include formidable half-step, innate experts capable of swiftly advancing to the innate realm. Regardless of Yi Xingchen's strength, while he could contend with ordinary innate realm practitioners, facing those of prodigious caliber would render him nearly without a fighting chance. Nevertheless, Yi Xingchen was, after all, the son-in-law of the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Since he intended to marry his daughter, he naturally had to bear the corresponding burdens. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect perceives no issue in commanding Yi Xingqian, for he has wholly regarded him as his future son-in-law. Unbeknownst to the Grand Elder, Yi Xingqian and Yin Shi are not yet in a confirmed relationship. Had he been aware of this fact, he would no longer view the utilization of Yi Xingqian as entirely reasonable. Thus, there are times when ignorance of certain matters may not be such a detrimental thing. Nevertheless, Yi Xingqian has consistently held no objections to the Grand Elder's demands. He has already regarded Yin Shi as his beloved. And naturally, the Grand Elder Yin Dongqian is to be considered his future father. In law.it is entirely normal for one's future father-in-law to summon him, and Yi Xingqian is indeed willing to be at his service. With a calm demeanor, Yi Xingqian declared, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I shall certainly retrieve the 5th grade creation lotus upon my entry into the Langyue realm." The Grand Elder continued, "If you are able to bring it back, that would indeed be the best outcome. However, should it prove impossible to acquire, there is no need to exert yourself excessively. If we cannot obtain it within, we may conduct transactions outside, and if trading proves futile, we can resort to force. Surely, the other party cannot refine the 5th grade creation lotus within the secret realm. Although this lotus is immensely versatile and beneficial for warriors, it cannot be consumed raw. It must undergo processing first. Those who enter the secret realm are the most talented disciples from various factions. To process the 5th grade creation lotus, one must possess the skills of a profound grade alchemist. While those gifted disciples may achieve half-step innate prowess in martial arts, they will certainly not reach the profound grade level in alchemy. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words." Chapter 104. Diverting attention. The Grand Elder's intent was clear. Yi Xingqian should strive with all his might to seize the 5th grade creation lotus within the Langyue secret realm. However, if it remains unattainable, there is no cause for concern. The individual who obtains the lotus will inevitably exit the space, and once they do, they can devise a plan to either snatch or exchange for the 5th grade creation lotus, thereby ensuring Yi Xingqian remains unharmed. Why Yi Xingqian, maintaining his composure, responded, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I shall exert every effort to secure the 5th grade creation lotus. Even if I ultimately fail, I will have my master assist in retrieving it." The Grand Elder remarked, "That would be the most favorable outcome. Now, regarding the gold you have acquired, what do you intend to do with it?" Observing the Grand Elder's expression, Yi Xingqian quickly discerned that his future father-in-law desired this batch of gold. While he might willingly offer other items to him, this particular treasure was one he could not part with. This batch of gold is intended for the development of the Punishment Alliance, as it is still in its nascent stages and requires a substantial investment of resources. Such an infusion of resources will undoubtedly propel the Punishment Alliance to remarkable heights. After contemplating for a while, Yi Xingqian turned to his future father-in-law and said, "Esteemed father-in-law, this is the first time I have acquired such a significant amount of gold, and I am uncertain how to utilize it. However, my master has been of tremendous assistance to me. So I have decided to present this entire sum of gold to him. I believe he will find it invaluable when procuring medicinal materials. Furthermore, once I bestow this gold upon my master, he would surely not neglect my needs. He may even grant me various elixirs. If these elixirs prove beneficial to you, dear father-in-law, I shall gladly present them to you." Yi Xingqian articulated this in hopes of preemptively addressing any request his father-in-law might make regarding the gold. Following this declaration, it was evident that his future father-in-law would no longer pursue the gold, as he was astute enough to recognize that the gold was intended for his own advancement. The acquisition of this gold was also meant to procure resources to elevate his own cultivation, and possessing the gold did not guarantee access to the requisite resources. Therefore, presenting this gold to Yi Xingqian's master ensured that, regardless of whether his master desired it, he would certainly not neglect Yi Xingqian's interests. Eventually, a modicum of resources from that esteemed individual could significantly enhance Yi Xingqian's cultivation. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect interjected, saying, "Son-in-law, your approach to handling this gold is quite commendable. Given your master's kindness towards you, it is indeed fitting that you offer him this gold. While it is possible that he does not lack for such wealth, the significance of your gift lies in the sentiment behind it. However, do bear in mind that if your master truly provides you with elixirs meant for those of the true martial realm, you must first consider your father and law.do not bestow these elixirs upon unrelated individuals." The unrelated individuals referred to by the Grand Elder clearly indicated Xing Tianshou. The resources Yi Xingqian could provide to Xing Tianshou would enable him to break through to the first level of the true martial realm. Should such resources be given to the Grand Elder instead, he was confident in his ability to achieve that same breakthrough. Attaining the first level of the true martial realm would dramatically alter his standing. A practitioner at the third level would be capable of establishing a sect, and even the royal family of the U Kingdom would hesitate to offend a master of such caliber. Conversely, those at the second level of the true martial realm were relatively numerous within the U Kingdom, and thus their status was not particularly elevated. A practitioner at the third level, should they choose to flee desperately, would find it exceedingly difficult to be slain by even a master of the Grand Master realm. However, a practitioner at the second level would stand little chance of escape against a Grand Master's intervention. The disparity in strength between the second and third levels of the true martial realm is, without a doubt, quite significant. The Crown Prince of the U Kingdom may afford some regard to the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect, yet he would certainly not extend the same courtesy to the elder of the sect. The reason for this is that the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect is a formidable practitioner at the third level of the true martial realm, while the esteemed elder holds merely the second level of the same realm. Yi Xingchen, with a countenance full of respect, declared, "Esteemed father-in-law, please rest assured. Next time, when my master provides me with elixirs suitable for practitioners of the true martial realm, I shall ensure they are bestowed upon you, not anyone else. Even if my master does not proactively offer such elixirs, I will certainly request one from him, the same type that was given to Elder Xing Tianshou previously. I am confident that if that elixir can assist Elder Xing Tianshou in breaking through, it will undoubtedly aid you as well, esteemed father-in-law." The elder of the Qingyun sword sect replied with an expression of indifference. "Pray tell, what kind of elixir did you provide to Elder Xing Tianshou last time? Enlighten me, so I may ascertain whether it holds any efficacy for me. If it turns out that the elixir you acquire for me proves to be of no benefit, it would be rather awkward for you to seek other elixirs from your master in the future." With a calm demeanor, Yi Xingchen responded, "The elixir my master bestowed upon me last time is known as the Breaking Martial Pill. Classified as a high-grade Xian level elixir, have heard that my master possesses another Breaking Martial Pill of the top-grade Xian level, which can assist practitioners at the second level of the true martial realm in their breakthrough to the third level. I shall request that my master provide me with that particular elixir, which I will then present to you. Esteemed father-in-law, I am certain that upon receiving it, you will achieve your breakthrough to the third level of the true martial realm." At this moment, the elder of the Qingyun sword sect was brimming with excitement, for he was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the Breaking Martial Pill. This elixir is specifically crafted to aid practitioners of the true martial realm in their breakthroughs, and it comes in two grades, one being the high-grade Xian level, which assists those at the first level of the true martial realm, and the other being the top-grade Xian level, which aids those at the second level. With Yi Xingchen's assurance, he could almost envision the path to the third level of the true martial realm. Chapter 105. The Radiant Moon and the World that Night. The 8 elders of the Qingyun sword sect, along with the chief steward of the inner sect, a total of 9 practitioners of the true martial realm, gathered with Yi Xingchen in the water pavilion of the Qingyun sword sect. Yi Xingchen sat beside the sect master, his status even more esteemed than that of the ordinary elders. After several rounds of wine and an array of delectable dishes, the sect master, with utmost seriousness, addressed Yi Xingchen, "Young friend Xingchen, I wonder if you harbor any desire to participate in this upcoming contest for the Radiant Moon and the world. Should you wish to partake, I can directly grant you a spot from the Qingyun sword sect, allowing you to bypass the preliminary selections and enter the finals of the contest. If you manage to secure a place among the top 3, you shall gain entry into the Radiant Moon and the world." "Have you ever heard of the Radiant Moon and the world?" The Night Star, with utmost seriousness, remarked. "I have indeed heard of the Radiant Moon realm, but my previous standing was exceedingly humble, and thus my understanding of the Radiant Moon realm is rather limited. I wonder if the esteemed sect master could provide me with a detailed introduction to the Radiant Moon realm. Once I ascertain the benefits I may reap from entering this realm, I shall decide whether to proceed." The Night Star was resolute in his intention to enter the Radiant Moon realm, yet he did not plan to do so without extracting some concessions from the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect. The Radiant Moon realm is situated within the confines of the Radiant Moon Prefecture, a region devoid of significant sects, and is enveloped by the 5 great sects of the U Kingdom, thereby rendering this territory a private possession of these sections. The annual profits generated by the Radiant Moon Prefecture are substantial. Yet these benefits are not equitably distributed among the 5 great sections. The 5 sects have divided all profits of the Radiant Moon Prefecture into 10 parts, and each time the Radiant Moon realm opens, the profits are reallocated. At each opening of the Radiant Moon realm, 3 individuals may enter. The first representative earns the sect a 50 share of the Radiant Moon Prefecture's profits, the second earns 30, and the third gains 20. This distribution of profits has left the Qingyun sword sect without control over the benefits of the Radiant Moon Prefecture for over a century, as no one from the sect has qualified for entry into the Radiant Moon realm in the past 100 years. Initially, the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect held little hope for this opportunity, but the emergence of the Night Star shifted his perspective. Although the Night Star may lack the prowess to secure first place, he possesses the capability to contend for a position among the top 3. Even securing third place would allow the Qingyun sword sect to garner significant benefits from the Radiant Moon Prefecture, thereby facilitating its growth and development. The Night Star keenly recognized this opportunity and prepared to negotiate with the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect. Although the sect's treasury had been largely depleted by the Night Star, making it difficult to produce substantial gold, the Qingyun sword sect, with its nearly 1,000-year legacy, certainly harbored a plethora of treasures and secret tomes. The Night Star felt an overwhelming urge to extort some of these valuable items, lest he remain unsettled. Unbeknownst to him, the sect master of the Qingyun sword sect remained oblivious to the Night Star's ulterior motives and spoke with calm composure. Young friend Xingqian, the Radiant Moon realm is a naturally occurring, enclosed space, distinct from our world. Within this secluded realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally rich, greatly facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. Moreover, there exists a heavenly spirit pool within the Radiant Moon realm, abundant with immense celestial energy. Should you gain entry to the heavenly spirit pool, your cultivation will undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge, and you will find it effortless to transcend the innate realm. Furthermore, the experience of cultivating within the heavenly spirit pool will prove immensely beneficial for your future endeavors in cultivation. Behind the celestial spirit pool lies a medicinal garden, abundant with a myriad of rare and exquisite herbs. Should you succeed in procuring even a couple of these extraordinary botanicals, you could undoubtedly auction them for an astronomical sum. At the rear of the garden stands a grand palace, yet none from our 5 major sects have ever ventured within its walls, remaining oblivious to the treasures it may contain or its true purpose. Yi Xingqian, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Master, you are not deceiving me, are you? I can't shake the feeling that you are pulling my leg." A vast medicinal garden, and are we to believe that those who previously entered the lunar embrace realm are still awaiting our arrival to harvest the herbs? Surely, they must have exhausted all the resources long ago. And what of that immense palace? Why can we not enter? The elder of the Qingyun sword sect replied, "The fault lies with me for not elucidating this matter clearly. Within the realm of lunar embrace exists a colossal formation. It is precisely due to this formation that the realm manifests here in the lunar county every few decades. This immense formation, based on the collective knowledge of our 5 sects, remains beyond the comprehension of any of us in terms of its level. However, we all surmise that it is a formation of the celestial extremity, for only such a formation could possess such formidable power. Encased within this grand formation are numerous smaller formations, surrounding all the spiritual herbs within the garden. Without the means to unravel these formations, one cannot retrieve the spiritual herbs. As for the palace, it too is shrouded by a vast formation, and thus far, no disciple from any sect has ever set foot inside." Yi Xingqian, maintaining a facade of composure, inquired, "Surely, the spiritual herbs within the garden are finite. Generations of disciples have entered, and it stands to reason that the herbs have been entirely harvested. Likewise, the spiritual liquid within the celestial spirit pool must have been fully consumed by now. As for the palace, we cannot even approach it. I fail to see what benefits I might gain from entering the lunar embrace realm, especially since I've heard that life and death are of no concern in the arena battles among the 5 sects. For the sake of my own safety, I think it prudent to forego entering the lunar embrace. Master, perhaps you should seek out someone more capable. I truly lack the ability to venture into that realm." The elder of the Qingyun sword sect observed Yi Xingqian's ostentatious demeanor and found it quite amusing. Yi Xingqian had previously expressed a desire to enter the lunar embrace realm, and the elder believed in his capabilities. Even if he did not secure first place, obtaining third should be within reach. At this moment, Yi Xingqian's behavior was clearly an attempt to further extort from the sect leader of Qingyun sword sect. As the prospective father-in-law, the elder naturally considered Yi Xingqian's interests as his own. The sect leader, however, remained unaware that Yi Xingqian's remarks were a ploy for personal gain. He believed instead that Yi Xingqian simply lacked understanding of the lunar embrace realm and thus sought to gain further insight. The esteemed leader of the Qingyun sword sect continued, "Young friend Xingqian, you may be unaware of this. The spirit night within the spirit pool of the Langware realm is continuously being generated at all times. Even if 1,000 individuals were to simultaneously absorb it, there would still be an inexhaustible supply. Moreover, individuals entering the Langware realm are limited to 3 at a time. This limitation does not stem from our 5 sects' reluctance to send in more participants, but rather from the fact that once 3 individuals have entered, any additional approach to the entrance will result in instant annihilation by the realm's defenses. Not even the pinnacle of the true martial realm is exempt from this fate. Furthermore, the Langue realm can only accommodate those of the postnatal realm. Anyone above this level will be reduced to nothing by the entrances array.as for the medicinal herbs in the apothecary garden. Dear friend Xingqian, you need not worry excessively. The herbs there are safeguarded by arrays, and the garden itself is vast. Over the course of a millennium, we have only managed to decipher a few dozen arrays, leaving several hundred still unbroken. The spiritual herbs within these arrays are often centuries or even millennia old. Even the herbs from arrays we have already deciphered will continue to grow, provided we do not uproot their seeds. This is why those who enter the Langue realm tend to return with some form of gain. Why Xingqian then inquired, "May I ask, Master Sect Leader, are participants allowed to engage in combat within the Langue realm?" The leader, uncertain of the motivations behind Xingqian's question, replied candidly, "Within the Langue realm, mutual combat is not prohibited. After all, when it comes to the pursuit of treasure, no one can exert control, and thus, our 5 sects cannot impose regulations within this secret domain." Yi Xingqian, taken aback, responded, "In that case, I shall refrain from entering the Langue realm, will also not partake in the martial competition among the 5 sects. As I lack confidence in such a life-and-death struggle, I am well aware that participants include formidable experts at the half-step innate realm. Facing the top practitioners of other sects at this level with my limited strength would be akin to an old man consuming arsenic, an act of folly. I would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. Master Sect Leader, you ought to seek other candidates for participation." The leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect replied, "Young friend Xingqian, you must not be so modest. Among the postnatal 9th level practitioners of the Qingyun sect, none surpass your capabilities. If you do not participate, our sect shall undoubtedly find itself at the bottom of the rankings. Your involvement would provide us with a glimmer of hope for recognition. After all, you are a part of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Should you not contribute to its endeavors? Furthermore, with your strength, even if you cannot best a half-step innate expert, you are more than capable of withstanding their attacks. Your life should remain secure." The esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect harbored a profound desire to secure a portion of the benefits from Langue County, which is why he earnestly sought the assistance of Yi Xingqian. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yi Xingqian replied, "Respected sect master, while I am not opposed to exerting myself for the sect, it is simply untenable for me to do so without any form of compensation. If you could provide me with some benefits, I would be willing to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the Qingyun Sword Sect." Upon hearing these words, the sect master instantly grasped the implications of Yi Xingqian's statement. It became evident that Yi Xingqian's previous actions were solely motivated by the desire to procure advantages for himself. He had been prepared from the outset to participate in the upcoming martial competition among the 5 sects. Understanding Yi Xingqian's mindset, the sect master of Qingyun Sword Sect adopted a more measured demeanor and inquired, "Dear friend Xingqian, may I ask what rewards you seek from our sect? You have recently withdrawn 200,000 taels of gold, of which half belongs to the sect. Are you now intent on extorting further assets from us? Does this not diminish your standing as a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect?" The sect master's words were delivered with utmost righteousness, aiming to stir a sense of shame within Yi Xingqian. Should Yi Xingqian refrain from demanding benefits, the sect master would save a considerable sum. Yi Xingqian, however, maintained a serious demeanor as he responded, "There is no need for you to articulate such sentiments, sect master. My sense of belonging to the sect is indeed quite strong. Should our sect face a grave crisis, I would undoubtedly offer my utmost assistance. However, the prospect of risking my life in a competition that holds little significance for the sect is entirely unwarranted. If you insist that I participate, it is only reasonable for me to request some benefits from you, for possessing certain treasures would enhance my likelihood of success in this contest. Even if I ultimately do not emerge victorious, I would at least ensure my own survival. What do you think of my reasoning, respected sect master? Is there anything unreasonable in my words? If so, I would appreciate your guidance." Yi Xingqian feigned ignorance regarding the substantial benefits the Qingyun Sword Sect could reap should he triumph in the competition. He sought to elicit this information from the sect master, as it would enable him to extort even greater rewards. The sect master, having discerned Yi Xingqian's intentions, recognized that he was in a position of need and lacked the authority to compel Yi Xingqian to act. After all, Yi Xingqian was not only a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect, but also a favored protege of a prominent figure. Chapter 107. Compromise. The esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect discerned the intent of Yi Xingqian, who sought to extort treasures from him. Indeed, it appeared that Yi Xingqian aimed to extort the entire cash of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Were he a mere ordinary disciple, the sect would have swiftly dealt him a lesson. However, Yi Xingqian was a different matter altogether, for he had formidable backing. The leader was reluctant to strain the relationship between the Qingyun Sword Sect and Yi Xingqian, Thus he refrained from expressing his ire. With a composed demeanor, the sect leader addressed Yi Xingqian. Young friend Xingqian, I wish to ascertain what you require in order to represent our Qingyun sword sect in battle. The leader's gaze towards Yi Xingqian was rife with disdain. Although he did not verbalize it, his demeanor conveyed a profound contempt. It was as though Yi Xingqian were not the disciple of a significant figure, but rather a beggar from the streets, haggling over every trivial matter, uncomfortable unless he received something in return. Feeling somewhat abashed under the leader's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Xingqian had recently acquired 200,000 taels of gold from the Qingyun sword sect and was now audaciously seeking further treasures. Despite possessing a thick skin, he was not devoid of shame. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his rapid advancement, Yi Xingqian was willing to cast aside any notions of propriety. To maintain his dignity would mean foregoing numerous opportunities. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to abandon such concerns. With an expression of calm resolve, he articulated, "My demands are not overly extravagant. Should you desire my participation in battle, I require only the privilege to select 3 treasures from the Qingyun sword sect's treasury. Naturally, I would wish to choose these items myself, and all that is needed from you, esteemed leader, is to grant me access to the treasury, and my selection will not be for personal gain, but rather in the interest of the sect's honor. Should I find suitable treasures, my combat prowess may be significantly enhanced, thus amplifying the impact of my performance in the arena, ultimately benefiting the sect. As a lineage that had endured for over a millennium, the Qingyun sword sect possessed a treasury filled with remarkable artifacts, and Yi Xingqian's interest in these items was palpable. The treasures housed within the sect's treasury were undoubtedly extraordinary, and he coveted them greatly. The sect leader, observing Yi Xingqian's audacity, felt a fleeting urge to reprimand him severely. However, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. Yi Xingqian's reasoning was not without merit. Should he be allowed to select 3 treasures, and subsequently leverage them to secure a prominent position in the competition, the sect's investment would assuredly yield returns. Indeed, it could even be deemed a substantial profit. This proposition resembled an investment. If Yi Xingqian failed to secure a ranking after selecting his treasures, the sect leader would have no recourse to reclaim them. The esteemed Night Star is even less likely to relinquish these treasures. However, investing in Night Star is still highly worthwhile. Should one consider investing in others, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect would show no inclination. Yet when it comes to Night Star, the leader finds it worth deliberating. After a period of profound contemplation, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect declared, "It is not impossible for you to select 3 treasures from the treasury, but you must establish a written agreement. Should you fail to place in the top 3, all treasures from the treasury must be returned to the Qingyun sword sect, and of course, if you secure a position within the top 3, then all the treasures you select from the treasury shall rightfully belong to you." The leader mused that if these treasures were bestowed upon Night Star, they would reap significant profits once he achieved a ranking. Conversely, if Night Star did not succeed, they could easily reclaim the treasures. This could be deemed a win-win solution. At that moment, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect felt a sense of admiration for his own cleverness. However, Night Star's subsequent remark left him utterly speechless. Night Star coolly stated, "Esteemed leader, while your strategy may work for treasures that can be used multiple times, it becomes entirely ineffective when applied to consumable items." The leader of the Qingyun sword sect replied with an expression of indifference. The Qingyun sword sect, after all, is a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning over a millennium. If the treasures you acquire are consumable, once used, they need not be returned. However, should you choose not to use them, you must return them to the Qingyun sword sect. As for reusable treasures, simply return them after use. What do you think of this proposal? For the moment, the leader felt quite pleased with his own mechanism. Yet, Night Star's next statement caused the leader's heart to plummet. Night Star earnestly replied, "That is hardly satisfactory, esteemed leader. Regardless of circumstances, the sect has a history of over 1,000 years. How can the sect be so petty as to demand the return of a few trifling treasures after bestowing them upon a disciple? If treasures granted are to be reclaimed, I shall refuse to participate in this competition. The absence of my participation bears no consequence. Perhaps you should seek those willing to return treasures. If I am compelled to participate, there is no way I will return any treasures." Night Star is notoriously tenacious. Once treasures are in his possession, it is inconceivable for him to return them, unless they are of no value to him and he wishes to pass them on. Otherwise, the treasures he has claimed are undoubtedly not to be relinquished. After another moment of contemplation, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect continued, "Dear friend Star, you speak with great wisdom and accuracy. Regardless of the situation, you are serving the sect, and it is entirely reasonable for the sect to grant you certain items to facilitate your duties. Therefore, I have made my decision. The 3 treasures you select from the sect's treasury shall be yours to keep without the obligation of return. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, all the elders of the Qingyun sword sect were instantly filled with envy. Even if they yearned for the treasures within the coveted vault, they would have to pay a considerable price to obtain them. Yet, Yi Xingqian merely needed to engage in a single battle for the inner sect to be rewarded with 3 precious items. How could this not evoke feelings of envy and resentment among them? Weakly stating their thoughts, some elders lamented that there were certain treasures within the Qingyun sword sect's treasury that they were not even qualified to exchange for. Even if they possessed sufficient items for trade, they lacked the standing to summon those treasures. Take, for instance, the sect's revered cultivation technique. Apart from the sect leader, no one else within the Qingyun sword sect was permitted to practice it. Only those who had rendered extraordinary contributions to the sect might be granted the privilege of that technique, which lay within the treasury. The fact that Yi Xingqian could freely choose any 3 items from the treasury indicated that he could indeed opt for the sect's esteemed cultivation technique. This was a coveted treasure that many elders of the Qingyun sword sect yearned for, now seemingly within Yi Xingqian's grasp, further fueling their envy and resentment. Despite their feelings, they refrained from contesting the sect leader's words. Once the leader had spoken, they found no opportunity to voice their dissent. Even if they attempted to argue, it would bear no consequence, as the sect leader held the power of veto. The Grand Elder and the 7th Elder, along with the inner sect's chief steward, as well as Xing Tianshou, all shared a connection with Yi Xingqian, making it impossible for them to oppose him at this juncture. Although the 2nd Elder and the 6th Elder harbored minor grievances against Yi Xingqian, they dared not utter a word. After all, they had only just reconciled with him, and any remarks now would amount to a fresh offense. Moreover, their opposition would serve no purpose and hold no significance. So they chose silence. The sect leader, with a serene expression, addressed Yi Xingqian. Young friend Xingqian, I trust you are satisfied now. Are you willing to fight for the Qingyun sword sect? Yi Xingqian replied calmly. It is certainly no trouble to battle for the Qingyun sword sect, but I cannot guarantee victory or a place among the top 3. This is something the esteemed leader must understand. Should I fail to secure a top 3 position, I hope you will not hold it against me. With a gentle smile, the sect leader responded, Young friend Xingqian, I have faith in your abilities. I am certain you will attain a top 3 position. If you give your utmost, the 3rd place shall undoubtedly belong to you. Once you enter the realm of Langyue, you will acquire even greater resources. Yi Xingqian remarked, Esteemed leader, if I do secure 3rd place, might there not be additional rewards? Perhaps the opportunity to select another treasure from the treasury or the management rights of Langyue County granted to me. I would oversee the assets of the Qingyun sword sect in Langyue County. And rest assured, I shall faithfully remit the taxes due to the sect each year. If I were to attain 2nd place, would I be permitted to select 5 treasures from the treasury, or be granted the governance of Langyue County? Should I secure 2nd place and be entrusted with the stewardship of Langyue County, I believe I should rightfully receive half of its assets, while the remaining half would be duly submitted to the sect. Conversely, if I were to claim the top position, would I then have the privilege to choose 10 treasures from the treasury, or assume control of Langyue County? In the event of winning 1st place and managing Langyue County, I would be entitled to 90% of its assets, with the remaining 10% submitted in a timely manner to the sect. What does the esteemed sect leader think of my proposals? If the sect leader finds my suggestions agreeable, I would be more than willing to participate in the competition. Yi Xingqian's primary ambition is to govern Langyue County, rather than covet the treasures within the sect's treasury. After all, there are at most 100 treasures in the treasury, and having already claimed 3, requesting an additional one would be met with staunch resistance from the sect leader of Qingyun sword sect. It is certain that Qingyun sword sect would prefer to allow Yi Xingqian to oversee Langyue County, even if only a fraction of resources were allocated to him. The sect leader is inclined towards this option because such matters are intangible and thus less burdensome to part with. In contrast, the treasures within the sect's treasury are tangible and parting with them would indeed be a source of considerable distress. Naturally, should Yi Xingqian attain 1st place, the sect leader of Qingyun sword sect would be willing to grant him 10 treasures from the treasury, for the wealth derived from 50% of Langyue County's revenue is substantial. Compared to the treasures in the treasury, the sect leader would undoubtedly favor the former. However, it is exceedingly unlikely that Yi Xingqian could ever secure 1st place. Even achieving 2nd place appears almost unattainable, particularly given that among the 5 sects, Tianzong boasts a remarkably prodigious talent who, at the later stages of his development, has already surpassed the innate realm. He has now reached the pinnacle of the semi-inborn realm and could step into the innate realm at any moment, having postponed this transition solely to enter the realm of Langyue. Thus, 1st place is virtually guaranteed to fall to this extraordinary individual from Tianzong. The 2nd place is likely to be claimed by a similarly formidable prodigy from Yuanzong. who has also reached the semi-inborn realm and possesses a history of defeating innate realm experts. Both prodigies from Yuanzong and Tianzong are not merely contenders against innate realm experts. They are capable of vanquishing them, which speaks volumes of their prowess. Were Yi Xingqian to be a semi-inborn realm expert, the sect leader of Qingyun's sword sect would have faith in his ability to contend with them. Yet, as it stands, Yi Xingqian is merely an individual at the 9th level of the acquired realm, and engaging them directly would place him at a significant disadvantage with almost no chance of victory. The sect leader's hope is for Yi Xingqian to secure a position in the top 3, thereby allowing Qingyun's sword sect to command 15% of Langyue County's resources. As for entrusting the management of the Langyue County to Yi Xingqian, he shall not charge any fees. After all, it is the Qingyun sword sect that stands to gain. The current objective of the sect leader of Qingyun's sword sect is merely to secure 3rd place in this competition. He has not even considered 1st or 2nd place. The leader, with an expression of indifference, stated, "I shall acquiesce to your request. Regardless of which position you achieve, the power of Langyue County will be under your control. Furthermore, the income from Langyue County will be distributed as you have proposed." How does that sound? Yi Xingqian smiled and replied, "Then it is settled, esteemed sect leader. Once I have participated in the competition, I trust that you will not go back on your word." The sect leader responded, "As the illustrious leader of Qingyun's sword sect, do you truly think I would forsake my promise over such a trivial matter? All the elders present today shall serve as witnesses. Should Yi Xingqian indeed secure a place among the top 3, I shall honor his requests." With the endorsement of numerous elders, Yi Xingqian felt a sense of reassurance. If his goal were merely to attain 3rd place, he firmly believed that the sect leader would not renege on his promise. However, should Yi Xingqian achieve 1st place, it would represent a significant profit, and there was a possibility that the sect leader might break his word. Yi Xingqian, with utmost respect, remarked, "A distinguished figure such as yourself would never utter a falsehood. I merely fear that I, as a mere individual, might be overly cautious. I hope for your understanding." The sect leader, with a smile, replied, "No offense taken, no offense taken." At that moment, the Qingyun sword sect felt they had struck a favorable deal. If Yi Xingqian were to fail to place in the top 3, it would equate to acquiring 3 treasures from the treasury, thus forming an alliance with those behind Yi Xingqian. Should he secure 3rd place, the transaction would still yield considerable profit for the sect. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Yi Xingqian respectfully addressed the sect leader, "Esteemed leader, is it now time for me to select treasures from the treasury?" Yi Xingqian was deeply concerned that the sect leader might have already moved all the valuable items from the treasury, leaving only inferior goods, resulting in a significant loss for him. He had been observant of the sect leader, noting that no one had been summoned during this time. Thus, he waited until the banquet had progressed before making this request. Had the sect leader summoned anyone from the outset, Yi Xingqian would have left to choose his treasures first before returning, ensuring he would not suffer any loss. Observing Yi Xingqian's anxious demeanor, the sect leader understood his thoughts clearly. He mused internally, "Experience prevails. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me." The esteemed leader of the Qingyun sword sect had long since employed the method of secret sound transmission to instruct his subordinates to remove all significant treasures from the vault. Now, should Yi Xingqian venture forth, he would likely obtain little more than mediocre artifacts, at best. With a faint smile, the sect master addressed him, "Young friend Xingqian, rest assured, there is no cause for concern. I shall escort you to the vault to select the treasures you require, and with so many elders present as witnesses, I assure you, I will not renege on my promise." Yet, Yi Xingqian couldn't shake a sense of foreboding upon hearing the sect master's words. Why was the leader so hastily willing to lead him to the vault, without a moment's hesitation? Unbeknownst to him, the method of secret sound transmission had been employed, or else he would have long since requested access to the vault. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect was well aware of this technique, as was Xing Tianshou. However, both had been warned by the sect master that should either of them dare to disclose this matter to Yi Xingqian, they would be held accountable for any losses incurred from the vault. This was a blatant and stark threat, and under such duress, the Grand Elder and the 8th Elder had acquiesced. As for the other elders, they were not so oblivious as to broach such topics. The 2nd Elder and the 6th Elder were even less inclined to intervene. Although they had resolved their past conflicts, they still harbored reservations against Yi Xingqian, making the notion of alerting him a mere folly. With the sect master guiding Yi Xingqian towards the vault, the latter inquired of his future father-in-law, "Dear father-in-law, why is the sect master so accommodating? Should he not take some time to ensure that all valuable treasures are extracted from the vault first? His readiness confounds me. Could you enlighten me?" In a hushed tone, the Grand Elder replied, "Son-in-law, the sect master has already removed all the valuable items from the vault. Should you proceed, you will be fortunate to acquire merely some ordinary artifacts. Thus, temper your excitement and do not presume the sect master harbors any ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the ordinary treasures within the vault are still quite precious, particularly for someone of your innate 9th level. Even for those at the pinnacle of the innate realm, any item from the vault holds substantial value. Though the sect master has claimed the most coveted treasures, there remain some worthwhile items. If you choose carefully, you may still procure something of merit. Yi Xingqian responded, "Father-in-law, how can that be? The sect master has not vacated the premises, nor have I witnessed any exchanges with others. No elder has left, nor have I seen them conferring with anyone else. Surely, the sect master could not have anticipated my request for treasures and preemptively removed the most valuable items." The esteemed Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword sect quietly elucidated the technique of secret transmission to Yi Xingqian at last. Yi Xingqian comprehended why the sect leader had so readily acquiesced to his request to select treasures from the treasury. With a furrowed brow, he addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Esteemed father-in-law, given the significance of this matter, why did you not employ the method of secret transmission to inform me? Had you disclosed this to me, we would not have incurred the loss of several invaluable treasures." The Grand Elder replied with an expression of calm detachment, "I too wish to convey this to you through secret transmission. Do you truly believe I would not want to assist you? However, the sect leader is present, and he has issued a warning. If I were to reveal this matter to you, my future would be jeopardized. Furthermore, even if I were to inform you, the sect leader would undoubtedly devise various means to delay your visit, thereby ensuring that the crucial treasures within the treasury are swiftly relocated. Ultimately, you would still be devoid of any precious artifacts, and I would find myself in disfavor with the sect leader. Thus, after careful consideration, I chose not to disclose this information to you." Upon hearing his father-in-law's explanation, Yi Xingqian felt a sense of relief. The reasoning presented by the Grand Elder was undeniably sound. It was clear that the most treasured items of the Qingyun Sword sect would not be bestowed upon him. Even the Grand Elder himself would find it exceedingly difficult to procure such treasures, as they were specifically designated for the suppression of the sect and were not likely to be awarded to anyone. With a heavy heart, Yi Xingqian followed the sect leader towards the treasury. After approximately half an incense stick's duration, they arrived at the Qingyun Sword sect's treasury, a vast subterranean vault. This underground repository was meticulously guarded, with no fewer than 20 innate realm experts stationed as sentinels. Yet, to Yi Xingqian, the presence of merely 20 innate realm guardians seemed grossly inadequate. In a hushed tone, he inquired of his future father-in-law, "Esteemed father-in-law, is the defense of this treasury truly so lax? What if someone were to infiltrate and steal the sect's treasures?" The Grand Elder responded with an air of tranquility, "Such an occurrence is utterly implausible. For all the years since the establishment of the treasury, it has never been breached, nor has anyone ever forced their way inside. You need not worry on this account. The treasury is surrounded by mystic iron, and even a true martial realm expert would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the vault in a short span of time. Moreover, the treasury is situated in the very heart of the Qingyun Sword sect, adjacent to the core formation that controls the sect's defenses. Without the sect leader's token, one cannot even enter the treasury's vicinity. Otherwise, they would be subjected to the assault of the sect's defensive array. The most critical area of the defensive array of the Qingyun Sword sect is such that even a formidable figure like the sect master would find himself grievously injured if he were to enter its innermost sanctum without discerning its true essence. Ultimately, whether one can escape the confines of the Qingyun Sword sect's protective formation hinges upon the vagaries of luck. Thus, while the treasury may not be heavily guarded, its security remains exceedingly robust. Upon comprehending the intricacies of the treasury, Yi Xingqian hastily inquired of the sect master, "Great Elder, if I understand your assertion correctly, should the sect master wish to transport or relocate the treasures within the treasury, would it not necessitate his personal presence? Merely employing a means of secretive communication, without being physically present or having his token here, how could the treasures be removed or transferred?" The Great Elder of the Qingyun Sword sect elucidated, "Within the treasury, there resides a supreme elder of our sect who stands vigilant. The might of this supreme elder rivals that of the sect master. However, due to his advanced age and reluctance to engage with new disciples, he has requested to oversee the treasury. With the supreme elder's presence, the customary requirement for 2 true martial realm elders to guard the treasury has been lifted. Should the supreme elder depart, we would naturally dispatch 2 individuals to safeguard it. If my conjecture is accurate, the treasures within the treasury are likely secured by the supreme elder. Having resided in the treasury for over 30 years, he is intimately familiar with every item contained therein. It is certain that he has collected the most precious artifacts, leaving the less valuable ones for your selection. Although the sect master overheard the murmured exchanges between the great elder and Yexingchen, he remained impassive. After all, his actions were inherently dubious, and it was only natural for Yexingchen and others to engage in hushed discourse. Upon reaching the threshold of the treasury, the sect master utilized his sword master token to unlock it. Once the treasury was ajar, he addressed Yexingchen. This time, you may enter alone to select treasures. What you procure will depend on your discerning no one else may accompany you, for admitting too many individuals at once could precipitate a theft. The sect master's decision stemmed not from a fear of others pilfering treasures within the treasury, but rather from concern that someone might guide Yexingchen to seize the most valuable items. Should Yexingchen enter alone, it would be on his judgment alone to ascertain which treasures are truly precious and which are not. Yexingchen cast a glance at the sect master, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Sect master, you are indeed quite the strategist. The presence of a leader like you in the Qingyun sword sect is indeed a burden upon the sect itself. As for the esteemed leader, I shall venture alone into the treasure vault." Night Star, having no significant objections to entering the vault by himself, recognized that although the Qingyun sword sect possessed limited knowledge, he was equipped with a system that comprehended all things. Thus, even if he were to enter alone, he would still be able to select the 3 most precious treasures. Naturally, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect was unaware of Night Star's capabilities. With an expression of indifference, he remarked, "Young friend Xingchen, your words seem rather severe. I permitted your solitary entry solely for the continued prosperity of our sect. Thus, you need not hold it against me." Night Star offered a faint smile and replied, "How could I ever blame the esteemed leader? Your allowance for me to select 3 treasures from the vault is already an immense favor." After making this statement, Night Star refrained from further conversation and stepped directly into the vault. The moment he entered, the vault sealed itself automatically. Inside, he did not encounter the supreme elder of the Qingyun sword sect. As mentioned by his esteemed father-in-law, however, Night Star did not dwell on this matter. His purpose for coming was solely to procure treasures, not to meet the supreme elder. Within the Qingyun sword sect's vault, there were approximately 100 display racks, most of which were adorned with treasures. Though over 20 racks stood empty, it was evident that these 20 racks had recently been cleared, presumably of the precious items taken by the supreme elder of the Qingyun sword sect. Night Star expressed no outward reaction and began to examine the treasures displayed with great care. The items on the racks were a veritable cornucopia, encompassing various forms of treasures, including martial arts manuals, weapons, medicinal pills, and even materials for crafting weapons and elixirs. One by one, Night Star scrutinized the treasures. While the system provided detailed explanations for each item. In merely half an hour, he had comprehended all the treasures within the vault. These over 100 items were of at least mid-level Xin rank, with more than 10 being high-level Xin rank treasures, and 1 item classified as a superior Earth rank treasure. Upon seeing the superior Earth rank item, Night Star displayed no unusual emotions but remained remarkably composed. Exhibiting any significant reaction could potentially arouse suspicion, and he was determined to secure that Earth rank treasure. Night Star speculated that the items taken were likely precious high-level Xian rank or even pinnacle Xian rank treasures, with possibly 1 or 2 being inferior Earth rank items. The fact that the supreme elder of the Qingyun sword sect had not taken the superior Earth rank treasure suggested that he might not have deemed it particularly valuable, leaving it behind, or perhaps he deliberately left it to observe whether Night Star would recognize its worth. However, what Yixingchen knew was that the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect was certainly unaware of the true nature of this item. Otherwise, he would never have left it here. The item that Yixingchen beheld, a weapon of the Earth grade, was known as the Jianghu Tulu, Rivers and Lakes Manual. This manual was merely a scroll, crafted by a celestial tier weaponsmith, who, having failed to circulate it within the martial world, had since passed away. Consequently, this artifact lay in obscurity, until it eventually found its way into the Qingyun sword sect. Although the sect remained ignorant of its purpose, the unique materials used in its creation rendered it indestructible even by formidable warriors of the true martial realm. Thus, it was housed within the treasury. Since the system had provided Yixingchen with a prompt, it naturally also offered methods for utilizing the Jianghu Tulu. Yixingchen casually selected 2 medium-grade mysterious tier weapons and techniques, along with the Jianghu Tulu, and prepared to depart from the treasury of the Qingyun sword sect. The reason Yixingchen refrained from choosing higher-grade items was twofold. First, those superior items were not particularly suitable for him. Second, he wished to feign a lack of discernment. Were he to select only the finest items and then choose the Jianghu Tulu, even a fool from the Qingyun sword sect would surely recognize that this manual was no ordinary artifact. At that point, Yixingchen would find himself in a considerable predicament, as he would be compelled to explain his choices, It was untenable for him to abscond with the sect's treasures without providing an account of their significance. However, if Yi Xingqian were to disclose the true nature of the Jianghu Tulu, the Qingyun sword sect would undoubtedly turn hostile, denying him the opportunity to take it away. Unless, of course, he truly possessed a master at the grandmaster level to back him. Any pretense of having one would be futile. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to exit the treasury, an elderly man with a white beard suddenly appeared at the door. Yi Xingqian was entirely oblivious to the man's arrival and the manner of his appearance. However, Yi Xingqian immediately recognized him as the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect. With utmost respect, Yi Xingqian addressed him. Disciple Yi Xingqian pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The elder, with a benevolent expression, inquired. You are the Yi Xingqian whom the sect leader spoke of, are you not? Quite impressive indeed. The 3 items you have chosen from our treasury are merely ordinary in nature. As you are about to represent the Qingyun sword sect in battle, we cannot allow you to feel slighted. Therefore, I permit you to exchange these 3 items for 3 others from our treasury. Yi Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, as the elder's unexpected approach was entirely unconventional. Had he instead asked Yi Xingqian if he recognized the Jianghu Tulu, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. The Night Star, without a trace of hesitation, would naturally declare his ignorance, and coupled with the 2 items he had chosen, they were hardly of any remarkable value, perhaps allowing the matter to be brushed aside. However, the elder of the Qingyun sword sect, upon opening his mouth, promptly criticized the 3 items selected by the Night Star, subsequently permitting him to exchange them. Had the Night Star chosen not to replace those 3 items, the elder would undoubtedly suspect that he was aware of the significance of the Jianghu map. Thus, the Night Star found himself ensnared in a predicament, yet his mind was remarkably agile with an expression of calm indifference. He said, Elder, might you enlighten me as to the nature of these 3 items I have chosen? Should you elucidate their specific functions and purposes, I shall then consider whether to pursue alternative selections. The Night Star deftly passed the responsibility back to the elder of the Qingyun sword sect. If the elder were to disclose the functions of the 3 items, the Night Star could readily fabricate an excuse asserting that these items were indeed suitable for him, thereby opting not to exchange them. Conversely, if the elder could not articulate the functions of the 3 items, or if he failed to elucidate the significance of the Jianghu map, the Night Star could then proceed to exchange for 2 other items, retaining the Jianghu map without objection from the elder. Of course, if the elder were to concoct a spurious name and function for the Jianghu map, the Night Star would possess ample justification to claim it. The Night Star's intentions today were unequivocally clear. He aimed to acquire the Jianghu map while ensuring that the other party remained oblivious to its true nature. The elder of the Qingyun sword sect scrutinized the Night Star's demeanor and detected no signs of deceit. Slowly, the elder began. The 3 items you have selected are merely of mid-level Xian rank. Within this treasury, there exist numerous high-level Xian rank items. Should you choose anew, you may obtain something of greater value. The Night Star replied with an expression of equanimity, I appreciate the elder's kind intentions, but I shall forego the opportunity to select again. I am quite content with these 3 items. Surely, it cannot be that the 3 items I have chosen are so precious that you seek to prevent me from taking them? The elder of the Qingyun sword sect replied with a calm demeanor, Do you truly perceive me as a deceiver? After all, I am your elder. How could I possibly mislead you? The Night Star responded. The elder would certainly not deceive me, yet I possess a peculiar inclination towards cleanliness. Once I have made my selection, I seldom change my mind. Although he spoke thus, the Night Star harbored a lingering distrust of the elder's integrity. The elder, at this moment, felt an urge to chastise the Night Star, yet ultimately restrained himself. The esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect merely sought to probe whether Yi Xingqian was aware of the true nature of the scroll in his possession. Yi Xingqian's demeanor suggested a significant likelihood that he was indeed oblivious to the essence of the scroll. The elder himself was equally in the dark. He had originally anticipated that Yi Xingqian would provide him with clarity, yet he found himself without the answers he desired and was now met with suspicion. Yi Xingqian's current countenance was unmistakably indicative of someone proclaiming, I have selected only the most precious treasures. Your envy at my fortunate finds makes it evident that you wish for me to return these valuables in exchange for something of lesser worth. The elder of the Qingyun sword sect could hardly endure the look in Yi Xingqian's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from the treasury, leaving only the echo of his words in the air. Since you have completed your selection and have no intention of choosing again, you must vacate the treasury forthwith. In the Qingyun sword sect's treasury, no individual is permitted to linger for an extended period. Once selections are made, one must depart with utmost haste. Upon exiting the treasury, Yi Xingqian found that only the sect master of Qingyun, along with the Grand Elder and Xing Tianshou, remained outside, while the others had long since returned to their quarters. Their connection to Yi Xingqian was tenuous at best. Regardless of what treasures he acquired, he would not share them, and they dared not seize his possessions. Thus, their continued presence there held no significance, leading them to choose to depart. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect and Xing Tianshou remained behind, naturally to safeguard Yi Xingqian and to discern what treasures he had selected. The sect master, too, lingered with the intent of discovering the nature of Yi Xingqian's acquisitions. As Yi Xingqian emerged, the sect master greeted him with a beaming smile, casually inquiring, "Young friend Xingqian, were you satisfied with the treasures within the treasury? I am curious to know what you have chosen." Why, Yi Xingqian replied nonchalantly, "I am quite fond of all the treasures within the treasury. It is merely a pity that I am only permitted to take 3. It truly is a shame. How wonderful it would be if I could claim all the treasures contained therein." Upon hearing this, the sect master of Qingyun sword sect felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a slap to Yi Xingqian. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but never one as audacious as this. Such greed was astonishing, as he desired everything he laid eyes upon. The treasures within the Qingyun sword sect's treasury were beyond the sect master's right to claim in their entirety. He could only utilize a portion, and even that required the consent of numerous elders. Otherwise, excessive use would provoke their protests and opposition from the esteemed matriarch. The fact that he himself lacked the privilege to take all the treasures from the Qingyun sword sect's treasury, yet Yi Xingqian expressed a desire to do so, epitomized the insatiable nature of human greed. The Night Star, with a continued expression of curiosity, spoke. "In truth, many of the treasures within the vault are unfamiliar to me. However, I sense that these artifacts possess extraordinary capabilities, particularly a few tomes of martial arts that seem remarkably profound. Yet, my current abilities are rather modest, rendering me incapable of mastering such advanced techniques. Consequently, I refrained from taking those items and instead selected 3 enigmatic objects from the vault, believing that what I could not comprehend must be the finest of treasures. I shall now present these artifacts, and I implore the sect leader to enlighten me on their uses and functions." The leader of the Qingyun sword sect, wearing a smile, replied, "Certainly, there is no issue at all. Please reveal the treasures you have chosen, and I shall assist you in discerning their purposes." Night Star promptly handed over the 3 selected artifacts to the leader of the Qingyun sword sect. Upon examining the items, the leader displayed a hint of surprise, which quickly faded into his customary calm demeanor. He then produced a mid-level spiritual herb, stating, "This herb is known as the Yunmai flower, capable of nourishing one's meridians. Although its consumption will not significantly enhance the cultivation of those in the innate realm, it can markedly accelerate one's training pace. You have already reached the 9th level of the acquired realm and are on the brink of entering the innate realm. Thus, this flower will prove quite beneficial for you. Your choice of it was indeed wise. Furthermore, this purple cloud battle robe is not only resplendent but is also a mid-level artifact. Its defensive capabilities are comparable to that of a mid-level protective armor. Wearing it will not only enhance your allure but will also greatly bolster your defensive prowess. While such an item may be considered somewhat superfluous for those of us in the true martial realm, it is an invaluable asset for someone of your acquired realm. Even upon reaching the innate realm, this robe will provide substantial assistance, ensuring your safety until you achieve the pinnacle of the innate realm. Hence, your selection of this item is indeed a fortunate one." Chapter 112. An unconventional thought. Night Star addressed the leader of the Qingyun sword sect. "Esteemed leader, does this imply that the treasures I have chosen are indeed of great significance? Why then did the Grand Elder admonish me earlier, stating that the artifacts I selected were of little worth and urged me to return them in favor of new selections? And what of the final artifact? Is it perhaps too precious, prompting the Grand Elder to suggest I exchange these items for others?" The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect reproached. "Star, such disrespect is unacceptable. You must maintain absolute reverence for the Grand Elder. After all, he is your elder and a venerable figure among us. I will not tolerate such remarks regarding him. Furthermore, since the venerable elder has articulated such a notion, it suggests that within the treasury, there exist treasures more befitting of your stature. I have ventured into that treasury myself, and I can assert that these few items are indeed the least valuable therein." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xingqian addressed the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect, saying, "Esteemed father-in-law, I comprehend your words. I shall henceforth refrain from any disparagement of the venerable elder." Yi Xingqian then turned to the sect leader and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed leader, what is the nature of my final treasure? What purpose does it serve? I implore you to enlighten me." In that moment, Yi Xingqian resembled an innocent child, brimming with curiosity. The sect leader of Qingyun sword sect smiled lightly and replied, "As for this final treasure, I too am at a loss regarding its identity. This item was bequeathed by our founding ancestor, yet throughout the generations, neither the sect leaders nor the elders have been able to discern its true nature. Thus, I cannot disclose what it is, nor can I enlighten you regarding its function, for I possess no knowledge of it myself. I have endeavored on numerous occasions to unravel its mysteries, yet to no avail. Aside from its resilience against the tearing of even the mightiest of true martial realm experts, it appears devoid of any other utility. I speculate it may be a landscape painting created in leisure by some eminent figure, lacking any substantial purpose, which is why it is crafted from such exquisite materials. Yi Xingchen remarked. So, what you're implying is that my choice of this treasure was indeed misguided. It is nothing more than a mere trinket. The sect leader of Qingyun's sword sect replied with a calm smile. It would not be entirely accurate to state that. While this treasure may lack practical utility, the materials employed in its creation are exceptionally unique, rivaling those of the highest tier of Xin rank. The worth of top-tier Xin materials far surpasses that of ordinary mid-level Xin weaponry or martial skills. Yi Xingchen retrieved the treasure and continued. So, it appears that my choice was not entirely erroneous. This treasure does hold significant value. Once I locate the true master of craftsmanship, I shall present this material to him and request the forging of a personal inner garment. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Xingchen gathered all his belongings. The sect leader of Qingyun's sword sect smiled gently and remarked, "The battle robe you have chosen will enable you to maximize your potential. Even if you had not selected that robe, I would have temporarily lent it to you. I hope that in this competition, you strive to secure a position among the top 3. If you can attain 3rd place, we shall consider this endeavor a success. Do you grasp the essence of my words?" Yi Xingchen, with a look of confusion, replied. "Why must I only aim for 3rd place? Am I not permitted to contend for 1st or 2nd? Or is it that those of the Qingyun sword sect are precluded from achieving either of those ranks?" The sect leader of Qingyun sword sect smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, the members of the Qingyun sword sect possess the qualifications to vie for 1st and 2nd place. Especially given your capabilities, if we were to consider previous years, securing 2nd place would have been a certainty even if one attained 1st. However, this year is distinctly different. The other sects are brimming with exceptional talents, rendering the pursuit of 3rd place rather challenging. Thus, if you could merely secure 3rd place, I would be immensely satisfied. Great Elder, perhaps you could elucidate the particulars of the formidable competitors from the other sects to your son-in-law? This would provide him with a clearer understanding, enabling him to gauge his approach when the actual contest ensues." Indeed, the venerable Great Elder of the Qingyun sword sect respectfully addressed the sect leader. Subsequently, he meticulously detailed the potential adversaries that Yi Xingchen might encounter. Naturally, the sect leader had reservations about Yi Xingchen's ability to triumph over 2 particular individuals, and the Great Elder elaborated on those concerns as well. Upon concluding his explanation, the sect leader asked, "After hearing the Great Elder's discourse, do you still feel confident in securing 1st place?" Yi Xingchen responded with a serene smile, "Shouldn't one harbor dreams? What distinguishes a person without aspirations from a mere salted fish? Dreams are essential. What if they were to manifest? I have yet to witness the true prowess of my opponents. How can I ascertain their strength based solely on your accounts? I surmise they could hardly best me. Even if they possess superior abilities, perhaps those 2 formidable figures you mentioned might suffer from an ailment and be unable to compete, or they might inadvertently break through to the innate realm and be disqualified. In such scenarios, would not 1st place be assured for me?" Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's rationale, the Qingyun sword sect members nearly succumbed to laughter. Nonetheless, the sect leader managed to suppress his amusement and replied, "I wish you the best of luck. Should you truly secure 1st place, regardless of the means employed, I assure you that I shall fulfill my promises. Rest assured, you will receive everything owed to you. But the prerequisite is that you must attain 1st place. Should you fail to do so, I cannot be held accountable. There are numerous matters within the sect that require my attention, so I shall refrain from prolonging our discourse and return to my duties." Yi Xingchen, genuinely concerned that further conversation might lead to unforeseen complications, seized upon a casual excuse to take his leave. He regarded the sect leader of the Qingyun sword sect but uttered not a single word.